Our interest in gaming comes from it being an absolutely pivotal use case for fibre in the home. So the more people we can get gaming, the more fibre we can sell across the country. Gaming is the most incredible platform for sponsorship because it appeals to all ranges, all age groups, all sexes, right across the piece, whether we're talking about chess, right the way through to some of the war games. It's a phenomenal platform to get your product across. What differentiates VS Gaming from our competitors is the length of time we've been in the industry, our deep understanding of the gaming ecosystem, and our ability to stretch right across every segment that we're focusing on. Gaming offers so many career opportunities for people, whether it's about coding and creating the apps and the games themselves, or it's into event management and sponsorship. Right across the piece, gaming has a very rich ecosystem for careers. Gaming is proving in many economies to becoming as big as more recognised sports like cricket and rugby and soccer. It may take some time in South Africa, but I think in 10 years' time you'll see gaming being an enormous section of esports. Because VS Gaming is the longest established and the biggest gaming company in South Africa, we have a really big role to play in establishing the industry, helping create the guidelines and the protocols, and begin to grow the whole of the sector. Gaming is growing so fast at the moment, and VS Gaming is playing such a key role in that growth. It's almost impossible to predict where we could be in 5 years' time. What we're certain of is that the ecosystem is going to get bigger, more games are going to come through, more people have access to those games, and the whole of the industry will be exponentially larger in 5 years' time than it is now. VS Gaming are delighted to be working with DStv and SuperSport on the upcoming FIFA tournament. It's the largest tournament of its kind in Africa, and we think it's going to create fantastic new interest in our e-gaming industry.
I think the change to VS signals a new era in gaming and esports. It signals a move towards just be more than gaming. The gaming league, as you know it as DGL, is very important to us, with our key competitions being Dota, DotA2 and Counter-Strike, Global Offensive. Those are really critical for us. But we know that to grow gaming, we have to be just more than the league itself. It's going to be much bigger and appeal to more people, and to grow the sport. I think our big agenda in this gaming thing, in the gaming fraternity, is to grow the sport, make it accessible to more people, attract more clans, more titles, and that's why we actually went to change the name from DGL to VS to signal that bigness of our strength and the bigness of our ambitions. Because as a standalone company, we've got the freedom to grow the gaming fraternity, to really popularize esports with more focus, more resource, more people, and then more capacity to do more. VS stands for Virtual Sporting Games, but it's just more than a name. It really is an attitude. It's a movement. It's where people really come to play games and have fun. And that's really the depth of it. Beyond just the name is the experience that we're going to be creating for the gamers, for the viewers, for the streamers, for the broadcasters, and most importantly for our clans. To change the name of an organization to VS, we feel it's the right time to do that. We've seen an explosion in number of titles, number of competitors, and number of new companies who are in gaming. And this signals our ambitions by actually renewing ourselves and refreshing ourselves. We almost see it as a way of refresh and remaining contemporary and relevant. The change to VS Gaming, or the launch of VS Gaming, has not changed at all. Any of the titles we will be offering this year, it has not changed at all. Any of the competitions we've announced, it does not change at all. Any of the league fixtures that we've announced. So everything remains the same as what we've announced in January this year. The goal of VS Gaming is to grow esports in South Africa, single-mindedly, working with other people, interested parties, the gamers themselves, the professional clans, the broadcasters, other competitors and interest stakeholders to grow the esports game in South Africa. We believe there's a huge potential for growth, but we all have to work together to grow it. VS Gaming is looking forward to working with other people and other stakeholders and title holders who are already in the gaming space to grow this entity. We cannot grow by working in silos, we cannot grow by not working in cooperation with others. And all the interested parties within the gaming space, we want to work with them. VS Gaming is going to grow gaming in 3 ways. Number 1, very strong competitive Masters League with Counter-Strike, Dota is really the cornerstone of that competition. Number 2, bringing of more commercial partners into the space. Number 3, working with others, interested parties and stakeholders into this thing to grow it up. And when you talk about the commercial partners, broadcasters, sponsors, suppliers, etc., coming into there, because we need to do that in order to grow the audiences.
So I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for VS Gaming. My role is twofold. One is to bring massive esports events to South Africa, and my second role is to bring on board major corporate sponsors. And we're looking at bringing in corporate sponsors to assist the players, the clans, with money to gain international exposure and to really make this mainstream in South Africa. So esports is absolutely amazing. It doesn't matter who you are, what physical shape you're in, whether you play physical games, you can get involved in esports, you can participate, you can have fun with it, you can compete and even win. I think that is what has made esports such a major game elsewhere in the world, internationally, and South Africa is starting to catch up to the rise in esports. That has obviously gained the attention of a number of corporate sponsors, where they are now realizing that their demographic is sitting within the esports market. This is not underground, this is mainstream, and this is the demographic that you want to sell your products to. So VS Gaming is all about bringing more tournaments, more leagues. We're not just looking at professional players, we are looking at how we bring the mainstream market on board, creating fun tournaments that they want to participate in. You're going to see bigger prize pools with more corporate sponsors jumping on board. We're going to see much bigger events that's going to allow our professional players to gain international exposure. The SuperSport partnership is really important to us. A lot of the esports games are streamed live on Twitch and YouTube and a number of online platforms. SuperSport as a broadcast partner is going to allow players and professional clans to get access to a market that they've never had before. So this is all about mainstream broadcast markets that doesn't necessarily watch sports on an online platform. It's also going to allow us to really make people realize that this is absolutely a sport. This rivals cricket, rugby, and soccer. This is a sport, and that is why it's on SuperSport. We're always looking at new collaborations and new partnerships. We are definitely looking at partnerships with online platforms like Twitch. It's really important for the South African market. It is important for our players and our clans. And we've just signed up a partnership with Metro FM, and it's going to be a very exciting partnership. You're going to see celebrity DJs who actually in their spare time play games like FIFA. So again, this is about the fact that this is no longer an underground sport. This is mainstream. Your celebrities are playing it, and you're going to see that coming out in our Metro FM partnership. They're also going to be announcing some of the esports competitions as part of the sports bulletin. So we're really starting to see that VS Gaming and South African esports is becoming a sport. The winners will be announced alongside the winners of any cricket match, any rugby match. The football e-tournament is going to be a festival, and we want to make it open to everybody. Bring your kids, bring your grandkids, bring your parents. There's going to be activities for everyone. Apart from the main tournament that's going to be, like I said, the biggest e-tournament in Africa, we're going to have a number of play areas, we're going to have DJs, celebrities that are going to be performing, we're going to have 16-man foosball tables, arcade games. So even if you don't want to come and play, come through, see what it's about. There are more than enough activities for everyone to get involved in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the VS Gaming Dota 2 Cup. My name's Holben, and I have a fantastic panel with us to welcome you to this event. And of course, first off, do have Wilson over here, and something very important I need to tell you, Wilson.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Yeah.
I'm the panel host now.
It's fantastic to be sitting in this chair for a change and not that one.
No, but all the same, great to have you. And of course,
Yeah.
Merlini. Welcome to South Africa.
It's been a long
Good to have
flight. Just got here yesterday, got everything to prepare for, and here I am.
Great. Yeah. Well, of course,
Yeah.
jokes aside, Rains, welcome to the cast, the panel. It's great to have you. And yeah, it is great to be here. So I just want to let everyone know that we're sitting in a fantastic venue. I'm sure you can all see that. We're not quite in our bedrooms and lounges today. Instead, we're sitting here at the VS Gaming Studios, and it's here in Johannesburg in the Midrand. It's really, really great. I mean, what do you guys think of the studio so far?
Well, this isn't the first time I've seen it, but the first time I saw it, I was just blown away. It was absolutely fantastic. What the amount of effort that they've put into just this tiny little place. There's just so much heart and so much work into it. I don't know if you get the same
Yeah,
feeling.
I completely agree. And then the lightings on the booths as well. And our couches, guys, I could fall asleep in this.
Yeah.
5 minute breaks, okay.
No, big shout out to production for the couches.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they actually are surprisingly comfy, I must say. You guys should try it sometime. Just to, get involved. So I think the other thing that we should mention as well is that the actual booths, because that's pretty cool, right?
Yep.
I mean, I think they actually saw the in-game, or rather the player footage of the booths just a moment ago. But they are really beautiful, and they're themed. It's blue versus red.
And aircon.
And aircon. I tell you what.
Most comfortable place to be.
That depends, though. Sometimes you end up in like the real aircon. You end up in an igloo,
Yeah,
which we've experienced. But this time around, they've done it quite nicely.
Yeah.
So it's looking very good. And obviously the players are all getting set up this morning. Must be very excited. And what are they getting set up for? Well, of course, it's some Dota 2 action. We have a very, very exciting matchup here. First up, White Rabbit Gaming versus Mythic Gaming. And of course, it's effectively the current champions, if you will, of the Masters. Of course, for those of you who are living under a rock, this is of course VS Gaming, but they were formerly known as the Digital Gaming League, and they've evolved to what we see them today. And of course, White Rabbit Gaming, former DGL Masters champions.
Yeah, so WRG champions of DGC 2016. They actually did really well in the tournament, not losing any matches. They probably dropped some games, but dropping BVD to the lowest brackets and then beating them in the grand finals as well was pretty big and pretty exciting for us to see. Whereas Mythic Gaming had to qualify to get here into the Masters, and just for that, I think being the first matchup against each other, it's going to be really difficult for Mythic. On paper, I wouldn't put money on Mythic at all. It's going to be WRG, big favorites to win the matchup. You know, but I'm not going to say it's impossible. I want to see something special coming out from Mythic.
That's
bring
exactly
it out, yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to get to.
Okay.
Mythic Gaming is one of the few teams that actually had to really brawl hard to get here.
Yeah.
White Rabbit Gaming just kind of sidled on in. It's kind of where they already belong. And who knows, maybe they can surprise us with something. Maybe we can get an upset of a game. I'm hoping for that. Like you said, on paper, 90% chance WRG is going to walk away with a 2-0. But me, I always get a good feeling between the jaws, between the cheeks. I got a good feeling. I think maybe something's going to go their way.
You have been a very big fan of Mythic. Now, we've been chatting before the event, and you believe in the side. So I'm curious to know, what is it that you believe Mythic has that might make them able to compete in this sort of really high level event?
So Mythic has what WG had 2 years ago, when they were banging heads with BVD, with the big blue dragon, as we used to call it.
We you say.
Yes, we.
I think a particular
Fine, as I used to call
it.
Yeah, they have the same sort of flair, the same sort of potential. Now, 2 years ago, I said the same thing about WRG, much the same comments. They'll never win. They might come second at very best. And they did. But damn, they walked in there with a lot of heart. And I see the same degree of heart in Mythic Gaming. So they might not win this one, but keep your eyes very well peeled on them, because they do have the heart that I saw in White Rabbit Gaming 2 years ago.
I completely agree. Mythic Gaming, not only the players have the heart, but also the manager, the organization itself. I mean, they've been doing really well with the marketing, getting the name out there as well. I mean, we've got so many guys supporting them already, and consider that these guys just risen to the top right now to play against the Masters teams. I think they've progressed really well, especially this year.
And what a great way to start off the tournament, with two teams that have so much heart going up against each other.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you make a good point there, right? These are two sides that I guess are kind of somewhat renowned from their own rights. WRG, obviously, as we mentioned, Masters champions, but they came in off the back foot. They were the underdog then. And in fact, they came off a string of losing to the former Bravado squad. And, when it counted most, they were able to raise their hand in victory. And, of course, Mythic, well, they came in, as you mentioned, they came in from nowhere, right? These guys have fought to be here. And just the fact that they are here is, in fact, an accomplishment on its own. However, as we're all competitive fellows, and so I'm sure we'll all agree, that's just not good enough anymore, is it? And they've got to go a little bit further, got to stretch a little bit higher. And sure, at the end of the day, they might say, well, this was a good session, right? Not a good day at the office, but it was a good week or month, however long it took them to get here, right? But at the end of the day, every single one of those players wants to beat White Rabbit Gaming right now.
Absolutely. They're White Rabbit Gaming sitting in the same position that they were uncrowning the kings last time. Now they are the kings. So they're sitting in that position of, we're comfy at the top, you can come after us. That's the feeling anyway. But can Mythic Gaming do something about it? Unlikely. But like I said, I got a good feeling. I've got a great feeling about it.
Are you often right about your feelings, though?
I usually see things coming too soon, if that makes any sense. So for example, with White Rabbit Gaming, I believe they could win it. I believe they could win it. I believe they could win it for 2 years before they actually won it.
Okay,
so maybe in 2 years, Mythic Gaming will be the top dog to be taken down. Like I say, good feeling, but...
So you heard it here first, guys. 2019, you have Mythic Gaming. You can quote Wilson on it.
Some breed of Mythic Gaming.
And this is the best thing. Like this is recorded for all time now, right? So we're going to come back here in 2019. And I want you to know this, Wilson. I will come back here in 2019.
I know you will.
And if they are on top of the world, I will credit you. But if they're not, I'm definitely getting you to sing something again. He's got a decent voice.
On stream?
Of course, on stream.
Okay, all right.
Hopefully
the last time I sang something, it was banned on YouTube.
that is true. That is true. But I'm sure. Yeah, we'll have to be careful. We have to make up our own song or something.
Yeah. Apparently, rendition of Frozen is just not allowed.
Maybe you just sounded too alike. They've mistaken you for the voice of. But it's.
Weren't you Elisa though? It is Elisa, right?
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Didn't you play her in the movie?
Maybe.
In fact, actually, I just realized I feel a little bit because both of you sing, and now I'm sitting here. I sing. I just don't sing well.
No, you have to show us sometime.
Do you think that was a good time?
Yeah, sure.
No. I think we'll save room on that. But I do want to talk a little bit more about White Rabbit Gaming. Now, obviously, we're not foolish, right? Well, not all the time. And the thing is that I think we all know that WG are a very, very far way ahead of the pack right now. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that perhaps the overall pack, not just Mythic Gaming, but everyone at this point. But do you think the fact that we have the best timing ever for a new large patch, do you think this could create a situation where maybe WG could be a little unsettled?
Look, WRG, in my experience, WRG is very on the ball. Usually when a patch comes out, from what I know, they're usually practicing the new patches, specifically for the new patches, the day after. So I don't think they'll find themselves in a situation they don't expect. They may have to tweak things they had prepared for this tournament, just like every other team I expect does. But I don't see them getting caught with their pants down.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah, just to carry on with his statement, is WRG is in a really strong position in South Africa right now. I mean, excuse me, Halbert, you like saying this, it's WRG in ranking, this huge brick wall, and then maybe APGE and then XTC have to battle it out. So they're pretty confident with other, and Mythic, sorry, I forgot it's 2019. Yeah, so I think for some strats against some teams that they're confident about, they do the tweaks, but little to no tweaks, just play the heroes that they're comfortable with. For example, Santo on the X. I don't think he's going to change that because he's really strong on the hero. So just make use of that, use the strength to play against Mythic instead of bringing out your pocket strats already, because that's for, in case you win towards the winners brackets finals. Yeah. You could use it then, secure your spot in the grand finals, or if you somehow beat WRG is going to need to use these strats later in the stages in order to survive in the lowest brackets. So I think it's very unpredictable to see what other teams are going to do in the first game, but I guess we just have to wait.
Yeah, to build on that, I think, like you said, he won't not pick Axe. Yeah. But what he will do is he'll change the way he plays his Axe.
Of course.
That I expect. So like you might actually see an Agnum Scepter come out instead of, you might see a different style of Axe or a different style of the same character to accommodate to the patch.
The only difference between competitive South African tournaments and when you play online for practices is that when you play against Santo, you'd predict that you'd pick up, let's say, a Vanguard or Blade Mail first. But in the comp, not necessarily. Like you said, you could pick up something else. Could just save up 4-2 for Agnum Scepter, or could go Boots of Travel and start roaming really quickly in the game and start ganging the guys, especially the Shadow Fiend mid. He's really strong. We talked about this, but I don't know. It just feels like Shadow Fiend is very difficult to escape with as a hero, especially early in the game. You want to build more damage, right? You want to get those rates up. And just that little bracket, 5 to 10 minutes, it's very easy to gang a hero like that.
Yeah, I think interesting thing as well is that because we're going to see more experience, given to all the players in your team, and there's cash, it's almost a case where you'd almost put more emphasis on fighting early. Or, I mean, gentlemen, would you agree?
Yeah, and there's a shot of someone who likes to fight, Castaway. I expect that with the recent patch, there's a lot of earlier momentum, especially in the mid lane, that you can pick up, given to the fact that there's that extra experience lying about.
Yes, of course, yeah.
And the new way of denying, which means last hitting is going to be far more important. And we saw on screen, there's a good old Castaway from WRG. Yeah. And he loves nothing more than to dominate his mid lane. You see, I see him doing more of that.
Let's just be realistic about this, right? Castaway is the happiest man in this venue right now. I mean, literally what happened is they went... good old Ice Frog was sitting there, like, what I need to do here is I need to make a couple of tweaks, and I feel like we haven't had a mid-patch in a while, so let's just give them some things. I think, based on once again, I'm a very strong proponent of this. I think that spell casting heroes are going to, rather heroes that rely a lot on their spells, are going to be quite strong, right? Based on the fact that we've seen that there's now more damage for less intelligence, right, on the spell power, and of course also once again, if you have less money, you have less tank ability to get through those spells, and you have more experience. The spells are stronger. So I think that's going to be big, and there's a lot of mid heroes that are like snowballing, and they enjoy that kind of thing, right? So Ice Frog was sitting there. He said, "This is a good idea. Let's give the shadow buffs to Invoker effectively based on the other changes we make. Oh, and let's add another creep to the lane, And it's just okay. Well, there we go. And then Castaway sat there. And he went, just a small smile and a single tear dropped down from his face. And at the same time, I think a lot of his opponents were sitting there just going, no, I don't want to live in this world. But here's the thing, though, right? The pressure's got to be real. I mean, we all expect Castaway to blow everyone away. What if he doesn't?
I guess it's highly probable that he is going to be reigning over the mid lane against most of the teams. But if you have the pressure there, I think if you get a if you're Radiant side, you have a support, just try to pull some creeps in the closest jungle towards mid, just to keep your mid player sufficient with gold, just keep up with Castaways, because his leveling is going to be quicker now, as you mentioned, about the extra creeps in the lane. So I'm going to say that it's really unlikely that he's going to fall, especially through confidence.
But isn't that it though? That's the kind of problem, right?
Yeah.
In the past, he had Seam, right? And Seam sat there as this like the
Yes.
Rolls Royce of solo mids, right? And Castaway this up and comer, and it was always just like you could almost experience this battle. And in some way, Seam was Castaway's best friend, right? Because he never had to be the best because Seam was there, right? In the sense that he took some that he was soaking up the pressure, and Seam could take it. That man had been around for a really long time.
Yeah.
But there is no Seam now. There's Castaway.
Yeah.
And I guess this may be the event where we see that like proving grounds for him, because if he is capable of soaking that pressure and taking his team to a victory here, I think you can call him a very complete South African Dota player.
So, if that's the case, who do you think the primary contender is?
I feel like somebody needs to put their hand up, actually. I feel like you need somebody who's...
Could it be someone from Mythic?
It's possible. I heard of nice things from Kunshan as well, the mid player from Mythic. But just to carry on with that, I think Castaway has maybe 3 years or more LAN experience. So even with Noob, right, he's been playing, I think, 2 years DGC with Noob as well.
I don't actually think he was in... I'm trying to remember, because I remember he was part of Pride with RDK and those gentlemen.
Yeah, so he started off back then already.
Although I don't think he was in the first incarnation of Noob, though. That's the thing.
No. I think he played with Noob, who's now WRG, but for the past 2 years.
Right.
But before, I think he was also an EN player, a BZK player. So he has experience with good people and also in LANs. Whereas I think teams like Mythic, they're playing the first LAN, maybe together as a team as well. I can't be too sure, I can confirm that. XTC, it's Adestam's first LAN with XTC. So there's, obviously, it's different from online. Just the gameplay, play with the teams. You get the pressure there. But I really think Castaway has the confidence to win most of the game.
He certainly has the chops beneath his belt. He's been around the block, like you say.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, it's a bit of an open question. That's what I really like about this particular event now. You've got a lot of roster changes. You've got a lot of, now also this patch, you've got a lot of chopping and changing of roles, stuff like that. Adastam jumping over from one team to another recently. It wasn't too recently, but recently. It's a bit open-handed at the moment. The only sure bet, more or less, is WRG. That's the way I feel about it.
This is for sure, I think.
So I guess that does pose an interesting question though as well. I mean, so WG, we've spoken about the player so far, Castaway, right? But there's another very good reason for why these sides, or this particular side, is so well revered, right? And that's Castaway isn't standing there by himself. Who do you think is the sort of next guy that, let's say you manage to pressure Castaway, you get him into a position that he's now needs somebody to help him get back into the game. Who's that man?
For me, I would have to say Chidawi. As a person, he's a very serious guy. And if the team's falling apart, I think he's the guy that's going to pull together the crew and say, guys, just get your heads out of the ditch, get your heads in the game, do whatever it is you need to do. Castaway is not delivering for whatever reason. He's having a really rough time mid. Somebody go and assist him, something like that.
I
think Chidawi is the man to look to after Castaway.
He also has a great way of saying "so," which I think is, he's got that going from him as well. Rain, would you agree?
I agree with Wilson completely, but I would also go with Slinks. That's how you say his name, right?
Yeah. I'm just glad you went for a support player. Well done.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, because
love for them.
They help. I can see he helps the mid lane a lot. So just rotating with, let's say, a Rubik or something, just to zone out the creeps, giving the mid player control, and also with past experience as well, where he was sub with Castaway to BVD in China to play for them for the WESG. So I think they have a really tight combination, and yeah, I think if a person like Slinks can help Castaway to be better, then it's much better than ever.
Yeah. Well, on that note, we will be taking a quick break. So please don't go anywhere. There's a lot of exciting stuff to come, I promise. And I mean, man, I'm really looking forward to the Dota stuff. But of course, with all good things, you just have to wait a little bit longer. We'll see you in a bit. Well, that's some nice scenes. Now you guys can see a little bit of what we can see back here.
Yeah.
As mentioned, it is a very pretty place. I'm sure you'll get some more views on the actual studio in a little bit later. But what we do need to chat about a little bit before we go live with our first matchup, of course, is Wilson's favorite team.
Oh,
yeah. And as I understand, if they don't, he did say something to the effect of that drinks on him tonight if he didn't 2-0. If didn't 2-0 White Rabbit.
I don't see it in the recording.
Yeah. No, but we know it, so it's fine.
Well, if Mythic Gaming loses, it's definitely Sargon's fault. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh no, I think we all agree. It's most certainly Sargon's fault. As I understand, he plays just Witch Doctor, right?
Yeah. Witch Doctor maybe 90% of the time, but occasional Vengeful Spirit and Rubik.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean the Rubik's good in there, but is that more just like a sleight of hand? Like they won't notice if I actually only play Witch Doctor if I play Rubik. When there's Witch Doctor against me, and I can just play Witch Doctor anyway.
Basically, yeah. Pick it before him, and then show him how to really do it.
So, but let's go there because we make a joke about this, right?
Yeah.
Mythic are in an interesting spot. They're a side we don't know as much about as the other Master sides.
Yes.
And at the same time, we sort of, because we say this in jest, but it does sound like they may have a little bit of a limited hero pool. Or am I just mistaken?
I think we haven't seen Mythic compete much against the top teams. So the hero pools are still, let's try the Ember Spirit Ultimate for a change instead of the usual Invoker. Yeah. And on paper, the team is really good. I mean, they got here from Open Division. They played the showdowns, the do or die tournaments, and beating teams like Hive, who are also Prem teams and have the potential to promote to a Masters team. So I think with the hero pool, they're going to stick to what they know to be safe, and probably just work out some pocket strats, giving Wilson some hope that they're going to beat WRG the first game at least, bring up the stats even better, and work from there. When you win the first game, you have better confidence. But yeah,
I'm pretty sure if you beat WRG in a BO3 at the VS Gaming Masters Dota event in the first round, you're going to be feeling pretty good about yourself.
Right, of course. And that's what I think Mythic is going to feel if this happens.
I don't think they're winning the best of 3.
You don't?
Let's be clear.
Okay.
They are not winning the
maybe
best
in 2019?
of 3, in my opinion.
Yeah.
However, there's a slight chance that they'll give WRG something to think about. And I actually disagree with them coming out with the old strats, coming out with the picks that they're comfortable with.
All right.
I feel that if they are going to give something different, bring something new, then they have to reflect that in the draft as well.
That's really fair.
WRG is wise to their tricks by now.
Yeah.
And I think their best bet is to come out with something slightly different and try and tilt the balance slightly in their favor just in terms of draft, and then going from there. So I'm expecting something slightly different from Mythic, different from what we've seen as they've been brawling their way up here. Obviously, that comes with its own risks because you're not as comfortable with your heroes.
Yes.
But I feel it's worth the risk. If you can just take one game, just one, of WRG.
Yeah, show the confidence.
The first match of the tournament, and WRG has lost a match. Yeah. What's going on?
I feel like we're jumping the gun a little bit here.
I know.
I feel like if I were Mythic, and I say this with all the love in the world, guys, but if I was Mythic, I'd be like, what would be great? Let's not get wrecked in our laning stage. Like, let's do that, guys.
Don't dream, buddy, dream.
No, but you see, I would imagine that if you speak to Sargon, right, he's definitely going to be a character in that team that is providing his side with a lot of insight into the matches. And
absolutely,
he may not be the sort of leader in like making the calls in game. I'm not certain. Maybe one of you guys actually know. I mean, he coaches another side, so he's definitely an influential character. We know that much. And he's the kind of guy that I would think would, in fact, say, let's do one thing at a time. And the first thing you do is get your draft right? That, win the draft, right? That they can do, right? That is something that is not insurmountable, right? Then you go and you say, right, let's not die at the bounty ruins, right? Which by the way, if you ever want lessons on dying at bounty ruins, just come chat to me. I've made it an art form already. So, man, I'm just having Vietnam flashbacks. Anyways, but effectively you just break the game down to these very, very minimal points, and then you sort of say, let's just do one at a time and see how far we can get, with the ultimate one being, of course, reaching that throne. But the reality is, right now, I'd be impressed if Mythic are able to just survive the laning phase with, without looking like they're already out. And I said all the love in the world, but, guys, let's be somewhat realistic about it.
Okay. No, fair enough.
I will, however, eat my shoe if this goes the other way and they do lose this, or White Rabbit going to lose. But you just want one. Maybe this will be the one. So we do have our draft up and running. Of course, WG will have the first ban here, which is...
So what are we expecting out of them, given the current meta?
Whew, I would be flipping like coins right now to answer that, you know.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, is it going to be Prit Lord or Turkeys?
There's been a lot of discussion about banning out certain heroes first off the bat, such as Warlock and Sven.
Yeah.
Do you think that's...
Oh, look at that. They banned out the Kotal, which is really interesting. I feel like...
Wilson, come back. Wilson, there's more games.
Why are you walking on?
I'm out of here.
That was like more targeted to you than I think of the whole Mythic team.
He was in the booth yesterday.
Yes.
They just had to cleanse.
I think the strategies were poured out yesterday before the events even began.
That is true.
Yeah, but okay, no, it's a really good ban, I think. They buffed the Kotal talent tree, I think giving 300 extra mana to, let's say, your carry, for example, so they can spam whatever skill, whatever carry Mythic picks. But Mythic is going for the more generic Doxia offlane ban, just to be safe. I think that Mythic is going to just try to take a sneak peek early in the draft to see what WRG is going to plan to do for the rest of it, and which is so far so good. And banning that Ember, this is one of the heroes that Kunchun is really good at, the Ember Spirits, if not the Invoker.
So that's ban targeted towards the team specifically.
That Ember Spirit, for sure. I don't know. I really don't know about the Kotal.
The Kotal ban to me means that they're trying to get rid of particularly mobile heroes. So WRG is likely to draft a draft that is vulnerable to particularly mobile heroes.
I have a slightly different thought on that, by the way, a little bit of an alarming one. I think they're banning our Kotal because it stops pushes.
That too.
It stops pushes, and the extra mana giving thing is just really ridiculous. And already we see the meta hero coming out. First pick, Warlock, WRG.
You know, I was really expecting Warlock, Sven, to be banned almost each and every game, and here I am eating my words at the very first match.
But this also could be a case where both sides have almost... I mean, so we're making some assumptions here, right? We're guessing about the current meta because there's a huge amount of information out on it, right? But let's assume that Warlock and Sven are the two heroes, and these two teams agree with us, right? This may be a case of them saying, cool, we'll take our first pick, and you get whatever's left over, and that could be Warlock Sven. So that could be exactly what's happening here. But Mythic are taking a little bit of time with this one. If I were them, my biggest concern would be that White Rabbit Gaming would almost like to protect themselves, their strategies in this tournament going forward by finishing us off really, really quickly with a push draft. And that Kotal would make me very, very concerned. The actual ban that's one of the things that stop push drafts.
Well, there's other options out there to stopping pushes. Unfortunately, like you say, I mean, the Kotal's banned out, but there are other options. Right?
I think you mean the Warlock itself is also a lane pusher, and then also heroes that summons, like the Beastmaster, can also counter a lot of lanes. But what heroes did you have in mind?
Well, I was thinking something that's naturally nukey, can clear out creep waves rather easily. We've been speaking about Luna over the weekend, and out comes a Disruptor.
Yeah. It's good. So the
gaming knows me so well.
I mean, in fact, the Witch Doctor is like your last one, right? And that's those are your three. It's Keep the Light, Witch Doctor, and Disruptor.
It's not just those three, there's Undying as well.
It's the three that I'll let you play with me. Get one of those three.
We got to get some games to win, guys. But so far, so good. I think they're both bringing out supports, position 4s, I'm assuming. Disruptor, not so much, but just to take a look at what other heroes are still available in the pool for them to bring out. And Magnus right now is in the meta, and I'm not surprised if he's going to play the mid as well.
I quite like the Magnus pick myself as well. I think that the hero he's not quite what he once was, right? But he's still very relevant. And Disruptor and Magnus obviously set you up for that dream wombo combo.
Yes.
Oh, but it's a bit risky because, I mean, if White Rabbit Gaming opt to change their strategies, especially at this stage in the draft, and go for a very, I'm out there's one or two, we're never actually going to engage in a full team fight, and we'll just split push you down, and then your Magnus Disruptor combination kind of has to split up with it, in which case it doesn't really work out.
Well, I agree with you if Mythic overinvest in long cooldowns, but Disruptor and Magnus can also both be played, and I can see like the rage in people's eyes, like building as I say this. They can both be played as pick-off heroes, right? You can commit that RP to like a really high-value target, and as long as it's a high-value target, you can do that. And it's exactly the same with Disruptor. In fact, that's one of the things we saw happen with Disruptor a couple of patches ago, where people first used to like the hero because of its big AoE fighting potential, and they started seeing it more as actually this is something we used to pick off that core target.
What I do like about the Disruptor pick here is that he does fulfill almost a similar role to what the Kotl does, where he counters very mobile heroes. The Kotl would do it with the Mana Leak. In this instance, the Disruptor's got his Glimpse available. Fantastic for something like a Nature's Prophet trying to split push. Fantastic for battle lines that go back and forth, because that allows you to pull somebody out from where he's not supposed to be. It allows you to play with their positioning. And I feel that they've kind of gotten on to something here in that Disruptor, and obviously contributing to a team fight potential. Taking a look at the bans, they're interesting too. Out comes the Sven at last, followed by the Juggernaut, and Mythic Gaming taking out that Lina and Lycan.
Yeah, bringing out the core
Worried about the
heroes
push.
now. Yeah, getting the pushes out. Juggernaut, Sven, they can push, they can farm really well. So taking out the cores, so then it narrows Mythic Gaming's choices to say, what is Precious Petunia going to pick as the carry? They pick out the Troll now, but we don't know where he's going. He could be playing core carry, he could go to the mid lane. That means Magnus has to be pushed towards the off lane. And just to support your Disruptor pick, I really think it's a really good idea. Even though Legion Commander's pick afterwards, you can easily counter Legion Commander's ulti with the Glimpse, as you said. But I think it's more focused on the Warlock, to be honest. It's one of the heroes that can be really disastrous if he puts on, let's say, Fatal Bonds on you when there's a team fight, and Disruptor's there to disable that. Or Magnus is there to, just to not group up as a team to get the gangs in, and just works out in Info Mythic.
Do you think, Helbert, do you think Mythic Gaming is stressing about the push strat here?
I think the Lycan was definitely respecting it. But I don't think Mythic have fantastic control for push right now. Troll offers very, very little if you have like a boatload of heroes rumbling down at you.
Here's another hero we spoke about.
So yeah, this is now Dying I quite like here, but the problem is still that you see, okay. So Mythic have responded to this in a decent way. They want to fight, right? And in Dota, there used to be this holy trinity, right? Which was, or rather should say, rock, paper, scissors, right? Carry beats gang beats push beats carry, right? And this is very old, so we're talking like Dota 1 days here, right? But that doesn't hold true anymore, right? It's just not the same thing. And if Mythic are going to try and fight into a pushing lineup now, it could be quite hard for them, because you're actually giving these people an opportunity to use the likes of a Chen, which is going to be so powerful early on, to just absolutely butcher you. And it's a lot safer to actually have a response like split pushes, or things that are just really good at stopping a creep wave for advancing on you, and they don't actually have that right now. I mean, Troll is probably the best split pusher they have, maybe the Magnus with Empower, but that's not going to stop a Chen starting beating down on your towers. And if you look at this lineup, this is not a lineup that needs a lot of levels. You need 6 on your Warlock, you're 6 on your Legion Commander, and obviously Timbersaw it's a hero that requires a lot of experience, but he's probably going to get it, and that just might be a mid-cast way Timbersaw, and that means that he's... that is actually horrific, because that is a hero that relies on experience, and is played by... I think we can say it really safely, the most mechanically gifted South African Dota player, and this could go downhill from it very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this Undying. I'm a little worried about it, actually. I don't think he's going to perform all that well.
It's not so bad. I mean, you've got your Magnus there for your RP. That's one disable. Disruptor there with the connector field and silence. That's another one, right? So as soon as Disruptor gets to trap the WRG in, gets the kinetic field in, you can easily control them with the Tomb as well. The Decay is pretty powerful. I think if he gets it right, if he roams it right with Undying, it would be pretty nice. And also, Wilson, I did mention that, okay, let's just make this better. Devin asked me the 4th most picked hero in this event.
Oh, no.
I said Timbersaw.
Yeah.
He's already been picked in the first game.
This is not boding well, that.
The hard part is he has to be 4th most picked, though. So if he's 3rd most picked, it doesn't work.
We're in for a treat, lads.
Guys, this is a big mistake from Mythic, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The Castaways Invoker's best Invoker.
And the thing is, it also just pulls up so nicely. I mean, look, this is almost like a Dream Invoker pick, right?
Yes.
He's going to help with the push with the Forward Spirits, right?
Yes.
He's got the Sunstrike set up with the Legion Commander, and he is a fighting hero. So literally, he's got everything he needs around his allies to set up for the Sunstrikes, set up for pushes, and I mean, obviously, a lot of these things. I mean, Chen is generating a lot of kill potential as well. So gangs on the table. It's not just the fact that it's Castaway. This is a very, very good pick in this position. Does mean we're going to be sitting with the off-lane Timbersaw.
Okay.
Okay.
You know,
In a one position. No, it's actually not a one position Legion Commander. It's being picked up by Shidawi.
yeah, which actually tells us that they're playing really aggressive Dota right now. During the third pick, Devin, you spoke about how at level 6, not WRG, but Mythic can get around and start ganging and hoping to win fights like that. This is exactly built up for WRG as well. You get a Legion Commander who plays as a carry opposite of an anti-mage. So you don't farm 20 minutes, you farm, let's say you get your Shadowblade early already, you can just go to one of these heroes at the back like Disruptor, finish him off, make it a 4v5 fight. Have Castaways Invoker play in these fights. I don't think WRG is going to lose any fights right now, or heroes for that matter.
And there's also a huge amount of issues for the puck, because the puck is their major source of magic damage right now.
Yes.
And unfortunately, he's also effectively the major source of damage full stop until the likes of the Troll get up and running. Obviously, Undying will help.
Magnus helps that, as does
They
the
all sort of
Undying.
help, but the puck is the guy. Like, he's got to be doing the damage. If that thing is dead, you don't win a team fight.
This is where you buy Dagon.
You do have other
Unfortunately-
options, though. Hang on, you've got other options. I mean, if the puck, say the puck is down, obviously you don't want to fight 4v5. But you do still have a Magnus, you do still have a Disruptor. You still have other options available to you if you absolutely have to fight.
Well, let's see if Mythic agrees, because, well, it's time for them to take it away. But I think we do have to give an introduction as well to the lady and man behind the microphone on the side of the Shoutcasters. That'll be, of course, good old Jubba and the Lady Succubus. Take it away, guys.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world. Welcome to our first game of the day, the first game of our VS Digital Masters game. Let's get ready for some amazing Dota. You went through the drafts. It is going to be a big, big push for the side of WRG. But I am Jabba, joined by the lovely and succulent Succubus. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jabba. It is awesome to be here, and it's going to be one hell of a match. I must say, this massive patch, 3 days before the event, has been hard on all of us, and it's certainly going to be hard on the players as well.
Sleepless nights.
Sleepless nights indeed. And it's going to be interesting to see how they do and how they work with the new patch. I must say, I can't wait for the Chain 1000 HP creep. It's going to be amazing.
Well, there has been a lot of updates, a lot of changes to a lot of the heroes, so we will try and stay up to date, keep you guys informed, but probably one of the biggest hero changes on the map at the moment will be the Chen, the Magnus, as well as the Legion Commander, to name a few. But let's go around and make the introductions for both our teams. It is Mythic versus WRG. First game of the day in this best of 3. Starting out on the side of the Radiant will be Mythic Gaming. We have got Levi on that Magnus. On our puck, we have got Kunchun. Troll Warlord will be played by Precious Petunia. And in the bot lane, just trying to scout out a few things, will be a Monster on the Mummy, and the Disruptor being played by Sargon himself.
Indeed it will. And I must say, I'm pretty excited for this as well as also surprised that they actually got the Warlock pick. I was expecting that to be a first top tier ban. But anyway, we go along as Schlinks will be taking on that Warlock for WRG, followed by none other than the Chadawi on the Legion Commander, Santo in the jungling position on that Chen. Nice to see him again in the pool. Castaway on his famous Invoker mid, and last but certainly not least, we have Whelp on the safe lane Timber against Levi in this lane. A pretty hard matchup for Magnus, I would say.
Well, it is going to be one of those tough ones. At least he's got the Shockwave to kind of bat his way through the reactive armor. But I want to take a look at the mid lane. We've been calling behind the scenes the Castaway patch. as we've seen Castaway being very dominant in the mid lane, being able to get the last hits, getting those denies. And from the new patch, the mechanic actually allows you to gain experience just through those denies. And he's going to really accelerate really hard.
Well, we were trying to do the maths this morning. If you focus on denies only, your opponent's still getting 50% less experience, but you are getting a full 130% more experience. So it is absolutely amazing. And the fact that there's an extra melee creep for the first 15 minutes makes mid a bit overpowered now, especially for the mechanically strong players.
Well, it's going to be one of those players. Castaway, one of the best in SA at the moment. It's up to Kunchin to see if they can shut him down. At the moment, actually doing a little bit better than Castaway, going toe-to-toe, sitting 7-7 at the moment. And as I say that, the Castaway takes it to 9-4, as Kunchin's sitting on 9-3 in terms of last hits. So it's going to be a really interesting. The meta has completely changed. I was expecting to see a Night Stalk in the draft. I know you were.
Yeah.
And it was going to be really interesting to see what the teams actually pick up during the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like I said, we as casters, have been debating what's going to get picked up, what's not going to get picked up, what heroes most certainly will never get picked up again, and that would be the Monkey King. He got a huge nerf.
Oh, he got bashed.
We say goodbye to him, thank goodness. No Disruptor and Monkey King combo. So we naturally thought, okay, maybe it will get replaced by Night Stalker since he now has the flying vision, and you don't even need to get Aghanims to make that happen. And of course, Chidawi actually might be in a little bit of trouble here, has that all-important Presto attack as well to just heal him up again. This lane is not fun, but Undying's decay is somewhat countered, well, actually fully countered by heal, and they have plenty of that in the form of the Warlock as well as the Legion. So Undying is not going to be much of a presence here, I suspect.
Well, I mean, he has had a little bit of a rework considering his talent. They've changed his respawn talent to a little bit more HP regen.
A little bit more. It's 15 plus 15 regen. That's intense. Chidawi in a lot of trouble here again.
Well, the healing does come out onto Chidawi. Shrink's trying to keep him alive. Good body blocking here from A Monster. This may very well be your first blood. There comes the glimpse back. Sargon, absolute beast, bringing him back and trying to bring down Sargon. Trapped in the trees. First blood going in favor of Mythic Gaming.
Sargon with the plays. Sargon with the plays. Now, very, very good glimpse. An excellent position. Level 1 glimpse is not always easy to get off, but very, very well played to them. Lovely body blocks there. Yeah, the body blocking was really good as well. I mean, my hat goes off to Amon, so that was really, really good body block. It actually secured them the kill nicely and also got Sargon in range for that glimpse. So very, very well executed.
No, that was absolutely beautiful. Brilliant body blocking there. Couldn't get back to the tier 1 tower. And just to remind you guys that our shrines only respawn at the 5-minute mark. So no shrines up until for the next minute. So they can only jump to the shrines, in the next 50 seconds. Big disadvantage for your offlaners. And
definitely.
And they end up suffering for it.
Well, the offlane is still, I would say yes, the shrine is a bit of a disadvantage for offlane, but I still feel like because the creeps spawn every minute, it's still a little bit easier to get your levels in the offlane, especially if you're getting zoned out. And of course, there's that all-important bounty rune that spawns there for you every single 2 minutes. So for me, offlane is a little bit harder now that the shrine is not there until 5 minutes, but it is somewhat easier to get your levels if you can farm camps easy as an offlane hero. Levi is struggling against this Timber, and I mean, you will. Most melee on melee contacts with melee versus melee lanes with Timber, he kind of outright wins that lane. So I mean, this is pretty much evident. There's no rotations from as of here, but as we say that, Castaway.
Oh, Kunchin goes down. Ooh. Beautiful little wraparound coming out from Santo. Those two big satire creeps.
Extra regen plus that nuke, that shockwave. I mean, I don't know how many times we've seen Dota fails of the week and people just getting outright killed by those things if you aggro them. Actually very lucky pickups there for this chain very easily. Very early in the game, actually. You don't normally see those 2 regen creeps instantly, but I suppose there's more options when the creeps spawn every minute now again. Chidawi and Shillings are trying to survive this tri-lane, actually doing a pretty good job. Yes, Chidawi did go down, but I mean, it's not that much of an issue. Shrine is up. They're going to shrine up now. Chain maybe going to make a rotation, possibly try get a kill on this troll. But I must say, the Magnus not really being able to do much here. I mean, Whelp is basically just behind his tower doing whatever he wants. Levi is struggling.
He is literally cutting the lane completely, where the dire creeps are actually right-clicking down the first tier tower. 6 minutes in, sitting at 650 HP already. So Whelp doing an amazing job here, cutting the creep wave. And remember that reactive armor, loving it that the creeps are hitting him. So Levi going to have to do a huge amount of work here, trying to prevent Whelp from getting those last hits and that little bit of a lane control. Let's not say a lot of lane control there. Yeah, it's going to be a crazy game for him. Top lane, the Arcane Rune is here. 26 seconds that has been left untouched. A little bit of an opportunity there for Kunjun to actually grab it. Castaway doesn't have his bottle yet. Also going for that extra Hand of Midas recipe. I know that's also had a little bit of a nerf and maybe a little bit of a buff.
Yeah, well, it does cost you 100 gold more, but it does give you a little bit more XP this time around, and a 20 gold nerf is not that much to speak of in gold terms. It is still extremely viable for someone that can get it up extremely quickly, and, you know, Castaway's pretty good at last hitting, so he'll be able to get that Midas up extremely fast. But the only problem with an Invoker, you know, he said he doesn't have a bottle yet, but Invokers don't really tend to get bottles on their heroes that often, and it looks like Chadawi actually went down again.
Well, looking at bot lane, Sargon may pay for his sins as well. So a 1-for-1 trade. Santo, he's going to have to try and get himself out of there. Coil being used. Beautiful rotation coming from Kunchen. And Schlinks is also going to pay with his life. So that is 2 down. Shadrawi TP's back in and trying to stop it. Not going to happen. And they do pick up themselves a 2 kills in the bot lane for the side of Mythic. Sitting at 4-4. Already. Mythic going toe-to-toe here with the side of WRG. I mean, we painted them as being the big mighty rabbit and just haven't been able to really convincingly shut down Mythic.
Well, to be fair, I mean, they might be losing this off-lane, tri-lane situation, but huge, massive rotations coming out there. But Castaway is outright winning mid with his last hits and denies here. And of course, I mean, Whelp is outright winning his lane against Levi here. So there is a little bit of shining hope here in the form of the Timber and, of course, this Invoker, which looks like he's going to be going for the Exhort build more likely, because he's going for that Sunstrike Alacrity build. So definitely winning those 2 lanes. So they look here. Chadawi is still getting his levels. Shrinks is still getting his levels. Chen is farming up a Storm in the jungle. So I don't think it's all that lost. Yes, they've still got even kills as well, but they are outright losing other lanes.
Well, it is going to be really tough for Mythic to actually stop and slow down WRG. They may be sitting equal in kills, but they definitely can't slow down the push that's coming out from WRG. Castaway, I mean, I just have a look at the level difference here at the moment. Castaway is sitting on almost 10. Before that, bottom lane, Coil being used out here from Kunchen. The Shrinks is going to go down. Shadrawi getting healed up, and then a little zombie trying to chase him down. They did actually use the tomb to slow down the 2 sides here, the 2 players here from the side of WRG. Oof. And picking up Schlinks as their little bounty reward.
Yeah, that extra mana cost on the overwhelming odds is costing him quite a bit, because normally you would have 2 of them to work with. Now he only has 1. His mana pools are not that great in the early game, and especially since he hasn't got much stat items to speak of. He hasn't got that full magic stick yet, so it definitely makes a little bit of a difference there. He could have possibly gotten a second kill if he had enough mana for a second overwhelming odds, because it's not sitting at level 3.
Well, looking in the mid lane, a gank was trying to be played out here by Sargon. He actually goes down, and now Puck may actually take a bite for it. And now Castaway playing very aggressively, taking a couple of shots there from the tower, not being able to be brought down. But
Sunstrike has been invoked.
Do you think he can actually find the Kunchen?
Maybe.
Can he smell it?
Maybe he can smell it. If Kunchen was smart, he might be shrining, but okay, I think he's safe. He hasn't actually invoked it yet, so he's rather gone for just going back to farming with a cold snap and alacrity. So, that would have been epic though. If he could do
one
the
of those
Sunstrike.
headshots in the first game would have been unreal to actually be a part of. But Castaway taking it to
you can call map hacks. Oh, but I can't stress this enough. I mean, Levi's now level 6. He needs to start making rotations. Just leave this Timber alone. He's just going to die. He's literally just going to die. And I think,
beautiful little G coming out there.
Yeah. If there was any more trees to attach to, I think that Levi has actually maybe spelled his death here, going back in for. No, oh my word. He has RP available. Isn't undying.
Well, in the bot lane, though, Santo comes in, picks up the kill on Precious Petunia. Sadow's doing a little bit of damage here to Sargon. He's trying trapping himself here into the corner. He eats through a tree. Sunstrike trying to find a target. He doesn't. They find Sargon. There comes out the first duel of the first game. And it is going to go to Chidawi. And beautifully staking up a little bit of damage there towards himself. 11 minutes into the game. Maybe this is a thing to come.
That was a bit unfortunate. I think it was really bad, and I think it's really good from Walpia. I mean, they made a rotation with Undying as well as a puck to try to get this Timber out. They tried to kill him, but he popped a salve, and of course that reactive armor at full level, they just couldn't make anything happen. And by leaving that lane, they just made it easier for White Rapper Gaming to gank, get the first deal, and of course the second tower of the game. So, I mean, all in all, it's a big loss here for Mythic.
It is going to be a big problem for them, and Levi just not getting online just yet. I mean, he has got his Blink Dagger in the backpack in his quick bar. He has got his energy booster waiting to be bought. So he's got a little way to go before he actually comes online with that Blink Dagger until he starts becoming that threat. He does have RP available. Well, no, I actually lie. It is actually
he used RP on the Timber because he went back in. He literally went back in and, you know, I was forced to use RP, otherwise he was going to die. Then they TP'd in the puck as well, and Dying was there as well. And because of that, obviously, you know, they got the first deal, they got the towers, they got 2 towers there. They had rotations that really didn't make any sense. Now they have to try and force a Simba out of the lane again with no RP.
That is so...
And I mean, Disruptor's still sitting at poor level 5, so he can't exactly silence this guy.
Well, here comes the 3-man rotation, trying to eventually bring down Whelp. And they do, Kinetic Field being used out, they do bring him down. And they do manage to bring down Whelp eventually. And yeah, it's done. In the meantime, Santo in the jungle got himself a couple of those big creeps. And did Castaway just deny the tomato creep? He just denied Santo's tomato creep. He saw another centaur. And yeah, I'd rather take that gold, he said.
Definitely. I mean, it's still like 125, so I mean, it's still good. It's still good to have those creeps there, but I mean, these Chena creeps are going to be really annoying. And then coupled up with the Forge Birds, those stun stacks!
That's enough. They bring him down. A constant stun lock coming out from Santo. That is tab stun, baby.
You have some micro skills, Santo. Oh, that must be so annoying. Getting 3 centaurs there. Stun.
Sargon, he gets the glimpse off, but there's 3 centaurs. Sunstrike's going to be good.
Ooh.
Bring him down to 237 HP. He's going to be able to limp himself out of there.
That is intense. It's worse than a basher. Damn. I mean, put that up with some test of faith, and obviously the slows applied as well with the movement slow with penitence, only at level 1, but it still makes a huge difference. Oh, now standing up the Magnus here. Have we got more mana on these guys? No, we don't. A monster now comes in.
Ooh, doing a huge amount of damage. They drop the rock, baby. And Undying's trying to get under the tier 1. The RP's being used. It's not going to be enough. They get the second jewel. We've got the Static Storm being dropped down. Coil being used up as well. They lose Chidawi. Can they bring down Santo as well? Troll rocks up to the party. And Kunchin actually closes out that deal, loses Santo. And 2 down here for the side of WRG, only losing a monster on the Mummy.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, look at Timbersaw. He's having a party and a draw in the top lane.
No, he really, really is. I mean, he's just like basically doing whatever he wants on this map. Now, not many people can contest him, but I must say having that level 6 on Sargon made a huge difference there. It really, really did. Coupled up with a puck. I mean, having the puck combo with the Disruptor is absolutely amazing. Anyone that Chen can send back, he can glimpse into the fight again. Like, I'm sorry, you're not going anywhere. You're coming back here. Chen, you're not sending anyone back home, my friend. No, but it was definitely a really good fight for them, something they needed. Losing the Undying, not really the biggest casualty. So, I mean, for them, it's something they really needed. They really needed it.
He's the meat shield for Mythic. They're going to put him in the front lines constantly. As long as they can keep constantly picking up the kills on Kunchin and onto Precious Petunia, they are looking good, and they're going to continue to at least try and stand toe-to-toe. In terms of team fight, I feel it's very, very even. But when it comes down to push and objective taking, WRG is taking this in trumps. I mean, they've lost all other tier 1 towers.
Oh, Santo went down there. Actually expelling quite a bit, using puck ulti to get him there, just to keep him there. Well, but a nice little pick off. I mean, you know, you go warding by yourself, you're at your own risk. He did get it down though.
Well, that is an absolute risk, being a center running around the jungle alone. Now, after the update, a lot of the jungle has changed. The jungle respawns every 1 minute. You do have less XP, less gold, but you're going to have a lot more creeps. And I mean, Chen, he thrives in these conditions when he can come back, get the creeps that he needs, and he can get back into the fight really quickly instead of being down for quite a while after that, after losing all his creeps.
Well, it's 20% less XP, so it means that you'll get level 2 from 3 creep camps instead of 2 creep camps. But I mean, having it respawn every single minute, there's a lot more farm on the map. It also accounts for a bit more greedier lineups that you can actually viably use now. But I mean, I still think the teamfight element is there and it's strong still. I mean, the snowballing teamfight elements is still absolutely amazing. I mean, if you look at the teamfight potential on Mythic at the moment, we have a Disruptor, we have a Magnus, a Puck. That is alone huge teamfight, huge, absolutely massive. But hands up if you want to see a Magnus Aghanim Scepter, because that thing is absolutely amazing right now.
Do you know, I really like the draft from Mythic, and I feel if they were up against any other team, this draft would have been really, really good. Just WRG just to seem to kind of have them exactly where they wanted. But the rock is dropped. Puck is able to actually phase shift out of the stun, drops the coil, and now the rock is running around, going to be actually used up in the kinetic field.
That's really unfortunate.
Be able to actually find him. Can they actually close the gap? We don't actually have the blink onto the Legion. He actually is the one to be forced or glimpsed back. And Mr. Levi just going to be throwing out the shockwave, trying to clear out the creep wave. And yeah, it's a really, really rough position for Mythic. I mean, that's not a bad draft.
Well, Schlink's unfortunately not, well, Puck basically evading that golem. It's going to put a really big team fight ulti on cooldown for quite a long time. So, I mean, it's kind of a bad thing for White Rapper Gaming at the moment, having that rock on cooldown. You can't really use the rock for anything else at the moment because, I mean, yeah, you can try take the tier 2 with it right now, but it's not going to be there for long anymore.
Oh, Jewel comes out. Sunstrike is there. Castaway snacks himself up. Another kill as well.
Unfortunately, there goes the golem. It's dead.
And that is the reveal of the Blink Dagger on Chadawi, and that is going to be the game changer. Magnus's Blink is actually online, waiting to actually perform that magnificent RP that we all wish and hope for. But yeah, I mean, WRG pushing higher ground 17 minutes in, and
well, when you've got an army like that, it's not exactly hard.
pick a Hulk. I think that's the only thing that you can do to counter. But Tornado comes out, going to keep Levi in position, and they lose a monster for very little cost here. Heal comes out here from the chain. Static Storm being brought down. Glimpse. Levi almost whiffing the RP, but stops it out. Precious Petunia going down really easy to help in the backlines. Kunshin trying to find the kill here onto Schlinks, and he actually decides to get out. Sunstrike is going to find Kunshin. It is another kill going in favor of Castaway. And kinetic field being used out. They're going to send Welp onto the higher ground here, taking down this tier 3. And WRG breaking higher ground, breaking the backs of Mythic. And yeah, this is unfortunate. Mythic earning themselves a place here in the Masters, getting manhandled here from the top-seeded team in SA, pushing higher ground at the 19-minute mark. This is a David and Goliath match. Unfortunately, Goliath a little bit stronger. Levi finding the one-man RP on Castaway. Not going to be good enough. Precious Petunia trying to focus him out. Sunstrike, Meteor, going to be good. Going to bring down the PvP. Sagan, he's in next to fall down. Can Wolf actually close it out? Chadrawi, one more hit, one more right click. Chadrawi cleans him out. And in the back lines, they're going to lose Santo. But Kunchin picks up the kill on Schlinks. Santo goes down. Gem was on the deck, gets picked up. Kunchin trying to get himself out of there. Phase shifts out. Can he get out? He does.
Well
Beautiful
played.
blink out there. A Monster is back. It may look at going down. Yeah, doesn't have enough DK stacks up just to make him that tanky beast just yet. And well, not even interested. He's going to right click down the tower. Chakram going to do a huge amount of damage. Levi trying to bring down Chadawi. Is it going to be enough? And Kunchin finishes it up with that illusionary orb. And wow, that may actually just spell the end of the push.
Kunshin, the star of Mythic, he played his little heart out there, and I must say, what an absolute amazing high ground defense that was. Yes, they got the tower down to 156 HP, but I mean, if this was anything else, if this was any other player right now, that Rax would have been gone. I mean, this is...
That was unbelievable defense coming out from
Yeah,
Mythic. I mean,
unbelievable.
WRG has all the tools to actually push higher ground. They have got
That empowered-
Spirit Forges.
Yeah.
They've got the overwhelming odds. They've got the creeps from Santos Chen. They've got
Forge Spirits, they've got... Oh, they didn't have Golem that time, though. That was a bit unfortunate, but they have a lot to push high ground with. But I must say, the empowered Precious Petunia, that stuff hurts on the troll, man. You want to get caught in the middle of a troll with Empower and Bash. No, thank you.
No, absolutely no, thank you. Well, let's take a quick look at our net worths for individual players. Castaway sitting on the top of the charts, baby. Must be the Justin Bieber of SA Dota. Sitting second is going to be Welp on our Timbersaw, then followed by Kunchin, then Precious Petunia on the Troll, and Chidrawi on the Legion Commander. Our Sargon sitting with a whopping 2,200 gold. Top lane came out an RP. Can they actually bring down Chidrawi? Is it enough? Precious Petunia going to right click from a range, slows him down a little bit. Going to actually be healing himself up. Not going to be good enough. And a kill goes in favor of Mythic. Precious Petunia clearing out Chidrawi. But this may still show the push here for the side of WRG. They've got two of the Mythic players up in the top. Instant TP backs come in. They're trying to work on that melee racks. They're going to let the creeps tank all the damage up here in the top. Drop the ice wall, make sure that there's no follow-up here from the side of Mythic.
I'm not sure I would have gone for the melee barracks, though, because it does heal up. I would have gone for the ranged racks and at least had done a bit of permanent damage. You know, I understand the melee barracks is more of the prize target, but it's going to regen up. And if they can defend high ground like they did before, it's not going to really make a difference for them. So I would definitely have made the range racks my target there. But it does, however, open up the shrines to WRG, and they decided to take it straight away. But also very good map awareness and thinking from WRG. They know two of the Mythic players were there ganking the Legions. They're like, okay, boys, let's just go push down mid. There's not enough people to defend the high ground. At least get the tier 3 and we can go take shrines. Opens up the map a little bit better for them. So very, very good mechanical play coming out from WRG there.
Yeah, well, maybe jumping onto the melee racks, maybe they were being a little bit, in the words of my man Scarpy, a little bit overzealous.
Overzealous, yeah.
Overzealous for trying to take the melee racks. But, you know, something else I want to jump onto. Rosh has received a little bit of an upgrade himself.
Oh, yes, he has.
So we haven't seen either teams making the attempts for Rosh. Rosh has now gets cheese at level 2.
It's an end of an era for my friend, Mr. Rosh. I mean, it's always been the same, always 3 rushes, then the cheese, you know. But now it actually gives teams, well, snowballing strat's a huge advantage, as you say. You take the first rusher, take the first racks, then you've got cheese on the second rush. And I mean, with their lineup, they can take rush extremely fast.
Well, I mean, they don't have a lot of negative armor for the side of WRG, but I mean, first rush with the amount of damage. And you know what? I think the guys are hearing me. They hear me. They understand what Jabba needs to say. They jump into the pit and they're going to take down the first Aegis. There's unnecessary reason why they should have pushed up there in the beginning without the Aegis. They have the capabilities. They have the abilities. Pick up the Aegis, get that little beauty, and then run up the high ground.
Yeah, my thinking was, okay, they take the tier 3, then take the shrines. And take both shrines so that, you know, Mythic cannot necessarily TP into contest rush. But, I mean, Mythic don't really seem a way that they were doing it, or just to feel like they're not strong enough to contest rush. I think they can actually contest rush. They could have contested rush here. They've got RP, they've got Static Storm, they've got all their abilities up. So I think they could have easily contested this rush. But now it's going to be slightly harder for them to defend this high ground.
Well, the kinetic field does come back, get dropped down. They're going to take down the range racks as well this time around, and the glyph comes out. We don't have a lot of buybacks here for the side of Mythic Gaming. This may be the last stand for them.
Oh,
they lose the one ranged racks. They're going to send those creeps in here from Chen, trying to knock it down.
Levi
trying to find the RP. Can he? Oh, that's too good. The rock comes down.
Oh, the gem on the deck.
Levi goes down without actually getting the RP off. There comes the Static Storm out. Precious Petunia gonna get stunned out. Can't go anywhere. A Monster trying to drop those DKs, trying to reduce that HP pool from the side of WRG. They still hold the melee racks are still up, and those zombies are just chasing down the side of WRG. With RP coming out from Levi. Oh my gosh, Levi missing that RP. Can't find the side of WRG playing sneaky Dota. Though they're right in front of you, and now this kind of leaves the melee racks open here for the side of WRG to take it down. And that opens up the mid lane racks. EMP comes down. Monster, is it going to be good enough?
GG.
And the guys from Mythic Gaming, they tap out.
These supports.
25 minutes, game 1 of this best of 3.
The supports on WRG are gods right now. I mean, first you have the Chen creeps, microed, and just completely slowing Levi in time for Castaway to give him the cold snap, and then you get the fatal bonds from Schlinks just cancelling the second blink, and RP's a creep.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable performance here for both teams. It is going to be the highest net worth Castaway on the team. So bouncing over to the panel, take it away.
Welcome back to the panel, everyone. Thanks, casters. I think we're not surprised. We kind of expected WG to be victorious, but I do believe that Mythic had their tails up. Wilson, you must be pretty happy.
I am ecstatic with their performance. Walking away with first blood is, just really taking it to them, not shying away by any means whatsoever. I'm very, very pleased with the Mythic Gaming I saw today. Obviously, they're not out of the running yet. They still have another chance to sock them another punch before they go. And I'm looking forward to game 2.
I like this. Just keep the confidence up for Mythic Gaming. Good supporter, hey?
Yeah.
But
How much are they paying you? I mean,
I wish.
yeah.
because they have really good brand representation, so I wouldn't be surprised. Just
Bring up
Sargon walked up behind the booths and just sort of, Wilson, just you know what to do.
Yeah.
You know?
Be the voice of Mythic Gaming.
No. I'm pleased with their performance. Look, we all know the reality of the situation. This is the way we expected things to go. But all I wanted to see was Mythic Gaming giving them a punch before they're out.
Yeah, and they did. The Troll and Magnus combo worked out really nicely early in the game, where they picked off the Legion Commander, who's the carry, Chidawi of WRG, to bring the scores tight. I mean, it was 9-9 at a point, and then eventually Castaway and the Timbersaw got so strong from just farming up the creeps in the jungle, in the lanes, that when they got into fights, it was already too late for Mythic Gaming. They just fell through one of the other, and then,
And I think part of the problem is WRG played it perfectly. They really did. When pushing higher ground, they were very careful not to get caught by an RP or by the static storm, not relying too much on positioning and mobility so that the glimpse isn't that much a factor. You don't get picked off as a result of that.
Yeah.
I think it really does come down to that play style that WRG exhibited, where it doesn't matter if the carry goes down, because the real truth of the push is not with the Legion Commander. It's sitting with all the little bits and bobs and creeps and bops and this and that you can't just, take down an RP, because it's a bit of a waste.
Yeah, it was also interesting how they sort of gave that Timbersaw the safe lane.
Yeah.
And then he just was, well, I'm an off-lane hero, so no problem. This is my lane, and I'm going all the way down to tier 2 tower very, very early on. And he pretty much trapped the Magnus, right?
Yeah, he was just overextending through the towers, and then getting, still going to almost the tier 3 tower, trying to get the Magnus, and it's just almost impossible to run away from a Timbersaw. It's horrible.
So, I mean, overall, obviously, a very convincing victory from WRG in theory. But do you think they're actually happy with this? Because there were glimpses of hope from Mythic in that game.
I think WRG is okay with this. I don't think they've brought out any, say, pocket strats. They haven't revealed anything too drastic. It's a nice draft, but I don't think that's their go-to draft here if things get really, really tough. So I think they're just going to take the win, be happy, satisfied, move on to the next game, feeling confident, chins up, as always.
So I think one of the big things when you play against these big sides, if you are somebody like Mythic Gaming, is to make them bleed, right? So you see that they're human. You get them on the back foot. You get their one tower. Have they done enough maybe to bolster their own confidence going into game 2?
I think so. I think Kunchin played really well on the puck, especially getting the Dream Coils done. I don't think he's missed more than 2 heroes throughout the games that I watched. But yeah, just try to focus on the towers, because I think they were like on a 5-6 tower difference by the end of the game. So I think they just focused more on the heroes, which was right. But the objective is not killing all the heroes, is to destroy the throne, right? So give the objective more chance than what they did the first game. Like, it was great. It was nice to see them bringing on the Legion. I think it was 5 times. in the beginning of the game evens, which is really good, but they missed objective. And that allowed, let's say, for example, Timbersaw to be over-aggressive against an offlaner, maybe even take down the tower himself, and then the rest of the team just did their job. And it just worked out really well for WRG.
I think that Mythic Gaming could learn from this. The trick for game 2 now is psychologically, can you wash away that defeat and say, yeah, okay, we got first blood and we were actually doing pretty okay in the laning phase, and then we still went all to pot. What's the mystery here? The trick here for Mythic Gaming is they're going to have to keep their heads very well screwed on. They need to be very, very disciplined. And that's a part where Mythic Gaming, I think, needs to learn a little more. So I feel that they're risking more now, having lost that first game, and going into the second game, and it's really up to them on putting that loss behind them. And that's the real big kicker here. I'm not sure how they're going to perform, or if they're going to perform as well as they did in game 1.
Yeah.
Just for that.
They indeed did really confidently well in the game 1. Maybe they, as you said, they had that confidence.
Yeah.
They had someone, the coach, to tell them, just try to win the game. Like, doesn't matter what you do. Yeah, so they probably need a motivational speaker, Wilson.
I'm going to need a motivational speaker soon, just to get me out of my depression, because not only was Timbersaw picked up, but somebody also mentioned to me that Timbersaw was that has been run quite a bit, in fact, by White Rabbit Gaming in the past couple of days, and that means that you're boding well for that selection of the Timbersaw. I'm just hoping it might actually be a case where it's picked too much and then it's the most picked and then you still lose. And that's what's most important here.
Yeah, that's the statistics, guys. We're going to make sure they ban it maybe 1 or 2 games, eh?
Actually, throughout WRG's history, they've had an affinity for the hero.
Yeah, if it's not...
There was a period where Timbersaw was the hero, the thing to pick.
Yeah.
But even when it wasn't, they had a certain affinity towards that hero anyway, and I think that's mostly Chidawe.
Yeah, it's also because they have 2 heroes that play, 2 players that play Timbersaw. It's Castaway mid or Whelp on the offlane.
Well, and that just got me thinking as well, because there's something we haven't spoken too much about, and the actual with every one of these changes, right? We've been speaking about how you get more experience and more spell power out of the deal, right? And I was just thinking, what we haven't seen in a really long time is a Castaway Tinker, and I mean that was his go-to once. I'm wondering if this is we won't get a treat at this event. We may see something like that being pulled out. Do you guys think Tinker's viable at the moment?
It is. I don't think anything's changed, but to boost it up even is what you said about the casters in the game getting boosted as well, with money not being too much of an issue anymore. So it's definitely a viable pick. I don't think Tinker is a better pick than Invoker last game, but definitely a possibility for next one, assuming that Mythic is not going to ban such heroes.
Let's just hope that Tinker doesn't become my support Viper. As in, I really want to see it for the entire event, and then it just
doesn't
comes
happen.
About. Because it's also it can be a fun hero to watch. The ratty version is a little bit boring, but if we get a nice violent Tinker come out, there's actually quite a few things.
Spam some marches. It's highly possible, but you gotta be aware of the situations.
Well, here's hoping. But we'll have to hope a little bit longer, because we are going to go into a quick break, guys. So stay tuned. We won't be too long, and then you'll be able to check out Game 2 of White Rabbit Gaming versus Team Mythic. Guys, welcome back. A little bit sad, I just lost the stare off to Wilson, and it's because I had to chat to you guys, so I hope you appreciate it. But of course, yeah, just in case you are just tuning in, of course, White Rabbit Gaming 1-up against Mythic Gaming, obviously quite a convincing win. We were chatting there during the break a little bit about, during the staring contest, and we were chatting a little bit about how Mythic would be feeling after this one, and I think we sort of agreed that it's more of a case of they weren't overwhelmed enough to feel bad about this, but probably aren't exactly walking on sunshine right about now. But what do you think they can change going into this next draft that will, help them get through, maybe to a later phase of the game, maybe reach the mid-game with a more competitive chance?
I don't think there was a problem with their drafts. I think it was pretty nice. I think they all just let out a few bans that allowed WRG to pick up Castaway's favorite hero, which I think is one of the mistakes. And also playing it better after the mid-game, I think, because they haven't taken down any towers and they kind of fell through when WRG's carries and cores became too powerful for them to handle. So after that, there's nothing really you can do about it. You just got to accept your fate and say GG, move on to the next game and try to play better, which I think that I don't have anything. If I have to stay with them right now and say, okay, you guys kept improving this and that, there's not really much to do.
Look at them, they are not
look how depressed they are.
Look at how depressed they are.
It's just
smiling,
sadness.
shouting.
They look like they
Hands
won.
everywhere.
They look like they won game one. I think according to the standard, they won game one.
Yeah,
Is that a bit bad?
this is exactly what I was
We did
looking
it,
for.
boys. We did it.
We did it. Yes,
Yeah.
we made it. We got first blood.
Yeah. So there's no really advice to say or what you can do to be better. Just be more confident at it, like what we said before the game started.
Yeah.
I'm like really hoping our production friends take us to White Rabbit Gaming now. I want to see what's...
No, White Rabbit
They're
Gaming
probably
is
the
just
serious, sad
they've
ones.
got the serious.
There we go.
Oh,
I love our
okay,
production
yeah.
friends. Just
Castaway.
they look like they lost.
Yeah.
Literally.
It's like, okay, we lost game one. Maybe game two we'll play better,
I think Castaway is watching videos.
Watching Miracle. Okay, how do you really play Invoker? Because I don't think I've done it right.
He could just ask you, Reigns.
Thank you. Thank you.
Apparently that means that
Appreciate
how you play Invoker, according to... In fact, it's really interesting. You guys can go online and check it out. It's called the Reigns DotA2 rulebook.
Yeah.
Basically what it is, it's just a picture of all the hero icons and then
Yes.
the item slots that they should have.
Mhm.
And it's just 6 Dagons. Just
Yes.
Five
Dagons.
Dagons and 1 burst of travel because you need to move fast.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So is that upgraded or standard?
It's up to you. You don't even need your teammates. You don't have to upgrade it. You just go on your creeps and then
Oh, right, cool.
go towards it.
Let's bring this back to this upcoming game. You spoke about the bans, letting a few bans slip through. That,
Yeah.
Castaway's favorite hero.
Yeah.
You've got other problems though, because Castaway's favorite heroes include, as you were saying, something like the Tinker, which didn't feature at all in the bans or the picks or anything like that.
But we haven't seen it for a really long time. I mean, this Tinker is... Oh, by the way, I love the fact that we just like roll reverse here. Look at me. I'm the panelist.
I've got nothing to do with this, guys. Yeah.
So you see, the thing is, the Tinker was something he used to use quite a bit in the past, but he's kind of stopped picking it up for the most part, right? We see it every now and then, but I guess I'm just hoping, man. I'm just really keen to see it.
No, it's highly possible. Castaway's second favorite hero, so I don't see why not. But I think Mythic is going to ban a Tinker. I have a very strong feeling about that. They want to win the second game, otherwise it's 2-0, right? Knocking them down to the lowest brackets.
I mean, I feel like you
it has to be
don't
2-1.
arrive going, I'm quite keen to lose this actually.
Yeah.
Although then again, looking at their booth, maybe they just
maybe they're
massively
celebrating
or something,
so.
just sort of
Yeah.
going there like, oh guys,
Yeah.
I think that's
I'm so looking forward to get Sunstrike this game. Let's give them again. Hopefully I'll just be picking up a bounty run on like low HP and then
boom.
Yeah.
So we have a change of name. We're called the Round Table now, guys.
Oh, is this the round table?
It's
suddenly?
not Halberd and the randoms of the
We
street.
just got to fix the D. Just got to uppercase that and we sort it, right? Let's see, it goes away and then bring it back. Bring
It's
it back.
coming back. Yeah.
check
So, anyways, talking to the game we're expecting to come up. Now, obviously, we saw they're not in terrible spirits. Do we think they're going to bring out another strategy, maybe not to beat White Rabbit Gaming, maybe just as a practice run for their next game? Because I don't think they're expecting to beat White Rabbit Gaming themselves.
So I just want to point out that everything is
know.
right, well, especially that there's now a space between Wilson Triple XL. That is exactly right.
Guys, they spell my rain. It's rain with a Z, guys.
Okay, we should
Okay.
probably stop trolling the production,
Poor production
friends now.
guys, come on.
Yeah.
We are being threatened as well now. So,
okay, we gotta stop.
Let's get back to it. But okay, so obviously, guys, we're having quite a lot of fun here. But let's get a bit serious because the game is about to go live fairly soon. So yeah, okay, Mythic are definitely in a position now where they obviously have high spirits and they do have an opportunity to maybe get an upset. They're not upset from the sense of actually winning this entire thing, but there is always the chance that they can get to a good strong mid game position and hey, miracles do happen, right? And that may seem harsh, but they are up against a monstrous side. What I'm more keen to see is the side looking at getting a good performance out here, and then potentially running that and seeing if they can sort of get some upsets in the lower bracket, that sort of vibe. But then again, maybe that's a good enough commentator's curse to see them pick up this one. What do you guys think?
I'm hoping so. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. So, I mean...
Yeah, I agree. This is... it's the first game of the day. Why not, right?
10% chance.
Yeah.
There's always a 10%
Who knows who
chance.
slept well last night, right? I mean, I saw some concerning things in the hotel room this morning with certain players that looked like they had not in fact slept very well. So.
Which is quite good. They probably boot camped all night, just tried to sort out
I'm sure
some
that's what
stats.
was happening, right?
Yeah.
Just
So
working
smiles
really hard.
on Mythic's faces.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, I like the whole, even though we lost, we're still happy about it. We're probably going to learn more about it. And, like Wilson said, maybe they can take it strong in the next game against, I think, the loser of one of the top 8 teams right now. But I think it's going to be, regardless, if they win, great. 1-1 WRG makes it game 3, which is pretty hectic for them. Or take it to lowest brackets and then start climbing up from there.
Well, then it's certainly no strangers to fighting their way through the ranks. That's how they got you in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. I would really like to see from them is that you do well in this series. Because I think, let's just be fair, they're really unlikely to win this, but do well in this series, go into the low bracket, and then maybe give us some surprise. Because I will say this much, that strikes me as a dangerous side to go up against in the low bracket. You don't know enough about them. We've seen that they're capable of at least surviving a laning phase. And if you can survive a laning phase with a pocket strat, and I know this is Wilson is literally sitting here. He woke up this morning, created a little shrine to pocket strats, and just decided like, today's the day.
Bring it out. Yeah.
No, I don't think they're going to be bringing out pocket strats this early. Mythic Gaming might have to.
That's what I mean. Mythic and low bracket seem like scary side, right?
In lower bracket, yeah. They might do that in lower bracket, but not now, not for this game.
Yeah, we'd like to see some old strats coming back. I mean, the Tether Stun's back on the IO. I want to see more IO Chaos Knight combos.
Yeah.
And that's even in the mid lane. So that actually pushes back a solo Invoker early game, for example. It could work. Tiny IO is also really strong. You can see that the double stuns that I'm mentioning.
I think that's one is probably a very likely one actually in this event. And we do have some fantastic IO players around the country. I mean, WG have their own. So I think that we are very likely to see a double mid combination at some point.
The problem with picking up IO is that usually you have to do that relatively soon in the draft. And
it was completely ignored in our last game, though.
It was utterly ignored because I don't think anyone's expecting it. But if you pick it up in, say, second pick is your IO, then suddenly, immediately, you'll see your other team switch over their picking.
Do you know what's happening here? This is like, you see, it was one of the counters to IO, of course, Disruptor. And we also just want to give the teams the opportunity to pick up the Disruptor again.
Yes, come on, let's do it. All the Kotal even. Hey, why not?
Just give me the Witch Doctor.
I do agree with you. I think that IO is in fact something that you generally pick up fairly soon because you can almost see you setting up for the IO.
Yes.
But somebody's going to get away with it as that like fifth position surprise. Oh, we have a problem. But perhaps right now, as we do have the draft up and running, we do see the Legion Commander banned up by Mythic Gaming.
Wow.
White Rabbit getting a chance to respond.
That's a bit of a respect ban straight out the bat. Do you really feel the Legion Commander had that much effect?
The Legion Commander's in the meta right now. We spoke about how strength heroes have bonuses just from the stats alone, and we saw how last game Chidawi, he rotates with Whelp with the carry role, and then they put Chidawi on the Legion Commander, and it worked out really well, even though he died five times in the beginning of the game. Still managed to come back with a few. But first ban Kotal once again. I really feel like WRG is playing against Wilson right now.
They're banning me. I think they're sad that I'm rooting for Mythic to pick up a game or something.
That's probably why. It's just a little bit of salt.
Are these
over
boots
there.
soundproof?
I just imagine like a person like, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're staring at you like, we hate you right now. Although that's why Mythic's so happy.
Yeah, no, they're always happy. No, I like these guys. Jolly people.
Well, anyways, moving right along. I kind of feel like Mythic may want... Okay, interesting. I hear actually laughter coming from the...
They probably hear us. But second ban Doxier is what they did the first game as well. No, the first ban Doxier, excuse me. But this is one of Santo's signature heroes. But although Whelp is switching to offlane, I don't feel like WRG restricts themselves to their roles. They do a lot of swapping as well. Do you remember at championships, Castaway was played Morphling, which puts, I think it was Whelp in the mid. Or was it Chidawa? I can't really remember. But
are you referring to the Alchemist game?
It was the finals, and then they had
they also ran the Alch as well.
Alchemist. Oh wow, they're pretty happy about that ban. I'm pretty surprised about this because if you had a signature hero, I'm gonna presume it's Phoenix because it represents a halberd. If they ban it, you'd be pretty sad about it, right? But they ban out Ember Spirits for Mythic, and
we hear cheers from the booths.
One of the better heroes.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's because
maybe they're like
WRG's playing into their hand, so they're going.
I don't know, maybe it's more like they respect us, so I don't know.
You know what it is? You know what it actually is? Mythic Gaming, I feel, has a great admiration for White Rabbit Gaming.
Yes, that's probably it.
They both respect, or both sides have tremendous respect for each other. And I think all these cheers and jeers and...
I actually think it's from the crowd, by the way. Just pointing out.
Yeah,
could be.
we were just playing along with that. I'm pretty sure these are soundproof and they can't hear us. But
just because of this, production is just going to show the crowds for the streams to prove us wrong. But yeah, this is great. I agree with what you said about the Ember ban. They're probably just really happy about the respect they're shown by WRG. But first pick Weaver is really strong. This is going all out, and also with the possibility of getting an IO next. I'm just laying it out there.
It's interesting that WG actually picked up the Spirit Breaker this early on, though.
Well, he is really potent in the early game as well, easily rotating to the lanes where necessary needed, possibly going to roam about and then going back to the safe lane, about the 2 or 3 minute mark. But I think it's so far so good, and also with the possibility of an IO pick because they do have, for example, the Wind Ranger, they have the core, they have the Spirit Breaker.
So is going to be happy about that.
They can easily switch it to
Wind Ranger. We saw a little bit of that before the patch changed over, so... I guess I was going to criticize on picking up the Spirit Breaker, which is showing your hand a little bit. But then I guess the Wind Ranger is a nice pick up here because it can go either way. But probably I would imagine a core in this position.
Yeah, to work out really well, and also let's not forget about Mythic. Yeah,
the Warlock comes out.
Yes.
I mean, what? It made it through to the final pick of the first phase.
I'm really surprised about that as well. I mean, Warlock is really strong regardless of what team you're in. If one team picks this, it's going to be really good. But that Magnus follow-up ban is going to help WLG soften the blow quite a bit because Mythic, with the RP, with the Warlock summons, it's going to be pretty irritating for even a Spirit Breaker to escape.
Are we liking maybe a black hole for the side of Mythic here?
I mean, it's not another question, but...
To try and fulfill the same role as, say, a Magnus would. Similar. Not the same, but similar.
I don't see it. I mean, it's not out of the question, but I don't see that happening. But I do want to point out that we have 2 Weavers in this game, and I feel like we missed an opportunity to enjoy that.
So we only have 1 Weaver. No, that Weaver's not even a Weaver anymore. It's out of the question. I'm joking. I know what you mean.
I'm glad we had this awkward in exchange. But let's chat a little bit about the ban. So Sven now does see a ban. Also, the second time we've seen him banned out in the second phase. And as mentioned, the Ember Spirit and Magnus banned out here. But... are we missing a ban? Am I going crazy?
No, it's definitely a WRG ban after the Sven. Right. So we're probably not going to see a Sven in this tournament at all because it's so potent. Like the strength heroes are just all there. Juggernaut's not picked yet, which is a high possibility for Mythic to pick up and then just send to Weaver to the offlane. But it's only second pick. It's only first tier picks anyways.
Well, there's also... I think the lifesteal is still available. How do we feel about lifesteal in this patch at the moment?
Lifesteal is...
strong as he used to be.
I think his lifesteal got nerfed, if I'm right. I really need the patch notes with me right now just to be sure. But lifesteal is a high possible pick. I mean, you were thinking about the Spirit Breaker combo, or were you thinking more of the Weaver one?
Well, I mean, they both could work, but certainly more Spirit Breaker.
Okay, yeah, it's only that you have a Spirit Breaker already. You have a Wind Ranger who's aggressive. Wind Ranger needs more gold. Wind Ranger needs this and that, and lifestealer needs the same thing. By that reason, I don't think they need a lifestealer.
This is a really interesting pickup. Sorry to jump ship very quickly, but Leshrac is really interesting now. The Agnemus change actually allows...
Hey, how about 5th pick? Oh, sorry. No, thought you were chosen.
I literally got like, how did we get there? Anyways, so the Leshrac's quite interesting. The Agnemus change makes him quite an interesting creature now. Tossing out a single lightning bolt, lightning storm, excuse me. It has the slow effect. But we actually had a long discussion on this recently, chatting about whether or not we thought it was good enough. And it could be pretty interesting. I mean, if we have a sort of core Leshrac here, and that is possible, right? Because what we have here is 3 heroes that can all play all 3 roles.
Which is beautiful.
All 3 roles, as in...
Positions, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Kind of. I mean,
it's
I don't think you're going to see a solo mid.
It's a great way of
soon,
keeping Mythic Gaming guessing. It's a beautiful way of keeping Mythic Gaming guessing, and if at all possible, I would do that every time when I draft. Try to keep them guessing on what exactly is the final intent, and then right at the end, throw in the sucker punch. This is also a bit of a sucker punch, but I don't know. Does it sit nicely? I suppose you're getting a little bit of split push going. Earthshake is an interesting pick as well. A nice little counter to the creep push of Nature's Prophet. If he does get caught with his pants down in and amongst his trees, Earthshake is going to have a field day with Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that's one thing. I think Earthshaker can handle Nature's Prophet really well, just not so much with Spellbreaker or Wind Ranger. They both escape really easily. Leshrac has been one of the strongest, I think, 2 meters ago. I think that's when Dendi was shining as well back then, because the Octarine core is just so OP on such. So with my guess, I'm going to say Nature's Prophet is going to need his levels alone. I think he's going to go to the off lane, Wind Ranger to carry, and then Leshrac going to the mid lane.
The Earthshaker also does, is he sets up nonsense for the Warlock, which is nice as well. So they book themselves a bit of team fight in the eventuality that they might be pushing.
It's really interesting to see how they're going to initiate this. I mean, they don't have the heroes besides Nature's Prophet to really initiate on. Like, Leshrac is really tanky, but let's just see, because Lelina needs to land the skill shots, hey?
Yeah, the thing as well is that, I mean, you mentioned that the Leshrac's quite tanky, Spellbreaker also naturally tanky hero, and then Wind Ranger is, with Wind Run, is quite a challenge to bring down, other than, just pure burst and the magic damage, which is possible. But I'm interested to see how they sort of, at the side of White Rabbit Gaming, almost, they initiate well, but it feels like they need something that's going to like wrap up to what happens next, right? Because let's assume you're hitting with a Spirit Breaker, you're going in, following up with the Leshrac stun, Prophet, smacking people behind you. But I feel like there's something like almost like a counter initiator, which might be nice, or something that just sort of like seals the deal for how that team fight's going to go down. Something that supports the Spirit Breaker going in.
Why the Ricky ban? Are they worried about the silence?
If WRG, like Devin mentioned, had someone to counter, like a Ricky silence would be great for WRG, but they banned it out in the end, and the Lifestealer that you mentioned as well. So there was a high possibility that Mythic thought the same. That's, if it's not Nature's Prophet, it's Spirit Breaker that they can do the combo with.
Ricky, we got a lot of love towards the end of the last patch.
Yeah,
the only change he got was -5 move speed, which just means he's obviously taking a bit longer from getting from point to point getting information.
Yeah, it's like a slow ward.
Basically, he's
well, he was being played as a roaming support.
Yeah,
but Tranquil Boots fix that kind of thing.
So it's really not too bad of a nerf. Something though, you probably notice it when you play it.
Oh, when you notice, you literally just feel like you're jogging up a treadmill that's pointed uphill,
Like, what's going on? What's going on? But they are missing, I think, a proper carry, the Mythic Gaming team. Unless they use the Weaver as a carry.
Let's just dream and say Crit Shaker. We know it's not happening.
Crit Shaker's... No.
He gets True Strike now when he enchants Totem.
Yes, but no.
He's definitely going to be in pubbies. And today, there's somebody out there who's going to lose to Crit Shaker. So it's going to be tied. Well, okay.
Okay, that's a
lot of team fight.
Yeah. Good Lord in heaven. You've got Lina to set it up, Earthshaker to follow, Tidehunter to initiate, Warlock to counter-initiate yet again. It's a mess.
It's a long cooldown as well.
Do you think Tide... Yeah, it is. But do you think Tide is going to go for a blink here, or can he rely on others to buy him the time to just waddle his fat bottom in?
He's going to need to get a blink as soon as possible as well. I mean, we've got potentially Lina to go mid. So she's not going to be in the team fights in the early game. Weaver's going to need to farm up, and that leaves Warlock and Earthshaker to do things. And I think Fatal Bonds and the stun for Earthshaker, Fissure, can do quite a bit of damage, but not without the Tyrant's involvement.
Shaki, put out your hand. No, like straight. I'm going to smack it, right? Because you don't encourage people to rush Blink Daggers and Tidehunters. Definitely needs to get himself his utility up, especially because if you do have the Earthshaker up, him getting a Blink is far more important. So I think that and the Wraith King.
Love it. Beautiful, beautiful pick here. Because
WRG will love it, yeah.
That will allow WRG to reinitiate on the Mythic Gaming heavy initiation in the Tidehunter Earthshaker.
This actually reminds me a lot about the days of it was like one of the first incarnations of Bravado, run by the Captain Thomas Random Hero.
Oh yeah.
And there was a lot of emphasis at the time on Faceless Void, and they picked up the Wraith King as you'll kill him once and he'll come back. And I quite like the response what Mythic are doing, because you can't rely on like getting a pick off on that one position, because he's coming back. And even if you manage to get a really good team fight, you must have a second chance as well. As Walt gets a good start, you should be in a good set. But I think we'll soon be moving over to our shoutcasters. We saw them on screen just a moment ago whilst we wait for the players to pick up. But I'm sure Succubus and Jabba are quite keen to give their own thoughts on the draft.
Well, good morning, SA players and Dotas around the world. I am Jabba, joined by the lovely Succubus. Game 2 of this best of 3 WRG versus Mythic Gaming. It is going to be a whammy of a team fight coming out for Mythic Gaming. Some big ultis.
Oh, yeah.
Some massive ultis coming out.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Devin, aka Halberd, not rushing the blink on the Tidehunter. You really do need to get that mech up. He's got a lot of setup for his Ravage, plus the ultis kind of sync up with the long cooldowns. But, I mean, WRG draft specifically aimed to fight around the team fights. Get those pickoffs. I mean, Spirit Breaker and, of course, the Nature's Prophet.
Well, I mean they can be anywhere
on the map
at any moment.
Yeah.
I mean, Nature's Prophet has got his respawn timer changed. He now gets a 0 cooldown on TP.
Yeah.
So Spirit Breaker charges in, finds himself a target, and before you know it, Nature's Prophet, once he's reached level 25, is going to become an absolute nightmare to deal with. But the game has begun, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get ready to Dota as game number 2 is underway. Chedraui just chilling in the base at the moment, playing the Nature's Prophet. We have got Santo playing the Spirit Breaker. Mid lane is going to be Castaway on that Leshrac. Really keen to see how he actually performs on this hero. Not a common hero we see him play. In the bot lane, we have got Schlinks playing the Ginger Ninja or the Wind Ranger. I know she's one of your favorites.
Oh, yes, she is. And she's the new Weaver, just with more stun and nuke.
Well, she does actually have that Invis opportunity coming up a little bit later. And then last is going to be Warp on the Wraith King. Well, let's take a look at what's happening here. Mythic actually trying to spot out Castaway. They get the fish off, doing a little bit of damage. Kunshin trying to body block him. And the Light Ray Strike is not going to actually attack or land. And the Shadow Word is actually going to just reduce his HP there a little bit. Santo want to poke his head in, decides against it, and he's actually going to just walk away. Well, okay, I was going to say walk away.
No, Santo, mistakes were made.
Pathing. It seems that was a pathing issue coming out, but no, Santo is actually being being a little bit frisky there. Anyway, he actually just does end up walking
You've got to
away.
love the Space Cow. You've got to love the Space Cow. Anyway, guys, without further ado, we're going to introduce the side of WRG. Going on that, Wraith King is going to be the Whelp. Followed
We've
up...
done WRG.
Okay.
It's a mythic.
I'm sorry. It's a mythic introduction, ladies and gentlemen. We have a monster on the all-important Earthshaker, Precious Petunia, on that Lina going mid. Levi, once again on the off lane, but this time as the Tidehunter. Kuchen on that Weaver, and last but certainly not least, we have the all-important Sargon on the Warlock.
Well, that rounds it out for the introductions for both the teams. Just taking a look at the mid lane. I mean, how amazing does this outfit Precious Petunia look? Hey, Monster, taking a couple of right clicks here from Castaway, being super cheeky.
Pointing out the fashion, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this Lina is actually absolutely amazing. Let's just take a quick closer look here.
Oh,
in the meantime, kills going across the board. We're losing Levi in the bot lane. I mean,
that power shot into Wraithfire Blast into power shot, not fun at all. It's quite a big, actually 2 really big nukes at level 1, and of course the damage over time coming out from Wraithfire Blast is absolutely amazing as well. Also, if you guys didn't know, the only stun in Dota that actually does damage over time.
yeah, it's going to be a problem, but a monster in the top lane trying to get a rotation off. They do have a sentry here trying to spot out if there's any wards being placed here by WRG. There is no wards at the moment. Santo actually just going to heal himself up, and we've got a tri lane going here for Mythic. Maybe stand a better chance against Chadawi and Santo. Santo actually fighting through the trees here. Sargon getting just keeping him out of the trees here. They're going to eat through the trees. Maybe give themselves a little bit of vision here against the shenanigans of WRG.
Definitely, but I must say I do love this draft coming out from Ooh, hold on. We have bashes happening on the Sargon. Chadawi dropping extremely low, trying to get that bug off of himself. Extremely annoying. No shrine available for him just yet. He does have TP though, so you can choose to go back to base. But it looks like he's going to be more efficient and farm up the jungle before doing so. Grabbing the bounty rune as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, already top lane is going to be a little bit of a nightmare. That WRG actually opting to dual lane. Dual lane this a little bit better. Levi just trying to soak XP as much as he can here in the bot lane, hiding in the trees. Shlinks at this point are not getting much done. Maybe it calls for a little bit of a rotation from her.
Yeah, we could see a rotation coming out from them, but I mean, look, the time to fight 5-on-5 is before these big ultis come up, right? Because I mean, once you have the Tidehunter Ravage, the Earthshaker, like, you know, extravaganza with the Echo Slam, and then of course the Warlock Fatal Bonds into Rock, you really do not want to fight Mythic 5-on-5. You want to get those quick rotations, quick pickoffs, get the team fight element out, and of course once those ultis are down, you can go ahead and push and you can do what you want on the map, because yes, there is some strong team fight abilities beyond that, but you really do not want to get mixed up into 3 huge massive ultis with a Weaver right-clicking you, a Luna nuking you at the back. It's just not going to be fun for the side WRG, so they need to play around this team fight strat and try and not play the 5v5 game, because they will lose that inevitably. And Santo getting out of dodge with a charge, he's going to be all good and safe. But yeah, I suspect we're going to see a lot of pickoffs come out in the form of Santo and Chadawi around the map, trying to get one of the key players out of the game so they can push a tower effectively.
Well, I mean, we raised the question that Mythic has a lot of team fights. So they drop everything. They get the most perfect engage, and they basically delete, say, majority of the players. They can pretty much stop the charge coming in. They can then restrain the other players from escaping, the Wind Ranger, the Nature's Prophet from TPing out, and all the shenanigans. The question is, do they have anything that can actually go toe-to-toe against Whelp, the Wraith King? I mean, he's sitting 25 and 16. I mean, his level at the moment is 4 against Levi's 3, and Levi's soloing with Shlinks in the lane.
Look, you can never ever get lost. You can not expect to outlast hit the carry when you're going off lane solo. It looks like he's in a bit of trouble here, taking a lot of aggro from creeps as well. This could spell his end and his second death here.
Well, he throws out the gush, taking a little bit more less damage. Throws out the fire blast. Can he get the last hit? And the crit, 81 crit damage. 2 Levi goes down. And in the mid lane, the charge came through, bringing down Precious Petunia out of nowhere.
And it's just the haste ruin on Castaway as well. Just like, you know, it's just 2 double whammies. First, you get charged by a Space Cow. Then you've got Castaway with a very lucky haste ruin. I mean, leveling up that split earth, he's going to land that stun. Oh no.
Santo charges out again. They can't get there. Precious Petunia trying to TP and stop their charge. Not going to happen.
Yeah.
Santo, free, easy escape coming out for him. TPing him, running away. I mean, he might as well be a TP the way that he gets out of there.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. Very unlucky timing there for Precious Petunia. And also, he doesn't exactly have a ward mid or anywhere mid, so he can't really spot the rotations from the Spirit Breaker, and he can't spot the rotations of the Ruin, so that he will really not know what Castaway is picking up there. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Let's take a quick look at the vision, as you did mention wards. They've only got this, WRG just had a ward here, just dropping down. And no other vision for the side of WRG. Looking at the side of Mythic, also not much vision on the map. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this vision actually impairs these teams.
It's going to award vision, especially against things like Prophet and, of course, the Spirit Breaker charging you. You need that key vision on charging points, but it's really risky to... we might have a little... a monster actually on the wrong side of life here.
Oh, the Fisher blocking himself out. There comes down the Split Earth. Gonna keep ES in place. Brings down the Lightning. Picks himself up a kill. Fatal Bond's been thrown out here by Sargon. Kunjun in the meantime brings down the kill down on Nature's Prophet. Santo charging in. Precious Petunia gets latched up from Schlinks, latching on the tree. And now Santo trying to take some action here, but we lose the Spirit Breaker. A monster pitching up to the party just in time to actually stop that bash from engaging. And
that's a 3-for-1 trade. It's not good.
No, I mean, WRG looking pretty fine and dandy. That ES block not working towards his favor. And blocking himself in there, being a little bit aggressive with the Fisher as opposed to setting up the correct angle, I would imagine.
And what's even more scary now is that this Wraith King's being left uncontested and he's almost level 6. So your time and your window to gank him was before level 6 and it's gone.
To bring down this Wraith King now is you're going to need all 3 ultis to kill him once. And then after that, then what do?
Then you have to chase him down with the rest. Look, they do have other disables in the form of the Lina Light Strike Array. Not exactly the most reliable stun in the game, but they do have the Earthshake to secure that. But as I say that, Warp's going to be going on to Levi here. Actually getting a decent block.
Much better Fisher coming out. Actually putting Slinks on the other side. May Monster getting off the Enchant Totem. They've got that damage coming out from Sargon over time. Power Shot gonna not actually latch on anyone. Whelp gonna go down and lose his first life. Reincarnation available. Stun comes out from A Monster trying to get out of there. Charges coming on to Levi. Is it going to be enough to turn this fight around? The Wraith Fire Blast coming out. A Monster stuck a little bit. Going to try and stun him down. Taking a huge crit here from Whelp. He could actually go down. Can he get the right click off? Juking through the tree is not going to be good enough. But Sargon, he's showing some face here. He may actually go down. And Santo diving the tier 1. Going to bring down Livy. And Sargon, can he survive through? Can he take that Sargon? He does. He brings down Santo. And making I suppose, a even kind of trade, as bad as the situation was. I mean, you see...
They committed hard. They committed hard on
Whelp. And that was
Whelp.
for a reincarnation.
Well, he actually didn't have enough mana for reincarnation, but he did quickly clutch use Mango, and he had enough mana to come back. So, I mean, I think they were looking at his mana pool, but they were like, okay, boys, we kill him once, he's fine. We can. He throws a bait amber stun, but I think they neglected the Mango in his stash and just gave him the mana to come back. But at the same time...
Lane, though. Oh, wow, the charge came out, not even needed. Schlink's doing a huge amount of damage there with the power shot, getting a double kill. Sargon pitching up to the party and says, boys, I'm here. Do what you will, taking down both the mid lane as well as the Warlock. Easy peasy in the mid lane, and the charge comes out again for the top lane. And the stun comes out. A Monster being charged out. Huge nether strike. I've never seen that kind of distance coming out from the Spirit Breaker, but they find A Monster. Has actually popped the urn on him, taking a little bit of damage. Can he juke through the trees? One more right click, bashed, right click to death.
No.
I mean, we've spoken about this constantly, and the amount of RNG on the bash on a Spirit Breaker, absolutely ridiculous.
I never get it though. I tried my bash challenge on Quest with that thing. Didn't work. It took me forever, took the whole game just to get 12 bashes on this hero. But he might be in a little bit of trouble here. Kunshin is here. Oh, but he gets another charge off.
Oh, but Precious Petunia, he gets latched up. Santo gets a Laguna to the face, drops it to the deck. And she is down. Kunshin trying to now find Castaway. Going to right click him out. Has very little mana to his name. Can he do anything here is the question. Kunjun actually needs to get out of here considering the way the rotations have been going. They do manage to find Chadawi on the Nature's Prophet. Easy Dragon Slave coming out from Precious Petunia, killing him. Easy work coming out here from the side of Mythic Gaming. So, I mean, the boys aren't giving up. I mean, they really in those rotations of trying to make those big plays. And, I mean, earlier we saw them on camera. And, I mean, they had big smiles on their face. I mean, this is like going up against your best seeded team in SA and kind of standing toe-to-toe. I mean,
they're playing their strengths. They really are. I mean, this is the time where you need to make the most kills possible on the side of WRG. Try delay those ultis as much as you can. Try get as much map control as early as possible because, like I said before, you do not want to fight this team 5-on-5. Even if the ultis become delayed and they've got their items, it's still really hard to face up against that much disable and that much nuke damage. So definitely playing their draft to full potential here is WRG. Guys, I do know, I realize that you guys you think that, hold on, before we get into that, a monster here in a spot of trouble once again. Cancels the charge.
Perfectly played. He's going to TP out. We do have the Nether Strike coming on to Sargon. Is it going to be enough? He's trying to get away, trying to juke through the creeps. Can't get the deny off, and he actually goes down to Santo again.
That was interesting. I was wondering, because my eyes were on a monster there, and I was like wondering why is the Spirit Breaker going and using his ulti on someone else? I'm like, oh, that's why. It's just an easier target to kill. Earthshaker, he could have died there, but he's still the harder target to take down. He still had enough mana to do a little bit more damage and maybe not secure that kill. But the plays!
Oh, that was ridiculous. Chopping out the Ravage, keeping himself alive. But
defensive Ravage is never a good thing.
No, it's not. So, I mean, he saved himself, but I mean, the question is, do you want to be saving yourself using those big ulti cooldowns? I mean, it's down now for 30 seconds plus. And there's no threat now to the side of WRG. Right, Ravage is down.
Well, look,
let's go and do what we want. Sargon is nowhere near level 6 at the moment.
The Sargon's sitting at level 4, almost level 5. So I think that's his rationale. Like, my Earthshaker's not level 6. My Warlock's not level 6. My Weaver's got barely any farm. You know, Lena's the only one doing okay, but she still hasn't got the Yule Sept up. We can't really fight right now. So, I mean, I might as well just use the Ravage to save myself. Maybe that was his rationale behind that. Also, I mean, it could have potentially spelled the end of Sargon's life as well if he didn't Ravage, because Sargon just TP'd in. So maybe saving 2 heroes instead of 1 there, because I definitely think WRG have the potential to kill both those heroes now. I mean, with the global presence of the Nature's Prophet as well as the Spirit Breaker, they definitely could have gotten the 2 kills and possibly the tower there. So, in a way, yes, it looks like a bad Ravage, but in a matter of fact, I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, I think it was a great Ravage, but the fact that you have to use it in that kind of situation is kind of bad. Anyway, we've got a charge coming out onto a monster. Can he get the stun off? He can't. He's going to be caught out. Chajawi TPing in, but the Splitter Earth is going to keep him in place if he decided to get out. But the kill goes towards Santo. And I mean, we were talking about the Ravage. I mean, in my opinion, keeping 2 players alive is almost the same as getting 2 kills on the enemy team, especially when you know you're going to pretty much lose your 2 players. And you would have definitely lost Levi if you didn't Ravage, and you would have lost Sargon afterwards, not even having the rock to actually protect himself either. So, yes, a great Ravage. Unfortunately, that they had to actually use it. But anyway, it's probably coming off cooldown pretty soon. We've got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, but Castaway is a beast at the moment, taking down these towers. Do you think we see the new Aghanim Scepter? I mean, look, the 1-hit Lightning Storm every 1.75 seconds, I believe it is quite decent, but do you really think... I mean, I feel like there's better items out there for Lesh at the moment. It is nice, but it also hits a random unit. So if you're doing ulting through creeps, you know, it could potentially hit a creep. But as we say that, this poor Lena is getting charged again, stunned up, and jeez, I mean, really double bashed.
She is like a ball in a foosball table. She's been bounced around from player to player. A monster trying to keep her safe, but
it's not happening.
Restricting her exit, and she had to go down.
I mean, the RNG is with Santo today, that is for sure. He's just bashing almost on every hit here. And I mean, Whelp critting over 1,000 right now at 14 minutes is pretty damn scary.
Yeah, I mean, it is absolutely massive from the Barrow, and it's tough, you know. You're going up against the Barrow, really strong in the early game. I mean, he's 1180 HP. He's a monster to bring down when that occurs. So it's really, really tough to actually deal with the Spirit Breaker.
And poor Sargon still not level 6, still can't combo wombo with the Warlock ulti.
No, and the second tier tower is going to be brought down. Sargon trying to get into position to drop the Fatal Bond is not going to actually happen. He got it onto a couple of the creeps, but not doing enough. And yeah, Mythic Gaming seems like their time is slowly falling away.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if you look at a draft, like, I mean, if you're in a pub game and you look at the draft, oh, it's so much wombo combo. But I mean, WRG have been really smart here. They got a massive pick-off lineup that's played to their strengths, right? Then they've got a huge pushing potential in the form of the Leshrac as well as the Nature's Prophet. Windrunner as well with the Focus Fire, believe it or not. I mean, she might be playing the more supportish role, but Focus Fire is still legit on buildings. Plus, they've got a lot of disable. They've got a stun on Windrunner, a stun on the Wraith King, stuns on pretty much everyone except for the Nature's Prophet. So they've got a lot of pick-off potential and pushing power. So, I mean, they have completely done the opposite of Mythic Gaming, but it really tears down drafts like this if you play it exactly the way they're playing it. Very, very clever drafting here. I mean, they looked at this and we're like, you know what, we'll just do the opposite and we'll take your towers and pick you off early and make sure you can't actually do anything.
Well, I mean, we look at this big Wombo combo coming out from Mythic Gaming. Unfortunately, they haven't got it online yet.
Yeah, they can't.
It's this massive threat that APG's had. I mean, we've got 3 heroes that do a huge amount of damage in an AoE area. It's huge. But the side of Mythic just haven't been able to get themselves online. Only now, Sargon reaching level 6. I mean, he's barely there. He's now got the Chaotic offering available and online. So maybe we can start seeing a little bit of a gather up here from the TP comes out. They're going to find our Chidari. Is it going to be enough? There comes the Laguna Blade. Couple of right clicks, and he's going to go down. Precious Petunia picking himself up a kill there. Much needed kill, in fact.
Well, 3 targets were focused on the Nature's Prophet. In the meantime, WRG go, okay, let's go rush. And, I mean, this rush is going down pretty dang quickly. And, I mean, thanks to Vampiric Aura, they're life-stealing everything back as well. So, I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. And we do have a medallion up. Oh, on who? I think the Windrunner here, yes. So the Windrunner's got a medallion up. So that's a very, very easy rush. Medallion, Vampiric Aura. You know, it's just, you know, that's one of the quickest rushes you'll find. And, I mean, she's got full level, she's like full-on support utility Windrunner with maxing the Shackle and the Power Shot before anything else. Not even getting a skill point in our ulti just yet. So, yeah, and I mean, a Monster's going to have to be careful here. He's being spotted out. Yep, and he's going to get charged.
Oh, the Power Shot does miss. There comes out the ult for...
No!
He can't get the ult off Santa, but the ledge comes out. And they're going to be able to bring down a Monster here pretty easily. Schlinks getting himself a nice, deserved kill. He's been playing really well getting those ledges off.
That is a scary nuke. 420 damage nuke at 17 minutes. That is scary on the Windrunner. You've really got to love it. And she's gone for that +4 mana regen, so... She's going to have a lot of mana to spam. That's why she's gone for the Tranquil Boots as well. So.
He gets spotted out by Chidrawi. Instant TP and gets himself trapped into the trees. Fatal Bond's being popped out. He's going to drop really easily. Santo picking up the kill there. And I mean, the noose is starting to tighten here. I mean, Sargon didn't get the opportunity to drop the rock. He's going to be back in about 16 seconds. Question is he going to be back in time before they take down this tier 3 tower? They're going to use the glyph.
The problem is now they've actually got their ultis online. So can they make something happen? They could possibly just defend the high ground, but...
Here comes the moment of truth. It's going to be, at that point, Whelp has got himself the reincarnation. Kunchin trying to see if he can actually find himself the kill. Castaway's the one with Jaegers. They're going to actually stun out Sargon before he can get the rock off. He doesn't! Again, the rock not being dropped. It's going to leave them another window of 20 seconds to go uphill.
The problem now, okay, yes, the ulti's online, but they don't have their core items up. You don't have a blink on the Earthshaker. I mean, you don't necessarily need a blink on the Tidehunter this early, but he has got his Mech and Mana Boots up, so at least he's got some type of core item up. But I mean, the Earthshaker's nowhere near to his blink. The Warlock, I mean, he's just getting picked off left, right, and center. He's the one that's supposed to be initiating because he can actually initiate from pretty far away. Then you follow up with a Ravage, and then of course before the blink you can go in with the Earthshaker after that. But I mean, it's just not working out. Sargon just getting absolutely blown up before he can say anything.
It's super unfortunate. Maybe a little bit of positioning issues, trying to make that big play for his team, trying to put his team on his back and say, all right, boys, I'm going to find the opening for us. I'm going to drop the rock. It's going to give you a chance to walk in there, drop the ES ult because, I mean, ES doesn't have a blink yet. Another latch coming out. Schlink's picking up a kill there. Santo taking down Sargon and being picked off again. And, I mean, Sargon trying to make those plays happen to allow the Tide to walk in, allowing the ES to walk in, to try and get their ultis off, and it's just not happening.
And that full Diabolic Edict in conjunction with the Pulse Nova, it's just so much damage. It really hurts. I mean, infused raindrops get ripped because it's not going to last long.
Yeah, well, I mean, something else to point out, that I actually saw what WRG was doing. They were pushing the top lane, well, the 4 players from WRG, they were in this vicinity. While that was happening, drawing the entire attention of Mythic there. While that was happening, Mr. Nature's Prophet is sitting here split pushing. If you use all your ultis on all your heroes, take down the Wraith King's reincarnation, then you've still got to kill him again. Once that happens, you've now got to decide, right, well, how do we take down the Nature's Prophet and stop him from split pushing? So there's a lot of factors.
There's a lot of problems. There's a lot.
Mythic has to actually deal with here.
And we have a full-blown Solar Crest, which now grants True Strike. So, that's the thing. 25%. He hasn't got a Desolator as of yet. He's got that Maelstrom up, so it is decent creep clear at least. And he can make a nice, easy pick off with that Solar Crest. But yes, definitely, I mean, it's going to be hard for him to be able to focus on 2 lanes at once. So definitely the split push thing can definitely work here for the side of WRG.
Well, they take down the mid lane tower. Tier 3 is down. Whelp is smashing away at the first melee
Double
rack.
damage, Wraith King.
Oh, this is massive. Santo finding out Kuncha, and he ulties out Precious Petunia. The rock is dropped, waiting for that initiation. Can Levi get the big ravage off? Waiting for that that kill, but Castaway, in the meantime, he may go down here. Aegis is on the deck. Whelp respawning now. Santo charging in. Can he actually find the kill on Levi? He doesn't. He pulls back. Kunchin looking for more in the meantime. And while this is all happening, Castaway trying to find a kill on Precious Petunia, and he goes down. And Whelp getting the kill on a monster. Kunchin returning the favor, bringing down Schlinks. So losing.
That was a little bit. I mean, a monster teeping in. Okay, Castaway in a little bit of trouble here. I think he's going to be able to get out of this. Hopefully.
Oh, I don't think he's.
Deny the Bloodstone boy. Deny. There we go.
The deny comes through. Center charges in. Chidrawi's in the vicinity. Kunchin very low HP can actually find the kill here. The Gush comes out, slowing down Cento a tad. And
instant
Castaway.
respawn for Castaway. I mean, that was.
Bloodstone BOT is absolutely ridiculous. Santo finding the bash onto Levi. Castaway gets another kill, and they are going to be looking at pushing in the bottom lane of Rex here. 22 minutes in. Can they do it sub 25? Last game ended at 25 minutes. A monster trying to stun out Castaway. The lightning comes in. A monster trying to get the totem down. Doesn't. The bash from Santo comes through. The ulti onto Precious Petunia goes down, and Santo, an absolute beast this game. Castaway picking himself up a triple kill, and this leaves the bottom lane of Rax available. Kunchin, the only one with the buyback available, and it is GG. The game is called. WRG take the series 2-0. Unbelievable play coming out from WRG.
Yeah.
Mythic, maybe a little bit out of their weight category.
I believe so, but I mean, like that last Echo Slam was just, it did absolutely nothing. I mean, all you did was Echo Slam one Castaway with no creeps around him. It did almost no damage. There's nothing more you can do there.
I mean, it was absolutely a nightmare for Mythic Gaming to have a look at. I mean, look at the graphs here quickly. At around about the 8-minute mark, between the 16 and 8-minute mark is when Mythic started going down. Looking at player items at that point in time was when White Rabbit started picking up the Bloodstone for Castaway, got the Aegis. Midas came online for Santo. Solar Crest on Chidawi. Desolator on Whelp. Big things happening in this timing era, and they just couldn't make it happen.
Man, they just couldn't make it happen. And I mean, WRG really, really did play their draft to their strengths.
No, absolutely. I mean, looking at the net worths of the side of WRG, I mean, all of them are pretty much over 5K. Looking at the side of Mythic Gaming, Sargon on a 1,464 net worth on a Warlock. I mean, he doesn't need much, but taking so long to reach level 6 makes it so difficult. Looking at the ES, sitting with 2.5K net worth, was terrible. But that's enough from myself and Succubus. We're heading over to the panel. Halbert and the lads, take it away.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Mythic, once again, showing some teeth. Not enough teeth?
Not enough. Not enough at all. It was, let's just say, worse than first game, to be honest. It's complete trash. Castaway impressed with the Lysrac. WRG just went full strength on that game. I think they just wanted to make it decide that it's going to be 2-0.
And maybe they're telling Wilson to shut up.
Maybe
2019, man. It's still got some time.
2019. I still got time.
Yeah. But otherwise, no. It's. I think WRG just showed promise that they are, future champions of the VS Gaming 2017 Dota Masters.
That's still a fairly bold prediction. I mean, are you willing to, at this early stage, suggest that WRG are going to take this?
I'll put my money on WRG, but let's just say, bets aren't 100% certain. So there are likes of Energy Esports, APG, XTC, all coming to take it. And it's going to be competitive.
There are no easy contenders in this in this tournament.
Yeah.
None of them. Maybe this is the most decisive of the games we might see this weekend. It's not guaranteed, but this might be one of the more decisive ones.
Yeah, but otherwise, it's like I thought that Mythic Gaming had a very strong beginning. Like even though it's against WRG, I think if we saw this maybe 3 years ago, if they had a matchup like this, WRG would just clean out, finish them 20 minutes each game, right? But the first game showed promise. Kunshin with the puck, and then it just didn't work out in the end. I think the draft for Mythic Gaming was just a bit too passive. If they had a more, they picked Tidehunter last. We didn't expect that. They had the leaner mid, and then they had the Warlock, which was great, but I don't think they had the opportunity to activate the Wombo combos because they had the Wraith King, which is really strong, and then also the Nature's Prophet. It's just impossible to catch.
And again, they played very, very carefully with their positioning. The side of WRG, recognizing that there's a world of team fight there, and it doesn't matter how skilled you are. If you're going to get dropped from one end to another with stun after stun, or team fight ability after team fight ability, you're not going to win that fight.
Yeah. It's also, I feel like they were just doing the thing, just ignore the meta. Let's bring back Leshrac. Let's just go full on power against Mythic Gaming. It's nice to see this, but I think they will need to just, pull something new against stronger teams like Energy Esports.
If I can just jump in there, do you feel that Leshrac isn't really a hero that we're going to see much of?
I think it died after. Okay, it was one of the best mid heroes to get.
We used to refer to as Disco Pony.
Disco Pony, Octarine Core, right? I get you. Yeah, so when that happened, they nerfed the Octarine Core quite a bit, and then the hero went down for like a year, and now we see Castaway doing it. And it's not like the hero's bad, it's just that there are better mid-heroes to pick in place of a Leshrac, but in this situation, they had a Wraith King, can farm away, have Chidawi on the Nature's Prophet, can just go around, get, the zero teleports cooldown now as well, giving him such a flexibility throughout the whole map just to catch the heroes and just taking them down while the Wraith King farms. They might not even need them in certain fights.
Yep, certainly. And of course the Wraith King obviously getting back up is a real problem for a team that relies so heavily on initiation, on that first initial bang. And that, came through in the draft, and we kind of felt it was going to go that way anyway. Now, speaking to the Disco Pony, it's interesting to see him come back. It might be either WRG is playing Disco Pony because they have an easy game ahead of them, so they'll field the Disco Pony, see how Castaway feels about it for the harder matches to come, or they're actually starting to think of it as a viable option for the rest of this weekend.
For now, I think it's just one of the filler heroes that they put on Castaway. We've seen his very good sinker. We've seen his invoker, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to try his best to bring these heroes out to play against a top 4 team. But, in some situations that if they lose this game, it's going to be 1-1 and they can still move on. And with Wilson pointing at the screen, yes, it's Mythic Gaming as happy as ever. It's like, okay.
We just lost, boys.
We didn't do too bad. We got 2-0, but we got some kills. It wasn't a 60-0 stomp or anything. And that really counts for something.
Maybe this is all part of a master strategy. And they're saying like it's all going to plan.
Yeah.
And they're going into that. They're going into that. They have what was that? The Naga combination from I think it was TI3. Where everyone was running this like unbeatable strategy.
Yeah. 4 protect 1 type of thing. Let the Naga farm away.
Yeah, it was when you had the Naga sleep, you had the vacuum from the dark sphere into a black hole.
Right.
And then you had the Naga counter. Yay.
Yeah. No, finally.
Like but maybe they secretly have that, right? But it only works once. So they're hoping that everyone's ignore their matches all the way to the finals, and then BO5 they're like, well, this is better than we expected.
It's like, welcome to X Team versus Mythic. Oh, okay, what just happened?
What?
Friday morning, we're just talking about how they were, getting thrashed with WLG. Now in the finals, it's highly possible.
There is another dark horse in this tournament.
Yeah, we have actually been chatting quite a bit about which teams we felt were quite interesting, right? And I think one of the ones that's sticking out in our minds particularly was XD. Gentlemen, we actually got to chat to the players as well, which is quite fun. So how do you guys feel about their attitudes and how they're looking in this event?
I think as a team, definitely, identified as a dark horse. They have players that have been playing for years. We talked about early in the morning, Rockley started when Immersion Days Remember, it was Bravado Energy battling out in every grand final, and then somehow Immersion comes. I think it was Arena Finals or something.
It was
Energy.
Iron Bashers, right? Is that?
Yeah. So you casted that game as well, if I remember correctly.
I mean,
you casted so many.
How many
games,
years are we talking about?
Yeah. So
6 years ago, when you cast Iron Bash, oh yes, that was the one with the Rubik's Steel. Yeah.
That's when there were lots of teams trying to make it somewhere in South Africa, and then there was IM, BVD, Ian, and considering that Rock Lee was there, it's he's a veteran. He knows what he's doing, and he can lead the team to become, as you said, dark horse, going through, maybe like ending up top 4. It's a possibility.
XD. What I will say about XD is they're young, they're headstrong, and they're hungry. The only difference is, the only real differentiator is, do they have the, I'm not going to say the experience, because like you said, there's plenty of experience, but do they have the discipline to take this the full duration? That's the only question mark in my mind. We'll see them play later today, and you guys will be on that panel too. So
if we're going there, I need to
let me know how that pans out. I'm keen.
I actually want to hear your thoughts on. I mean, we've spoken about Rock Lee, but I'm interested in what you guys feel about. He's a man who is rather well known to the community. He has.
Keep your eyes peeled, because there will be a challenge for him later.
There will be indeed, and he is certainly. I wouldn't like to say notorious, or infamous, but he certainly has got an interesting name around. So, but certainly quite a gifted young player. Of course, I'm referring to Hunter. Do you guys think that this is? Has he actually been involved in any other top tier events? Was this like his first?
He was in DC for the DGC 2016 championships. So they didn't get far. Unfortunately, but it's not his first. I think from that first one, he would build more confidence to, the LAN environment. Probably will definitely do better. Let's just say that.
Yeah, this isn't Hunter's first dog run, but he should be okay. My only concern is the discipline. That's the only thing that's a bit of a question mark. I mean, I've spoken with the man extensively in these past 2 days, and obviously through setup, he was here.
Okay.
He was actually giving us a hand, and
nice guy.
He's actually such a chilled guy. Always got a smile on his face, always happy to laugh.
He does sort of remind me of like one of those sort of like, there's like a puppy that sort of follows you around. It's like, quite pleasant to the person.
Yeah.
He's just one of those guys, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you should include it in his name. We'll see.
Yeah.
Right. So. Jokes aside, to the meta joke understanding crowd out there, but in all seriousness, he's actually a fantastic player. He's got a Meepo, which is very exciting, and that's very good. And by the way, I also want to make almost like a mention here as well, is that his brother's also playing alongside him, Fury. It's almost a little bit weird, because I think we saw this a little bit with the Probane twins back in the past, Redox and Horrorcast.
The dynamic is a little bit different though.
Well, the main thing is that back then you had one of the twins was seen as like the good twin, right? And the other sort of lived under his brother's shadow for quite a while. And it actually came about almost like years. I mean, I'd say almost 3 years into their let's call a Dota career.
Yeah.
That the younger brother was actually started like really shining, and I think it was he moved from support to off lane or something. He was actually really strong. So it'll be interesting to see how Fury is almost like developed in the sort of shadow of Hunter, which may be more so because of the sort of he has a like celebrity status. Let's leave it like that.
Yeah, like I said, the dynamic is slightly different. They're a little bit closer in sense of age and skill development and so on and so forth. So you don't have that disparity. He's not really living in his shadow. Fury has a name of his own. He obviously doesn't attract as much notoriety because of his mouth isn't as big as Hunter's. But other than that, he's by all means on par. And the dynamic is different because the twins you're referring to had a very tight relationship. And these two, they like digging at each other.
It was a strong love-hate relationship.
Yeah, these guys, they egg each other on by taking needles and poking at each other. That's how they improve themselves.
Much calmer than the Pro.
Hardly.
Probably still going to get there one day.
But I'm keen to see how they perform. Really, really keen.
Yeah, just
dynamic is different. We'll see.
We have APG against Energy next, though. I think that's something that we're all looking forward to.
Yeah, I can't wait for it.
It's a big one, right? Because I mean, you start out with obviously a very high seed with a very low seed, but these are two teams that they're not coming here to mid-log. You know, I mean, maybe APG is recovering a little bit, and they're looking to say like get a reasonable finish. Energy are here to win. I mean,
Yeah.
they're probably the guys that are sitting there saying, yeah, keep talking about WG. You guys do that because you know,
we can shy away into the darkness and do our own
we'll
things.
be doing some things in the background, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
Don't mind us.
Unfortunately, Energy, we know that you exist and we're watching you too.
Yeah, they have a very strong lineup. So does APG. It's not going to be a 2-0 smash. I think it's going to be 1-2 for either side. But Helbert, what do you think? It's going to be who's going to win? Who's going to come out strong?
So what I'm going to do, right, is we're going to travel back in time, right, for a moment.
All right.
I'm going to go back in time to a little side called Who is Hari, right, where there was a particularly brilliant player in that team, but incredibly lazy. In fact, what he used to do was he would play StarCraft during the drafting phase. Back then he was known as Lucker, right? Fast forward a couple of years, and he was in, I believe, Bravado Blue, I think it was. And I assume his StarCraft skills had improved quite dramatically at that point because he was still probably playing StarCraft during the drafting phase. And then we brought Carbon, and now, of course, he's with the Energy squad here. I really do believe that we're seeing a little bit of a new Lucker, though, right? The guy is sort of becoming a little bit mature, and he's becoming, like letting go of being somebody who was naturally gifted but not really working on it, to somebody who's become a bit of a mature player who's helping his team sort of grow a bit. And that's a scary thought, actually, and I think he could be like one of the guys could really turn it. But we're going to head off for a break soon, but maybe just close things off about APG very quickly. I'm sure you guys have some thoughts on their team as well.
Well, APG, I don't know about you, but I've felt that they've been stumbling a bit. But they certainly have the chops to pick it up here. Maybe we'll see something different this tournament, but until now they've kind of been stumbling ever since there's been a bit of a reshuffle, there's been a few changes in the team dynamic, and although they're individually brilliant, all of them, fantastic players, great team, the synergy between them has suffered as a result. We'll see if they can bring up their game for this tournament now, and I believe they could.
Yeah, spot on. I think
remains to be seen. It's a question mark.
Yeah, that's it. We just see what the game is going to happen when it starts. It's starting next, so yeah, just looking forward to it.
They have the skill. The question is, do they have the skill to work with each other?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're going to finish off any better than that. So, guys, we will be taking a quick break, but don't go anywhere because, once again, there's going to be some fantastic Dota action ahead of us. And I can tell you now that this one is going to be something pretty special.
Our interest in gaming comes from it being an absolutely pivotal use case. Our interest in gaming comes from it being an absolutely pivotal use case for fibre in the home. So the more people we can get gaming, the more fibre we can sell across the country. Gaming is the most incredible platform for sponsorship because it appeals to all ranges, all age groups, all sexes, right across the piece, whether we're talking about chess, right the way through to some of the war games. It's a phenomenal platform to get your product across. What differentiates VS Gaming from our competitors is the length of time we've been in the industry, our deep understanding of the gaming ecosystem, and our ability to stretch right across every segment that we're focusing on. Gaming offers so many career opportunities for people, whether it's about coding and creating the apps and the games themselves, or it's into event management and sponsorship. Right across the piece, gaming has a very rich ecosystem for careers. Gaming is proving in many economies to becoming as big as more recognised sports like cricket and rugby and soccer. It may take some time in South Africa, but I think in 10 years' time you'll see gaming being an enormous section of esports. Because VS Gaming is the longest established and the biggest gaming company in South Africa, we have a really big role to play in establishing the industry, helping create the guidelines and the protocols, and begin to grow the whole of the sector. Gaming is growing so fast at the moment, and VS Gaming is playing such a key role in that growth. It's almost impossible to predict where we could be in 5 years' time. What we're certain of is that the ecosystem is going to get bigger, more games are going to come through, more people have access to those games, and the whole of the industry will be exponentially larger in 5 years' time than it is now. VS Gaming are delighted to be working with DStv and SuperSport on the upcoming FIFA tournament. It's the largest tournament of its kind in Africa, and we think it's going to create fantastic new interest in our e-gaming industry.
I think the change to VS signals a new era in gaming and esports. It signals a move towards just being more than gaming. The gaming league, as you know it as DGL, is very important to us, with our key competitions being Dota, DotA2 and Counter-Strike, Global Offensive. Those are really critical for us. But we know that to grow gaming, we have to be just more than the league itself. It's going to be much bigger and appeal to more people, and to grow the sport. I think our big agenda in this gaming thing, in the gaming fraternity, is to grow the sport, make it accessible to more people, attract more clans, more titles, and that's why we actually went to change the name from DGL to VS, to signal that bigness of our strength and the bigness of our ambitions. Because as a standalone company, we've got the freedom to grow the gaming fraternity, to really popularize esports with more focus, more resource, more people, and then more capacity to do more. VS stands for Virtual Sporting Games, but it's just more than a name. It really is an attitude. It's a movement. It's where people really come to play games and have fun. And that's really the depth of it. Beyond just the name is the experience that we're going to be creating for the gamers, for the viewers, for the streamers, for the broadcasters, and most importantly for our clans. To change the name of an organization to VS, we feel it's the right time to do that. We've seen an explosion in number of titles, number of competitors, and number of new companies who are in gaming. And this signals our ambitions by actually renewing ourselves and refreshing ourselves. We almost see it as a way of refresh and remaining contemporary and relevant. The change to VS Gaming, or the launch of VS Gaming, has not changed at all. Any of the titles we will be offering this year, it has not changed at all. Any of the competitions we've announced, it does not change at all. Any of the league fixtures that we've announced. So everything remains the same as what we've announced in January this year. The goal of VS Gaming is to grow esports in South Africa, single-mindedly, working with other people, interested parties, the gamers themselves, the professional clans, the broadcasters, other competitors and interest stakeholders to grow the esports game in South Africa. We believe there's a huge potential for growth, but we all have to work together to grow it. VS Gaming is looking forward to working with other people and other stakeholders and title holders who are already in the gaming space to grow this entity. We cannot grow by working in silos, we cannot grow by not working in cooperation with others. And all the interested parties within the gaming space, we want to work with them. VS Gaming is going to grow gaming in 3 ways. Number 1, very strong competitive Masters League with Counter-Strike, Dota is really the cornerstone of that competition. Number 2, bringing of more commercial partners into the space. Number 3, working with others, interested parties and stakeholders into this thing to grow it up. And when you talk about the commercial partners, broadcasters, sponsors, suppliers, etc., coming into there, because we need to do that in order to grow the audiences.
So I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for VS Gaming. My role is twofold. One is to bring massive esports events to South Africa, and my second role is to bring on board major corporate sponsors. And we're looking at bringing in corporate sponsors to assist the players, the clans, with money to gain international exposure and to really make this mainstream in South Africa. So esports is absolutely amazing. It doesn't matter who you are, what physical shape you're in, whether you play physical games, you can get involved in esports, you can participate, you can have fun with it, you can compete and even win. I think that is what has made esports such a major game elsewhere in the world, internationally, and South Africa is starting to catch up to the rise in esports. That has obviously gained the attention of a number of corporate sponsors, where they are now realizing that their demographic is sitting within the esports market. This is not underground, this is mainstream, and this is the demographic that you want to sell your products to. So VS Gaming is all about bringing more tournaments, more leagues. We're not just looking at professional players, we are looking at how we bring the mainstream market on board, creating fun tournaments that they want to participate in. You're going to see bigger prize pools with more corporate sponsors jumping on board. We're going to see much bigger events that's going to allow our professional players to gain international exposure. The SuperSport partnership is really important to us. A lot of the esports games are streamed live on Twitch and YouTube and a number of online platforms. SuperSport as a broadcast partner is going to allow players and professional clans to get access to a market that they've never had before. So this is all about mainstream broadcast markets that doesn't necessarily watch sports on an online platform. It's also going to allow us to really make people realize that this is absolutely a sport. This rivals cricket, rugby, and soccer. This is a sport, and that is why it's on SuperSport. We're always looking at new collaborations and new partnerships. We are definitely looking at partnerships with online platforms like Twitch. It's really important for the South African market. It is important for our players and our clans. And we've just signed up a partnership with Metro FM, and it's going to be a very exciting partnership. You're going to see celebrity DJs who actually in their spare time play games like FIFA. So again, this is about the fact that this is no longer an underground sport. This is mainstream. Your celebrities are playing it, and you're going to see that coming out in our Metro FM partnership. They're also going to be announcing some of the esports competitions as part of the sports bulletin. So we're really starting to see that VS Gaming and South African esports is becoming a sport. The winners will be announced alongside the winners of any cricket match, any rugby match. The football e-tournament is going to be a festival, and we want to make it open to everybody. Bring your kids, bring your grandkids, bring your parents. There's going to be activities for everyone. Apart from the main tournament that's going to be, like I said, the biggest e-tournament in Africa, we're going to have a number of play areas, we're going to have DJs, celebrities that are going to be performing, we're going to have 16-man foosball tables, arcade games. So Even if you don't want to come and play, come through, see what it's about. There are more than enough activities for everyone to get involved in.
My name is Johan van Buckstrom and I'm the Chief Operations Officer for VS Gaming. Our duties include to ensure that the league, the tournaments and the day-to-day operations run smoothly. In our quest to make the games more professional and the league more professional, there might be a possibility that we are going to review some of the rules, but no decision has been made on that as yet. These are all decisions that the team will make, and we will then revert back to the community as soon as we have more information available. With our aim to grow esports in South Africa, we are always looking at different ideas and concepts to make the league even more accessible to people. So currently for the 2018 season, we will not be introducing any other leagues or titles. For us, it has always been very, very important to take the community and the players and to elevate their status into that of superstars. So basically professionalizing the industry and making celebrities of the players, and having a wonderful studio as the one that we have available will give us that opportunity to, on a regular basis, take these players and take the clans and introduce them to the community and to the country at large. Gaming is a movement in South Africa, and by having the studio and making it possible for more people to watch and be introduced to the players, we feel that the movement will grow considerably if you make this more accessible, and the viewerships will grow as people find this most entertaining new form of sport. Undoubtedly, esports is here to stay. The team has been involved in esports for quite a while, and the growth that we've seen is phenomenal. If that growth continues, and the more companies that get excited and passionate about this, the more sponsors that get involved and back the leagues, the teams, this is a movement that is here to stay, and it will definitely be one of the, it will surpass traditional sports. You can take that to the bank.
My name is Robert Hart. I am the Tournament Director for VS Gaming. I manage everything to do with the VS Masters, from the regulations all the way to the teams. The tournament is being held at the VS Studios, as we feel it's an ideal location for all things future and present, especially this upcoming Dota2 Cup that we're doing. It is a very relaxed place, very professional place, and it's a place where we can grow with the teams to create an industry around television and broadcasting. The VS Studio is a perfect location for us because it is located on the same property as our VS Gaming offices. So our entire team is there. The gamers can come in and they can use our studio. We can do shows with them. They can do photo shoots, for example. It's just a really great place for everyone in the VS team to work with the gamers going forward. As games become more popular, we look at introducing them into the league system to throw our support behind the games so that the communities can grow and develop. Once the communities are big enough, we then introduce them to more professional aspects within the league, such as the VS Masters. When people come to the VS Gaming Studios, we want them to feel very relaxed, very at home with us at the VS Studio. They can network with each other, talk to journalists. If we host nightly shows, they could come in, play in our state-of-the-art booths, on our state-of-the-art PCs, and with our very experienced admin team there to guide them along the way to make sure the matches are as professional and well run as we possibly can manage. If something like VS Gaming was around back when I was a gamer, I would have taken it in my stride. I would have been very involved. I would have been terribly dedicated to my team because I want to be as good as I can be, no matter what I'm doing. Now, as tournament director, obviously my path from competitive gaming has changed a bit, but I'm still part of competitive gaming. And I feel so honored to be a part of the scene and knowing everyone in the scene, the players, the managers, the people on the VS Gaming team. I'm just incredibly honored. And I don't regret anything at all. I feel like I'm totally, in it, and I think I'll be here for a while to come. I'm just so honored to be part of the team. I've had a chat with a lot of the teams, some of the players as well. The teams are incredibly supportive of us. We've been doing this for almost 8 years. Although we're a new branded company now, the people behind it remain the same. And we're all extremely passionate people, gamers at heart, competitive gamers as well. And some of the people playing in these tournaments I played with back in my day. And so we have a very good bond and we're able to work together. They're incredibly happy about everything that's happening in VS Gaming, from the TV studio to how we run our leagues online, to the events that we host as well, the regulations, the support we give teams, the support they give us back. We're all just working really well together and we're all extremely excited for what this year in 2018 has to hold.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Some more time for some more exciting action here from VS Gaming. Do have a new panel guest joining us. Of course, the lovely lady Succubus herself. Welcome.
Hello, hello, bow down, bow down.
Great. And of course, Winter. Also great to have you back.
Yeah, it's been a long flight once again. But I just made it.
Merlini.
I didn't want to be Merlini more because of what happened, you know.
Oh.
Okay, we'll get into details, but yeah. It's time to move on.
Is it because I was really enjoying you watching you suffer under that question? You really want to spend like a couple of moments of awkward silence?
Well, I don't want to badmouth Merlini. So respectable personality and...
I mean, as a panel host, I feel like I should be getting the most out of you here. So, badmouth, are you alluding to? I'm just kidding.
Well, let's not make that matter worse, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he apologized. He apologized.
What are we talking about?
Well, Merlini badmouthed South Africa.
We said South Africans should move if we want to compete in the international
I'm just
scene.
teasing.
Okay.
No, I don't think what he said was necessarily a bad thing. It's just the way that he said it came across a bit harsh. So I mean, he did apologize formally and publicly. So I don't think we need to rip on Merlini anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm still calling you Merlini. I'm sorry, Ray.
Okay, we're all good. We can do that. It's been a long flight. Have I said that? Okay, wait.
Yeah, I feel like we've gone back in time for a moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So I keep trying to say, enough of our nonsense, but we'll never stop.
No.
We will never stop. It will just keep coming, and I'm going to provoke it, Marvin. But anyways, obviously, Succubus, in all seriousness, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much.
You had a pretty interesting game cast, but one-sided. Do you want to give us perhaps your last perspectives on WG versus Mythic? Almost got thrown.
Well, look, Mythic had that huge wombo combo. The problem is that WRG really didn't care about it. They drafted in a completely different way. They were like, okay, fine, well, we're going to get you in split push, we're going to get you in single target pickoffs, and we're going to make sure that you starve on the map and that you don't get your levels or items up to even pull off your combos. And they did it absolutely perfectly, and they executed that dramatically. But it's also... Okay, Mythic, we know, underdogs, we love them very much, but they are a bit out of the element, and it's also maybe not Sargon's first LAN event, but it's most of them their first LAN events. And the skill bracket between WRG and Mythic, unfortunately, the margin of error is quite massive. We're talking almost 2,000 MMR in some cases. So for them to compete at this level, it's amazing for them, but I don't think they're quite ready just yet. And that's not something bad. I'm not trying to bring Mythic Gaming down because they're an amazing bunch of guys and they're skillful players, but maybe just not at that level quite yet. I don't know if you guys agree with me.
I definitely don't. I think you don't watch enough Dragon Ball Super. Numbers mean nothing. It's all just about the Mythic scene.
The Mythic army, man, as Sargon would say. But in all seriousness, I mean, what would you feel like? I mean, mechanically, they're not as good at last hitting. Rotation-wise, drafting-wise. They let the Warlock go through. It's just, for me, it was just... It's
a learning curve. I think I was probably the most critical of them coming into the first matchup. It did seem like simply a barrier that they weren't going to get past. It was just too much, too big, too soon. But the thing is, it does obviously also, and I think that's probably what you're alluding to, is it gives them a great opportunity to experience what it's like being here. Yeah. And that's probably worth a lot more than... I don't know, actually. I was going to say it's probably worth a lot more than being WG, but personally, I'd really like to beat WG. It would be pretty cool, right?
But they've got a bad seed. I mean, your first game against WRG, in the loser bracket, think about it, they're either going to face Energy or APG, another scary thing to face in your second game. So, I mean, for them, they really did get bad luck in that sense, but as you said, I mean, yesterday we were discussing the whole Mythic thing, and you said to me that not knowing what they can do can also be a dangerous thing. Because, I mean, the community knows them, but they don't necessarily know how they're going to perform at a LAN. So that could also be, it could blindside one or two of the teams thinking, oh, we can go into this casually, sit down, maybe mess around with our drafts a bit, and then Mythic could actually take them on and maybe, get up to the bracket with a upset. Because
catch somebody looking for the game after you. So after Mythic, we're going to face WRG or whoever it might be.
We're going to do this, so we don't have to really worry about Mythic. And then they go, oop, nah, sorry boys, we're fighting here.
Beer 1 territory, you do not want to mess around.
So we could see that happen, I think.
Yeah, it's also... Excuse me, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, this is... I think I was a bit silent.
We have an ice frog in your throat.
Help me. Oh, okay. My comfort is here, guys. Yeah, but as she was saying, Mythic, as a story, they started off at Open Division, made it up to the play or die.
It's
played.
the Emerald and the Sapphire Showdowns, and then they made it to the Showdowns and actually came second,
So from then on, they came to the Masters, and to play against a team like WRG, I think they started off pretty well. The first game, if they won that first game, it would have been a different story to what we're saying here.
Definitely.
But just because they lost, it doesn't mean that they did bad or anything. It's just that they need to start to cope with the Masters teams, because they did play against Premier Division teams to get here.
Yes.
But this is a new experience to them. Like, this is
The only problem with that is that they've only played the bottom 4 Masters teams. They haven't faced the wrath of the top 4 or the top 6. They haven't played at that level yet. So coming into their first LAN against teams like this is a very scary thing. And I must say, my hat goes off to Kunshin, because that first game, Puck, he did some amazing things.
Yeah.
He really did. And like, I think for me, like, Kunshin is the player that's kind of just above the rest of his team. I'm not trying to put his team down, but Kunshin for me is almost at that top tier level in South Africa. For me, he's one of the really good mechanically skilled players on the side of Mythic.
Do we know how old good old Kunshin is?
Good old Kunshin, I believe he's 22, 23. I'm not sure. I could be wrong.
He's
Most of these
still got a
players are
couple
quite
of
young.
years.
taking wild guesses here, looking at his face.
Taking wild guesses.
Yes,
We're looking at your face. If you look 22, 23, sorry, we got it wrong.
This is a job for. This is a job for production, friends.
Yes, production.
We need a little birdie in my ear. Right, so let's move a little bit along though, because of course there is a pretty important game coming up.
Oh yes.
And I think that even the sheep cow, this one is the sheep cow, but even the sheep cow is no. In fact, it's a sheep.
It's not a sheep. That's clearly a cow. It's even got the
I don't think
little
Wincow's
cow
going to
marks.
be very happy about what you're saying right now. It's Carl and Stacy, by the way. They have names.
Carl and Stacy.
Well,
guys.
I believe that's Carl, and I believe Carl is in fact a sheep.
Well, he's got Stacy on his lap. He's got a new girlfriend. That's cool.
Oh, it's my only.
I saw some other cows back there, but I don't know. Maybe Carl's maybe a little bit nefarious over there. But anyways, Carl. So Energy versus APG. Coming up next. Two very interesting sides. They have quite an interesting story, in fact.
Yes, they do.
If you consider that, let's segment this up a bit. Let's chat a little bit about Aperture Gaming.
Okay, Aperture started, I think, maybe 2 years ago. They played at the championships last year, and they beat BVD, knocked BVD down to the lowest brackets, 2-1.
Now, that was a rough event for them.
I don't think that was. They expected to win. Maybe they obviously tried, but beating them 2-1 is a big achievement.
Oh yes, no other team has ever done that at a LAN, and it was their first official Rage Masters LAN. I mean, they weren't even at DGC the year before that.
Yeah.
So for them to accomplish that, but what I'm saying by a rough tournament for them is the fact that they had to play after beating BVD 2-0. They had to go and play another game straight after that, and then come back to BVD. So it was actually 3 consecutive hard games for them, and they just ran out of steam. For me, it felt kind of like a slap in the face to them, you know, because if they had a bit more energy and their brains were not so overworked.
Bit more energy, you say?
No pun intended, Devon.
It's important that whenever energy is spoken about in any context, you must make puns of their name.
So they needed more energy. Is that why Filthy Frank changed from APG to energy? No, just playing around.
But honestly, I think if they weren't so overworked that LAN, they maybe could have accomplished a bit more and maybe be sitting in the second place, or I wouldn't say second, I'd say third place at least.
No,
that
it's
happen.
really true. To be more specific, it was beating BVD 2-1 and then having to play WRG afterwards for the winners bracket finals, which was really harsh. You're going to need the break yourself, right?
Yeah.
But losing to them, having to play BVD at the lowest brackets, usually BVD would make the grand finals. So it's not that one team that you want to play against.
And
really.
it was an angry BVD as well. They did not take kindly
to
what had occurred.
I don't want to see...
Donnie comes back with a vengeance,
if he's not calm, something is serious.
I mean, here's the thing. I've seen, and we were talking a little bit of like our own history, so one, and it's very relevant to this event. So I remember watching Bravado lose a couple times. Not entire series, just matches. In fact, previously in 2016, they had gone to a full best-of-5 finals against WRG. And during that event, I remember looking at the Bravado players' faces when they had gone 2-0 down. That was... They were clearly like depressed and sad. It wasn't angry though. It was disappointment and all the wrong kind of emotions. But at Masters last year, that was an angry team. They didn't come up feeling sad. It was a team that was looking for some revenge, and in the end, not to be in the grand finals. But APG did in fact feel the wrath of an angry Bravado Gaming. But I mean, as you say, APG, that accomplishment themselves was pretty fantastic.
Yes, it was.
It's also a different team. I think they've changed two players from last year championships.
They definitely did. I think
Yeah.
Flanks left, didn't want to play competitively more, so they did the APG Academy. Their only rule was never to practice, so they just did it for fun. And then they've put in Filthy Frank, who took over Flanks' role.
Oh, okay.
And then obviously they replace Adastum with Hurley, but as a stand-in, because the roster changes weren't clear yet. And then obviously PSL joined him after that fact. And then Flanks came back in with when Filthy Frank, swapped teams. So now it's basically the same guys minus Adastum.
Yeah. So it's still a big change. I mean,
It is.
a core player switch is much bigger to. Just to cope with it again, just to make back the APG as it was during 2016. Okay, that's pretty weird.
I mean,
For me, they're getting rid
Cow.
of such a mechanically sound player like Adastum. It's a very risky move
Yeah.
for APG.
So it's just
The cow's getting the spotlight.
yeah.
Stacey, how do you feel about Adastum leaving APG?
I'm pretty sad. Okay, was that real?
It was pretty good.
I'm a
That was
ventriloquist, part-time.
You can be the next Jeff Dunham.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, yeah.
It's the only one I know, so.
It's the only one we all know, so don't worry. Anyways, you were saying.
For me, though, as soon as Adastum left that team, I mean, they've just dropped down in the league. They really have. They're getting someone that mechanically strong out of your team, the very big move. But also getting then Flanks coming in, Filthy Frank coming in, and then Flanks coming back in. It's a lot of roster changes, which means the synergy is all screwed up as well. So finding your team synergy once again with the new player, I mean, having three different carry lineups, carry cores in your team, there's a lot of communication that needs to be re-established in your team. So I think once they get that, we might see the old APG come back.
It's interesting you said. I was going to ask you, Reigns, have they lost that APG magic that we saw last year?
I don't believe that. I want to see the magic here at this event. I want to see them, take it to the grand finals. It would be nice, but they have very difficult opponents.
They do.
Well, that seems like a good segue for me. Let's talk about those opponents. Energy Esports. They were Carbon last year. They got purchased by the Energy MGO, something to that effect. But effectively, this is a roster that we've had fairly stable for a while with the name change.
Yes.
So, how do we feel about the new Energy roster?
I really liked the Carbon team last year. They were new. I think they were picked up by Medeis like weeks before to form this team, and they had Atmosphere as support, and they brought in Strike as well. Strike mid last year was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I enjoyed his Queen of Pain. Specifically, I'm hoping that he picks this against APG. Would like to see this again.
Performance has been amazing.
Yeah, he's a very good core for Energy, and there's no difference from then to now. I mean, there's even an improvement with Odu as an addition. Ex-BVD
I mean,
player
we've spoken a lot about Dorado. We're talking about one of the men that that made up that lineup.
I think once they switched him, they took him out of the position 5 role and put him to position 4. That's when Energy started going, whoop, because in the beginning they were kind of trying to figure out where they fit, trying to get that synergy, and we saw them not do so well in the first Masters Leg 1. And then towards the end of Masters Leg 1, towards going into Leg 2, we started seeing a completely new energy. They found that team synergy, and they put Odu where he belongs, and it's just been going absolutely brilliant from there.
It's actually really interesting. I had a chat to Odu previously, and the thing is that Odu is this man is somebody that is very special, right?
Yeah.
We're not talking about a strong Dota player who has, done the laps, and we can talk about him with respect. We're actually talking about a guy who will sort of live as probably one of the defining moments amongst that particular team as being like a side that has influenced so much of what we've done to this point. I mean, WRG was a side that literally grew in the sort of footsteps of Bravado Gaming, and eventually there came a time when we can say that they surpassed them, perhaps. But even then, the last showing between Bravado and White Rabbit Gaming, Bravado won. And it was kind of nice to see the big boys sort of walk away with the good one. But Odu, he's now he has cemented himself as an absolute legend.
Yes.
And you know where that gets a little bit hard? Is that you haven't actually left yet. He is a legend walking amongst us mere mortals in many ways.
Yeah.
And I was concerned about how that might affect him. Like you're still here. How do you feel about how you're playing? Are you still serious? Is this just something that you're kind of doing because you can, or because it's something that you want to really invest a lot of your time in? And he said to me something that I was really happy to hear. He said, "I might be even more serious now because there's more responsibility I hold."
Yeah, there definitely is.
And I really am really glad to hear that, because Odu, man, you've been tennis for a very long time already, and we lost a lot of guys that we are going to miss.
Yeah, we are.
And we're glad you're still here, buddy.
Yeah,
Well, it's not just him, it's also Chelsea, aka Lurker. He's been around forever as well. Lurker, sorry. Lurker,
I like Lurker. So
Lurker.
not bad.
No, but honestly, he's been around for a long time as well. So we've got 2 veterans there. I mean, people we've seen at LANs for 6 years consecutively in, Carbon or BBD or, we've seen them consecutively there, and they've got a lot of experience at these LANs. So, I mean, I would count Energy in my predictions in top 3 at this LAN.
That's I like it.
Yeah, I think
like
it's fair.
APG.
I
like,
actually said safe.
Safe.
A safe top 3. Honestly,
Okay.
I mean, looking at the way they've been performing over the last couple of months, they've been getting better and better and better. The teams that they're beating, they're no longer struggling as much as they did. And, they are, having those 2 veterans on the team, they keep a cool, calm head. They don't let a game rule. Like, if they lose a game, they don't let it rule the rest of the event because of that experience.
Yeah.
A lot of teams don't have that composure yet.
Yeah, and Odu has been around. I think he was Castaway's age when he won his first DGC, when he was still with Ian.
Yeah.
I mean, was he with the sort of the EN, if that makes sense? So, we talk a lot about the Bravado lineup, but there was also like that EN from back then.
Wasn't it first LIB Evo, if I remember correctly?
It was before that. I think it was the Ian with Seam and Zera and Flares in the team. So that was a really, really strong, unbeatable team. Scans was in BVD.
And there was also Bananas was part of that, and Zera. I'm just trying to recall the lineup.
It's just a whole mix. They just kept changing with each other.
It was actually quite funny, because if you think about it, there was a Bravado lineup and an NG lineup, and they were almost like on rotation. Like, the one guy would go to NG, and then that NG player would go to Bravado. Like, we're not sure if we like this combination. Let's put it back.
Just mix it up once again. Yeah, so just to carry on with what you said about Odu as well, I agree. He started off young. He won a championship at like 18 or similar age. So, there's no reason why he can't go further than this now. Still,
Yeah. This all seems really like somber now, though. Though we should have some fun. Maybe poke fun at Lucker for being incredibly lazy and playing StarCraft for most of his career.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not making that up, by the way. You can probably go and ask him. He legitimately used to play StarCraft during the drafting phases back in the day. And Knoxville can also quote me on that.
I'm surprised that he can finish a StarCraft game before a draft ends.
Probably just zergling rushing people.
Okay. If it doesn't work, he quits.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, I suppose it's good micro-skill practice, before the game.
Starts playing Beastmaster with the boar and then getting necro books. It's just like rushing boars.
Right. I'm glad we're sort of actually moving towards actual Dota things now, because it's all been sort of fringe items that I do think are important to cover, but there is obviously an important topic that we really got to go through, and that is, of course, just these teams' play styles. So, what do we know about NG? How do they like to play, and how do you think this new patch has affected them? I know that's loaded, but let's throw it over that side and we'll move back around.
Yeah, Succubus mentioned Laka. He's, I don't know, I feel like he's either a very streaky player, like unpredictable at times. At times he pulls off really amazing gameplays, helps the team a lot. And I think that the energy right now is much, much better than, let's say, comparable to Carbon last year.
Right.
So with that change, I think it's a big move. It means they need to practice more of the team. They had more time to practice as a team more. And they stayed at the top during the DGL ladder as well, that Succubus just mentioned yesterday. So with that behind them, I think they will do really well. But at the same time, I don't see how it's going to be an easy game against APG. It's
definitely not going to be easy. I don't think it's going to be an easy game. I think it'll be a relatively even matchup. For me, it's going to be hard to see who's actually going to win this. It's going to come down to draft. But I think the one thing that Energy do have in their favor is the fact that they are more experienced. And Odu being from BVD, we also saw BVD were the only team that really utilized their jungle well. And now that the jungle's back, I mean, I used to see BVD players move around the map with purpose. I mean, they wouldn't just go and gank mid. They were on the way to mid. They would stack camps along the way. You know, they would actually really fully use the map. And Odu still applies that team thinking into his game. So I believe, like in this patch for the creeps, there's definitely going to be, for me, they're going to have more advantage in that respect. And I know Chelsea is normally the playmaker. He's normally, you know, the guy that makes the plays. So, I mean, Axe, you know, those type of heroes are still extremely viable. So I expect to see that. I don't see a Darkseer happening because he's slowly been, you know, nerfed out of the game. So
Vacuum cooldown changed to 20 seconds.
yeah,
I feel like that's like the running joke of Valve. Like every time there's a but Darkseer itself is a hero that I'm really fond of. So I hope it lives.
shame. I mean, the one LAN we went to, I believe it was Gamers Fest, Chelsea had to play Darkseer every single game. He was so tired of that hero.
Was that when he was subbing?
He was subbing, yes. He was subbing. I can't remember what team was subbing for, though.
Don't remember either.
I
It's
don't
been a while,
remember.
hey?
It was a
A
while.
lot of
Are
things
we
have
reaching that
happened.
point now where it's sort of back in my day?
Yeah,
When
we
I
had
was
these guys.
Well,
and
Devon,
they-
unfortunately, we're old.
Oh man.
Speak for
Don't get me
yourselves,
started.
guys.
I mean, I started off in the booths, and now it's I've made the joke already, but I'm going.
Yeah.
I'm slowly progressing further out the lobby.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Make sure you do it once a day. It's okay.
Anyway, getting
The
back.
joke.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I like to do. I'm a big fan of sort of doing a joke enough times so it's so dead that it becomes funny again, and then everything's bad except the last one. You like to see worth it.
Yep.
For me, though, like APG, very aggressive players, very aggressive style. Like they like to, you know, make the plays. They like to do a lot of ganking, a lot of rotations. So I mean, the response is going to, you know, but they have a very similar playstyle, Energy and APG. Actually, they really do. They're both aggressive, but I do think that Energy might utilize the map a little bit better than APG, just from experience.
So would you guys feel that? I mean, it's a little bit early. The players are still getting ready, but are you guys happy to make some predictions for this matchup?
I'll.
No. No, you see, he's with me for the rest of every panel, so I'm definitely going to
I'll
stick
be
on
in
his
trouble.
good side.
Yeah, okay, sure.
I mean, although Succubus is quite a strong, independent lady, I think Jackie, your predictions, like, she's going to be
What
way
just
more trouble.
happened?
Well, you see, I turncoated you because she could be way more trouble. So you were saying?
It's going to be close, but one team has to lose. I'm going to go with APG 2-1.
Wow.
Really?
I have a good feeling about this.
Really?
Yeah, for real.
Is this one of the times where you feel like you're just contributing?
I feel like I'm going to be wrong, but if I'm right, I'm going to feel good about myself.
Okay, fair enough. So you are definitely a betting man then.
Good betting man, yeah.
I'm gonna go Energy 2-1.
Okay, cool. So it's going to be like 1-1, and then Succubus and I will be watching stressfully. So who's going to be doing what, you know? Just going to give me that eye.
I'm going to say it's
I have the cows on my side. It's okay.
Not really. They're more to... Okay,
What's happening here now?
No.
Oh no!
Rip.
there's
See,
a
that's
collapse
energy
occurring.
falling 2-1. It's like,
Hey.
okay, fine.
No, honestly, I just think because of their performance and because of what I've seen in the last couple of weeks,
Yeah.
they haven't really. I mean, APG haven't been winning against them. So for me, like, I think it's gonna go 2-1 Energy.
I was also quite. I mean, I feel that I don't think it's like I think it's terrible, right? Like in the sense that I would probably give this sort of like. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to. But I'm going to do it anyways. 30-70 towards Energy would probably be my sort of bet. And I think that APG can certainly do it. Like there's certainly on in smart.
Of course they can do
but
it.
I definitely feel that this is. I was surprised. I was surprised that you so formidably.
Well,
but let me not give you too
Right.
hard a time about it, right?
Cool. Huh?
Because that's fair enough. Good on you for being all
Sure, yeah.
manly and in
Yeah.
that regard.
It makes the panel more fun.
I can
right?
literally
With,
see like some beard growing on you as we speak.
I am crying right now inside, but
Hey.
it's okay. I'm gonna
Reigns
keep at
has
it.
hidden muscles, dude. Guys.
He is.
I don't have. It's just under the suit. No, let's just not talk about that now.
Let's
Okay,
make
do you think we
him-
can make him blush?
Halberd, yes. I was
Because
about
I was
to
going
say
to
the
say,
same thing.
I felt his bicep earlier. It's
I
quite
don't think.
strong.
I think you would blush before me.
That's also true. Leave me alone, especially you.
Please try. Okay, anyways.
Right. So moving away from that sort of thing. So we are obviously still quite early on in the tournament. We haven't seen too many drafts just yet.
Yeah.
The one that obviously has been sticking out, however, is Warlock.
Yes.
So do you guys think we're going to see more of it?
I think when we see, I mean, not to say anything like bad on it, but Mythic, let that slip through in the first game, and then they picked it up immediately in the second game. But honestly, when it comes to the other teams, they're not going to let that stuff slide. They're gonna ban it first or pick it first.
Yeah, let's. I think WRG as well at Game 2 when they gave Mythic the Warlock, they had a good plan to counter it. The same as APG versus Energy. If they ever let through a Warlock or a Sven, it's probably why. They have a very good reason why. But if not, I can see first pick Sven. Legion Commander's up there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Sven seems to be getting a little bit less love than the Warlock, in the sense that it's almost like it's the second best or something.
There are a lot of alternatives to Sven, like Lifestealer, you did mention this last game, and Legion Commander as well, but I'm probably going to see this banned out. It was banned both games last series as well. So
Look, the only thing that really changed with Legion Commander is the mana cost of her nuke. Look, it doesn't allow her to spam it like she would normally in lane, and obviously it made it evident when they were ganking. She could have gotten that second kill if she actually had the mana pool to cast the second one after everything. So I think that's really the only thing that's changed about her, and things that she's going to have to make more preference on actually finishing off that magic stick and, you know, getting more of the stat items so you have the mana pool to do it. So Legion Commander for me is still a very strong laner. And I know the Aghanim Scepter now additionally adds that it's a spell immunity, but would you viably still get the Aghanims on it? That's the question. Is it truly better than BKB? Because, I mean...
Can we just go there for a second?
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Why is the Aghanim Scepter... Can somebody just justify this item to me? It is the most situational pickup
yes, it is very
in
situational.
Dota.
Yeah.
And I say that in the nice way that we say, yes, that's clearly a situational pickup because it's generally reads as bad. It's like an Aghanims that are almost forced into the game at this point. And it's on a hero that's actually quite good and it could have something else there in its place.
It's, what you said, it's very situational. You can have games where you can have the Alchemist in and then just, supply it for the team. So that's... I think the better strat is to do that in, like, let's say the Legion Commander. When Succubus mentioned, it's not an item that you would spend 4,200 gold on.
It really isn't. There's so much better items out there.
Yeah, so I would consider it luxury to have...
is it even good, though? I mean, because then your allies don't take damage.
Better than normal, I must say, but not for 4,002.
I mean, especially for early game deals. I mean, yes, you get your Blink and you get your... you get your blade mail, but why would you go straight for an Aghanim Scepter after that? Because early game deals, you need your teammates to help you get the deal damage. You can't viably pick off a solo hero unless it's a very squishy support with brown boots and a magic stick.
Or with that blade mail and it's a Sven and God strength. It feels good, man.
Yeah, and then if there's anyone else, there, you're not getting that deal off on your own. You know, it's very hard to get early game deals like that. You need your team's help, so that's why you pick a Lina with a Legion Commander, because you deal Laguna Blade or invoke it as Sunstrike. You know, something that you need extra damage. So Aghanim Scepter for me, it's still bad. You don't receive friends. Well, you can't get your friends help, and yes, gives you spell immunity, but you'd rather just pick up a BKB, or something in something else. You really for me, or Deso, for instance. I mean, come on.
This brings me to a spicy
Poor
little topic.
Poor anti-mage.
I'm not so worried about anti-mage.
He's the only one that can't do it.
There's a lady we haven't seen much of just yet, right? A curious young lady. She used to be the bane of all pubs everywhere, and loved by cosplayers around the world. Drow Ranger. I mean, the Deso thing has got to be making some people wonder if she's not, in some way, viable.
It could be, but the problem with Drow is that she's still very susceptible to ganks, and in the current meta, you get those catchy team fight heroes. She's just not good against it. She can't stand on her own. For me, I just don't feel like it's a pick.
It's fair to say. It's very situational where you get the space to farm. We're just going to get ganked. And
so my puppies are safe, is really what I'm hearing.
Your pub games are usually safe, yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
Unless you get stacked against Ian. Sorry.
Which happens.
Okay.
It feels bad, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're the players getting ready. We should be live fairly soon. In fact, the little birdie in my ear is telling me it's just literally a minute away. So exciting time. So any hero that you would like to see, any hero that you particularly like to see just as a wish list item?
Night Stalker.
That's good. Into the meta, huh? I want to see a Sven. It's been banned all the games. I want to see a Sven. Yeah.
You want to see level 10 Sven take on a 6 stack of Ancients?
I would. I'll sit here and I'll wait for it. Make sure the replay is there. Yeah.
Great. Let's see. What would I like to see? So, no, I'm just kidding. I was gonna say
No one cares,
Be
Devin.
like,
I'm
Techies,
joking. I'm
250
joking.
damage.
No, I was going to bring up a friend from our old masters, the poor, and it is kind of relevant, guys, because Bob Yules, he's a believer too.
No, it's not Bob Yules. I call him the Yules of Bob. He's his own item altogether.
Right.
Mm.
What would that even? Okay,
The
wait,
Yules of Bob.
we're getting sidetracked far too much.
Yeah.
I'm sure people are.
So who would you like to see, Devin? Mr. Hulbird.
To be perfectly honest, I think if I was going to pick up a wishlist item for the current changes, definitely Panda.
Ooh, yes. Yes, Panda.
Exciting hero.
Bring him
looking
back,
pretty
yeah.
strong.
They still need to give his pandas when he splits a little bit more HP. I think then he would be picked up a bit more, to be honest.
Tank it up more.
Tank his
Fusion with Chen, you say? Go get that extra
No,
1,000
that would
talent.
be
Oh,
ridiculous.
that would be nice.
That would be absolutely ridiculous. No, but yeah, for
I
me
expected a Spectre. I don't know why. I thought you would say Spectre.
Spectre got nerfed.
But we
hard.
haven't seen Spectre for so long. I
Think-
thought you'd be Spectre.
We've
Sorry.
seen.
Should I be offended?
We have.
No,
I'm not sure here.
No,
We've
no,
seen Spectre quite a bit in the Masters games, but to be honest, he relies on those early game haunts to get kill assists
Yeah,
and stuff, and
yeah.
that's a lot harder now. With I think it's 180-second cooldown on his ulti at level 1.
It's pretty rough.
It's a pretty big nerf to the hero. It's going to slow down his progression quite a lot. So for me,
fair.
I don't think we're going to see Spectre.
So Panda it is.
Although I must say, I remember the tri-global strategy
Oh,
back in the
yeah.
day.
Oh, yeah,
Giving away
yeah.
my age again here. With Zeus, Spectre, and Nature's Prophet.
Yep.
Before Nature's Prophet, LT had a limited amount of hits, so it just used to hit everything on the map and used to blow things up. Lots of fun was had.
Yeah, not fun.
I mean, it depends what side you're on, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
And
If you're on the
ironically-
winning team, you're kind of laughing. But I mean, if you're on the enemy team, you're just like,
Yeah.
not again.
It's over.
Not again.
5
Please,
minutes in,
not
it's over.
again.
Yeah.
I mean, what's really funny is that this is once again Dota 1 stuff, and dare I say, I was trying to get there earlier, and I'm finally going to be able to get there. Is that you see, I was the support Viper, which was actually what used to support the Spectre
Support
back
Viper.
then. Was legitimately what used to look after the Spectre.
Yeah.
Ha! Dota Universe, take that.
Oh, do you guys remember Ricky Deathward?
Oh yeah, good times as well. Good times as well, because that made sense, right?
No.
Balance
Invis Deathwater coming at you guys.
seems legit. Yeah, so I mean, those are heroes that we're kind of keen to see. So it was unanimously. What do you guys pick again?
Sven.
And then
Night Stalker.
Night Stalker.
I
And
want to
that's
see the
especially-
flying vision, you know?
It really does seem quite terrifying. Any things that you would not like to see? Any heroes that you hope that have been sort of pushed away from this patch and that we can
Monkey
move on
King,
from?
I'm so tired of seeing
That is
him.
thing that is
That's when
definitely gone.
Yeah, he's not coming back.
No. He's literally
Rest in peace.
he's that person who rocks up to the party, right? You can hear all the music going on in the background, like, "Hey guys, I'm here." There's no party here. You know, somebody sort of walking around the door like, "Party!" You know, then Monkey King's not getting invited in. But Pit Lord is effectively something to consider.
Oof, he just didn't make any impact. I mean, such a good hero. But actual aura is amazing. But I mean, everyone kept picking him almost consistently in the Masters legs, and it just didn't have any impact whatsoever. I mean, Centaur and Slardar, those type of heroes made way more of an impact, even though on paper they're worse on paper, but in the game mechanics, it somehow just didn't do anything for them. I mean, I think it worked once when it was coupled with a disruptor and they actually got all the combos off together. But other than that, if there's no solid lockdown for him, I mean, yes, his root's quite nice, but if there's no like combination of heroes to do something with him, it just falls off so hard. It's even worse than Undying in most
Shame.
cases.
Although I recall a very old strategy. I think this must have been Dota 1 as well, where if you would channel an ultimate with a Pit Lord TPing in, that the ulti would actually land on the other side.
Yeah.
And they used to do that for things like Sanking. And Sanking is actually something of interest. I feel like I'm either going crazy or this is the case, right? So they changed his Sandstorm
Yes, it's a lot stronger.
to be, because it now does more damage at level 1,
Yes.
and it still has the same sort of duration, right? But the fade delay is now shorter as a trade-off. But I feel like that's how it was originally, and they changed it, and now they changed it back. Am I going crazy, or is that in fact the case?
I think you're not going crazy.
That's good to
I
know.
think there's just too much to remember.
Gone
these days.
crazy already.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, the patch has changed twice in half a year, so yeah, don't take it around yourself.
I mean, we're HOTS now as well. We've embraced our new HOTS overlords.
Oh yeah.
You know, I think it was HOTS as well. I can't even remember the meme. It was too long ago now.
Yeah, and also I think Oracle's died down a lot as well since
Yeah.
the beginning of the year. We saw a lot at the 2016 DGC champs, but now he's just disappeared. Make him a hero again.
Question. Oh, do you think we're going to maybe see some more Earth Spirit now? Because Monkey King's gone.
Yeah, definitely. I expected Mythic guys to pick up the Earth Spirit. Just didn't happen, but for sure, position 4 really strong.
I feel because we always saw it, right? Now it just
Yeah.
almost like has a greater value because Monkey King has been sent to the depth of the nerf pit.
Yeah.
So it would make sense we see him. But what do you think could almost pull up that role as the new Earth Spirit in that regard?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said Night Stalker.
Right.
I want
fair
to see
enough.
Night Stalker in that role because, I mean, not only is he really good, well, you know, at ganking, he's got the silence, he's got the slow, but you don't even have to have Aghanims to fly, you just press E. So it's, for me, it's just, even just having him on the map is value because it just restricts enemy team's vision to a point where they can't see anything on the map. I mean, their ward vision is like this.
And that is
Yeah.
the most irritating thing in Dota.
Yeah.
It literally makes me
It makes me sad.
like flip table over.
And you know
kind of
how much
angry.
wards mean to me. I mean, I keep, in every game, I'm like, where are the wards, guys? I need my wards. Because
You know-
it's frustrating because I would buy wards before I buy boots if I support. Because I feel like it's that important.
Yes, and you. I can attest. You certainly. A certain member of our panel from earlier would also be able to attest, in fact, that you do indeed live up to that desire to have wards up at all times.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Pro trip: if you do play with Succubus,
Better ward.
yeah, you'll become a better player very, very quickly if you don't ward. Just not with Jackie or Reigns, because then you will start buying Dagons and everything.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's a
Hey,
good strategy.
It now kills illusions instantly. So I
It
mean,
now
it's
kills
cool.
They're
illusions
just
instantly.
encouraging him.
I know, right?
I mean, now he has like some sort of reasonable excuse, like, oh, there's a Terrorblade in the game, and I just wanted to resolve this issue.
Zap.
You're a Sven, you know, like that.
He won't just get level 1 though. He'll go all the way to level 5 and
Oh,
be
no,
like,
always. Yeah. You never stop at level 1.
All we need back in our lives is actually Dagon Couriers.
oh wow.
That would be nice, yeah.
Yeah.
So just get around here. Zap.
Just
No
energy
level support.
booster.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's all that's needed.
yeah. You literally just leave hero. Pick a Zeus, get that 6 hit. Hit your ulti when required. I got this. Yeah, and anyways, okay, so we're having a lot of fun on this panel. Obviously, we're messing around a bit, waiting for the players to load in. But there is actually something I found pretty interesting. Back in the sort of earlier times of, let's think sort of when Roshan was in his old spot, before he
It's end of an
renovated.
era, yeah.
We always spoke about the dire advantage, right? And there was and based on the dire advantage, you also got I believe it was back when it was a first pick advantage, or what was one of the ways around. So you always had teams picking either a first pick and dire, or rather, they would always want to be first pick and dire.
A side or pick, yeah.
Yeah. But there was like the key one that you wanted. How do you guys feel that has changed now with the current level? Roshan moving towards
Radiant's definitely the thing now. Radiant's a better side to start on.
and pick. I mean, where do you guys want to sit?
Well, it's difficult, say. They balance it really well. Actually, it's cool. It's fair to say Radiance is a nice such song. It's easy to get there.
Oh, that's just my
And
personal preference.
yeah,
I mean, you might
yeah,
have
of
a
course.
different preference.
Yeah, no, I don't think I have a preference right now. It's been balanced. It was a huge change for a lot of people. A lot of people liked it, more disliked it, but we're all playing the game now. So
Hey
blend it in.
guys, we get cheese on second rush now. That's pretty good.
That's actually really
Yep,
good. So it's
getting some extra calcium. These days.
forces people to, forces more people to rush early in the game.
What was it? Right, anyways. So, apparently I'm a massive troll because I did say the game would be going out live in a minute, right? But I really just wanted to tease everyone in the audience.
Don't trust Halberd, guys. It's just
Yes,
not happening.
and I believe hashtag blame Devon is a thing now as well. So
It is.
There we go.
Look it up.
Yeah.
He's got secrets hiding in that beard of his, guys.
So where I keep all my MMR. All right, but I'm sure you guys are just as keen as us for a little bit of a break. So we'll be back shortly, and finally we'll get you guys some action once again. It's going to be Energy versus APG. Hey guys, welcome back. I'm sure you're so glad to see more of our nonsense and not the game just yet.
Hello.
But I promise you, at some point there actually will be Energy versus APG.
Some points of the day.
At some point. In the meantime, you're trapped in here with me. But yeah, obviously we are experiencing just one or two delays, but should have it up hopefully in about 10 minutes. So that gives us 10 minutes to force everyone to listen to more of our conversation.
They can always just mute us if they don't like us.
I hear
No, don't mute us, please. Listen to our nonsense. Yeah.
Just
I literally just imagined in my mind's eye like somebody literally listening to Jackie and just
boop.
I mean, if it gets too bad, we'll just have you do the water droplet sounds for us. I mean, that's a pretty good job.
Oh,
Yeah,
what?
that's cool,
Seriously?
right? Yeah.
But that's how, so hold on. Can you just please not give away our ace in the hole just yet? I said if we run out of
I'm
things
going
to
to
discuss.
I'm going to
Damn it.
real life commend you.
That's cool. Nice. That's how I got my nickname from.
That doesn't really, is that
No, it's not.
how Reigns came about? Like one day bored at home, I can't do it. So
Reigns?
yeah.
Okay,
Actually,
yeah.
can you make it sound like I'm doing it? Just get the timing right.
Okay.
So you were one day just sitting at home, just going.
No. Yeah, just have to give me a time.
I was. You're
Okay.
bad at this.
Yeah, I'm
that,
pretty
ladies
bad
and
at
gentlemen,
this.
is what you call a fail.
And that's what you call that teamwork, right? I mean,
It's like you're flicking yourself.
You define your team sitting. Why are you hitting
No,
yourself?
actually,
Why are you hitting yourself, Devin? Why are you hitting
I
yourself?
would actually love to know if somebody was actually listening to the stream muted right now, or just watching the stream and just literally start seeing people flicking themselves on camera.
What are you people doing?
Right.
Yeah.
We're professionals, guys. Come
We
on.
are. Just stop.
Right.
Stop.
Okay. So
Yeah.
great. APG versus Energy, obviously, eventually coming our way.
Yeah.
Can we think of any sort of truly great previous matches that they've had? Any rivalries and
They had a different team, both of them.
I can live with that. I mean, the
okay with
MGO
that?
is the MGO.
Yeah, no, I don't recall any
nothing.
notable.
I think the only rival team that everyone's trying to beat right now is WRG.
I mean,
Let's be honest.
Is it fair? I mean,
It is fair. It is really fair. They're the top dogs now. They've proven themselves to be
but I mean,
unbeatable.
XTC versus APG. Surely that there's some bad blood there.
I don't think there's bad blood. I think everything was done in pretty good faith. I don't think anyone's mad at each other. They seem really happy together.
Mm-hmm.
There's no like meanness or resentment or anything like that. So I
So
don't
we'll have to
think
provoke them.
we have to provoke them.
Yes.
Wow.
Have to.
Right now, even.
This
Before-
community
before it starts.
needs to come together more, not
I was literally
fight.
thinking of making something up on the spot. It was being like, "Yo, you should have heard what Adestab said about Bobby Hills."
You should have. You look, Adam is quite a, I would say, gentle and kind person. He's not the one to,
No, he's a very likable guy. I mean,
he's nice to everyone. I don't think I've ever seen him be rude to anyone before.
who's
Yeah.
the worst? Who's like the worst player?
The worst guy on social media or just in general.
Because on social media, it's probably Shadawi.
I would give that hat to PSL. I'm sorry.
Really.
PSL is probably
Because
the
I was
worst
going
on
to say,
social
but
media.
Shadawi is wonderful in person.
Yeah, he is.
Like a really-
He really is a nice guy. in
And he also
person.
goes, so, which I'll never get over.
So,
He wasn't aware of it, which is the best part. That's great.
but
Who's the worst?
in game, from personal experience, I would have to give that hat to Rage Boss.
Right. Okay. Jackie, got any favorites?
Wow.
And by favorites, I mean not your favorites.
So difficult, hey? There's so many good players. Adestam is one of them.
Not talking
We're
about
not talking
people,
about actual favorites. We're talking
not
about.
talking about people with bad tempers.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, why talk about Adestam? Okay.
Because he's a nice guy.
Yeah, he is a very nice guy. Bad temper players. Sorry, everyone's just so nice to me. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Can we go with like greater esports community, like sort of people that are sort of on the fringes and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yep.
Can you give me an example?
Prophecy playing CS:GO. That man goes crazy. Like he's not the happiest. Shout out to you, Sean. I know you're watching. I'm gonna give you a little heart.
I would actually love to see that man rage because he is so reserved in real life.
I don't think he's going to. He's much better. Come on. He's in CS:GO. Have you played with him recently?
No, I haven't.
He's so controlled. He's like the team leader.
Oh, really?
Like, okay, guys, you calm down. I'm going to carry this. I've got this or something. Like,
Right.
it's got that thing going on.
I
Yeah.
clearly haven't been playing enough CS:GO lately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Dota hype, right?
Yeah,
Dota hype.
because I got that on my system. I'm a new man. And by that I'm an old man again. Until the next CSGO event, which I'll probably be
The young man again.
something like that.
It works, yeah.
So, anyways, I hear drafts in my ear. That's exciting.
Apparently the South African servers are down, so we are trying, they're setting up the local servers, I believe.
Oh no, we're being hurried. Sorry, no one can talk because you're gonna love this one.
We're
take
in,
us in.
boys.
Drafts up. Right, and that couldn't have happened 2 minutes before I insulted one of my friends.
Well, we didn't exactly insult them. It's not like they're bad people in real life. They just got bad tempers on social media or in game when things get rough.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody who's sitting down here that is, because I can stare at the person now, right? And then I can't give away who's the ragey one.
Yeah, I rage a lot when people do dumb stuff. It's like...
You mean like picking, banning Treant first?
Not
I'm
placing
kidding.
wards.
Not placing ward is a very bad idea, guys. Even in pub, it's like...
You
know,
expect me to carry the game for you, but you don't want to put wards down for me. I'm sorry, guys. Nah, not happening.
Well, you know what else isn't happening? Oh, that's an Abaddon. Sorry, I thought it was a Night Stalker for a second.
No, that's
So
definitely
Abaddon's
an
still possible, but yeah, Abaddon and Warlock
Legion.
banned out so far, as well as the Treant Protector, as well as one of my favorite Arcanas, actually, the Legion Commander.
Some very strong heroes getting banned out straight off the bat. Very strong. I mean, that the tree doing that route instead of the bash, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, also Abaddon is very viable, right? If they want to play further than position, they can go offlane if they want to with the Abaddon to keep him alive. You know, you can play dual lanes as well and all this meta. Nothing wrong with that, but wow, I expected... Okay, we all expected the Warlock to get out of the game, but Legion Commander as well, it's just second ban. I was hoping that they would let him through, but yeah, right now they do have a Sven, so Energy can pick up a strong carry like that first, and I don't think there will be a problem with that.
Where is the Shadow Shaman? I actually heard people chatting about Shadow Shaman outside. What was interesting though is they were alluding to the fact that you pick up a Shadow Shaman and it feels like a push draft, but then it isn't, or something like that. Although ironically that was also alongside the Jakiro. So
Level 1 damage nuke, that hero does a lot of damage.
So it boosted his DPS indeed. Nice first two picks from APG. I've got no complaints about that. Succubus, you did mention about Doxia's trying to fall out.
It's getting nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed.
But
I'm actually surprised to see it.
It is good combo. I mean, if it was just a Doxia, it'd be nice. But with the Jakiro, you can set up a nice ice path into vacuum into the Wolf replica as well. The Macropire is really strong at level 25, where it pierces through immunity and everything else. So that. They got that going. It's just getting to level 25 that's a problem. But whoa.
A little bit.
Am I wrong or right here? But doesn't he first have to get an axe to have it pierce?
No, that just makes his Macropire block out the sun.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
You know, like his math. Yeah, I know. It gets a lot longer.
Yeah.
But I'm just really not.
It's a level 25 talent tree.
It's a level 25. Okay.
Yes.
So I know a lot about the new patch, but I can't remember everything. I'm human, guys.
Indeed,
it's a big patch. Right?
It's a huge patch.
And you know when they have important things there, like being able to purge clarity.
Yeah.
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 It's the small
important stuff.
things.
Right next to axe, cutting blade, removes 30% of your opponent's damage. So
also very
there's
situational.
I feel like we've thought about this before outside or something.
Yeah, it's we spoke about the Legion Commander axe, but we didn't speak about the axe, but it's also very situational if you would actually get the axe.
It's definitely better than his old one, I think.
Yes, it is, I think, as well. Because it adds a movement speed float, but it buffs your movement speed at the same time. Plus, they do 30% less damage. Night Stalker ban, no! But getting back to Reigns' point, though, with the Jakiro, yes, Ice Path and the Macropire is really good, but I feel like Jakiro in lane is a nuisance because of that liquid fire. Liquid fire, and what it does to towers as well. Amazing. That hero in lane it's not fun to deal with. I mean, you get liquid fired, every few seconds, and it's really hard to hit creeps.
Yeah, no, indeed. This is also weakened by the Kotal pick from Energy Esports. That actually counters Doxia really well.
Yeah.
The Jakiro is just there. Succubus says towers could be gone easily in a safe lane. And then spanning out the cores again, Templar Assassin. I haven't really seen her in this meta yet, although it's been 5 days. And also the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
But no, wow, there's a Rubik first pick. So yeah, they just need cores. Unless Jakiro's playing mid.
Jakiro mid's actually a thing now. So
Yep.
yeah, I actually could see him going mid. I don't know about you. What do you think, Devin? Do you think you could see him going mid as well?
I don't know, because I always think of Jakiro as when he was a sort of tanky offlaner. And it feels like It feels like a lot of investment into Jakiro to put him in. You know, like it is a very powerful. There's a lot of sort of, I don't know, value you can get out of your mid. And although Jakiro is not a bad hero, and he's not snowboardy or by nature or anything, so I'm going to guess not. But you know, hey, you're the analyst.
Oh, you could do the Rubik mid thing as well.
We could just try picture Jakiro on ACG.
Ooh.
No, not really, right?
No, I can't.
So it's not going to be a Jakiro mid, I don't think. It would be nice. You'd be pushing towers faster. You've got your Rubik to rotate to you. I don't think that the mid play of Energy Strike is going to have it really well with the Jakiro early game. But with all that together, yeah, I think it's going to be a support Jakiro. And then the mid will be picked now, and then they'll pick the carry later, or vice versa.
Like the cuddle for me is going to be good. Mana leak. Just max mana leak, guys. Blinding light, max mana leak, goodbye mana.
Ooh, but they picked the Invoker as well. So I think the Kotal alone is like a counter to the whole of APG. This is a pretty dangerous pick up, that Invoker mid. Although it's been left out and he's a very powerful mid hero. I don't think it's one of the strongest, but with that being said, we haven't seen what Energy has picked yet. Besides the Terrorblade, of course, that we haven't talked about, but very generic. He's very strong. Just stay in the safe lane and hope your Kotal and Shadow Shaman can push out the lanes for you, and then just give the space for your position one to farm up. But otherwise, well, okay, welcome back. We love this hero, right? It's just saying.
It's literally been the name of one of my Smurfs.
Yes, Nyx. For me, Nyx is somewhat underwhelming.
I agree. He could be picked more.
Remind you when he mana burns Invoker if he's underwhelming.
Yeah. So we've got a Nyx Assassin and then we have a Kotal. And Kotal is picked second. Now they have a team of spellcasters. I think APG has to pick a proper, a full-on anti-mage carry or something, just to give him some space while the rest of the four do things.
The thing is, for me, Nyx Assassin, the only person he could actually viably pick off here is probably the Rubik, but then again, he's got the lift. Because, I mean, Jakiro is quite tanky. It's going to be a hard pick off for him. Yes, Rubik's squishy, but he's still got a steal or a lift. You know, he also has a damage reduction. And then, of course, Doxy's got the Surge, Invoker's got Ghost Walk and Ice Wall, all those good things, Tornadoes. You know, it's going to be really hard for me to see Nyx actually get that solo pick-off.
And do you think I need to find these guys afterwards and ask them what the particular reason for the Nyx was? And then know what's going to happen. They're going to say, it's a good hero. Yeah,
but I mean, you can't have Spike Carapace up for everything. And you know,
guys, something is off here.
Are we going to see a core Venge? I think it's a mid-Venge.
The only person I've ever seen do that successfully is Adaston.
Still, with that being said, this Vengeful Spirit is quite a good hero against the Invoker, hey?
It is.
Full-on physical damage, you grab your stun when you want, and then here comes Nyx Assassin rotating at level 6.
But try call these lanes. I mean, where are we seeing this? And we'd expect this, because this is not a mid-Terrorblade, potentially.
I don't think so. It's
not against Invoker.
No,
you're just falling into a death pit there.
Okay, I like this. I think Terrorblade safe lane with possibly Nyx off lane. We would have Shadow Shaman maybe rotating, Coddle babysitting and stacking.
Yeah.
And possibly the Venge actually going mid, or the Shadow Shaman.
It's a dreamy.
That's Odu, right?
Yeah, Odu Venji, which is.
Odu Venji.
You actually call it right, I think, Albert. It might be a full-on carry Vengeful Spirit.
So Chosen One actually might. And Strike actually. So I said.
What do I need you guys for? I mean.
Wait. Sorry.
I did say either Shadow Shaman or Venge mid.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Devin. Goodbye.
She's half right. I think it might be Shadow Shaman. Might.
Well, time will tell.
Might.
So.
No, but the Slog though. That's just nasty.
So. So looking at the drafts, is there a particular side that you think is which draft would you rather be playing for? Let's go with it that way.
Oof. Look, on paper, I feel like APG, the draft, is a bit better.
Are you scared? Just a little bit.
You know, you don't have to put your hands up in the air when no one can see you. I can still see you. But yes,
I think it was for you.
Yes, Reigns, definitely the draft on APG for me is a bit better here.
Yeah, in a sense, I agree with the Slock. Let's just see. They have
Slark has got a lot of juicy targets to pick off. I mean, he's got a Venge, he has a Coddle, he has a Shadow Shaman, he's got a lot of juicy pick-offs for himself. So for me, it should be a pretty easy game for a Slark.
Yeah, I agree. This is a very nice DPS hero apart from the spellcasters on APG's side. And then, well, I just want to see where the dice set is going to go. This is pretty weird that they picked up the Shadow Shaman against the Invoker. I don't think I'd be brave enough to go against it, but although they're both early in the early game, Invoker takes a bit to get his spells in, so I won't go down against the Shadow Shaman mid, but I would like to see a Venge. A Venge would be nice.
So who would you put mid instead of Invoker then? Because the Shadow Shaman was first pick for them, if I believe.
Invoker
was fourth pick for them, third or fourth pick, and Shadow Shaman was first pick for them. So who, obviously believing that he's not going to mid against the Shadow Shaman. But I mean, who would you rather put in mid then, in his place?
This is probably, like, generally speaking, I think it's going to be a Shadow Shaman. I can't see Venge going right now. Not with. Okay, wait, but Strike is playing Venge. No, Strike is playing Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, he's definitely going mid.
Wow. What is this we have
Oh,
here?
the Terrorblade. So your death lane has been called here.
What's going on even?
What's even going on?
I feel like we were chatting about this earlier, and somebody might have said it was going to be a mid Terrorblade.
Who?
Somebody said that we would see the mid Terrorblade. I was curious, you guys, to recall who might have said that.
You said that.
Oh, right.
Okay.
What a guy.
Halberd wants a naughty badge. Everyone, they give him a naughty badge. No, but I think if you look at it in the big picture, I mean, Reigns is right. It's kind of a death matchup for Terrorblade. It's a very, very risky lane for him to go up against an Invoker.
I think the problem with Invoker is that there's so many risky lanes. But what I do think what is quite nice though is there's some pretty monstrous supports on that side, right?
Oh yes, the rotations can be devastating.
And I think that's what it has to be now. You're literally saying like, right, you take Invoker, you're going to have the advantage, and then effectively the most terrifying time for the Invoker is probably when Metamorphosis is about to run out, because I think that's the point where the supports are like, cool, we're going to buy you some time to right click those creeps, and the best way to do that is when your opponent's on the lane, and that's when they'll probably come out swinging and bring down that Invoker, or at least attempt to, and even just the pressure might be enough. I think it is worthwhile noting though that the Rubik is not the most fantastic rotational hero. He's not bad.
He's not.
Because he's got the telekinesis, which can, it's better than a stun in my opinion, because it puts somebody in a position where they don't necessarily want to be. But he doesn't have a huge amount of damage output or slow or anything. So he's not a great rotational hero.
No.
And Jakiro is
not reliable stun.
Yeah, and Jakiro's not the greatest either, right? Like he's okay. So it is a little bit harder for the pressure to be sort of returned onto the Terrorblade. So I don't know, maybe. It would be interesting to see how they sort of handle this. What do you guys think? How do they go about this?
For me, like, if you're going to make rotations to Jakiro and with the Rubik, you need to max, you get, like, obviously the value points in your stun, but then you max your Q and E. Because you can slow and do the damage over time more so, and that for me actually does more damage than anything else with the Jakiro. That build for me is extremely strong. Max your W, max your E, get your value in your stun, because you need your stun. So, but I mean, like, for me, if you want to kill with a Jakiro, you go for the max slow and the max damage over time, because that's going to get you your kills in the end.
Fair enough. So, obviously, a small tech issue that just being sorted out. So we'll be back shortly. But in the meantime, I guess we can just talk about how we think these actual lanes will go down outside of the mid lane. Like, what are we thinking about the off laners? Where do we feel about this Nyx in particular?
Yeah, I was thinking, I'm not playing on Ian's side right now, so it's difficult to sort out what they want to do in the later stages of the game. Because you have the Nyx Assassin who's most likely going to the off lane, that would give space for Vengeful Spirit to farm up, but how far, you're obviously not going to outfarm a Slock on APG side, not a chance, right? So if Terrorblade fails mid against an Invoker, you have a very slow carry farmer, that's the Vengeful Spirit. So what's going to happen from then? I still have to figure out why.
Venge as a carry is very strong early game, but it falls off later to other carries, and it's definitely not going to outcarry a Slark. There's no way.
Then you have to rely on Terrorblade to farm up, even though losing to an Invoker. I'm assuming he's going to lose an Invoker. And then you have this Slock that's just going to carry away. And I'm pretty confident that...
And once he has his Shadowblade Echo Saver up, I mean, he's just going to eat those guys up, you know, like, especially
Poor Cottl.
Yeah, poor Cottl, poor Cottl, poor Shadow Shaman. Yes, they've got disables, but if he just Shadow Dances or initiates on them, there's not much they can do. And especially once he gets a fast BKB up straight after the Echo Saver and Shadowblade, it's, you know, there's not much...
Is it potentially something we're not seeing? Because I mean, I think we're sort of running this as the sort of, this is how Game of Thrones works. You have your laning phase, and you perform these actions, and at some point you have these sort of the hero interactions based on, you know, allied and opposing heroes. Is it perhaps something we're not seeing here? I mean, there is that Shadow Shaman, right? And that is a pusher, right?
Yes.
Is there some sort of...
So is the Terrorblade.
Yeah, so is there not maybe something to this where we're not seeing that there's actually like a push strat inside all of this?
No, I mean, definitely a push strat, but can they actually do it? That's the problem. Like, that's what Reigns is saying. They could get overrun by just the pure fact that they've got more potential in that early game, and also the fact that they've got way more disable. I mean, they've got shackles, they've got sheeps, you know, they've got stuns deluxe. So I mean,
Sheeps, you say, like that, which is not a cow.
This, my dear Halberd, these are cows.
That one is a cow.
This one's a cow.
That
too.
one is a sheep.
I don't see. It's got little like sheep thingy. I mean, not to my word. He's even making me say it now.
Okay. Does it have udders?
It's a bull. Bulls don't have
Where are
udders.
its horns?
Right here.
Okay, it does kind of have horns.
Kind of.
He's just got 4 ears. Don't know what you're talking about. Everyone knows.
Yeah, but okay, just to make some sense into this, Terrorblade, okay, he can win. He can beat Invoker. There has to be a lot of rotations from the Shadow Shaman.
Yes.
And the Cottl has to help out the safe lane. So it's going to be like 2-2-1. Nyx at level 6. Nyx can get to level 6 pretty fast.
Yeah.
Once
if he doesn't
that
get zoned out, though.
If he doesn't get zoned out, yeah, of course. It's against a Slock as well. It's pretty difficult to not to. And then, yeah, just try to gang Invoker at level 6, highly possible. You've got your Shadow Shaman, you've got feeding Terrorblade would be nice. Feeding, giving Terrorblade a Invoker kill first blood mid.
Yeah.
So do we like the Nyx pick?
Yes.
I personally don't like the next pick. I just feel like there's better heroes that can be in that role. But for me, like you said, Devin, Rubik, Jakiro, not exactly the best rotating supports, but on the other side, they have better rotating supports, so they can make more things happen. So for me, like, it's going to come down to that early game. And of course, if the Terrorblade fails, then it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem because they're going to get out-carried by an Invoker, a Slock, because, guys, I mean, Invoker Aghanims, once he has that item, he's got so much control over team fights. It's going to be really hard for them.
Spike Carapace isn't getting you out of that, you know?
Yeah,
no, it's not.
Spike Carapace and an extra stun. I'm not going to say no to the Nyx, but there are other options. I just don't think they would pick like a Simbasaur, for example, for this, because now they need to rely on farm, and that's in the end up to the Terrorblade. I want this to work. Like it's something that we don't see often, but APG's lineup is just standardly really strong.
For me, though, like, who would you say could a Nyx Assassin could viably pick off on his own?
Nyx Assassin, that's a difficult one, I guess. Jakiro's really tanky. Doxia can just run away. I guess with the help of Cottl, Nyx Assassin can pick off anybody.
Yeah.
But alone, no, that's pretty difficult.
It's not a fun game for him by no means. He's gonna have to play like an absolute star. But as you said, Mana Burn.
Everyone just builds soft wizardries. Like literally 6-spot
Yeah, just keep going.
As you said, the Mana Burn's going to be pretty effective this game. So, I mean, especially against the Invoker. So that could work a lot to their favor. Maybe power down the Invoker in team fights just a little bit. Maybe that's just his role. Power down that Invoker, make sure he can't do much. You know, mana burn him, maybe Spike Carapace or two, you know, try get some of them, like, out of the fight so we can actually take over the fight. So maybe that's where we are not seeing it. Nyx being sneaky, kind of, you know, limiting the Invoker's power. That could be a thing as well.
From APG's perspective, though, I mean, you mentioned the Invoke. Obviously, we've spoken about from the sense of how do energy deal with the Invoker in mid, since it is a more favorable matchup. How does the Invoker deal with the fact that he's likely to get more pressure?
I don't think that Invoker is at ease right now. I mean, sure, he can win the lane against the Terrorblade, but because EN has picked so unpredictably, they don't really know what they're expecting of this, right?
Yeah.
They don't know that Terrorblade's mid right now. They could be expecting the Shadow Shaman. And then, it's just the small things, and I think the unpredictability can actually beat APG in this game. It's by no means easy. I think right now, 50-50. Although we do understand APG's draft more, we don't know what the gameplay EN is going to show us.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting point. I mean, it could be hit or miss. I mean, it could. I think it is hit or miss, but it could be, a case where this is something that could be a little bit pockety, and I guess these things reveal itself when they are, and they're likely to, I don't know, give us something of a surprise in this matchup. So when we do get there, I'll release you eventually. I'm looking at the wrong back camera. I'll release you eventually.
Which one actually?
This is our friends here. This one. This is the friend camera. So,
Hi, friends.
we're losing a lot of friends actually. First we Shadawi worst on social media. Rage Boss is the meanest person in game. Who else? I was giving Prophecy a hard time.
It's in the name, man. It's Rage Boss.
Probably a little bit proud of it, to be fair.
Yeah, pretty much.
Have you insulted anyone today? I feel like you should.
No, I'm the good guy
All the
here.
cool kids are doing it.
No.
Peer pressure.
I'm not cool
This
enough.
is happening.
That's not.
This is happening.
I can mention the good players.
Excuse me?
I can mention the good mannered players.
The good man. No, let's go for something else. How about... She'll help me out here. Succubus, any thoughts on what we can get? The Reigns Award.
Most versatile player.
No, that's a nice thing to say.
Fourth most picked hero. Oh.
No,
Okay,
we've already gone with that.
Fine.
Player who most resembles Stacy.
Which one is Stacy again?
Stacy is the one that we know for certain is a cow.
Stacy's tall. A player that resembles Stacy.
Stacy is quite tall.
RDK, he's tall.
Santo.
Santo is
Oh wow, yeah.
Santo
He's
is
really
a tall person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is a tall person. I was
He's
actually
like double my size.
walking down the
how
stairs
could
and I
you-
was like, hi there.
Santa's like this. He's such a nice guy.
We're
Tall
not
like
talking
Stacy.
about the face, talking about the length.
I'm pretty sure he's just.
I'm just gonna get unfollowed right now.
That's
right?
exactly what's happening.
It's like, yeah.
I really hope Santa gives you a hard time later. If
Okay.
anyone sees Santa just walking around, just tell him.
We're sorry.
No, that Reigns is
Yeah.
a bad man. You should have words with him. Just be careful. He does have some hidden muscle.
It's okay, Reigns. Stop, Santo. No, I'm really short compared to him.
It's actually quite a sad-looking face.
Yeah, he's hurt.
I don't know. Are you suggesting that the cow wouldn't want to look like Santa? That's not very nice.
That's not very nice either.
I mean, Reigns, enough of this.
Yeah,
stuff.
jeez,
Yeah.
man.
Gotta stop.
Wow.
Savage is too real now.
I don't think we should ask him to meet again. He's just waiting.
He is,
Yeah.
I mean, he made like these fairly I'd say
Light-hearted
PG-10 or something. I don't know. You know?
PG-10.
And Reigns just
Rip.
just causing people to go into states of depression.
What's the new taunt? Brutal, savage, wrecked.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, let's go ahead and hand over. Who's actually casting this one? Actually, it's
going to
Scarpy
be
and
Scarpy
Reddit.
and Reddit, yes.
Excellent. Right. Well, in that case, Scarpy and Reddit, please take us away with Energy Esports versus APG. Finally.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to not welcome back, but welcome back to you, I think, and welcome back to everyone else watching. This is, of course, our first game of the day. It is Energy Esports versus Aperture Gaming. Interesting drafts underway. What do you think about it?
It's pretty interesting. I'm quite surprised by the Energy draft here when they go for the mid lane Shadow Shaman. It's a bit cheeky. He's got a large amount of physical damage. It's going to be still a challenge to deal with in Invoker, I feel. He's got very short range, so Invoker's going to be able to harass him out of lane pretty easily. So that's going to be something for them to be a bit concerned about. But, I mean, it's a new patch. There's potentially, this could be the meta. What do we know? What do we really know?
I mean, it takes me back to the old TI1, TI2 days. Rubik mid, Shadow Shaman mid. The glory days of the now called support heroes, then used to be very versatile mid heroes. It's going to be quite interesting to see how these two teams match up, of course. Unfortunately, Energy did get first blood, but we had to remake. Things like that happen, guys. This is, of course, the remake of it. Who do you give it to? The panel, I think, they were all like a little bit undecided. 2-1 to Energy, 2-1 to APG. Me and you had a different kind of feel and a vibe to this.
Yeah, I think
fair enough from the panel to maybe be a bit skeptical. I'm maybe a bit skeptical of Energy's draft here, but I do feel that Energy, more than likely, the favourites coming in here, and I personally sit with the 2-0, but I have been Reddit knows us very well. I more often than not get these things wrong, so...
Normally, whatever Scarpy says, I go with the opposite.
Yep.
And it normally works, so... You are like my anti-oracle.
There you go, there we go. Whatever I say, just say the other one. But, I mean... It's really interesting. Again, I want to see how this mid lane Shaman's going to work out. They got potentially a lot of things they can do. They might actually just switch it up now and maybe Chosen One goes mid. But yeah, there we go. They got the first blood again, so they gave it to them. That's pretty nice. So ACG will die as there's a lot of audios being played. And yeah, it's a really nice start for Energy here, especially for Dreamy managing to pick that one up. So
you know what? Big ups to them. Big ups to them
Yeah.
that they actually did give that through. I mean, to be honest, if I was playing, I would say no. New game, new rules. Even though it's the same draft, shit happens.
You're a terrible
Stuff
person.
happens, so sorry about that one. That's my one slip for the entire tournament, guys. Let's move on forward. Looking at this mid matchup, though, there's going to be Terrorblade here and ACG up on the Invoker. ACG's Invoker is, I mean, we all know it, but it's been lackluster of late for me personally, because what I expect from an ACG Invoker is to just dominate. What I expect ACG to do, like he has been doing in the past few years, is to dominate the lane and take control of the entire like early to mid game phase. And even though he does well, you know, we still expect him to be that dominating force, which in my opinion a lot of times he hasn't been of late.
Yeah, and this matchup's actually not all that easy for an Invoker. A lot of people say, oh, but Invoker's range. But C1, he has, or Chosen One, he's got a high amount of armor on Terrorblade. It's absorbent, in fact. I think it's 11 armor. So this physical damage that ACG is throwing out at him is not too much of a concern. He can really deal with it. He's got a great animation, so he can really contest for last hits here. So this is really nice. I like to see this change up here. The Shadow Shaman on that position 1 in the safe lane, that's now pretty interesting. And I mean, we'll see how that pans out. Actually, it seems like Dreamy's farming. Apologies, on the bench, of course.
Like I said, Dreamy is actually playing. I mean, you know, carry venge has been a thing of late. International teams have done it. It just gives you a lot of mid-game presence and versatility, specifically. Yeah. The one thing, though, that I want to bring up in regard to the Terrorblade is extremely squishy. He's a soft hero that's susceptible to burst damage because that goes, you know, past the armor, magic, etc. But up against a 1-on-1 or a right click, yeah, he should actually be okay there for the first while. And then as soon as the Metamorphosis comes online, he might even challenge the Invoker with a wraparound rotation with a couple of stuns coming into ACG. ACG might actually die from this.
Yeah, for sure. I think the matchup here is, yes, Invoker has a huge arsenal of spells that can do burst damage, but you usually want to utilize those in the later game when you have more than enough points in Exort or something like that. So I do expect just these right-click sort of challenges to come out. So, I mean, really, I don't think Chosen One's going to be too concerned about being burst down yet. A good rotation coming through, Refraction gets online, and ACG is going to struggle to run away from this.
Phalanx might be in a lot of trouble right now. He's busy dodging out right now. Puddikins is going to get the kill. Phalanx actually drops down. Dreamy gets a counter kill on the top lane up against O'Malley. So it's a 1-for-1 trade-off. But I still think getting that kill on the bottom lane, pushing out PSL now just a little bit, you know, making him play a little bit more passively, getting that safe lane kill is a lot more important.
Yeah, it was a 2-for-0 trade-off.
It's a 2-for-0, true, yeah, sorry. It's a 2-for-0 trade-off, but still, getting that kill on the bottom lane is so important for them. They're actually turning around, wanting to go onto Puddikins right now. He is being slowed up. There's 3 heroes, but no, it's going to be Chelsea that's actually latched up. Unfortunately, Puddikins dropping first, and Chelsea backing out. Applause, there you go.
There we go. I knew they were going to spam this. So they're actually talking about it in the lobby earlier. They're going to spam that thing. But we'll see. We will maybe bid it off, but it's entertainment. But I mean, again, it's still not too bad. I watched a game that Energy played not too long ago. Mr. Puddikins, or Filthy Frank, whatever you'd like to call him. He did insanely well. He was top net worth. Oh, ACG's in trouble in the mid.
He's in a lot of trouble. Oh, unfortunately, nothing landing right there. quite interesting to see that Terrorblade didn't just go for that. His Metamorphosis is on cooldown.
Yeah, he was using it just to compete with losses. So as you can see, it was very successful. 26 and 12 compared to a 14 and 2.
Yeah, this Invoker's struggling.
Yeah, he's in a tight spot here, and sort of what I expected. So, yeah, this is a really nice lane. I like what they've done here, Energy.
Okay, so looking, currently it's 3-1. Up for Energy. Well, is Dreamy going to wrap around? We might have support coming in. Just quickly on that note, Strike wrapping around. Is he going to go on? There's the stun onto the DotA2. DotA2 right now, he's being shackled up. Strike keeping him there. All of a sudden, Dreamy wants to come through. The Surge is there, but no, Strike gets the kill.
Yep, strikes again. And,
I'm done. Bye, guys. I'll check you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, that's really nice for them. This is a sort of match.
Energy
a dual
strikes
lane.
back.
There we go. But yeah, it's a really strong dual lane. In fact, they've got very solid lockdown. Now the physical damage is really coming through from Dreamy, with having 2 points over into Wave of Terror. Phase boots up. It's something that Darkseid needs to be aware of. This is not an easy lane for O'Malley, and O'Malley is not new to this hero at all. I've seen him run this more often than not, actually, recently. But we'll see how it works out for him. We got a small nerf. I don't think it's too dramatic with the wall of replica. So I don't think it's going to be.
To be honest, I still like a Darkseid. I still think he's extremely powerful. I still think he's extremely potent. But once again, Strike coming through. Is he going to get the last hit? No, this time he gives it to Dreamy.
Yeah, this is really bad now. I think this is a good time for him to fall back into the jungle, but we can already see nice wards have been placed. Actually, it's going to time out now, so not going to be too much of a concern. But he can fall into the jungle very easily and find a bit. It's going to be a bit of a hindrance on his levels, though. Seems like he actually TP's right back to
Phalanx actually getting a good D-ward down, so this time they won't be scouting out O'Malley coming in and being able to see wherever he moves. So I do like that coming through from Phalanx. But looking at the early game, I mean, it's currently 6 minutes in, 1-5 up in favor of Energy. Energy dominating, and we started speaking about this earlier on. We had a different feel, for this game, thinking around, I think we said 2-0. Both of us said 2-0 up to Energy.
Yeah, I think the way this game is going is looking pretty good for them, and they got their work set out for them. Does APG right here. PSL's really struggling to find last test. He's under a lot of pressure. This dual lane is extremely strong, and our top actually, it's Phalanx falling a little bit low there. We'll be able to walk this one off, and actually looking to turn around here.
He wants to go through. There's the stun onto Phalanx, onto the Jakiro. The Sunstrike's coming through. The Sunstrike actually going to hit anyone? No, it does. Well, it does hit. Strike's in a lot of trouble, but O'Malley can't actually do anything because he did have Surge. But unfortunately, no Iron Shell up for him. The Jakiro did fall towards the end of that fight. And a 6-for-1 trade-off.
Yeah, 6-for-1 the score. That's a big problem for them. And he actually threw the Iron Shell down onto Dreamy, hoping he was going to run into his teammate. I don't think someone of the caliber of Dreamy would make an error like that. So maybe a bit unfortunate. Got them a little bit low, but it just seems like they're in complete shambles, APG. They're really not too sure where the rotations should go. This draft has just been really solid coming out from Energy.
Yeah, and the push will start commencing. When have a look at the mid tower. That was one Metamorphosis with a couple of images. We will most likely see Terrorblade pushing up the middle lane as soon as he has Metamorphosis up again. Bottom tower is nearly down, and bottom we might actually see an engagement here onto the Slug. Slug goes in for the leap. Gets stunned up by the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin wants to turn around. He wants to go for more. There is Mr. Pottykins. He wants to get a kill on Phalanx, but unfortunately nothing's landing right now. Sunstrike. Oh, narrowly missing out to Chelsea, but they do turn around. Shadow Shaman goes onto the Jakiro right now. Jakiro needs one more hit. Who's going to get the kill? Strike gets it. There you go. Energy strikes back once again, and this will be the fall of the tier 1 bottom tower.
Yep, that's not going to get old. The Energy strikes back.
Hey, you started it. You started it. I'm very professional about these things. I don't make lame jokes until someone else starts it. Because, hey, then it's not my fault, right?
All right. Blame it on me. That's fine. But
I always do.
That's a tier 1 tower for them, though. And they'll be more than pleased with that. Mr. Pottykins has been doing a great job zoning out this lane, freeing up some space. And now all of a sudden, I mean, they got a lot of wards down in their
middle lane. Sorry, they want to actually go in here onto Chosen One. Chosen One taking a lot of damage. There's a lot coming through the cold snaps. And that is the magical damage that's actually coming through that eats through that armor because it really doesn't care. And now you're sitting with a level 8 Terrorblade, but he only has 780 HP, which isn't a lot.
Yeah, and he kind of actually made ACG think he has his Sunder out. and he hasn't actually picked it up. And
I love
you could
that.
see Sunder, ACG, how he's like, oh, the way he's moving, he must have taken Sunder, so he backed out.
If you're on under 100 HP, there's 2 enemy heroes there, and you turn around and go towards them, they're going to think something's up.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he had nothing. He had no support.
Yeah.
He had nothing, and the gamble paid off. They're going to be getting the mid-tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, great bluff. I wouldn't want to play poker against Chosen One. For
Definitely
sure.
not.
But yeah, another tier 1 tower. This is pretty much their goal. They haven't even got level 6 on the Shadow Shaman yet, and they've got 2 objectives. So things are going great for them. Once they got their level 6 up on the Shadow Shaman, every team fight that's won, that's going to be another objective. And every time Metamorphosis is online, we expect the same sort of outcome.
Yep. Oh, Slark actually dropped there towards the bottom, behind the bottom tier 2 tower. Next Assassin, what are you doing there, buddy? Why did you get the kill, and how did you get that kill?
Yeah, that's...
Well, Chelsea making plays. I mean, I still remember Chelsea playing those like Bounty Hunter, those like roaming inverse heroes, and it's very, it's very good to see him back on one of those heroes, even though Nyx isn't exactly the same. But I do like him on a position 4. He makes a lot of like space. Who would try and go for a kill over here? Oh, sorry about that one. I'm not used to this keyboard. Who would actually go for a kill over here?
Yeah, it's a difficult ask. I mean, he went Vendetta. He knew that Mr. Pottikins was going to force him backwards with the Illuminate. So it was just thinking ahead, mostly from Chelsea.
Yeah, sorry, there's just that bar at the bottom of my screen that I don't know how to get rid of right now, so I can't move my mouse too close down because then it minimizes the game.
Whoa. All right, we found ourselves in a pickle, but...
no! Disaster!
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm sure it will be resolved shortly.
Yeah.
But
So let's have a quick look at it's still around 10 minutes in. Let's have a look at the net worth. Oh, I hear a Sunstrike. Sunstrike not hitting on anyone. But we're also going to gauge that they're onto the top lane right now. Vengeful Spirit is being gone upon. Dreamy, he is not well. He might actually drop from this. There's a wall being dropped there. It's Illusion versus Illusion. Dreamy might be in a lot of trouble. O'Malley goes for the kill. He actually does get it. I have to sort out this screen because it's bugging out right now. I've got no idea what's happening here, and my mouse buttons aren't working correctly. Strike, they did actually manage to get a counter kill, so it's a Jakiro for Revenge. Worth it for the side of APG.
yeah, absolutely. I think APG finding themselves a kill, but they actually lost one as well. They lost Phalanx with the wards being dropped. All right, seems like we got that result. Yeah, a bit of a misplay from Bob Eels there. He lifted and then moved the telekinesis, and the Sunstrike was right where he got lifted, so that missed. So it was the delay in killing the Avenger was
a
actually
series of
cost
unfortunate
Phalanx.
mistakes.
Yeah.
Including me on my PC.
There we go. But I think there's a lot of pressure here, clearly being shown from APG. They're making errors that are very unlike themselves. They have been a dominant force for quite a while in SA Dota, and now they sort of in a rough position here. They're struggling a little bit with doing these little mistakes.
I mean, let's quickly have a look at the net worth. I think that tells the whole story. It's 5,500 in favor of the Terrorblade, 5,400 in favor of the Venge. Then it's 4,000 up on ACG. And then it's the next two heroes up for energy. I mean, the Cotswold is sitting on high net worth in the position 3. Well, not completely, but roughly around the same net worth as the Coddle.
Yeah.
The Coddle, or as the Dogs here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, the Keeper of the Light, he's going to have... Okay, I thought he queued up Panamatis, but he's actually going to get Ags up in pretty decent timing if the game permits for it. I mean, this game is looking very difficult. I mean, he's here alone, and they're still not looking to do anything on him. In fact, they'll go for O'Malley, a good ice path. Bob Eels will go down. That's two good rotations coming out from Chelsea. Phalanx, he's hanging around. He might see if he can catch out Chelsea. Chelsea's got no mana on hand, but it's just going to be a foot race, really. Oh, actually, good ice path.
I think he should actually get this, even if they need a Sunstrike. Ooh, there's backup coming through from Strike. Chelsea, are they going to try and go for the deny? Nope. No kind of deny. I don't think you can. But, hey, earn charge up.
Yeah, and so is the tail of this game. It seems to... that fight pretty much represents what's been happening in this game. Just getting away with no HP, just slightly being outplayed by Energy, I feel, at this stage. So I think APG... They're in a tight spot here. They got a lot to look into. This is a best of 3, so they can turn this one around. There's still space potentially in this game, but they're in a very tight spot if they want to try and pull this one back.
I mean, I'm trying to have a look on the map itself, trying to see what APG can do right now. Because if you have a look at the net worth graph, it's 14 minutes in, 10,000 net worth difference. That is nearly 1,000 gold per minute between the teams. And,
Finally.
well, they managed to get the keeper of the light kill.
Yeah. That needed to happen. The keeper of the light was standing in that lane by himself for a good 10
Was at
minutes.
the bottom lane.
Yeah. And just did nothing. Ooh, what? Did I see? Okay. I thought O'Malley actually denied his item there. It was weird. But Chelsea's actually...
Chelsea, there you go, going in, managing to get the double stun right now. And that is going to be the death of the Docs here.
So cheeky. He went there, he threw out his spike carapace before he hit with the Vendetta. And pretty much easy setup for the stun for Chelsea. So good play. Very good play.
Keeping him locked out. Strike, of course, moving in, trying to help him out. Strike sitting on 4-0 and 6 right now. Strike being part of 10 out of the 13 kills.
Yeah, he's done a great job. He's definitely done a great job. His movements have been very good. Their lane was, I suppose you could say, maybe a bit easy because Dreamy and Strike just absolutely crushed the Darkseer. He had a very tough time dealing with that. And again, I can just give prompts to this draft. I think this draft was really, really good. And Energy may be looking like they kind of understand the new meta potentially here. So we'll see how that converts.
Yeah. And for game number 2, I'm also going to just switch back to my old settings on my casting stuff because it's very difficult to follow the game because I'm used to the dots and the crosses or the dots and the arrows. You know, so you can easily see where the rotations are and everything. But for this bottom where everything goes, all the player pictures go over each other and you can't see where the wards are, it's just so confusing for me.
Yeah, you can look at my screens.
Yeah, I'm literally looking at your screen and double clicking on a hero to follow it and casting according to yours to see if there's any rotations coming through. But bottom tier 2 tower is going to drop. Of course, Strike does have that level 1 mass weapon wards. It's not level 2 just yet, so we might see him drop that towards the bottom lane just to force out rotations. But there's no glyph. There's no glyph up for the side of APG.
Yeah, they got their first tier 1 tower though on the upside. Don't know how much of a difference it's going to make, but there we go. The ward's down.
I will give up a tier 1 tower for half damage up on a tier 3 bottom lane any day of the week. And even though the macro power is there, the wards are still going at it the whole time up to the tower. Tower's on half HP. Are we going to see any kind of engagement coming through here from the side of APG? They're just trying to force it out, but 3 heroes are actually caught on the macro, well, on the ice part there. Chelsea countering in with the Impale, but there you go. Mr. Pottykins blowing up O'Malley and Dreamy as well. Sorry, no hype there, but there's no hype needed. What they're doing here is just meticulous aggression, meticulous everything. Jakiro might also drop from that, but it's going to be the first lane of racks at 16 minutes in. Energy is looking strong.
Yeah, Energy is looking a completely different beast. WRG probably shaking in their socks here watching this game. I mean...
Nah. Oh, wait, there's actually a huge engagement coming through here from the side of HEG. He manages to get a good Sunstrike coming off. The wall is there, getting a couple of replicates. They want to turn around, they want to go for more. Can they actually get anything? Bob Yules, he's in trouble, but he actually gets his lift off, gets a stun, barely surviving. They did lose one full lane of racks and a counter kill, so... roughly around 1,000 gold going the way actually in favor of APG, even though they lost the racks.
Yeah, and another thing to really add on is this Vengeful Spirit is really tanky. This is almost impossible to kill. He's got a hood. He's got decent HP gain or decent strength gain. Plus, he's got the Dragon Lance. So he's really difficult to bring down. His HP is 1.5, but you can imagine that to be more with the Hood of Defiance on hand. So difficult individual to bring down. Oh, they're going to actually catch out Chelsea with Vendetta, but they can't do anything about it.
Well, let's have a look here. Jakiro, they might actually want to turn around and go into Phalanx. Phalanx is being slowed up. He backs off. This is going to be a tier 2 tower, and everything's being healed up. That Coddle, of course, with his Aghanim Scepter, just doing so much, but we actually hear an engagement coming through. ACG being blown up instantly by everyone, and unfortunately, Bob Yoles takes a bit of damage from the Keeper of that. Only a little bit, of course. Full duration Illuminate. Doesn't really do that much, you know.
Yeah, that's a decent chunk of damage, but they got another set of wards now, and the high ground's under siege again. And PSL, he's got Shadow Blade. He's going to try and do something, but this is not going to be easy. Actually, Chelsea's dead here, for sure.
Chelsea is there. They do manage to get that pick off, but half the tower's HP. Well, actually not, because the wards are being actually prioritized to attack the heroes, and not the, this mouse sensitivity is weird. The wards were being prioritized to attack the heroes instead of the tower, so not quite sure about that, but they're still pushing in. These wards, I mean, you can't... I think the Wards only got like a 50 range extra, or an extra 50 range, and it's actually helping because they can push out. Just the Wards alone have taken up most of the tower, and there you go, Jakiro being swapped out, Hex up instantly, and he's actually going to survive. No, there you go, Strike blinking in, going forward. The Meteor is actually being dropped, as well as the wall coming up from O'Malley, but there's another swap, very good swap. I'm not quite sure if that was a good swap, because Bob, you're actually going to die from that, and unfortunately Strike, he's turning around. They want to go here onto ACG. Can they do anything further? Does he have any kind of threat? Oh, wow. The amount of damage and healing coming through. Strike is still alive. ACG drops, eventually PSL drops. That's an entire team wipe. And I think this is good game coming through. Yes, it is. 19 minutes.
All right, so I'm going to tell you something. You have to ban the Keeper of the Light from Mr. Pottykins. I have watched him this last week, and he has been absolutely dominant on that hero. So, I mean, that's something that I'm sure they'll want to keep their eye on going into game number 2.
Yeah, definitely. And going into game number 2, one thing that I want to keep my eye on is the little mini-map. So I'm just going to make those changes between the games, of course. So that, I could also follow and check the ganks and just put some of my settings back in, because it's, weird when I'm used to casting in a certain way. So sorry about that. I was missing quite a lot of that. We'll, of course, get that sorted during game number 2. But if we have a look at the scoreboard right now, in my opinion, Dreamy played outstanding. But the MVP for Energy, Mr. Pottykins, amazing. MVP, Energy Strikes Back.
Yeah, there you go. I can agree. I think Strike did a great job. He was involved a lot. He made great movements. The lane was won largely because of him, as well as Dreamy combining up very well.
Yeah.
I think, for me, the MVP just goes down to the general draft. I think they just outdrafted their opponents completely here.
Terrorblade mid up against ACG Invoker. Yeah. That was amazing. It's not something that you normally would see.
Yeah.
But the thing about Invoker is he chips away at you, he chips away at you, he chips away at you, until he has decent enough levels up in Cold Snap where the magic damage will actually take part. The big thing is Terrorblade, he has a decent amount of armor to sustain that chip damage.
Yeah.
Guys, on that note, anything last that you want to say?
Not really that on it. We're going to talk about it into the next game, yeah.
Perfect. We're going to be heading back to the panel, so Mr. Halberd and Reigns and Succubus, what did you guys think of the game?
Hey, thanks for that, Ritz, and welcome back everyone to the panel. I think, personally, I felt that we have a new face of fear in the world, and he goes by the name Mr. Potkins. But yeah, certainly, I mean, we spoke about it, that potential push draft. We felt that it was a draft that was somewhat more challenging to execute than the sort of more stock standard draft that we saw from APG.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like they executed it just a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
It was underwhelming for me. It's Succubus 1, Reign 0, just as it sounds. It just feels like...
Talk to the hand, Reigns.
I am right now. I feel the shame. It's... I don't know. We didn't expect, Vengeful Spirit to be so ahead of the Invoker. No, sorry. Yes, I'm right. Yeah, Vengeful Spirit is more ahead of the Invoker in net worth and almost everything else. And then you have the Invoker alone standing up trying to carry APG out. But it just didn't work well. The 4 spellcasters thing against Kotal and the Nyx also, it's a big weakness. But they still went for it. I think they were confident in the beginning. But yeah, that's also with EN showing us that a draft with Terrorblade mid is viable, and they worked it out.
Yeah, I felt like the Nyx Assassin was an underwhelming pick, but it did really well, and he played it really well. And for me, like, they just won every lane, and I really didn't expect that to happen. I honestly didn't. Like, we said, okay, they got a nice hectic push with the Shadow Shaman and the Terrorblade, and obviously the Shadow Shaman making those rotations obviously made a huge difference. Like I said, MVP of the match. But I really did not expect it to go that way. I looked at the draft, I was like, yes, it's a good one, but I mean, it still feels like APG had kind of the better, late, early, and mid-game. It just felt like it was just underwhelming for me, and I was like proved wrong, really, really wrong. I'm sorry.
Also, can I ask you guys how you feel about Odu playing the carry recently? Do you like it? It's pretty cool. What do you think?
I was going to wait for some more here.
the role swap is nice. It's nice to see that. I mean, a lot of teams can do that, but there's very there's really a small percentage of teams that can role swap and actually get it right and actually viably be able to do that. So it's nice to have that versatility on your team. But I mean, energy.
Top notch.
I'm sorry, you're losing this one.
I still believe.
You still believe?
Eventually, yeah, it's 2-1, right? So it's we have to win the next one to make it 2-1.
I honestly didn't think. I thought it'd be way more evenly matched. Honestly, I did not expect this game to go that quickly. I did not expect the dumpster.
Yeah, well, APG has been pretty weak since leg 2, even on the online league. So coming into the LAN, we've thought they, just play they have experience in the LAN more than most of the other teams for this tournament. So maybe they could have, become better, like communicate better, maybe, because it's in person and everything. But still, that game 1 was totally towards Ian. It's well played to them, yeah.
And like I said, Filthy Frank used to be on APG, so he has a bit more insight into APG.
Oh, the spy.
Just potentially the spy next door. But also the fact that they've had so many roster changes in APG. It's like I said, the synergy is probably not there just yet for them to actually successfully accomplish a LAN like this.
Yeah.
I mean, all really good players, but I mean, you've changed your carry 3 times. I mean, Adaston was out, then Hurley stood in because they couldn't get PSL in yet. When PSL could come in, that's 3 different guys playing the carry. And then you've got your position 4s swapping in and out as well, constantly. I mean, obviously Flanks is the veteran of APG. He was there from the start, but he also left, and Filthy Frank came in, and then he came back. So Flanks hasn't really been in the competitive scene for a little while. I mean, yeah, he had the APG Academy, but as we said before, that was just for fun. They never practiced. That was the rule. We're never going to practice. So I just feel like maybe just lack of practice from the position 4 role, and also this whole bunch of roster changes. Just the synergy's not there as it once was.
Would you guys agree with me that that Energy's victory here over APG was more convincing than the second victory White Rabbit Gaming had over Mythic?
That was just. I'm sorry. For me, like White Rabbit, just completely. It felt like a pub game, like they were playing with their food, basically. It really did. The first game versus Mythic, I feel like, as I said before, Kunshin shined on that puck. There's some plays that he made there that were, top notch. But for me, I think White Rabbit Gaming definitely have the games where they dumpstered a little bit harder than Energy did now. But I did not expect Energy to win this quickly against the likes of APG. I'm actually quite stunned.
It was 19 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's really fast.
Okay, so I acknowledge that theory is not all about how the time works, but what was the length of the second WG Mythic game?
Wow, I just cast it and I don't even remember.
I feel like it was more than 20 though.
It was more, but I'm saying like.
It's a different draft anyway.
It is a very different
draft. It's not
draft.
really a good way to calculate whether or not it was more convincing. But I think the big thing is that what I'm really trying to go is this is terrible. This is not something that we should actually use at more than face value, right?
Yeah.
But Energy looked very, very strong against APG. APG it should be considered a more high esteemed competitor than Mythic at this point.
Yeah.
And the victory that Energy's had here, it sets up really well, in my opinion, for the later stages of this tournament. Because WG, we were kind of touting as this team, and we probably haven't seen their true colors just yet, but they're unbeatable, like too strong. Who's going to come at them? And it kind of feels to me a little bit that Energy put up their hand and said,
we'll do it.
Yeah, we'll do it. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if we do end up seeing a White Rabbit Gaming versus Energy final at this event.
Yeah, this is highly possible. With also XTC having no LAN experience as a team yet. Yeah, let's talk about we talked about the roster changes, or not the roster changes, but the position changes of the Energy team earlier as well. I mentioned Strike being very viable on the mid lane last year. Now he's playing the support role excellently as well. We saw how he tanked up 3 or 4 players in the enemy base and still managed to deal enough damage to survive as a Shadow Shaman. It's the guy never disappoints me. I love him. Yeah.
Fair enough. So, okay, but where do you think APG go to here? I mean, they've just been hammered pretty hard. They can't be feeling good.
No.
What's the way that they turn this around? Change the style of the game, perhaps?
I guess they maybe overthink it. Like, how we did it. We didn't know what Energy was doing. They have to play in order to find out slowly. I think it's too late by then. So, I don't know, just be themselves, take it easy, bring back the oldish meta, just play what they're good at. Let PSL run
comfortable.
free. Yeah,
Be comfortable.
ACG must also just. He's usually really good on Invoker, but maybe because of pressure, didn't do too well in the first game. But I think give him the Invoker again this game, so be a different person.
Honestly, I just think they need to play with what they're comfortable with. Don't give them heroes that they haven't practiced a lot or heroes that they're not known for. You know, like, understand, like, you don't exactly want to play what you're strong in because then they know how to counter you. But if you're comfortable, it will make for a better game. I mean, even if they've got heroes to counter you with, I mean, look at Energy Draft. We didn't expect that draft to, you know, win the absolute game. We didn't expect the Terrorblade to win mid against an Invoker, but it happened. You know, like Chelsea on Nyx Assassin, he's a beast.
And can I just say as well, just on the note about the sort of hero selections, the Serpent Horde seemed really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, they were. Serpent Hordes are difficult to deal with.
Yeah, wow, but please.
You know, like, great analysis from you guys. Thanks so much. Like, yes,
come on.
Yes, it was.
No, but honestly, like, it is, especially in a Shadow Shaman that's, you're not really used to seeing a Shadow Shaman that's really high leveled. You know, against he's normally like sitting at level 6, level 7, pretty late into the game. To see him at like max level awards at 16 minutes or whatever the hell it was, you don't see that often. And to deal with level 3 wards at that stage of the game is a really hard thing to do.
Well, if you're Energy though, obviously you just had a good wicket. You're feeling pretty good about yourselves. I guess this is an age-old question, right? But do you think they will become overconfident, or do you think they will just keep the composure?
I don't think they're experienced people. They know when to keep it there.
I agree with Reigns. I mean, we've got the likes of Chelsea and Odu, many events, many lands under their belts. They know, like, you can't just be comfortable with a win. You need to keep your composure, and they also know how to come back after a loss. So for me, I definitely agree with Reigns. I think they're not gonna just throw away a game and do a stupid draft. I think they're just gonna keep the composure and try win another one.
And perhaps a similar draft though, or do you think they might change things up a bit here?
I don't think you can do the same draft over and over again, because once you've done that draft, you've played that card, especially at this level of play. People know how to go, okay, now we know how to counter that, and we can pick accordingly. You know,
that's actually pretty interesting, right? Because you wouldn't, if this was like your go-to, right? You probably wouldn't use it against APG. You may, not off the bat, right? You'd sort of want to play as sort of your regular style, and then save that for when you're either going to be knocked out, or you're a game down, or of course, ideally all the way to the final. So it does bode very well. I think if you're an Energy fan right about now, you should be feeling pretty confident about your team's performance.
Yeah.
But
unpredictable picks is what they've done now. But the thing is, they can't just go pick up the same draft, because then APG is going to go, okay, well, if you're going to pick up the same thing, now we're going to pick up the heroes we should have picked up.
I really hope that happens. I don't know. It's just we weren't that excited about the Doxia at the first place, and then O'Malley showed that he didn't get a kill last game. That's a bit disappointing from APG, but yeah, just give him another run. I think that if he plays, okay, not a Doxia, but just something more standard.
No, they don't pick Doxia anymore,
Super
guys.
Soul, for example, would be nice.
I like Doxia. Don't be mean to Doxia. What did he do to you?
He can mango his soul ring now. It's okay.
He can mango his soul ring now.
No, but honestly, I don't think the Doxia pick there for me. It just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
And honestly, it didn't.
Not against the Kotal, no.
So Kotal, right?
Yeah.
Let's go there quickly. So we made some jokes on the first in the first series about the fact that Kotal was banned out twice, right?
Yeah.
See the Kotal coming out here and being very, very effective.
Yeah.
Is this a thing?
That was WRG banning Kotal against Mythic. This is Energy picking up Kotal. It's
I'm
just
being a terror.
Sorry?
And he was like a terror. He was like
like a
huge
terror,
amount
yeah.
of pressure.
That was just amazing plays from Mr. Pottikins. Is that his real name now?
Face of Fear.
Okay,
That's his name now.
Yeah, it's
Mana leak, mana burn.
Yeah.
Not nice.
No.
Reminds me of those old school sort of silencer and axe lanes, back in the day.
That's annoying, hey?
But we called it the birthday tri-lane. Axe, silencer, and Bloodseeker. Because you would curse, and then remember when Bloodseeker did silence on attack as well?
Yeah,
and then he would battle hunger, and the people just couldn't do anything. That's called the birthday tri-lane, because every single time, without fail, the person would die. I'm talking back when you could put battle hunger on the person with the Urn of Shadows, and they would just die, because you couldn't take off battle hunger.
Ouch. It doesn't sound like fun.
It hurts,
Yeah.
but it was fun.
But speaking about Silence, he's also got some interesting changes as well. Do you think he's a viable hero at this point?
Mid carry, well, second carry, very viable. I wouldn't say safe lane carry just yet, but I think mid silencer, being that second core, so viable now. Really, really is.
Got to get the items up just to
Yeah.
boost his DPS there as well. I don't see why not. But the carry silencer has always been there, kind of. Like it has been picked now and then, but
I just feel that out there are better carries late game than a silencer. I think he will get out carried by certain people, but definitely a mid silencer if he gets to the extremely late game, and then he can obviously get all those items up as well. But I wouldn't put him and rely my entire game on a safe lane silencer. You know, like there's things like anti-mage, Sven. You know, heroes like that they would just completely out carry him. I feel.
just don't want to see a Sven. It's not happening. It wasn't even banned last game.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. Because
No,
we've
Night
seen
Stalker, he was banned at least.
Yeah, it was banned.
Yeah.
It was banned. So he's
But-
getting some attention.
Yeah, he's getting some attention, but poor Sven getting no attention. I mean, the jungle's back, the stacks are back.
Yeah.
We want to see this hero.
It was understandable though, because they gave space for Vengeful to farm, and then they had Terrorblade mid. You wouldn't want to have a Sven mid.
No, not against an Invoker.
Yeah, so
Actually, Sven mid was a thing once.
it is. I think Terrorblade is a much better mid with the Shadow Shaman with against an Invoker.
I'm trying to remember which player it was. Was
Playing-
it Hunter? It was Hunter we were chatting to previously. He suggested that
He
he
said he
didn't.
kept feeding the Sven, he can't play it.
But he did mention he felt that Sven was a little underwhelming in lane at the moment.
No, he did say that, he said he personally can't play the hero. But for me, we had actually a little bit of an argument because both of us were like, what? The war cry, the stun, like you're pretty much unkillable at a certain point, you know? You can get away from a gank. Like Sven, for me, he's got a lot of armor. He's, extra movement speed. That stun is absolutely amazing. And of course, when he starts getting into the jungle, when he gets the first levels in cleave and guard strength, those, he just escalates so damn fast. So for me, like, a Sven is extremely viable right now. It's just, people that can play it, teams that can play it, I think should abuse it.
As a carry.
As a carry.
Okay, all right.
Not a mid.
I'm
no.
just thinking, as a mid? No, not
No.
maybe against the Meepo. Start
Meepo.
cleaving out the old Meepos. Yeah,
Hey, I mean,
good strategy.
Meepo is not off the table, I think, in this tournament. So.
I know Hunter wanted to play Meepo. He said, give me Meepo.
But then enemy teams should just pick Sven, and then they can battle out mid. Just cleave them.
Well, they did that. They did that in Masters League 1, where actually Muzzy picked a Meepo into a Sven, an Earthshake, all that stuff. I was like, what are you doing, man? And they actually won that game
No, okay.
with the Muzzy Meepo.
That's the thing about Meepo players, right? And I've heard this from several people who definitely play Meepo better than I do, and they don't really they don't find the sort of I will keep wanting to say Earthshakers of this world and heroes like him to be as big a problem as most people feel like it's about playing around it opposed to seeing it as like this hardcore counter. I think they're actually going to be more worried about things that can kill a Meepo really quickly.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes. But enough about Meepos. I'm hoping, come on guys, give us a Meepo. But of course we're going to second draft now. Once again, Energy Esports 1-up over APG, which also means that Succubus is 1-up over Reigns right now.
Done.
Deep waters right now. No.
Yeah. But yeah,
It's okay. What's her name? Stacy. Hold Stacy.
Oh, well, she's going to give you good luck, right? Okay, sure. Yeah, so Warlock ban, pretty standard right now. I think he's been involved in every single game that we've been on in this tournament.
People just want those golems, man.
They either want them or they don't. Yeah, and then APG knew what was the main problem in the first game. It's the pot against Kotzal, so that's out as well. And then the Abaddon, it's pretty standard so far. Not surprised if we see a Legion ban from
most likely. Or Tree.
Tree, yep, that was first game. And then also, I think, okay. That's 2-0 already. I'm just going to give up.
No, but I mean, you're on fire at the moment.
Yeah.
And you just keep going. Well, so just lead us through the entire draft. Well, that's the Legion Commander.
Okay.
You guys are getting better at this. I'm just going to relax. Take it away.
Yeah. So this is basically how... one of the flaws of having a meta out 5 days before a tournament is that you can only know so much. But hey, once you know this, it works. Why not try it yourself? But APG, once again, they're not giving up. You've got your Ursa now playing the core. And then, once again, I'm assuming it's O'Malley Doxia, which he didn't do too well last game. But I don't know. Hopefully that he's got his confidence back for this one.
I have faith in O'Malley. He's a good player. Really good player.
Also does have a Fuzzy Wuzzy with him. And
Fuzzy Wuzzy.
there's nothing Fuzzy Wuzzy about
Oh, but my problem with Fuzzy is that he gets so easily kited.
Yeah, except when he's surged.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that might stop his surge just a tiny bit.
This is a pretty hard one. The last game they played Doxia, support hero, and then offlaner. Now they're going full on aggressive. Also telling us that they're just so confident right now, Ian, with the Legion Commander, and then straight into the aggressive support.
He's not fun in lane to deal with. I mean, he just spams you to no end.
Radiant side as well. It's just, as you said, the surge, and then with the Iron Shouts, really great for the Doxia in the beginning. I mean, for the Ursa in the beginning, assuming the Doxia is going to rotate. But let's just see what the supports are going to be for the Ursa, because you need the surge, but they're not going to be playing in the same lane in the early game. So really need to play it safe APG.
This is not really easy to take down a Legion, or take down an Ursa with the Legion Commander in a duel, so they're going to have to work at that. But, I mean, I just got to say that the Scarith Mage and the Legion Commander combination is just, it's one of those things you can think up in like a pub, but it actually works in the competitive environment as well.
It actually really works. Look, Scarith Mage is a very good hero. Decent nuke, amazing slow. That silence amplifies the magic damage, so it's absolutely amazing as well. His Mystic Flare is going to combo up nicely with the Legion Commander duel, obviously. But what's really nice, or actually what's changed quite a bit, do we still see Rod of Atos and Scarith Mage? So, I mean, it's a little bit worse for intelligence heroes now.
I guess so. I mean, they have a Dox here on APG. I guess it's one of the, let's just say, counters to it, because now it's instead slows them down. I don't know if it's going to cancel out the surge though, like the Rod of Atos. I don't think so.
I was talking about the Scarith Mage, because you mean to hold people in position, right? You need to, to viably land, you need to have the duel, or you can solo pick off heroes with the Rod of Atos. But the problem now with Rod of Atos is that it doesn't really focus on the HP and mana regeneration anymore. So it's a little bit worse for intelligence heroes to pick up. Do we still see it on him now? That's my question.
Well, the thing is, I also think that there's definitely an argument for picking it up just based on the fact you're playing up against an Ursa.
Yeah, for the root.
Yeah, it's just anything that can stop an Ursa from just brawling you is a good pickup.
I feel like maybe a CM could be a good pick up against the Ursa as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, I mean that does get into really squishy supports though.
It does.
Particularly squishy.
But they also have really decent, you can't attack right now, and no, we're going to slow you, and they've put out a massive amount of damage as well. I mean, okay, Fuzzy, Crystal Maiden, also classic lane together. So we could actually see Crystal Maiden on their side.
Their side, maybe, and then I don't see Y Strike. Whoa!
I get it. I got it.
That's it. That's. I was gonna say Shadow Shaman again, which is viable, but there we go.
Well,
Night
hello,
Stalker.
Night Stalker.
This is
We've been looking forward to this, actually.
Yes, I am. I'm excited. I was actually jumping up and down the couch. You know,
Really
like the
great.
Tom Cruise on Oprah type.
And we all
vibe.
know that you're now secretly a woo girl.
Woo girl.
Did I actually? Oh my word.
Yeah,
You
you
did kind of give us a woo.
Sorry, that was
Shoot,
me.
You can
Oh, right, sorry. I was watching the draft at the time.
Yeah, but that Night Stalker also promotes the Rod of Atos pickup for Scarith Mage. And then, like, in the beginning, I was thinking, okay, duel into Scarith ulti, any hero would die. But then here comes the Night Stalker as well. So with the Rod of Atos assisting a Night Stalker, it's just going to help out so much. We talked about how Ursa is going to be kited. He's going to be kited.
a lot.
Yeah.
He needs a BKB. Like,
Well, that can
hands
help him
down.
out a bit. So his Slaughter gets picked up as well. So a little bit of chase for APG.
Corrosive Haze with Ursa and Surge. Ouch. Anyone?
It's it'll be quite painful, I think, if you get caught out by that particular combination. What do we go to here for NG Esports? I mean, we have, the Night Stalker is nice to gang into something, right? We're assuming that this LC is not going to be in mid, but it kind of feel like something that will really work nicely. Have that Night Stalker rotate.
Hold on to your horses a bit. Whoa. Okay. Could we see potentially? We've seen this before many times, but do you think we could see a Scarith Mage actually going mid this time round? It's a decent. I don't think so, but it is also a decent new. It is a decent. If we get a lot of high levels onto the Scarith Mage, it can create absolute havoc.
I'm personally a fan of it, and I generally stand alone in that comment. So I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, I like it as well, but there's a very big advantage
Does this
and
make us
disadvantages.
besties?
This does make us besties.
I mean, that's great.
Well, we have the same favorite player as well. We both love Fear, so there's that as well.
Doesn't everyone love Fear?
Yeah, everybody loves Fear.
I mean,
Wilson doesn't love Fear.
I think Fear should come. What?
Yeah.
I'm going to find him. we're going to fight. Everyone gang up on Wilson.
Banning out the SF is interesting, though.
I think this is assuming that with APG assuming that Night Stalker is going to play position 4, Sniper being banned out, showing that they're going to need a strong carry. So that means Ursa is going to either play the jungle or an off lane. But that's just APG just having a little bit predictions there as well from them. But Energy, I really don't know what they're going to do here. You said the possibility of the Skywrath. I think
Or
it's
the troll mid, actually.
yeah, the
Could
troll.
happen.
It's a high possibility. Mythic played it as a carry in a safe lane, but having Magnus mid, and
Yeah.
they need a mid. It's possible that they Energy is going to pick up a Magnus.
Oh.
Well,
Okay,
brains.
I'm going
Are
to
you
go
just-
now.
well, I
I'm
mean,
gonna go now.
are you running out? You're going to run out of steam with all these correct corrections.
one score is what I need. Succubus
one
can have
score,
like
one score.
10.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Lycan. I like this pick.
And he also goes woo, so I take it you two get along well.
Did he go woo as well?
No, the Lycan does.
But I could win to
Oh, but he howls. It's different.
But it still kind of sounds like a woo.
yeah.
I really do like the Lycan pickup. It's also going to emphasize the pushing potential on their team. I mean, we've got the Jakiro with the Liquid Fire, Lycan with the Wolves, and of course he's brilliant at pushing. So, I mean, they're going to be able to sneak in and take towers on the sidelines while Energy try fight them.
Call me pub trash, but that's a lot of melee up against the Magnus.
It's a melee, yes.
That's a lot of melee up against the Magnus.
That is. ACG playing an Ursa mid against Magnus is also, I wouldn't say it's stronger. Magnus is very powerful as a mid hero. ACG is going to have some trouble there indeed. I like PSL on the Lycan. That's one thing I like about the APG team. It's just that he can just farm freely, do what he's good at, and then
PSL has had a good run on Lycan. The games that he has shined with
Yeah.
it has been on the Lycan. So
Yeah.
I like this. I really do.
the one fear I have about the Lycan is just that you're facing a Skywrath Mage and a Night Stalker. And let's not forget about the Legion Commander that can just disable this Lycan pretty easily as well.
One thing has to be said though, Legion's not going to find any easy duels here today.
Because this is one of the tankiest lineups you're ever
Yeah.
going to see.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty
I just need an
much.
Ogre Magi in there, just for
Yeah,
because, you
that'd be
know.
nice. That'd actually be nice.
It's going to be hard deals, but look, they've got decent nukes, so they could make it happen. But yeah, it's not going to be an easy Legion game. It's not going to be like, oh, easy
No.
feeds, you know?
Definitely not. Especially if it's on like you're going to need to start on the hard lane.
Yeah.
Probably have a support there with you, but that's not going to change anything. Not when there's a Lycan farming up, pushing your lane back into you so often.
I know it sounds weird, but probably the squishiest hero there, because he's going to be probably the poorest, is going to be the Slardar. It's the only one who
Yeah.
should be able to viably duel.
Yeah. But even the Slaughter,
It's a hard one, but if you think about it, Darkseer is going to be farming. He's going to be getting that mech. He's going to be getting the pipe, all those good things. I mean, you need pipe up against that lineup. I mean, Skywrath Mage alone is enough to deal with the magical damage there.
Well,
Ursa,
let's
Ursa
see
not an easy
if
deal.
let's see if the casters agree with that as well. So on that note, guys, enough from us. We'll hand it over to you guys, Rit and Scarpy.
Thanks everyone, and welcome back to game number 2 between Energy and APG. Game 1, Energy, well, it was a complete stomp, and I'm being completely honest, but APG has what it takes to come back. I've seen them come back from worse than this and take the series. Scorpy, what do you think?
Yeah, APG definitely have the ability to do this. They've been around for a while. They're experienced, exactly. However, Energy sort of might have broken their spirits a little bit here. That's maybe a small concern. So we'll see if they're going to be able to deal with that. I mean, I feel like this draft, I like it. I like the Mr. Partikins over on the Night Stalker. I've also seen him run that a lot. It's been the Keeper of the Light and the Night Stalker have been interchangeable for him as of late, so it makes a lot of sense here and will be a bit of a problem.
On that note, though, we were actually having a very interesting discussion during the draft. So we have Batman here on the Night Stalker, right? He can fly at night, he stalks at night, he is Batman. Who is the opponents? Jakiro, Two-Face.
Yep.
Don't you think? The
Yeah.
two different faces.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's Batman versus Two-Face. It's a good one. Up against Lycan. Who did you say Lycan was?
Ra's al Ghul.
Ra's al Ghul, the old person. Okay, so it's Batman versus Two-Face and Ra's al Ghul. Slardar?
We said Killer Croc.
Killer
Maybe
Croc.
in a different universe.
It's in a different universe, but it counts, and it's actually a good one. Killer Croc. So it's Batman versus Two-Face, Ra's al Ghul, Killer Croc, Ursa, Bane.
Bane, yeah.
Bane.
Yeah.
Even though Ursa's small and Bane is normally a big hero, but I do get it. And then The dogs here, I mean, there's a couple of mystics that we can bring in, but just to keep it in the Batman's universe with the pointy head and the jokes and everything, Riddler.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that one.
So
I like that one.
this is literally Batman versus a lot of other guys. But we also then decided to turn around and go Batman's allies. The Skyrath Mage,
Hawkman.
Hawkman, very, 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 very good, very accurate. The Legion Commander. Now this one's a bit more tricky, but still. Legion Commander, Wonder Woman, sort of.
Yeah, sort of. She's a woman. She beats the crap out of most people. So I like it.
And then you have Goblin, which for once has decided to move over now from Spider-Man to Batman.
Yeah.
Not Green Goblin, but the Goblin.
Yeah.
Last but not least, we have the Magnus. We were like busy thinking about the Magnus. Now there's that
Rhino
one,
dude. Yeah.
that like one Rhino dude, but you can say it's him and Thor mixed together.
There
You
we
know,
go.
they had babies, and out came Magnus.
There we
So
go.
we have our superhero matchups here, guys.
There you go. I like
And enough talking about everything else. ACG here versus Chosen One. Magnus versus Ursa. I honestly think that the Ursa should have the advantage here as soon as he gets a couple of levels up. He'll be able to outspam Magnus, just constantly keeping the Fury Swipe stacks on, and you'll actually see him just moving up, trying to get that like level 2 on him right now, just to keep it. There you go.
Yeah.
Just always wanting to keep the Fury Swipes on. He'll farm, hit the Fury Swipe. Farm, hit the Fury Swipe. And ACG should actually have a much better lane this time than he did in game number 1.
Yeah, I can only agree with you there. I think this is going to be a tough one for Chosen One. And falling back into the jungle has become sort of less of an option as of late, as there's just so much experience to collect in the mid lane. So that will be something that we'll keep an eye on. I mean, the matchup's already starting to go the way we say, 7-1 and 5-0.
Yeah.
But I can only see it just leaning more and more into ACG's favor.
I definitely agree. I mean, we spoke about how we used to know ACG, the kind of player that he can be and that he actually is if he performs well. And this is the perfect opportunity for him to prove us wrong. You know, we've been saying he hasn't been performing the best that like over the past couple of months, but his best and his good is still better than most people's best.
Yeah, I think that is a fair statement.
So I'm not bashing him. I'm just saying he's still very good. Yeah.
But he hasn't been at his best,
Yeah.
the best that we've seen,
Yes.
if that's fair. But I mean, again, he's got a favorable matchup for a change. Chosen One, still he's been around the block, to be fair. So another, it's not an easy toss. So if ACG makes a couple of errors here, Chosen One will take an advantage. But again, this is a dominant lane for Ursa at least.
Okay, so who are the oldest players here for both teams? Do you perhaps know, like in real life?
Well, just by appearances, I'll go Phalanx. That's pretty unfair to
And
say.
Odu, Dreamy?
Yeah, I think Odu's been
So like they're
been
the
in
old
Dota for long.
So they're like the old dogs of Dota.
Yeah, there we go.
Cool.
I like that.
Yeah, it's just like really wondering who's
yeah.
actually
I
because
wonder-
there's a good split between some of the younger up and coming guys and then the old dogs. You know,
Yeah.
it's really good. It's really good to see them passing the skill.
I wonder when Nastalker is gonna become a hunter in this game.
Oh, okay. I'm not even gonna go to the next step, which we could have taken this to. But no first blood just yet. Chelsea's actually taking a lot of damage right now. Of course he does. He was nerfed a little bit. PSL chasing him down. Unfortunately, not getting anything there, not getting the kill. But no first blood as of yet. Do you feel that the nerf on Legion Commander, I think it was on the overwhelming odds, has actually hurt him that much?
I think the purpose of the pickup, I don't think it's all that bad. I think Legion's still going to be a hot pick, regardless. I think it's going to, maybe the laning's going to be a little bit more tough. He's going to struggle to sort of zone the way that he used to. But other than that, the real goal is to have someone who's going to do that single target lockdown for an extended period of time, and also able to transition into a very hard-hitting core in the late game if it gets to that.
Yeah, Strike might be in a lot of trouble right now. There's a Bob Yules on his face, and Bob Yules is going to get the first blood, getting a kill on Strike. So this time, Strike, buddy, I think that's Strike, you're out.
Yeah, there we go. This is going to go on all day, isn't it?
You started it.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. And all of you guys watching that are like going cringe or, oh no, not again, Scorpy started it.
Yeah, okay, but you're killing it. But yeah, I mean, this is an old matchup, sort of the the Slardar plus the Darkseer, very scary for squishy supports, and the squishy support is definitely going to be that of the Scarif Mage, who is pretty slow. Okay, he's got 350 movement speed, but when you do get crushed, you get a slow over a period of time, besides the lockdown.
And
so
Guardian Sprint, it's just, it's ridiculous. This is actually like a TI3 strat.
Yeah, this is
with the Lycan as well.
Yeah.
I actually didn't think about that. This is literally like old school style.
Yeah.
But having a look at the net worth, or the last hit so far, Ursa leading 38-4 versus mid Chosen One, 25-2.
Yeah, that's no big surprise, to be fair. I think we did assume that this is the way the lane would be going.
And it's good to see ACG actually getting a favorable lane up to see what can he do. Oh, quickly, we see an engagement here onto the bottom lane. They're going in onto the Jakiro, getting the kill. They want to turn around. PSL might be in a bit of trouble right now as well. This is, of course, nighttime, so nighttime getting their first kill. And Mr. Pottykins is going to just move into the jungle, probably move around, wrap around mid, try and just put a bit more pressure up with the remaining time that he still has left, which is 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, that was some beautiful mirror movement there. They realized Slardar's not in the lane, so they're not going to really put pressure onto Dreamy. They could leave him alone. They secured a kill and a failed attempt from the Slardar to wrap around the back and mid. So just really good plays coming at you from
Mr. Pottykins trying to go onto Phalanx right now. Phalanx might be in a bit of trouble. He does not have Ice Path. They could have actually tried to pressure this to force out that Shrine usage quite early on, and then just back up after that, but they decide against it. Mr. Pottykins just out, and it's going to be 2 more minutes up until daytime. And he's actually just forming up. So he, got the kill during the first night, or he helped get a kill during the first night, and now he's backing off, farming in the jungle, in the enemy jungle, so reducing their amount of available experience, available gold that they have. I actually like this. A lot of people will not like this because it's a waste of night, what they think. But he's already got the kill, and now he's stolen experience and gold from the enemy.
This is just good support play. He just realized, okay, everyone's off the map. They're more than likely going to go on Dreamy. I'll make a rotation here, and he's pretty quick, so they must be careful.
There you go. Bob Yules is actually being surged up right now. He wants to go in, but the jukes, the dodges, everything is real. Mr. Pottykins also manages to slow up. Now Bob Yules is in a lot of trouble. Slardar gets the stun onto the Night Stalker. Night Stalker has to turn around. O'Malley with the Iron Shell, level 3 up right now, doing quite a bit of damage. Now it's just the right clicks coming through here from Dreamy himself. And unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. A lot of people and a lot of heroes on very low HP. O'Malley nearly dropping there towards the end.
Yeah.
But they stayed alive.
Again,
APG looking strong.
Again, energy supports, they just seem to have that edge right now. They're rotating perfectly. They foiled the plans there of APG. And at the same time, like Chelsea, he knows now he's got a sort of a free lane. He can farm up a little bit. He's given a bit of space. He's doing pretty well for himself. Let's consider he doesn't have an Iron Shell to help him farm, and he's keeping up with CS.
Yep.
So even the pressure that they gave him early on is not too much of a concern. Chelsea doing a great job, in fact.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm quite surprised here because APG actually had heroes that they could try and punish him a little bit more. But they spent a lot of those heroes up towards the top lane to try and shut them down. But let's have a look. Bob Yules rushing in forward with an Iron Shell, but Chelsea just backs off a little bit. Sitting with quite a high movement speed, 365. He should be able to outrun anyone except for a Slardar or a hasted up Doctor or whoever Doctor hasted up himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And we look over at the CS charts, the Lycan's not really getting great farm. He's sort of being out CS by the...
But he has 17 denies, and in this patch, denies count.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. And he's also been left in lane a little bit, so he's hit level 7 now, in fact. So in comparison to the Troll, he too's hit level 7, but we must...
20 denies up on the Troll?
Yeah, that's a lot. A hell of a lot.
All of a sudden, you see carries actually denying for once.
It's still... I mean, they were denying before to keep control of their lane.
Yeah, but it wasn't like this much. Like 51 and 22.
Yeah. That's quite true. And, I mean, he's playing up against a Darkseer, so he's actually going to get easy denies, Dreamy, in fact. Yeah. So that's something we should
easy XP.
Oh, Mr. Pottykins.
We see an engagement here towards the bottom shrine. Mr. Pottykins wants to go in for it. Oh, nearly gets the blow up on ACG, but they do decide to back off, and the body blocks are coming through here from the walls. Unfortunately, nothing is going to happen further, and the hype dies down.
Yeah.
That was close, though. APG, literally, they hit that shrine at that exact moment. If they didn't do that, ACG would have been blown up.
Yeah, Mr. Poddykins, it's daytime now, so he's more than likely just going to go to the jungle farm up. He's got phase boots, man.
Batman sleeps during the day. Or he goes and sits in front of boardrooms and tries to make money.
There we go. He's got to make his money somehow.
And that is him farming in the jungle, making money. Oh, wait. Engagement here towards the bottom lane. Sorry about that one. They want to turn around, go into the Skywrath Mage. Skywrath Mage is, yeah, he's just getting eaten through by PSL and the ultimate form. Now they want to turn around, go on for more. Legion Commander. Is Legion going to try and slow down the Slaughter? Slaughter is being slowed down. Can they do anything further from this? More slow coming through. Bobules is being slowed down. Here's a snail. And will they actually be able to catch him? There's the RP coming through and getting blown up. But Legion Commander did not get the duel off. Quite surprised that they didn't try and lead that duel.
That RP was on the edge. That was some risky stuff. I would have never gone for something like it. But Chosen, he knows his heroes just so well. He managed to just absolutely calculate that, got a perfect RP on the brink. And, I mean, that's what I like to see. I really like to see
You can actually see the range of the reverse polarity. That was actually very close, yeah.
Yeah, really nice place. And, again, they sort of catching out. Unfortunately, didn't get a duel out of that. I think that was pretty much their goal. But they got the kills. And
they were, I think, a little bit concerned because they saw backup coming. So Magnus was just like, you know what, let's just get the kill instead of lose it potentially. Using the shockwave, getting the kill there, and meanwhile, Batman's still busy in the boardrooms, all the different boardrooms, gathering money. And Dreamy, well, you know, he's like started going up towards the top of the net, or the last hit shot, sitting on 70 at around 10 minutes in. And if we have a look at the net worth, this is quite an interesting one. It's green, red, green, red, red, green, red, green. Extremely, extremely even between all of the heroes. But top of the net worth chart is Ursa.
Yeah, I think the big imbalance here is going to be the Night Stalker, who's got quite a high net worth, considering that he is on that pos 4 position. No one's really, he's sort of almost keeping up with the Darkseid on the opposing side.
Batman's never broke.
Yeah, ain't broke. Yeah, he's definitely looking pretty damn good. So for them to sort of come back here, they're going to need some successful rotations, which is a lot to ask. However, at the same time, Skywrath Mage is dirty poor. He's still sitting at a pretty much like starting gold at 11 minutes.
Yeah, but I honestly feel that's still okay, because as soon as he has his 6-up, he moves around with the Legion, the old school Legion dual Skywrath ulti, and then you start getting your items from kills.
We're going to see it now. They smoked up, in fact, the two of them.
Oh,
and
there you go. This is like 3 years ago strats. Let's see if this will work for EN. They want to wrap around. Bobules is here.
Wow, spider senses, man.
Oh, yes. Crocodile senses, you mean?
Yeah, croc sense.
Croc sense.
Yeah, that's some that's some next level hiding in trees there from Bob.
He might actually just be coming out. There you go. Is the duel going to be there? There's the slow. There's everything. Are they actually going to be able to get the duel? There's the duel, but there's no ultimate needed for the Skywrath. He doesn't actually have the mana for it. But the first duel win and was actually close.
Yeah.
They nearly didn't get that win.
But at the same time, ACG found a kill onto the troll. So that is actually a pretty nice exchange, in fact, for APG. So they'll be happy
dual
with that.
victory as well. I think it's still okay. But the problem is here, if they catch out Chelsea here towards the bottom lane, he has to... But let's have a look here. He does have a Scroll of Town portal if he needs to get out.
Yeah, and...
Okay, we actually have a replay coming up right now, so let's quickly jump into that. And
we
see
just had a big
happened
RP and 2 kills. Apologies about that. Actually, a big RP coming up from Chosen One, catching out 2. And APG losing 2 individuals there, so that's a big problem. And now we got a troll with the Empower on hand. He's just beats up at them. So
sorry about that I missed that RP on 2. Take me quickly through what happened there.
Well, it was just... Again, Blink Dagger exposed for the first time on Magnus, so Chosen One doing a good job at getting that up in pretty decent timing. Catches a 2-man RP in the tree line there, in fact pulling someone into vision, and they mop that up pretty easily from there. You can use your imagination for the rest.
Well, normally you would want... Draw me like pictures. He comes in here, he gets the RP, pulls 2 heroes down there, and then pushes them, and I have to be very careful what I draw further because it could...
It's getting close.
Okay, let's move away from that one quickly here, guys. Chelsea... Next item going to be Blink Dagger, going to be up in roughly around 200 gold. Blink Dagger up on Chelsea, I think, is going to be a big thing. But let's have a look at the smoke rotation coming through. They want to go on to Dreamy. Normally, if you do a smoke rotation up here, you send one person along this side just to see if the smoke breaks. And they don't do that. So Dreamy doesn't get scouted out. He's still farming up. And a wasted smoke, or did they actually drop that ward? They dropped the ward. So it's a smoke into ward. I get that.
Yeah, they're going to get a tier 1 tower out of this, but that is a lot of time wasted, especially for O'Malley. He didn't really get to get an iron shell to farm something at the same time, so maybe a bit of an expense there for them. But they get a tier 1 tower, so they'll be happy with that. This is definitely looking a better show for them.
Bob Yours might be in trouble. Here comes the TP in on the Night Stalker. Night Stalker, he's trying to chase up to Bob Yours. It's two very fast heroes there, Batman and Doc Croc. Or is it Doc Croc? Yeah, it's what?
Yeah, Killer Croc.
Killer Croc.
Yeah, there we go. But there we go, farming up.
Bob Yours gets scouted out. Are we going to see an engagement? Jumping from the Magnus, skewer, nothing. No. Bob Yours just busy baiting it out. So are both the teams getting ready for rush right now, or what's happening?
I think it's a big fear. There is a Master Madness on PSL. We know that this hero can do pretty well at rushing.
There's the blink forward going in straight onto the Lycan. Lycan unfortunately gets silenced up. There's the RP onto 2 heroes. Now they want to turn around. 2 heroes are caught within the ultimate from the Skywrath Mage. 2 heroes are down. Unfortunately, the Magnus, he is dead as well. There you go. Another win victory. That's 3 heroes down for the side of APG. They want to go for more ACG from APG. That is 4 heroes down. Insane engagement there. Good RP waited on that. You don't have to get all 4 heroes. Just the 2 that are needed, dropping it down, Skywrath Mage ultimate on top of that, and all of a sudden the troll, the spins, the everything, the amount of damage, and APG melted.
Yeah, I think that was a thing of beauty, in fact. That was just really well executed.
If I could watch that in slow-mo, I think that would actually be awesome, because you could literally see all the small things. Like, we see a big fight, we hype it up.
Yeah.
What's happening, etc. But the small little intricacies, that that's what makes a fight actually go in favor of the side of Energy, where the engage didn't actually start off in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked a bit shady, maybe.
I actually thought that was APG's chance.
Yeah, it was pretty much the silence that they got into Energy, and that's. Apologies. Onto the Magnus, and the Magnus, I thought he wasn't going to get an RP off, and they just managed to do that. So. That was pretty good from them. Just the patience that was shown by C1. He didn't panic. He didn't run away. He realized, oh, you know what? I'll just get a 2-man RP, and he did that with great success.
So all of a sudden, sorry about that. Taking a quick sip of water. 4,000 net worth at around 16 minutes in. This is a completely different game, though.
Yeah.
Sure, it is still in Energy's favor, but APG has actually come to the party here. I just feel that they shouldn't be trying to take the fights just yet with Ursa. Ursa's gone with a blink. They need to try and roam around and catch out one of the stragglers, catch out 1 or 2, catch out Dreamy, get a couple of pickoffs to put Energy on the back foot, and then you take the team fight with the likes of the Darkseer and the Slara and the Jakiro.
Yeah,
but you need to put them on that back foot first.
Yeah, I think another thing that we can point at here is that Energy are showing the true power of Magnus in this patch. They stacked the Ancients. Dreamy managed to mop those up quickly for himself, and all of a sudden he's 1.5k ahead of Urso, who was in fact ahead of him before that fight. So obviously that fight injecting some gold and making a little bit of losses for the Urso, but
everyone always says Empower only for melee heroes, but it still gives damage. It still works, and absolutely. Troll can go into that melee form if he wants.
Oh,
he can dash out. Oh wait,
T-Twiz.
Yeah, okay, he's dead.
Yeah.
But the nice thing about the Troll is he can go into that melee form if he wants. He can take the most out of the Empower, get the cleave as well, and then go into the range form if he wants.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was another duel onto the Legion. We must keep a wary eye on this.
That's number 3.
Yeah, so he's going to start to hit a little bit hard if they don't do something about this, maybe get some objectives.
So 1 on the bottom lane,
on the back foot.
1 here, and where was the last one?
I think it was also here, in the same area.
Oh, so it's 2
if
here.
I'm not mistaken, yeah. So that's, it's a big problem. There's Blink Dagger up on him, of course, and the Skywrath Mage is pretty quick. He's got a Windlace as well. And he's starting to get a little bit of net worth here because of these the 2-man kills. He gets a lot out of it. So
we spoke about that to say you don't necessarily need farm on the Skywrath until you hit your 6, until you can combo, and if you have a good combo. However, Chelsea might be in a lot of trouble right now. Are they going to actually catch him out? Is there a blink up on the Slaughter? There isn't. He's 100 gold away. If he had a blink there, that would have been a massive kill for APG.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's fighting to find that farm, but The iron shell was on him there, so he's still close. He should get it up in pretty good time. Another thing I'm quite interested in, the Lycan, he went for a build that we're not actually seeing all that often from safe lane Lycans. A lot of safe lane Lycans like to just ignore summon wolves and just max out their howl as well as their feral impulse. So a little bit of something different coming at you from PSL.
I think it's for vision. I honestly think it's just so that they can try and keep the vision up, try and keep themselves safe, and scout out where the enemy's moving, or at least have that option.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. I think it's exactly for the reason of the Night Stalker. Once it's nighttime, it's so difficult to see, and he's using that to sort of scout and follow individuals around. So that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, when do you think or do you think Scarith Mage is going to be picking up his, well, the Urn of Shadows is on his way, and then after that, going in for the Rod of Arby?
Yeah, wow.
Okay, yeah, we don't even have to talk about that. That's the power of the Ursa blowing everyone up, and the 3-man RP coming through. He's still alive, unfortunately. Now they're trying to turn around, draw Warlord going up onto flags. There is a huge duel, but unfortunately the duel goes in favor of the Slaughter. Everyone is low. Dreamy might go for an ultra kill here. Can he get the kill onto Imala? He does. Dreamy getting the ultra kill.
Yeah, PSR getting a haste stream there. That could have been a rampage very easily. But managing to escape.
That
there.
RP though.
Oh, man, a thing of beauty. Again, a great play coming out from Chosen One. And I think the only loss there was a lost duel to Slaughter, so he gets plus 14 damage.
Yeah, you know, it just makes the crocodile's bites a little bit harder.
Yeah, there we go. Right. And I suppose it's a bit of a concern, but it's not the end of the world. It was a great fight, and Dreamy got a significant amount out of that. He got 4 kills. I mean,
the Ursa jumped in and blew in here quickly. Let's quickly see if we have a replay. I think our screen is off, but we'll have a quick look and see if the replay is going to be coming through.
Yeah, well, so we assume the replay is up, but unfortunately our screen is down, so we won't be able to really add anything to that.
Yeah, well, just enjoy that insane play.
Yeah.
And me going hype and everything's happening and... Okay, we are back alive, and they do manage to get a kill up onto the Jakira. So let me just quickly see. Maybe the screen just switched off. I'm just going to see if I can switch it back on.
All right, so I'll keep people entertained for the time being. As yeah, I mean, getting a kill into flanks, it's a little bit of something, nothing too tremendous. We do have, another kill coming at you onto the Scarith Mage, who gets caught out of position again. So Strike having a bit of a...
That's the second time ACG's actually jumped onto Strike right now, and we spoke about that a little bit. Well, quickly, the actual might go into Chosen One right now. Chosen One does not have a skewer, but there you go. Legion Commander comes in, actually goes onto the Lycan, duels up the Lycan, he gets the victory. Another one to turn around. Unfortunately, ACG is here. Look at the amount of damage he can actually put out. But Dreamy going on one-on-one up against ACG, not really the hero that you want to go one-on-one up against, but they do decide to turn around. Chosen One is still in there. ACG, there's the stun coming in from Bobules. They're going to be getting a kill onto Dreamy. This is going to be huge if they can get it. They do. 847 gold. That's an 8 times kill streak ended just as I came back. APG. Boys.
They're not out of this. And I can say this. I think that was the power of Howl in that fight. He got it off before he died, I do think, before he got killed. And they managed to actually get a lot of physical damage. And Dreamy sort of maybe got caught off guard by that a little bit. Oh, Roshan.
Yep.
Quickly picked up ACG
so
and
Night
Potikins.
Stalker is going to drop from this, so not much he can do there.
Well, can he fly? Can he fly? Oh. If he could fly and got away, I would be like, well, is it broken?
Okay, so let's have a quick look at the replay right now coming through there. There you can actually see Dreamy being jumped on, and you don't want to be in that kind of position up against ACG on that Ursa. Ursa will win any kind of 1v1 fight. And we spoke about that earlier, is you want to be able to jump in the whole time with that Ursa. Ursa's done that twice up against Strike, got the kills, blown Strike up. Now he did that against Dreamy as well. All of a sudden, the Ursa's starting to look strong because he can actually survive that initial fight, and the side of Energy is a little bit split up, so they can't counter engage. The last time, Energy jumped him. And sure, he got a kill, but they completely decimated the entire team. Energy has to start moving together again, because this split up fighting, this moving all over the place is working into APG's hands.
Yeah.
And we might actually see it coming through once again. Oh, this is actually going to be a duel coming through. The Lycan, is he actually going to be able to get the kill? The Lycan gets the duel. And 2 heroes down. Sorry for everyone's ears that are going to be bleeding because of that, but it is worth it.
Man, that was a big problem here. Energy.
Let's actually have a look at that. The charge comes in, literally the charge. Like, he jumps in, gets the deal, and it's like, surprise, Ursa's here.
Yeah, I can see that happening. I mean, that was actually very good foresight there from the Slaughter. Didn't go for the crush on anyone else.
There's the fly. Batman's flying, boys. Batman's dead.
Oh, this is. I'm in the wrong movie, guys.
yeah, this is actually like a horror slash.
Yeah. This is an alternative universe, everyone. Alternative universe. But, I mean, they're still not in a terrible spot, but, I mean, this net worth has been reduced to a 1 or 2K lead. This is...
But the problem here is APG's playing their game.
Yeah.
EN is also playing APG's game. They're not playing EN's game. When there's massive fight happen mid, what was the difference between this fight and what's been happening? They could counter-engage, they were ready for it, they were together. Now they're splitting up. And I'm sorry, but that favors a Lycan. You can't catch a Lycan. You can't catch a Darkseer that surged up, that has blinked. You can't catch a Slaughter. You can't catch a Ursa.
Yeah.
Why are you split up when the enemy team has 4 heroes that want to fight split up, then want to try and go for pickoffs?
Yeah,
you have team fight.
I can only agree with you. I think Chosen One has been the biggest instrument of successful Energy in these team fights.
He needs to get back and get mana.
Yeah. Energy, pull it together. We don't want the panel to be right.
Oh, yeah, please. That can never happen. The panel cannot be right.
Yeah, no bias. I think APG is looking.
You just actually want to be right for once, don't you?
I know.
For once.
Please. But you'll also be wrong, so it's a little bit of success, small success.
True. And I mean, that doesn't happen often, me being wrong, so just saying.
But APG, I think they had a nice sit down and a chat about the previous game and say, listen, guys, that happened. Let's put our heads together. It's fine. We'll turn this around easily. And they've done a great job of that. This mid game has looked so good by them. They seem to have calmed their nerves. Maybe
don't do it, dude. Don't do it. You got caught out the last time you jumped in to get one last hit. This time, I think his senses or her senses are tingling. She's not going to jump in. So, what does Energy have to do right now? The Magnus has a Shadow Blade. He has a Blink. Those are aggressive items. Start using them.
Yeah.
Dreamy has... What does Dreamy have? Where's the BKB? Okay, no BKB out for Dreamy, but Dreamy's actually going for a full-on Scotty here.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't think there's much more. I think BKB is probably essential eventually.
I would have gone for the BKB first, though, because all of a sudden, if they just won two team fights in a row, pick up the Scotty.
Yeah.
If you just lost 2 team fights in a row, even though you need the BKB for late game as well, just get that BKB and try and secure it. But I do like the Scotty. Gives them a lot more sustain, a lot more damage, but they have to make use of it.
Yeah.
They have to do something now.
I think all he's thinking is, well, BKB is what, Ice Path, Crush, and Vacuum that he wants to avoid. But these are still very good control abilities, unless the troll's positioned extremely well, using range when he needs to, using melee when he needs to. It's a big ask, though, for a troll. So I think he will more than likely want to buy time so he has that BKB online before they're willing to fight. So
and Legion Commander, I mean, you remember when we spoke about he already has 3 dual wins. He only now has 4.
Yeah.
So that being slowed down, but here we might actually see a big engagement coming through here towards the top lane. Oh, Bob Yules, he wants to go in, manages to get the stun onto the Magnus. No, Magnus just runs away. But this might actually be a fight. Oh, they actually do manage to get the kill. Or the stun onto the Slaughter. This is definitely going to be a kill. Is there any kind of counter engagement? Slaughter is just like, nope, I don't care. I'm giving up on life.
Yeah, that's one of those things. There's Ags up on Mr. Partykins, and he's going to have that extra vision. So you can't really be hiding in the trees, my friend. And he can fly over those trees and catch you out. So
that's so awesome.
Yeah, he's got his
and the gem's also going to be up now in 100 gold.
Yeah, he's got all these tools. Batman's got his lucky
utility belt.
His utility belt is working. I wonder if he's got shark repellent.
Utility staff, so to speak.
I wonder if he has shark repellent. That is my favorite.
Isn't that like the Iron Talon, so to speak? It's to scratch at the shark if the shark comes close.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Or the magic wand to wave it.
Okay, we're getting into Harry Potter now.
The magic wand is going to be called Shark Be Gone. And he waves it and he's like, Shark Be Gone.
This is a multiverse now. Now we've gone way too far.
Luckily, there's no camera on us right now while we're making all of these gestures.
Yeah, people will see me cringing so bad. But, I mean, at the same time, Energy's sort of taking control back of this map. The only thing that's really happening is ACG pushing out the side lanes, but he's not seeing anyone on the map, so he's pretty precarious now, so he's going to hide in the tree line.
Yep. Slardar, of course, Solo Crest up on the Slardar. This is a big item. It really helps with that engage. It really helps whoever the Ursa actually decides to jump on. But let's have a look. Pottykins, he does actually scout out, O'Malley scouts out most people here towards the side. And there you go. ACG jumps in straight onto the Troll Warlord. Troll Warlord, though, does survive the initial onslaught, but they will back off, try to get the Furious Swipes off him. And then I think this will be a big engagement coming through here from both teams. And I like Mr. Pottykins here. He's literally keeping vision, running around the edges the whole time, trying to keep it. And there you go. Doxia actually thought about that as well.
Yeah.
Getting the vacuum, destroying the trees down. And are we going to see anything coming through? Oh, there's the ward. And is he going to de-ward it? No, not yet. Oh, no, there you go. Jumping it straight onto the Jakiro right now. And they might actually want to go for more, unfortunately. This might be terrible here for the Slaughter. He jumped in somewhere where he was not wanted. And Mr. Pottykins, I told you, dude, Batman has shock repellent.
Yeah, Bobby Oles was way too overzealous there. There was no reason to try and save Phalanx. Phalanx was out of position, got caught out, you leave it at that. Now you got your...
And he missed the stun, but ACG trying to go into Dreamy once again, not the hero that you really want to... Well, you can still kill him, but he is actually quite tanky. But getting the initial stuns missed up on that, and that's the tier 3 tower down. APG all of a sudden on the back foot once again, looking at the net worth, 7,500, 10,000, 10,500, sorry about that. Look on top here, 10,500 in favor of Energy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to sound very weird, but it was the RP that sort of won them these fights. It was the threat of the RP. It didn't need to be thrown down or anything of that caliber, but it was the threat that C1 had constantly. So it's definitely something that APG are going to look into. They got to try and do something. They either got to try and shut down this Magnus, who's positioned himself extremely well, or they need to just go for these engagements and stop this, because this net worth flow, it's a landslide right now.
So the big thing is, if you're playing, well, if you're a Magnus and you land a couple of insane RPs, all of a sudden the enemy, has that fear. They have that, oh no, this Magnus can actually catch us. If you're a Magnus and you have no, you haven't landed a single good RP. Oh wait, no, they're jumping in onto PSL right now, bye-bye, buddy. If you haven't landed a single RP, then that fear is not going to be there from the enemy team. And currently, Chosen One has landed a lot. So they have to be careful how they engage and how they move in and out.
Yeah, it's again, like I say, it's that threat that he has consistently, and you pointed out perfectly there. He's catching 2 or 3 individuals, making trouble for them, and I mean, this is more than likely going to be another lane of racks. As Dreamy's actually going to mop up the other shrine, that's a lot of gold going back into their pockets.
And tier 2 bottom will drop here as well. Now, Rosh is up. This is going to be a massive fight. They're actually sacking the wall. They're not going for the bottom tier 2 tower. They're TPing back because they have to go in for us. They know they have to try and defend this or take this themselves. Night Stalker busy moving around. He will actually scout the guys up here on the high ground. Will he decide to go onto Bobby Oles right now? Let's have a look here. Bobby Oles is being engaged upon. He is silenced. He's being just completely crushed. Is there going to be any kind of stun? Nope. Dreamy gets it like milliseconds before the TP goes off.
Oh, that was close. I even had a little whelp here. You see what I did there?
that deserves a fist bump. There you go.
Yeah.
You sly dog.
But yeah, now they're going to actually get Roshan. That was a really nice pick. Now one of the bigger disablers on the side of APG are going to be unable to do anything about this. So getting a Roshan up onto the Troll Warlord, who is, well, a already difficult individual to bring down. He's the one doing the majority of the damage. And something we must keep in mind, Cheese at the second Roshan. It's obviously been a change in the patch.
Oh, nice.
So that is on hand for them. That's pretty much 500 gold, if you think about it in that way. Or obviously a new life.
A new life.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I've seen different troll balls in the past. Where the, Sanjay Yasha, the Scotty coming out, Blink, as well as the BKB. Now he's bowling into the Butterfly. So going for sustainability. and getting the damage through sustainability.
Yep.
But do you perhaps go for that Desolator here? Do you get that Deso to burst down? Because believe it or not, APG actually has tanky heroes, dude. They also breaking that high ground, having that Deso available, or do you just tank it up completely?
I think you can see he's going for the butterfly here, but it's a questionable already. We reckon if you look over at the Ursa, you can see what he has queued up.
Yeah.
So he's already aware, okay, he's dealing with the whirling axes, which is a problem, so I want to
Monkey King Bar.
deal with that evasion. So he's got a Monkey King bar. So I don't know about the butterfly all that much. I think it might just be a mispurchase here for Dreamy.
Oh, they're actually jumping in onto Mr. Nightstalker, getting the gem. Charge!
Yeah, that's a nice pick there. Mr.
And they
Pottikins.
didn't have vision.
Where's
Wow.
the gem? Ooh, the gem was lost, I believe.
Yeah. Gem was down.
Yeah.
Okay, let me quickly, how do I fix the in-game chat? So click on,
Yeah, there we go. And then just...
okay, let's just quickly mute all of the guys and all of the text. Sorry
There
about
we
that.
go.
They are actually seeing an
Actually,
engagement coming through right now. So let's have a look. They do manage to get the one kill. The RP comes through. They want to go to Chosen One. Unfortunately, he is still alive. Sorry, I messed that one up. Lycan is going to drop here. BKBs galore all over the place. It's a 2-for-1 trade. I will switch off the chat as soon as I'm done. There you go. Phalanx getting the Aspart off. Just as we try to turn that off. You see, every time that I want to do something, nice and funny and everything, then, ACG, Chosen One.
There was a skewer there. Chosen One. Maybe a bit slow. Maybe a bit slow.
So I think I have to look and make these changes and mute all of the chats a lot more often, because every time we do that, there's something big that happens.
We're just not going to know when they call GG, thanks to the trumpets. But we'll guess.
Yeah, you basically normally guess.
Yeah. But,
Yeah. So, 16 to 22, 13,000 in favor of Energy. And it might just be a little bit more. Nightstalker going to, who's actually going to get the kill here? Slaughter. Slaughter's still alive. Look at the tankiness that's coming through here. The ice path gets him. And he still has to run. He has to be very careful. I don't think he will die from this. It's 430 HP. Will he actually survive it? Oh, close. He dies, and the gem gets stolen back. Mr. Pottikins, he's alive. He doesn't have any TP. He can't get anywhere from here. They really want to get him. There's the macro fire coming through as well. You'll set to be thrown in the air. He has no support, but it's literally him versus the Jakiro. Jakiro should actually, he can turn around. He can fight this if he wants to, but towards the bottom lane, there's actually a big fight. There's the Skura coming through. Unfortunately, no RPs being used just yet. There you go. The Blake Edge here from Dreamy. Going in onto ACG. ACG might actually drop from this. That is 2 heroes down for the side of APG. Now he wants to turn around. Dreamy busy dodging up the ice pot right now, getting his BKB popped as well. And he still wants to fight. He still has the Aegis. He has 9,000 gold or 8,500 in the bank. And ACG is back. There's the wall coming through, but the duel straight up onto them. Unfortunately, the RP I think was also used there. I have no idea what just happened. So many BKBs. 2 more heroes down for the side of APG. Now they turn around. Going in onto PSL. PSL's in a lot of trouble. There you go. There's a skewer back on 2 heroes. Chosen One getting a double kill. They want more. They're pushing it forward. That is 5 heroes down. Energy just dominating the side of APG repeatedly. I think we have a replay of this.
Ooh, I mean...
Okay, let's have a quick look. They're literally jumping in onto PSL. Dreamy's just doing everything. That skewer getting the double kill there. The VAC trying to bring everyone back. But the side of Energy, they're just pushing up forward. They want to go up forward. They want to go for more. And a couple heroes are already DC, so I think that is GG.
Yep.
But that was the perfect fight. And towards the top, literally towards the top lane, the Nightstalker was there, keeping the Jakiro busy, in and out. And that fight towards the bottom lane was just insane. We were right. The panel was wrong.
Wait, can you say the first part again? Who was right?
We were right.
And mostly me though.
You just went, okay, Scorpy. Scorpy was right.
There we go.
I know, that was
Thank
right.
you. I got to quote this on Twitter quickly.
You know, there's a first time for everything. Don't get used to it. 2-0 Energy looking really strong. Still going according to my suggestion or my rankings, if I can put it that way. WRG Energy XTC.
Yeah.
And then I put XD as 4th.
Oh, what a surprise.
But
yeah, it was a far better performance. The second game from APG, they looked a lot better. Yeah, you're pointing out something there. You can see the little bump where APG started coming back, and then just a little bit of a landslide, like we were talking about, and they were just feeding over too much gold and not really controlling energy. I think energy looking still pretty good. APG looking like they're pulling themselves together a little bit here, but will be down in the lower bracket, and it's a tough one there. It is a best of one, and I'm sure you and we both know that BO1s are not fun.
Well, guys, there's 2 dual victories that they gave off to the side of APG, so you have to be careful for that. And I think we will be heading over to the panel right now, and that will, of course, be Mr. Halberd, Succubus, and Reigns.
Thanks very much, Reddit. I'm glad you were right for once. But
Bird.
No, it's
but
good.
more
It's good to
importantly,
be right.
neither of you were right. So
Yeah.
you're off the hook.
I was worse than
You were
Succubus,
rightist,
yeah.
I guess.
She was the rightist, yeah, so I deserve some punishments of that, I guess, but
My biceps are bigger than yours today, man.
no, it's true.
I don't know about this man does have some
Got nice
pretty
sets.
impressive hidden biceps. It's
But honestly, like, I thought you picking 4 melee heroes into Magnus, what are you thinking?
It's
That I actually heard Adaston downstairs, he's like, got debated by wolves. Because Nice Look went for it, and they lost the gem there, and then immediately after that, they took a horrible team fight where they just completely lost, and I mean, you know, that's easy munching of towers for the Lycan once they get rid of the rest of the team without buyback.
full on respect to Energy for, just cleaning that out 2-0. It's a really big score against APG. Not a very good day for APG, unfortunately. I think they underperformed, I think when you see them online, they seem strong, confident, but getting into playing Energy as a start is definitely just something that's just a challenge, It's like,
I feel like you have to be able to, though. I mean, if you want to win this tournament, you have to be able to beat Energy at the start. And I mean, it's like kind of a gateway to those finals in some ways.
Do you think they were a little bit overconfident after killing the Night Stalker, got the gem, okay, we one player down, we can take this fight, and then thinking, okay, we're stronger than them now because Night Stalker's dead? Do you think they kind of got fooled into that? Maybe?
Maybe they could see the map again for a little while and they were happy, and then... things ended poorly.
Yeah, exactly. It's the relief, the few minutes of relief. Yeah, it's... I don't know. I thought APG had it really nicely in the middle of the game. It's like, what, 14, 16?
I mean, they were down. Yeah. They were down. It looks like they were just purely losing, and they brought it back somehow, and then just handed the game to them in the end there.
Yeah, just I think it was Odu's energy in that game.
Odu's energy.
Odu's energy.
We were talking about it in the first panel. In fact, the man is a legend. So the fact that he is at this point now, performing this well in a role that's I wouldn't say unusual to me. He did actually start off as a solo mid player, so he definitely played core roles before.
But when he was Carbon first.
I think it might have been. I just remember it was quite some time ago when he was playing in that sort of core position.
So no, he was switched over between Carbon BVD and Carbon BVD, and then like most prominently for the last couple of years he was Bravado, the big blue dragon we used to call him, but now he's
you guys keep using this word we.
Well,
it's basically Wilson and Succubus.
Well, it caught on. It called the big blue dragon. Everyone started everyone started wearing suits and ties and blazers because of
Sure, cool, fair.
No, but honestly,
so you're basically saying the big blue dragon caused ties and blazers.
No, that misunderstanding the context.
Talking about
we're meshing it up.
Yeah, well, with Odu playing as a carrier role, it's definitely
it's a nice swap.
It's a big boost for Energy compared to the first leg. You've been involved a lot about that. With Lackers, I think one of his RPs gave him an ultra kill even during that game. So he got fed off nicely. When you showed me that the net worth was 14,000 difference, it was mostly Odu and then the rest of the APG guys. But this was...
the troll get an ultra kill as well, I believe.
Yeah. I really think that APG is underperforming. I think that they could be doing like double times better on a good day.
But I mean, way too from here, right? I mean, Beer Ones are certainly a scary place to live.
Definitely.
They're one of the scary guys down there now, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be up against Mythic, most certainly, and, it's not an easy game for Mythic to take on, and the best of ones are extremely scary, and when you're under that kind of pressure, teams kind of pick the most strongest draft they can and try to snowball and win as early as possible, and APG are good at that. I mean, look at PSL's Lycan. I mean, he was brilliant on that hero at the moment, and he still is. It's something that he's comfortable with. But I mean, they almost took a game of Energy now. But just unfortunate that they overestimated their power, so to speak, in that team fight. Got kind of split up, and then
Yeah.
Just melee into Magnus.
It must have felt better in the first game, though, right?
Yes, definitely. I think this game was a little bit more even. Maybe not towards the beginning. It felt like it was going to just be another dumpster game, and then they brought it back so beautifully.
So, I mean, you spoke about kind of these defining moments of this matchup with these mistakes. What do you think was like? Were they redeeming moments? You looked at it and went, "Wow, this was really good from APG." A little glimmer of what their former selves were.
Mid-game when they started bringing the game back.
Yeah, that showed a bit of promise. I'm like, yes, it's going to be a 1-1. And no, what's happening? No, Odu, please, stop. Stop hitting me. That just happened.
Odu, please stop hitting me.
Yeah.
Please stop.
Yeah.
Stoop.
No, his troll was pretty amazing. He got his, I think, Shadowblade and Scardy, and from then on, it's untouchable.
But, I mean, troll with Magnus and power.
Yeah, with that as well. It's just insane.
It
He was
hurts.
unstoppable.
It really hurts.
Yeah, no, I think it's not something you want to go up against if you're. There's something actually that I'm trying to lead into is that, you know, four melee heroes going into the Magnus. Obviously, Magnus he's almost like you pick him for him power, right? Or I mean, I pick him for him power, but that's what he does. He makes somebody really, really strong. But there was a time, of course, when RPs were all the rage. You know, think back a couple of years ago, and it kind of feels that. They almost allowed it to have the same sort of effect. You know, when you're playing it, that you know, you're trying to help out, you're trying to get the most out of your hero, but by doing so, you're just auto-enabling your opponent to do the same thing out of one of their best heroes.
And like you said, we were actually discussing it outside, you myself, and we were saying like, yeah, it's all good and well, but I mean, all their catch abilities, they have to be straight up and close, and then the rest of the team to be able to catch a hero have to be right on the hero, which means they have to group, which means free RP for Magnus. So like that's one of the main problems with having that lineup. But the benefit of that is they did have the PSL like and split push, and he effectively took a Rax because of that. So I mean, it was working to an extent, but that last team fight just caught without buyback, losing your team fight, you have to call the game. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah. So APG now, as we mentioned, dropping down, facing Mythic. How do we feel about that matchup?
It's going to be, like I said, it's going to be a hard game for Mythic. It's going to be a very hard game.
Yeah. On the cards, I can see APG taking it, especially in the best of one. You did mention this earlier. Mythic has, I don't know, they played pretty well today against WRG in the first game.
Look, they've proven to be good under pressure as well.
Yeah. So if they can pull what they did first game to WRG to APG later, I think they can stand a chance.
Yeah.
But APG is strong. I don't think people would go against APG in this matchup, but you know, it's possible.
I think the thing is for me is that there's also got to be a lot of pressure on APG now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing when this is effectively the first Dota event of the year, and you put yourself in this position where you've been like judged online a little bit after you changed your roster.
Yeah.
People are talking about you as if you're not that big a deal. This would have been a great story to come back and say, cool, we've just been in Energy, we're on our way to the final. Yeah, see, we told you so, right?
Yeah.
But right now, it's sort of more like they're confirming it. If they drop down here, no big deal, right? But imagine if they do lose to Mythic. And Mythic don't care. I mean, we saw those men. Yeah. Regardless what happens, they're going to be very, very happy, right? If somehow magically out of the darkness a sixth APG member managed to infest into the game, right? Yeah. They would find that amazing and laugh and be happy about it because that's how they have zero pressure, right? They go home and everyone goes, well done guys, you stepped things up, you made it to the big leagues, congratulations. APG loses. Ooh,
that's a bit more cost worthy. I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah, possibly that APG will end up last place in the Masters LAN. I don't think any of us wants to see that, but then no one wants to see any team become last place. So it's a hard one.
To go from third in the Masters Rage last year to last at the first LAN event afterwards, it would be a travesty.
So, pressure, I'm sure we all agree, is on APG. Yeah. And that makes things very interesting because a team with quite a bit of pressure on them and a team that has nothing to lose, I could see, in a BO1, I don't think it's that is beyond the realm of reason.
Yeah, I really don't think it's beyond the realm of reason to think that Mythic could actually beat APG in a best of one. Anything can happen in a best of one. That's why it's so nerve-wracking. Because something can go horribly wrong that you didn't expect to go wrong, and then you maybe can't recover from that, and the other team plays on that weakness, and then you just lose.
So speaking of which, we have some other teams that are going to be battling it out to stay in the winners bracket. Who do we have up next?
I believe it is VNR versus XD next at 3:30.
So it's XTC and Pulse, I think.
Yeah, on XTC and Pulse.
Yeah, XTC and Pulse.
But I believe
Big one.
the next match at 3:30 is going to be VNR versus XD, which is going to be a very exciting match. Very evenly placed teams, actually.
I'm really excited to see these two teams face off against one another. I mean, let's chat, like, I don't want to blow like all the content we possibly have on these sides just yet, but who are the players that you think are of interest from these two sides?
For Pulse, we spoke about just privately about the. Okay, so we've just got in that it's going to be XD and VNR.
XD and VNR next.
All right, so there we go. So we switch around. I was just about to say.
I know. I was about to say, I thought we'd agreed it was the other way around.
Yeah.
It's XD and VNR next at 3:30.
Yeah.
I spoke to the boys a little bit now. Said hello to the cutter.
Right. So let's talk about VNR then. I mean, now that we mentioned Kota.
I mean, if you wanted to keep talking about Pulse, it's fine. You know, we'll figure it out.
That would be weird. What are we going to talk about next?
I'm sure we can talk to somebody and be like, guys, can we just change this around? I'm sure they won't mind.
Make a point.
Look, we have a veteran on the side of VNR, and that's in the form of Wazoo. He's been there forever. And, you can never discount him. He's a brilliant player.
Mm-hmm.
But on the same side of the coin, we do have almost the entire, let's say, flip side team on VNR at the moment, except for...
but let's go back, because I already actually was just egging on to speak about Koto.
You just want to speak about Koto?
I just wanted to speak about Koto. And by me speaking about it, I wanted to hear your thoughts on Koto.
My thoughts on Koto? I found out, you know what he does in pub matches? That he plays music at the start of a pub match every time.
I'm very aware of this.
He does this in professional games as well, apparently. So there's that.
It's a motivation music. I don't see anything wrong with it. Okay, jokes aside, I guess it's a competitive match. I hope that he's not playing music before like
yes,
3:30. He's going to do it.
Wazoo also did say that Kotta does ping them if they take a kill away from him, and they do it on purpose.
No, you see, now, this is what's really interesting about this, right? Is that Kotta is, without a doubt, a pub star.
Oh,
I mean, this is what happens when a team decides that they need a little bit of bolstering, and they go, let us find a pub star, and they take that pub star and they insert him. And then normally what happens is the players will realize, well, I'm playing in the competitive environment now. Let me try and adapt to this new environment. Let me start figuring out like how things work differently. Oh, I can't really dive towers because people are going to TP me. You know, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But I believe what Kotta does instead is he goes, now's a great opportunity to play pubby Dota anyways.
Just give him a timber saw. That's all you need to do. Give Kotta the timber saw and he'll win the game for you.
He's a frightening...
He's a beast.
Yeah, he's frightening, actually.
He's been after my timber set for years. He's like, every time, give me your timber set. No, but honestly, he is really frightening on that hero. Like, it's just something you don't want to play against.
But will, in fact, play it like a pubby hero. We agree on this.
We agree on that. He's not at that professional level, but he's definitely just as good as a lot of them. Like, he really is. But I do agree with you, he does play a bit pubby sometimes.
All the time, always. In fact, I was going to ask: is it fair that we look at his like pub results and use that as like statistics to see like how his performances have been?
I mean, there's going to be no difference compared to the competitive statistics because it's going to be the same thing in the end. But I think 3 of the 5 players from VNR is transferred from Flipside. 4 of them even.
4.
So yeah.
It's Muzzy 1337, Panda 737, and Kotta.
Well, that's 4 players then, So it's basically new Flipside with Wazoo, the legendary VNR veteran.
And he has stayed with VNR for years. I don't think he's ever been outside of VNR.
Yeah, I don't think I was born back then when he was joining VNR. And then, okay, so we've got these guys. And then we've got XD, who used to be a premier team Constant. And then with a very noted player that I feel is Rock Lee. He used to play for
Old
Immersion.
Man Rockley.
Yeah. So
is he our own Old Man Fear?
Old Man Rockley, yes. He calls
South
himself
African
that.
version.
South African version of Fear, yes.
So we've got them, and then a lot of new players. We've got him and a lot of new players from I think XDC players.
XDC
players. That sounded really weird. Yeah. And so young players, and then I think it's just Rock Lee with who's been playing for a few years.
I believe the youngest player on the side of XD at the moment is TKC, sitting at 17 years old.
Cool.
But he's got a lot of self-control for a 17-year-old, I must say. Like, when you see his play style, you do not expect that to be, his age. Because, I mean, he does not play like a 17-year-old, if you guys get what I'm saying. The guys that are a bit younger are a little bit more aggressive. Yes, mechanically good, reactions amazing, but they are a bit more aggressive. They do tend to, how can we say in gaming terms, YOLO a bit more than other players.
Right, no, fair enough.
But he's actually quite reserved. He knows when to go and when not to go. And TKC is very technically and mechanically skilled. So I really do enjoy watching him play.
Great. Well, won't have to wait too much longer. He says at 3:30, I believe?
3:30, yes.
Great.
I believe according to the schedule.
Awesome. So, on that note, let's take a quick break, and we'll see you a little bit later for some more Dota action.
This is epic,
Yeah.
epic music coming.
Oh,
I
put
like
the music
that.
back on. And the production says no.
We tried.
And we also try to say no. It's something that fortunately we just couldn't replace Reigns with some sort of other international Asian celebrity.
Oh, couldn't?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Was we tried, guys. We tried, guys. We'll just be left with hidden
Come on,
muscles
come on,
himself.
stand up.
Get the sheep stand up. Oh, it's happening.
Hey, there you go, there you go, there you go.
Have to stand up, especially after all this RPs last game.
I feel like you put a lot of effort into that.
I did, and I'm proud of my work.
You know,
Are you bashing it?
quite
Is that a
difficult
sheep or is
for
it a cow?
That's a cow. He said sheep.
I said sheep.
You said sheep.
Is that a cow? or a
I
sheep?
just said he said sheep, but I said he incorporating
sure
both of you.
Are you sure you don't want to change your opinion on whether that is a cow or a sheep?
I have no opinion here. It's up to you guys.
It has little specks. It's a cow with a sheep fleece. Okay, don't fall over. There you go.
Yeah, it's looking-
So, I guess without further ado, allow me to welcome our latest panel guest.
Hi guys.
Of course, this is. I think you do some casting or something.
I don't know. I was like practicing and just like shouting a bit earlier on. I don't know if you guys heard. I think the entire building did.
no, it was
Yeah,
a bit softer. I don't think they were shouting at all.
Shame. I think Scorpio had to be like this half the time.
I'm not making this up. Do you know that literally when we do production, they turn down the vet?
Yes.
Reddit gets turned down because
Turned down for what?
just it's not late enough in the day for you to get this humor, okay?
Yep.
Anyways, okay, right. Reddit, welcome.
Thank
Good to have
you,
you,
thank
friend.
you.
Obviously, you come in. You're like a package deal, right? I mean, you have both the casting prowess as well as being the owner of XD.
Yeah, I mean, been involved in the scene in one form or another for, I'm like one of the old guard.
Yep, yeah.
And, you know, going through the casting, well, back in the day, casting, then actually playing, then playing and casting, and now casting and having a team. So I've been through the entire cycle from playing up until casting now to owning a team. To be honest, we are right now at the pinnacle of esports in South Africa. This is where everything is going to start. This is where everything's going to start moving forward as well. I mean, it doesn't get better than this. It
Yeah.
really doesn't.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But I'm quite interested to hear a little bit more about XD. I mean, I realize you probably get asked this till you're blue in the face, and probably still enjoy it.
Or
Anyway.
purple, you know. This is why I have this color so that I
So
blend
let's
it.
get it.
I
Why
blend it.
purple? Has anyone asked you why purple yet?
It's a secret.
No, come on.
It's-
But has anyone asked you yet?
Yes, everyone does.
Oh.
Everyone knows?
Everyone does. Everyone
Oh,
asks
okay,
me.
okay. All right. I was going to say, poor Devon. That's how
Should we just invent why it's purple, Reigns?
I don't
Okay.
Okay, okay, you go for it.
Hold on quickly.
fifth.
Hold on quickly.
Cool.
We have a 17-year-old player, TKC.
Yeah.
Okay? We have two twins. They just turned 19. Purple. What's the color of purple? We have an extremely young team.
But they weren't even your original team.
But now you can just imply that. You said make something up. I'm making something up.
I
Come
think
on,
we
Devin.
would make something up.
Ah,
You can see Reddit and I have never worked together before. And
yeah,
that's
clearly
why we're
not.
so
Clearly
casual.
not.
I feel like I should switch seats.
Would you mind? I was hoping you could actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, XD, a little bit more about the team. I mean, we've been now actually a registered company for around 6 months, being official as well. And I'm extremely proud of my boys, my Dota and my CS boys, in regards with what they've actually accomplished in 6 months' time. No other MGO, as far as I know, has accomplished this much in such a short amount of time and actually gained the amazing following that we have. With everyone supporting us. We are the underdogs. We always have been over the past 6 months, but we've been improving in leaps and bounds. And I'm proud to be here with my boys.
Nice. I mean, you do have an interesting lineup as well. I actually want to chat to you a little bit about a man called Fury. You see, I brought this up in the panel earlier. He kind of lives a little bit under his brother's shadow, but maybe you could introduce him to the viewers a little bit better.
I don't necessarily think so. I mean, they're both amazing in their own right. Hunter as a carry and Fury as a support. He's a selfless support. And his drafts, especially lately, like let's say 3 months ago, 2 months ago, to be honest, the drafts were a bit iffy because they were used to playing against open division teams, first division teams, Premier division teams, but not the Masters team. So they were extremely aggressive. They would just pick heroes that could run at you. And their team synergy would always allow them to win. And slowly but surely, that mentality is starting to shift away to become that Masters team itself, to be able to secure the early game or the laning stage, or at least not lose the laning stage, move over to mid game. And even though it's a young team, Late game, they can take on the likes of WRG, Bravado, etc., which we've already proven, taking 50-plus minute games and only losing due to ratting.
But I
And
see
that,
here
that comes down to
you're
Anton.
going to finish 7th, according to...
Yeah,
7th?
I'm good with that. But that is Anton Fury. That is his drafting. That's how it has changed. And now the entire mechanic, how everyone talks together and moves together, and having that support, just constantly saying, okay, guys, what are we doing now? How are we moving? It's completely different if you actually hear them talking and just listen to them on TeamSpeak.
Yeah.
How a couple of the heroes, how Rockley and Anton just calm down the guys. I mean, he's really mature for a 19-year-old when it comes to gaming. Everything else, he's a 19-year-old kid.
Right, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah. And I mean, okay, so I want to ask you a question. I'm sorry, this is becoming almost a little bit like an interview, but I do think this is
Yeah, no,
something that a
by
lot
all
of
means,
people
by all means.
find,
It's a great time to do this. So
yeah, I mean, just we run here. I mean, you guys haven't had the best sort of public, I would say, expectations. Is that a fair way of putting it? Like, people don't seem to think XD is going to finish too far ahead of this. But us here, we kind of see you as a dark horse.
I'm okay with that. We have our plans. We know exactly where we want to end at this tournament, and we know where we want to end at the Masters final. And we're ahead of track record. Well, we're ahead of where we want to be.
Is that also a secret, or is that amongst the purple?
No, but it's just, I'm not going to say, we want to become, or we want to be here.
Commit. Tell us where you want to be.
Where I want to be is first, but we won't get there this tournament.
No, but fair enough. I like that. Good.
Yeah, one day, hey. But looking confident, you guys, against VNR. What do you think the players feel right now?
2-0. No, and that's not me predicting. That is what the players feel.
So
that they're going to win 2-0 against VNR? Yeah. What Devin said. How do you feel?
2-0.
As well?
Yeah, 2-0.
Okay. Supporting the boys.
Supporting the boys, and it's not just bias. That's actually me going according to... So if you have a look around a month ago, we won versus VNR in game 1, 2, and 3. We lost. That was throws, but my guys are still young and they're still getting a couple, because that was literally in the midst of when we were changing over the entire way that they play. We played last week an online comp against VNR, won them pretty easily, beat Pulse as well pretty easily. I think we should have those games under the bag. Against some of the other teams, we've matched up pretty decently up against XTC, Energy, and WRG as well recently. So looking at those top 4, we actually, I think, do better against WRG than we do against XTC.
Is that an ominous statement? Is XTC coming?
The thing is, XTC is next for us.
Right, okay.
And then it's WRG.
Wait,
bold words. I mean, I like it.
No, I'm not saying we're going to win there.
I think we're going to remember this differently. We're going to remember
that's
this.
the track record.
We're remembering this as Rid said, they were going to win this event after beating both XC and WRG.
Yeah.
No, to be honest, I'd probably put us around the 5th mark, with hoping to get that 4th position.
So what makes the guys happy? Where would they go like, cool, this is a good day at the office?
5th, hoping for that 4th position.
Great, okay.
Set realistic goals.
Well, I feel like we do have to give a little bit of attention, though, to your opponents in this one.
Of course, by all means. Muzzy.
Good old VNR, right?
As in Muzzy.
Why as in Muzzy?
I'm just joking. I have to give a bit of banter. The VNR boys, to be honest, they are also underdogs. A lot of people, if VNR performs well, they can even beat Energy and XTC. They can. They have a lot of the players to do that. It's just they're still busy finding their synergy. When they have it, they are extremely good. It's just a 1 in 5 shot sometimes, 1 in 5 games, then they play extremely well where you think that they could play towards. And let's just hope for the next 2 games it's not any of in that 1 of 5 chance, if you know what I mean.
Fair enough. Reigns, over to you, because you've been escaping this panel.
I've been understanding the XD side more now.
Because I know you too well. You just sort of. I can just relax.
I wish I could.
It's like absorbing the information so that, during the next panel, exactly. I heard this and this and this.
Yeah, because
I like it.
It's been an ever-changing year for you so far. It's only been 5 months.
Yeah.
And right now, with the lineup that you have, I think it's pretty solid. I've always respected Rockley as a player. He's been really good since I've started casting Dota as well. So You guys have a solid leader there. Just not exactly team leader, but also someone that's older compared to the rest of the players.
You need the young aggression, the people that just go in and do dumb stuff. I was about to say a different word, but dumb stuff. And then you need the older people to come in and balance that out.
Yeah.
And VNR also has that. VNR has a little bit more of a spread. Some of the guys are also younger, but it's going to be an interesting matchup. I honestly think both us and VNR are sort of similar in regards with what people expect us to do. But in regards with potential, both us and VNR have the potential to actually reach that top 4 spot.
Mm-hmm.
Is it good enough then to call this team maybe for right now? I mean, you said you want a 4 or 5 position. So could this be your rival matchup this event?
No.
Who are you looking at as rival?
XTC.
Oh, nice.
XTC, yes.
Big one there.
It's, you always have to have realistic goals, but everyone might say, yeah, XTC is, shooting a little bit too far. There is a chance. We do have a few things that we've been working on. The patch, of course, screwed everything up. Yeah.
You know what I don't understand, right?
Meepo has been buffed a little bit.
Yes, and I know you have Meepo players, and
we have 2 Meepo players. One that is known as the South African Meepo player.
Yeah.
And you and I, we go way back.
We do.
Yeah, so I feel like you should, just get these guys practicing Meepo as much as possible.
I wonder what that was.
He definitely said absolutely no intention of picking Meepo.
Meepo is a viability. It is a possibility, but of course it will depend on the draft. Because you can always say, we want to pick Meepo, but if the draft isn't right for that hero, even if you want to pick him, you won't.
Or first bad Meepo from VNR. It's possible.
It's happened so many times.
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, guys, doesn't matter what, we're gonna have a Meepo Warlock game now. We're gonna have fun. Meepo Warlock first ban. We're like, really?
Yeah, that happens.
I mean, must be nice though if you're getting
respect.
Okay, but hold. We keep it's just somehow I don't know why gravitating towards XD in this.
That's why I have my XD shirt on here to show that there is going to be a bias. If I don't have a shirt on, of course, then it's a complete open.
Is it when you turn on
panel.
caster versus?
Yes. You always have to be able to make that differentiation and cut that personal attachment and actually take it professionally. So right now,
right now it's just like open. It's like the floodgates of open.
No, but I mean,
no, it's good.
It's also introducing the guys and having a more personal, like all the viewers, having that personal interaction with what goes through the guys' minds. What because otherwise you're looking from outside, and now all of a sudden with me here, I'm at least telling you a little bit more about the insides of a team. And a lot of what I'm saying can be fit into any team. It's just so that you can understand what the preparation work is, how you actually go about doing it, and all of the struggles we're going through, other teams are also going through.
What I think is quite nice, well, is that you'll also, from a more broader perspective, be able to actually, because you'll be in the booths actually during the game, so it's going to be interesting to see what it's like, and you can give us a bit of feedback on that. But, no, now we're going to talk about VNR.
Whoa there.
No.
Nah, I know. So, looking at the mid matchup, TKC versus Muzzy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Muzzy has been one of those players where everyone's calling him like a Castaway 2.0 because he plays a lot of the same heroes, and he's also extremely, extremely young. Like Muzzy's been playing now for a couple of years and you can actually see him there right now with his legs up. I don't know how people sit up like this and play like this.
Don't try this for the young.
Rip my pants like I did yesterday. But having Muzzy there, and if Muzzy gets a good game, I'm sorry, but I've seen VNR go up against Bravado and win, like their mid matchup. I've seen Muzzy playing so well on the heroes like the Invoker, like those typical mid, I want to say S4-ish, like kind of heroes, your Invoker, etc., etc.
Is he going to play like that? I kind of want to go back. Is that like his position when he plays?
With his legs up?
Yeah.
I know Mikasa from Bravado, old XE, also plays like that.
In other words,
people
small
do.
people.
Small people, I don't know, they pull up their legs and they literally hug themselves and then they play. I can't do that. So looking at the mid matchup though, it's two youngsters though.
Can you play like that, Reigns?
No, definitely not.
Right.
I tried.
You tried?
Didn't work.
Right, okay, well.
Yeah.
So I mean the mid matchup,
guys, we won't be able to emulate it here.
TKC versus Muzzy, I think that's actually going to be one to watch because whoever wins that lane will be able to control it moving forward. And Muzzy has, I think, quite a bit more experience in the mid lane.
I mean,
playing very well.
Muzzy's also he's got an interesting past. I mean, he was who was he playing for before then? Trying to go like further back.
There was a Sky
BZK
Evo
or
something.
Sky or one of
Yeah,
those teams.
something like that, yeah.
Because I'm trying to think. I remember, and I feel like it was actually XTC Rain, that like old XTC that I remember them playing against, and there was some heated discussion, as I recall, involved in that. So Muzzy's actually, I mean, the point I really was going for is Muzzy is actually, he goes quite far back at this point.
He does. And he's so young, and he's been like involved in the scene for 3 years already.
Kind of actually, because it's funny you say he's kind of a castaway. I actually almost, I likened him to a little bit of Odu actually, in some sort of weird way, where he's sort of kind of, Odu started out from like a much weaker side, if you recall. He sort of built his way up as a mid.
I understand.
And Muzzy has kind of moved the same thing. So Muzzy, maybe you should start looking at that 4 position.
But I actually do like him. Looking at the carry, Cotter, coming through for VNR. This is something we can actually talk about. Everyone says APG.
Didn't you and I can't remember if you were in it. You and I played in a clan with Cotter, didn't we?
No, I wasn't there. No.
Okay.
But everyone calls APG the pub star team.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore. APG had 5 pub stars. VNR has 1 pub star, but that 1 pub star is the pub star to end all pub stars in South Africa. Cotter.
Yeah. Cotto, dear old Cotto. What do you call him? He's calling himself. No, he's Cotto. To me, he'll always be Cotto. But I first met Cotter, right, when playing for Pride, right. He was the solo mid there, right. And I remember thinking to myself that this man was like, he was going to be the next big thing, right. I was convinced that was what was going to happen. And then he started playing Rust. And then and that pretty much ended that.
You know how many careers were killed by that game?
Pretty much. But this is a man of insane mechanical talents. Like, possibly one of the most gifted, naturally talented mechanical players in South Africa.
Technical.
But he's never really moved beyond that point, right? This is the first time I think I've been aware of seeing him at one of these. In fact, it must be his first LAN event, surely.
I think he's actually played in a couple of DGCs before, but I think at this scale, definitely so. And it's going to be interesting to see how he takes, because there are clear differences between the way that he actually plays versus the way other carriers play. Other carriers will try and take control of the side lanes, try and split push a lot more, try and gain more across the entire map, where he will focus a lot more on his jungle. You know, and that is the pub mentality coming in, because if you're playing 5 or 6K MMR pub on EU, and you have to rely on yourself first and foremost. It's not the right way to do it, but you have to. So you try and secure your jungle farm, try and rotate around your jungle and be as efficient as possible, because that's the safest place to farm as soon as your supports leave. And he brings that into his team, which isn't a bad thing. But as soon as you start putting pressure on that jungle, and if you can do it successfully, he needs to move out into the lanes, and I don't think he's comfortable doing that part just yet, in regards with relying on his supports or communicating to supports to back him up, or at least ward where
maybe he should turn off his music when he's playing. And
so actually listen to his supports, maybe.
I don't know. Maybe I should be in the VNR booth.
Show you something.
All you'll hear is Cotter's music blaring. But anyways, right. So
but an amazing individually skilled player. Probably out of all of the guys, he probably is the highest out of both of these two teams.
Right. Well, again, it looks like we're about ready to move into the draft now.
Awesome.
So good timing on that one. Cotter hopefully will get something interesting. He's got like some weird here as well, right? He's got like a Tinker and that sort of thing. But he's not playing the same position. Okay, so
he's not playing the same position. He's playing core. He's playing
full on carry.
Full on carry. I don't know if you've actually played against him like recently, or he like changes his name a lot. So if you ever catch him and he's on your friends list, just add a nickname, because every day he'll have a different name.
Just make sure it's the same person. Yeah.
Just make sure, because like a lot of time, other people will actually call themselves Cotter, and he's also been the most vocal and the most supportive in a lot of tournaments. He's always watching the South African tournament. He's always involved in actually watching and, trolling
this
sometimes.
Is starting to sound awfully like a non-biased all of a sudden. You guys
oh, crap. Hold on. I've got the XT shirt on. XT is there. First ban. Who's going to win, guys? Call it quickly. Before the draft, before everything. Say XT, because I have a W.
This is my job.
I have a chair that I'm going to...
I'll fight you. Hey, guys, what are your predictions?
This is VS Gaming. It's not going to be WWE VS Gaming.
It wouldn't be the first time
Yeah.
we've fought in.
And
I
there
mean,
you go.
there was the Johnny Cage versus.
Ooh.
What, I can't remember. What did you play? Okay, wait, hold on.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
So yeah, but I do actually want to hear your predictions, guys.
Okay, but looking at the draft, Warlock being banned out, Warlock and Meepo are the two heroes that have brought XD to where we are right now. So quite interesting, Warlock also being in the meta, and Bristleback, who do you think we're going to combo with that?
I think Bristleback is a very standard opening to begin with, can automatically go to the off lane. Comboing, I think, will be focused more, unless they want to play dual lanes, right? Then they can have super safe lane and then have a solo Bristleback. So it's very open right now, unpredictable for XD. Surprisingly, they didn't pick the Meepo first because it's not banned yet. But you guys probably have another strategy up the sleeves right now against your, apparently not your rivals, VNR.
Well, I do in fact.
And there you have it.
I was going to say.
I know you were like waving to me. You were like saying, you know, but you're a little bit slow there. This is something that we've been practicing a lot and that we've been doing well with a lot. And it's a strong pick. But, going through the drafts quickly, Ursa being banned out, Darkshire being banned out. We saw Darkshire being picked up so much today as well. I do like that ban out, even though it's been a little bit nerfed. Warlock, Legion Commander also being nerfed a little bit in the recent patch, but still being viable. Bristleback picked up Shadow Shaman, Clockwork, a ganking plus pushing combination there from VNR, quite interesting. But Bristleback IO, it's a staple of X.
Can I just say, I think Shadow Shaman is a big deal this patch.
Yeah.
I think that this hero is actually quite hard to fight around if you're playing against him. It's got a massive amount of pushing power and disables, and don't underestimate the power of just like a well-timed hex.
Yeah, but with the Shadow Shaman, this is not me being biased, but the sprays from the Bristleback can eat a Shadow Shaman, the whole duration of your shackle. You can die within that duration if you catch the Bristleback.
Well, I mean, Farm Bristle's going to kill everybody, not just the Shadow Shaman when that happens. And I just want to point out, Bristleback, one of his new talents, 10% lifesteal, which makes Octarine Bristlebacks even sound even more terrifying. You do not want that hero to get ahead. It's used
Especially
to be
in a protracted and a prolonged thing.
Yeah, well,
like a prolonged fight. You eat up everything.
and also with the IO to help out the Bristleback as well. You were saying that Bristleback is really strong, can take down a Shadow Shaman with the duration of the net, but with the IO, not even just the Shadow Shaman, but the Clockwork as well. In the meantime, they picked up the Gyrocopter, showing that they let the carry out really early. But meanwhile, they kind of need support, they need a mid laner, but they XD kind of already showed that they already have the duel that they want to show out specifically to play the game, to play around with. So it's really difficult for Federations to counter something like that, especially with Juggernaut being picked here right now. Well, it's a very strong draft so far for XD. I have questions about VNR, but VNR, they have the heroes. I just don't know if they're going to work it out properly.
4 mids have been banned out here. Tinker, Templar Assassin, Death Prophet, Sniper. So both of the teams focusing all of their stuff. And there's the Magi Invoker. We knew that was coming. But an offlane, a support, a core, offlane, support, a core was the first 3 picks from both VNR and XD. Quite interesting how it's like following suit.
I think that's a new. I mean, I wouldn't say new. I think that's a sort of stable of ban and picking. Like it's almost like the generic go-to. Reigns, would you agree?
Yeah, it's been going on a lot. It's the Templar Assassin, the safe ban. Coming out is the Puck. Reddit's very excited about that.
It really was.
This is a very good draft. I won't disagree with Reddit at all. You've got your lane sorted. It's a very standard draft, but in the end, if it works, then why not? In the meantime, Veneration pick up strong heroes individually, but it's quite a puzzle to put them together. You're going to need your Clockwork to land the ulti.
In my opinion, Veneration, it's a bit greedy because you have your Invoker, you have your Gyro. Both need a lot of farm. Yes, of course, all mids and carries do. But now you have your Clockwork that can jump. Okay, and if your Clockwork jumps, how is the rest of your team going to catch up to that? You have an Invoker that can, of course, get a Tornado down at the later levels, but you still need to close that gap after the Clockwork is actually engaged upon, and that will mean a Shadow Shaman needs a Blink Dagger. So now all of a sudden you're you're putting a lot of requirements. We need this, we need the items to actually combo with our spells. Versus XD at this point is you just need your spells and your items will be a bonus. You don't need to buy extra items to actually make the spells work, if you get what I mean with that.
I guess what you're trying to say is your team wants to fight early, and you're giving us hints.
No. I'm actually talking purely like according to draft. I think Veneration's a bit greedy and a bit too much spread out in regards with what they want to accomplish.
Look, I must say one thing. The Bristleback Eye combination. In fact, we were talking about it, and perhaps Reigns, you can elaborate a bit on this. But you don't want Bristleback to get ahead of you.
Yeah.
An Eye Bristleback lane almost makes it more likely that that's going to happen.
It is. Mainly because
Maiden.
you're going to kind of want your Juggernaut to farm up in the early game as well. So giving your Bristleback space to, just cause rampage around the Veneration team. As Reddit said, it is a very greedy team. Just got to focus on the disables there. You've got your Clockwork's ulti, you've got your Shadow Shaman's net, which is, and the Hex as well. Let's not forget about that. And, if it doesn't work out early game for Veneration, I don't see them winning the game. But if they do, it's going to be a very tight one.
Crystal Maiden, though, of course, Arcane Aura, helping out the likes of the Bristleback with the spam and the Wisp. So there will be no mana issues there coming through from the side of XD. The last support here from Vendor. Oh, okay. I literally just said VNR needs something else to help catch if the Clockwork jumps ahead, because they don't have anything to help with that. Otherwise, you're gonna have to buy items. And there you have it. Panda on the Faceless Void. That is exactly what can actually round up VNR's lineup here. And with that pick, it is a surprise pick, and I'm going to be honest, it's a big surprise pick, but it's a good pick. It actually rounds everything that was split up all over the place. It's brought everything together to link the engage, the catch, versus the team fight. You need that link, and that's the Faceless Void.
How do you feel about the gyrocopter being picked up as that one position?
Good.
I think it's brought back now. We used to see a lot of lone druids now, but other carriers since this patch is also releasing, what was big before. And Gyrocopter, one of the biggest heroes. Alliance used them a lot back then at CI3. And, with heroes like this back, a ranged carry, it's perfect. Getting the AoE ulti down as well, they could work out well.
Rocket Barrage has I think 1.5 second cooldown in regards with when you use Rocket Barrage versus when it stops to when you can use it again. There's only 1.5 seconds at level 4. That means you can have Rocket Barrage up constantly with just a 1.5 second break between it.
Yeah, that's with...
That is so powerful.
Good ulti with Void can work out well as well. Rocket Barrage ulti, and then there's still, disables from the Shadow Shaman.
The wombo is real. I mean, it almost feels like a really old school combination. But at the same time, I guess it does fall back in the place where we are still establishing what this patch means for everything. And there, in fact, was a time when...
Muzzy's playing like that. There you go. Aww.
That is unbelievable. Okay, so by the way, for those of you who are wondering, the teams are just setting up their server. So they will be right back in it. I believe they dropped it on an EU server because fun times.
No, they dropped to the SA server, but we're doing it on local.
It wasn't local.
It wasn't a local server, so that's why we just had to redraft. Because the local host is being hosted right here.
Right, okay.
Zero ping kind of effect. And that also has a big difference. People don't understand. Sure, if you're playing on 30 or 40 or 50 ping, it's fine. But just from there to having zero delay, there's a big difference. Especially on heroes that have instant cost and have like Invoker that can every split second, every microsecond has a huge impact on the game.
Well, scary thought. I don't know, but I don't know the validity of this, by the way. But it was said to me that good old Donny has obviously gone to the international scene and he's picked up an additional 1,000 MMR.
Yes.
And he claims that the difference is simply not having the ping.
Yep. And sure, now you can say, 1,000 MMR difference when you have 100 less ping.
Yeah.
That's roughly around between 100 to 150 less ping. Now here you only have maybe 50 less ping, depending.
So we're gonna use this to say therefore everyone's 500 MMR better.
MMR more.
I'll take it. Science.
500 MMR is a big jump.
Oh yeah, of course.
It is a big jump. You could lose 500 MMR within a few days. Have you ever tried gaining and grinding that 500 MMR back? it takes time.
Why Dota is a cruel mistress, I guess.
It is, definitely.
So we got through the entire draft. I know that many would prefer that you do the predictions after the draft, but I quite like doing it beforehand, but we've missed that opportunity.
Yeah.
So
I always love doing it before,
and I
because
feel
then
like
you
you
don't
do it on
know,
purpose. So
and then you can come back afterwards to say, do you still agree?
Right.
But I did that on purpose. Yes.
Very well. So anyways, let's go ahead. Two gentlemen feel...
It's 2-0 for Reddits.
Yeah.
I'm going to soften the blow and say 2-1. 2XD. 2XD.
Great. Okay.
2-1, yeah.
Well, I think the panel does agree. I'm with you as well. I think XD take this. I'm kind of sad to have to say that because I'd like to give you a hard time, but enough of us, guys. Let's hand it over to Succubus and Jubba for XD versus VNR.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world. We're back for another series of this best of 3 of Veneration Esports versus XD Gaming, having their MGO in the panel a little bit earlier. I know he generally played reserve player for the team, not able to make the scratch of actually being a full-time player, but we are here and it is going to be an exciting matchup. I am Jubba, joined by the lovely Succubus.
Well, hello, Jubba. We're back and ready for action, I guess. Hopefully this time we see more of an even matchup, as, in my experience, these teams are pretty well evenly matched. So I expect to see 3 games at least this time around.
Well, the panel seems to disagree with you, but what I'm really excited about is to see a Void back on the drafting, the draft. I mean, he's been on the bench for quite a while.
No, definitely. I'm very, 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 very excited to see this Void. It's been a long time, and to be honest, I actually really need the Void here.
Well, I mean, they need something to keep them in call down. They've got the cogs set up. Easy work for Mazzy to actually land that beautiful Sunstrike, Meteor, Deafening Blast. Deafening Blast may push them out of the cogs, but I think by that time they've already unloaded all the combos that Mazzy needs to on his Invoker. So the game is paused out. Let's take the opportunity to go around and introduce the players. We're going to start on the side of the Radiant. It is going to be Veneration Esports playing for the side of the Radiant. We have got Mazzy going to be playing on the mid Invoker. In the off lane, we're going to have a Panda 737 in the bot side. Looks like they may actually be trying to try it out. Just a bit of a try lane here. Wazoo going to be on the Shadow Shaman. We've got a 1337, or better known as Leet. And we have got our pub god Cotter going to be playing the Gyrocopter. Not a standard core that would look towards the Gyrocopter. He's how do you feel about the Gyro being brought into to the draft?
Look, the Gyrocopter I really like now, especially for the level 20 talents with the 20% cooldown reduction. Look, Gyro was one of the most viable carries, like I would say about 2-3 years ago, because his flat cannon was just like retarded. His flat cannon was on cooldown, like I can't even remember, but it was really close together where he could just completely outright outfarm anyone because of that flat cannon cooldown. So now I think it's very viable in this meta. Now with that 20% cooldown reduction, you could definitely see one of the carry Gyro come back, and I am loving it. I really am loving it. But again, you can also tend to see that Aghanim Scepter global presence, and it also stacks up really well with the Void ulti. So I definitely do love this pickup. It's not something we see often, but as this new patch has arisen, we're going to be seeing teams do some unexpected things and things we don't necessarily see that often anymore in the current patches. But this for me is a brilliant change. I've actually been waiting to see a Gyro come into action again, especially, like I said, with the cooldown reduction. It's going to apply to his flat cannon, it's going to apply to his items, BKBs, anything he decides to get, he's going to have a cooldown reduction on.
Oh, that is going to be a big change. Well, that wraps it up for the side of VNR. Please go ahead and make the introductions for the side of XD.
Well, on the cuddly little Crystal Maiden over there, we have Fury, playing alongside his brother Hunter, the classic pub combo of the Crystal Maiden and Juggernaut.
Oh, that's absolute terror.
Then we have old man Rockley on that IO. Keeping it BS, I believe that is Japper playing the Bristleback. That'll be comboing up over there. And then last but not least, TKC will be taking the mid lane with that puck.
Well, that rounds it out for the side of XD. I know IO's also had a massive I'd say spotlight in this morning. Actually, the Arcana actually got released for him. an amazing arcane. I think if you reach a level 256 on your compendium, you actually get released that new skin, as well as his talent tree has been upgraded, that at level 25, his tether stuns going back to good old Dota 2.
Yeah, it's going to be... I can't wait. It's going to be really good. But, I mean, we do see Muzzy on his signature hero, once again, the Invoker. Once actually spotted by Anthony Null, who used to be his previous MGO, saying that it was actually Muzzy's best hero. So I expect some big things out of him this game, the M-God.
Well, we're going to see. I mean, we saw a good performance from Castaway this morning from WRG, playing a mid-invoker. He did really well, getting some good last hits, good couple of denies. According to the new patch, it is a huge deny mechanic that's going to really boost your lane and try and get you the advantage.
No, it really is. And I mean, it looks like he's going to go for the famous Exort build, so he's going to go for the map sniping. And to be honest, it does make sense since you've got the clockwork that can cogs you in, battery assault, so it should be an easy Sunstrike, along with the Shadow Shaman who can shackle you. So, I mean, it makes for extremely easy Sunstrikes. And of course, if we do see the homing missile, skilled up onto the gyro, it also makes for an easy Sunstrike. So Muzzy's going to get some global snipes around the map.
It's going to make for a lot of communication coming out for the side of VNR. It's going to be a good game. I mean, both drafts look really terrifying. Any of these cores tethered up with an IO can really do some amazing work. Bristleback IO, Juggernaut IO, absolutely phenomenal. And also just, I mean, that tether plus bottle plus regen that he gains is just going to be able to give his allies just that extra little bit of sustainability. So there's going to be a big deal for them. Rock Lee trying to get himself up to that Urn of Shadows, help out his team. Mid lane though, TKC actually on the opposite side of the hill taking quite a bit of damage. Sunstrike, is it going to land?
Ooh.
Not yet, but as he gets blocked out, could be first blood. TKC, playing super aggressive, getting punished for it, and paying the price, going down. Unfortunately, the creeps blocking him out and getting... that was just...
Unfortunately, he tried to phase shift the all-important Sunstrike, and unfortunately the Sunstrike did land on him, and then he didn't have any other way to escape, and of course getting creep blocked there as we saw. Easy first blood for the Invoker.
Well, looking in the top lane, it seems like it's going to be a little bit of a hard one. Panda 737, he's got... All right, well, we have the replay up on stream. We saw that first blood coming out there from Muzzy taking down TKC. Being blocked out from those creeps. And now back to the actual stream. Panda 737's got that leap. Going to be able to go back in time. But in the meantime, bot lane, Wazoo being able to pick up the kill on Rock Lee. Did the Sunstrike actually connect?
Yes, it did. I mean, it was the easiest Sunstrike of Muzzy's life. IO just got shackled, and Sunstrike, and just another little nuke to follow up there with the Ether Shock. And of course, I mean, he's only got battery assault level 1, so just an easy engagement there on the IO. That's very easy Sunstrikes for Muzzy at the moment. But this Bristle, Jup is actually causing a lot of trouble here for Kotta. So, I mean, getting the kill on Bristle getting the kill on the IO, keeping the Bristle's mana regeneration just down just for a little bit longer, just something that Kotta really needs in this lane. But he does have a magic stick available, so he's going to be getting a lot of charges on that. Oh, wait, he hasn't got it yet, so yeah, I'm actually looking at the Bristle. So I think Kotta actually really does need to get a magic stick here. It's something you absolutely need to get against the Bristleback, as well as a Bat Rider. If you face any hero like that, magic stick is a must.
Well, I mean, not having the magic stick just yet against the Bristleback is going to cost them a little bit. But I mean, it's not something that they can't catch up on. But all of a sudden, one elite getting caught out in the jungle over here. He couldn't actually knock through the cogs, and he goes down as well. So, I mean, unfortunately, being caught out, I mean, that is almost unforgivable. I mean, going out to the trees, not being able to get himself out of the cogs, trying to protect himself from the Bristleback. Absolutely devastating for himself.
No, but it's easy catches here. It really is easy catches. Meanwhile, look how the Void's busy doing here. Panda 737 actually doing pretty decently here, and being able to evade a lot of the damage with that Time Walk as well. So, I mean, just trying to steal some XP here from Fury by the looks of things. Looking for that bounty rune, but it's been taken, I'm afraid. Shrines are going to be up very, very soon as well, so that could be a little bit more of an advantage here.
Well, something to note is that if Crystal Maiden gets your Frostbite off, that is a route, and the Void is not going to actually be able to jump out of that route, and it's going to be a little bit of a problem for the Void should it come to the point where he needs to actually remove the damage that was taken. So, a little something Panda has to be a little bit precarious about. I mean, it could cost him his life if he plays it incorrectly. But I mean, Crystal Maiden, we got Fury in the jungle, farming it up pretty chilled. I mean, things in the top lane for Hunters not going too difficult.
Yeah.
In terms of last hits.
Well, it looks like a rotation might be made onto TKC here again, but it looks like the Clockwork's not looking to gank mid again. Looks like he's going to try gank the lane here with Panda. He's not yet got Chrono, so I mean, he's very close to his level 6, but an infused raindrop is helping him out there. Another thing I wanted to mention about that, I mean, once Fury gets that level 1 root on him, sure, it doesn't last that long, but as soon as Hunter starts ulting him, he's just going to be able to time walk out of it or Chrono defensively. So for me, it's very unlikely that the Void does die here with the Crystal Maiden and CM if he plays his cards right, especially with the infused raindrops and of course that poor man's shield. It makes him really hard to kill here.
Well, especially in the earlier parts of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, VNR needed something to actually get something done. Let's take a look in the mid lane though. TKC has actually got Invis trying to find the kill here on Muzzy. Here he comes, throws out the Waning Rift, going to silence him out, drops the Dream Coil. Losing orbs are going to be good enough, but Muzzy quick on the fingers, goes to Ghost Walk. Leet is in the vicinity, going to actually get the cogs down on TKC. We got the instant TP here from Rock Lee. Can that rotation make a difference? Leet losing his life, TKC walking out by the skin of his teeth.
Unfortunately, he does not have enough mana to get the Sunstrike going either, so he can't even snipe TKC at the moment, unfortunately. It could have been a nice Sunstrike for him. He had a nice vision of TKC there.
That was a beautiful rotation coming in from Leet, almost predicting the perfect rotation coming out and finding the kill on TKZ. Being super aggressive, being invis, but smelling something was up and actually then finding the kill on Leet. That was spectacular.
Oh, Bristle back.
Ooh. But that, the tether kind of just, the wisp on the map kind of always just allows your core to survive, take a little bit more extra damage. You always got him in the vicinity, and the amount of cool sprays in the meantime, Fury
taking a knock to the Clockwork. 1 and 337 being damn annoying on this map. And you don't generally see Clockwork rotate this early. It's quite refreshing.
A roaming clock, maybe?
A roaming clock. It's pretty
Maybe.
legit. It's working out for them so far. I mean, leveling up that battery assault instead of course, his cogs and rocket flare. It's a pretty new strat because normally you would, coupled with an invoker, you would use a rocket flare to gain a little bit of vision before sun striking on the map. But I mean, this roaming Clockwork being extremely annoying to this little Crystal Maiden, redeeming himself after dying midday to the puck. But now it looks like he's going to head over to the bottom lane to try do something there.
Well, I mean, Shadow Shaman new to the draft. I mean, he hasn't been really picked up in the current meta. I mean, the game, the update has been done. In the meantime, TKC, him going down to Mr. Leet. I mean, where?
Yeah, TKC just in the right place at the right time. Got off his full combo onto the poor Clockwork. Tried to cogs out of it, but unfortunately, nothing he could do. Last right click. Goes down, just feeds a kill to this puck, and she's going to have a very, very early Veil of Discord. That's going to be quite scary.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for them to actually break the backs here for the side of these two enemies going a ham to one another. Wazoo gets the shackle off here onto the bristleback. Jappa trying to get out. They're going to commit the ball. Here comes the Sunstrike. That's going to be good enough, and they take out Jappa pretty easily. I mean, Bristleback really good against right clicks, but suffers against the right clicks of heroes. Or does really well against right clicks.
It suffers against some magic damage, but only if you get in the front of the Bristleback. So, I mean, after the chrono, you realize, wait, I can't hit him from the back. Quickly jumps around to the front of the Bristleback, but they do commit quite a bit to kill that Bristleback. It's Sunstrike, it's Chrono, and it's Gyro Ulti. Granted, Gyro Ulti has got a very low cooldown, but Chrono at this stage of the game is quite a long cooldown.
Well, Rock Lee does have his bottle up, but Chrono is down for the moment, so it's going to give the opportunity here of XD to just have a little bit of breathing space for the moment. We'll see how much they can actually move around the map. Smoke does come out here for the side of VNR. Can they find TKZ? Wazoo trying to close the gap. easy illusionary orb out, and he's going to be pretty safe.
No, he'll be relatively safe for now, but I mean, if we just look at the last hits and Denisia and actually stand on the net with, where do we stand on the net worth at the moment? Surprising, actually not surprisingly, TKC at the top here, almost by 1,000 net worth. Well, actually about 500 gold, so it's actually not that far behind everyone else. It's actually relatively even amongst the cores.
Well, we did see, let's take a look at Invoker really quickly. We saw Castaway getting his Hand of Midas. Muzzy's also gone for his Hand of Midas. So, I mean, we had a little bit of a debate earlier, but hold that thought. In the meantime, bot lane, the Jap is surviving by the skin of his teeth. Coil does come down. They're going to find Cotta. Can they actually get the snap off? It's not going to happen. It does eventually. Can they actually pick up the second? Wazoo actually Fury fires up. Not going to be able to find him. And now the illusionary orbs are going to connect. And beautiful route coming out from Fury.
Fury's like, no TKC, this is mine. I've chased him everywhere. I've frozen him twice. I right-clicked. I got juked by Magic Stick. I want this kill.
Wow. And Cotta tried so hard to actually survive that.
He really did.
He was trying to play with Fog of War, and Fog of War just wasn't his friend. Looking in top lane, though, Cog comes down into the Blade Fury of the Hunter. Hunter gets the Omni Slash off, trying to find a kill. Elite absorbing quite a bit of that, but he's going to be able to walk away with his life. In the meantime, the gank coming out here from XD, finding the kill on Muzzy, and he goes down as well.
Yep.
So, I mean, 11 minutes, 30 into the game, sitting 5 and 6 in favor of XD.
Well, it looks like Fury and 1337 are going to battle it out here again, but the battery assault is just a bit too much for her to do anything with.
She's trying to run away. That battery assault stunning her to pieces. Can he actually get away? Does a timeout?
Ooh,
and is it enough? It is! Fury, can he dodge through the creeps? Where's the flare available? The cog's not available. No more.
Mango!
He could mango flares. Is the rocket flare going to be available? Is he going to be able to find it? And he's actually just... Oh, the coil comes down, cancels the TP. And, oh my gosh, he doesn't find the kill. And Fury got the Tranquil Boots, going to be able to regen up that health.
Fury dodged Sunstrike and Flare. Look, Flare was on cooldown, but, I mean, jeez.
I mean, the amount of effort it took.
That should have been a dead Crystal Maiden, but in the meantime...
they're going to catch out Panda in the wrong place at the wrong time, my friend. Walked up that hill. Surprise, surprise. There's a silencer on the puck. And just the abuse of the Hunter. And they pick up the kill.
It looks like the Bristle and... Well, it looks like Jappa and Rocky are going to find a Wazoo in the jungle. Don't think he gets out of this alive, friends.
Well, Leet is around, drops the cog, saves Wazoo. I mean, look at that, hopping out a teammate. That's what Dota's about, guys.
Definitely is what Dota is definitely about. But, I mean, they're finding Pickles right, front and center. This has been quite an active game here. And it looks like we have TPs into mid. Panda does have Crone up again. Maybe going to try find a pick-off here onto TKC.
Oh, they drop the ball. They drop the meteor. The Sunstrike comes down. So is the flare. Muzzy cleans out that kill and breaks TKZ's 6 times kill streak and adds a pretty 582 gold into his backpack, getting himself ever closer to that Aghanim Scepter that he's building towards.
They really are trying to take their first tower of the game, but I don't think it's going to happen here. Way too many rotations coming in.
Oh, but all of a sudden we've got TKC down, but XD wants to get aggressive. And they send all 4 players of XD into the mid lane. They're looking for something, and
the problem is when Chrono's down, your Clockwork's not level 6. There's not much you can do to contest this push.
No, and you've well, maybe they're going to try and do something. Does Muzzy have anything online yet? Everything's on cooldown. You're going to just thrust out the Spirit Forge. Going to be able to reduce that. That minuses your armor. Maybe this is a tier 1 siege. Could it be?
I think they definitely can do this. I mean, 137 can just delay it as much as possible.
What lane? TKC pretty much solo kills Cotta.
Oh, he just respawned as well. IO doing IO things, relocating a carry or a bristle in, and yeah, that's about it. Oh, I've been disconnected from server. That's...
Oh, the game does not enjoy you. But, well, hurry and get yourself back quickly, man. I need you.
I'll just watch off your screen for now.
XD congregating in the mid, going to put some pressure on this tier 1. Flare comes out. They know the position of the clock. They know somewhere in the top lane, so they're going to take tier 1 mid. They're going to lose the top tier 1 top. And they're going to pretty much trade towers. They've actually committed snakes to this.
Yeah.
And is this the call for XD to continue pushing mid? I mean, all players are out of position at the moment. Cotta making his way to the mid. Can they actually find something here? Does TKC jump in? He has got that Val trying to get himself towards that blink. Going to make a bit of a difference when it happens. Homing missile gets taken down pretty easy. Cogs getting dropped out. Orb going to be able to just keep TKC at the back. They drop the coil just on Lead. Is it going to be enough? It is. They're going to bring down Lead in the sidelines. Pretty uneventful. They delete him really quickly.
Yes, they do.
They're going to put, I mean,
This
tier
Clockwork
2,
needs some levels, man.
tier 2's taken already quite a bit of a beating here. I mean, we're sitting on 1,790 HP for the mid tower. And XD, okay, they say, right, let's get out of here. Let's take some other objectives. Maybe go back to the farm. Let's push our top lane.
Yeah, look, they've committed wards to taking towers, so they can't viably defend with wards. The Clockwork's not yet level 6. He has got very little levels on him. Chrono just got up. So for me, it's just they can't really contest the push right now with the Bristle, with the Silence, with the Jug ulti. I mean, Fury's pretty scary as well on the Crystal Maiden at the moment. I mean, that ulti's up as well. It does a massive amount of damage. So, I mean, if she stands on the sidelines in the tree somewhere, they can't realistically get her. They have to go through a Bristle, who's in the front lines. They have to get through TKC, and of course they have to get through the Jug as well. Of course, there's all that important healing ward. So, I mean, for a Clockwork to viably get to the Crystal Maiden or anything squishy where he can just quickly pick it off, he needs that level 6, and we need Chrono to be up, which it is up now. So maybe we see a little bit of a game changer here.
Well, I mean, the question is, I mean, you drop the bubble from the Void.
Yeah.
I mean, the Crystal Maiden doesn't get caught in the bubble. She can maybe still Frostbite Void if he's on the right side of the bubble. But, I mean, you can still drop down your freezing field, catch whoever's in the ball. If the Void elite catches the wrong people in position, then, it can turn into a little bit of a problem. So, Panda, he's going to have to really make sure that he's on the right side. He catches the Crystal Maiden on the very far away of the
TKC
bubble.
being brave here, they might have sentries mid. He's taking a big risk here, but he is in the middle of two very squishy heroes.
How many invis runes has he actually picked up here? But he's deciding to jump in, drops the kill, catches 2 Cotter. Huge amount of trouble. The relocate coming in from Wisp and the Bristleback. Wazoo decides time to get out of here, boys, saving himself. And, I mean, that relocate.
Unfortunately, not in time to cancel out the TP over there. They could have maybe potentially gotten the 2 kills there, but definitely Cotter the bigger target there.
No, absolutely. But I mean, how many times has TKC picked up Invis? Every time I look, he's Invis.
Yeah, it has. RNG has been with him here. Panda gonna find out old man Rockley. Not gonna be able to get the kill. Maybe he can land a Chrono onto these two.
Oh, but he catches Jeppa. Not the right target you want to go on. The Rockley is the target. They've shown their hand. Panda trying to chase him down. Leak, can they get him into the cogs? He's got no mana. He's going to use out the battery assault. But here comes the Sunstrike. It is going to be good enough to bring down the IO. If he had the Arcana, I'm sure he would have lived.
And in the meantime, I mean, TKC and Fury just pushing down the mid lane again, getting that tier 2 tower even lower. They committed quite a lot for an IO there as well. Luckily not committing any ultis like a Chrono, because that would have been a little bit of an overkill, and they wouldn't have viably had anything to defend the tier 2 push that's inevitably coming, or even the tier 1 here, the top lane. Most insignificant tower, but they are going to try to do it nonetheless.
Well, TKC trying to make a play onto Muzzy, goes instantly into Ghost Walk, keeping himself alive. And Hunter, TKC, trying to put pressure onto this top tier 1. The rotations are slowly coming in. Shadow Shaman in the vicinity. And Tornado comes down, catches only Hunter. They've got the healing ward down. They've taken the top tier 1 now as well.
Yep.
So objectives are really looking good here for the side of XD.
It really is. But like I said, once you have the Clockwork at level 6, that's online. He's very close to his, well, not very close. I would say about 1,000 gold away from that Blade Mail. Things could swing in the favor of VNR very, very quickly. And of course, Void landing those all-important Chronos, getting the combinations of getting that Meteor down, massive damage that Invoker can do in a Chrono, as well as the Gyro. It's going to be absolutely massive. And I mean, they can also push towers pretty efficiently with the wards. So, I mean, it's still, they can clear creep waves quite nicely. So the game could still swing back in their favor very, very quickly. I don't think they're that far behind.
Well, I mean, okay, a question that I have is now the meta's changed has changed a lot. One of the items I'm specifically looking at is the Mask of Madness. I mean,
Yes.
you can now disassemble it.
Yes.
You can pick up the Maud Mask, pick up the Quarterstaff. You can disassemble it a little bit later to actually build into something. Hold that thought, though. Leeds jumping in, getting the cogs onto Jappa in the sidelines, though. TKZ finding the kill on Wazoo. The bubble comes in. Strike is going to be good. Deafening Blast on 3. And Wazoo still staying alive. Tornado not going to actually work out. Blades are going to keep him from taking damage there. Cotter appearing to the party. Omni Slash from the Jugger comes out. Cog is going to do a little bit of work there. And now Japa going to be trying to be targeted down. Can he actually find the kill on Wazoo? Wazoo needs to get out of there. He goes down, being a little bit...
them stacks.
Do not underestimate the stacks. Can they bring down Japa? Quite a little tanky bugger. Caught in the right position. But the kill going in favor of Muzzy there.
And the Jug actually getting out as well. So, I mean, in all good. They got the tier 2. Yes, they lost 3 heroes. But, I mean, Bristle just kind of focused the whole team outwards. Like, hey, don't come after me, boys. Come here. Let me stack you up. So, almost getting 2 kills out of that just because they had to chase. But, yeah, definitely in the favor of XD there.
No, absolutely.
Tier 2, and, I mean...
We're gonna have the opportunity to re-watch that replay. It was absolutely chaos. What was going on there. So you can see the bubble came down, Sunstrike, Meteor, the Deafening Blast catching out 3, and in the meantime, Hunter trying to get out of there. Cotter just comes to the perfect position, tries to kill down Hunter. He doesn't actually bring him down eventually, but they do bring down Jap on the bristle back. But we're back, and at what point do we start seeing the teams jump into rush?
I think we can start seeing the team jump to rush in the next 5 to 10 minutes. But
Jug is really good at taking it down.
Jug is, but they need to create space. They need to pick off these heroes first. But it does look like we have TKC in a lot of trouble here mid.
Well, they've got the coil on 2. They've stunned out Leet. The Hunter decides to go on to the clock. Finds him. The sheep comes out. They're trying to bring down Wazoo. Going to be good enough. And they take down 2. They're going to try and clear out these snakes as quick as they can, as they're doing a little bit of damage here to this tier 1. A little bit closer. And they would have probably lost the tier 1 for those 2 kills. So,
and
I mean,
here's the call to rush.
And this is the call to, I mean...
There we go. I mean, like I said, they need to get the pick off or 2 before they can viably rush, because there's a chrono, there's a lot of things to worry about. Yeah, there's clockwork, there's chrono. You can't viably actually rush safely when those things up. So you need to get 1 or 2 of those heroes down, bait out the chrono. Let's do it, boys. Now we can rush.
Well, Sunstrike knows that they're actually in the pit. And let's see if the VNR's got enough balls to jump into the pit here. Throughout the Sunstrike, they've got the AMP. Jeff has normal mana. They're going to pop the ball. They catch out 3. Panda trying to make a decision here. He gets rooted out. Can't find a choice. He goes down. Pays for his sins. TKC taking a huge amount of damage here. Leet, he wants to find a target. Crystal Maiden trying to drop the freezing field. Gets cancelled out here from the cogs. And in the sidelines, we've got Muzzy doing his best to bring down Hunter. He does. And now, Rosh is open. VNR Carter, can he actually pick it up? He gets it. He gets the Aegis as well. VNR from nowhere picking up the kill. They lose Muzzy. Jappa goes down as well. And Cotter on the Gyro gets the kill as well. And Aegis is down around the 3 players here for XD.
This is going to cost them a lot. Gyro's definitely dying again here.
Well, he throws out the illusionary orb. Cotter, can he make it out?
No.
And homing missile out on TKC is not going to be good enough. And he bites the dust. And there are 3 players here from XD survive. Please, if we can have a replay of that immense fight that took place. Well, look at this. We've got Cotter. The Rosh is on very low HP. He picks up the Aegis. The tornado comes out, doesn't connect on the players of XD, and gets that kill eventually. I mean, unbelievable Rosh fight.
Unbelievable Rosh fight indeed. I mean, respawn time, this early, you up very, very quickly. They do scout it out. Beautiful tornado to come and just engage there. But unfortunately, it did cost them a 5-man wipe as well as the Aegis. Yes, denying the Aegis from the other team, but it's still a huge advantage in XD's favor. I mean, you lose 5 heroes.
Well, let's take a look at the net worth graph. It's going to explain a lot.
Yeah.
Things really looking good here for XD. A little bit of a bounce back, a little bit of a negative pull here. But, I mean, they're sitting in around about a 5,000 net worth advantage in terms of XP. I mean, it bounced back really well.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden went back to XD. So, I mean, things are looking a little bit tight for VNR.
I think the biggest problem was also that he didn't get Fury inside Chrono, and he just was able to root up the Void, so he couldn't attack anything. And then immediately he literally couldn't attack while he was in Chrono because he got rooted by CM's Frostbite, who's what's now at level 3. Immediately after Chrono, TKC just silences him, and they're able to burst him down pretty easily. It's just really unfortunate that they didn't catch the Crystal Maiden in that Chrono.
Well, I mean, we did see the clock actually cancelling out the Crystal Maiden's ulti. I mean, that was a huge amount of damage. She almost casted it and then got cancelled almost immediately.
Yeah, but that's after the Void died, though, unfortunately. But that's what I'm saying. The Void Chrono there, it would have been brilliant if he could actually do something in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he caught Cotter inside the Chrono as well, so there's no damage coming out from the Gyro. It's just everything that could have went wrong there did for
Yeah.
them. Initiation was brilliant coming out from Muzzy there with the tornado. Chrono was good, but then you catch your main damage dealer in the Chrono. You don't catch the Crystal Maiden in the Chrono. It's going to go sour.
And that was a perfect example. If you do not catch that Crystal Maiden, that route is absolutely devastating.
Yes.
To any heroes that want to actually jump out. I mean, it's really good against Puck, actually, if they were actually on the opposing teams. That route, this patch has been the route patch, and everything's gone to route. But the homing missile does come out. They're going to try and pop it down onto Jappa. He's going to face his back to it. Not going to take too much damage. Don't know if they actually want to force into this. They've actually smoked up on the back lines here. So has VNR. They've revealed the Void, but in the back lines we do have Leet waiting on the clockwork, trying to find that perfect hook. Let's see if something actually happens here. If
That blade mill is up, so it's actually going to be doing a lot of things. But oh no, I think
the jump comes in. They're going to find the Void. He tries to leap out. The route wasn't there. Crystal Maiden needs to close the gap. Leet throwing out the cogs. Going to be able to push XD back just a tad. Blade mail out onto Leet. He gets the kill. Hunter taking 0 damage while in Omni-Slash form. And we do lose the clock.
we do lose the clock, but he did save the Void's life there, who was horribly out of position, knowing that the team was pushing in. I mean, you just have to be the sacrificial lamb sometimes, and in this case, unfortunately, it was 1-3-3-7.
He had to pay the price.
He had to pay the price for someone else's mistake.
He paid the piper, and for that they lose their tier 2. I mean, they've taken all outside objectives.
Yeah, but Muzzy being very efficient here in the mid lane, taking a tier 2 of his own, split pushing them. So, I mean, still good.
That's cheeky.
Trade for trade.
Oh, that was cheeky.
Muzzy doing Muzzy things.
Oh, that was absolutely cheeky. I mean, VNR's lost all outside towers. We've got XD still sitting with 3 of their outside towers. I mean, objective taking this patch. I mean, this patch has been thrown towards us in the last 4 days, trying to see what the meta is, trying to see what teams are going to be looking towards. And I mean, it's been really quick games. I mean, 26 minutes in, 27 minutes in. Do you think teams are actually looking to rush to actually, because we don't know what's happening, let's just rush in, try and finish the game as quick as we can, so that we don't have to experience this further.
In this current patch, taking high ground has become a bit easier, because taking high ground in the previous patch was a little bit harder. So, I mean, now the catapults do a lot more damage, right? I think it's like 250 or 260 more damage than they used to, percentage-wise. So, I mean, and there's 2 of them that spawn with certain creep waves. So, I mean, like, taking high ground is a thing now. I mean, getting the kill on the jug there, we might see a massive Chrono here if you can get it, but Chrono's been used, so unfortunately we're not going to see that happen.
Well, the locate comes in, trying to get the bristle back in. They find the kill on the clockwork, and now Rockley, he's going to get TPing back, taking the Crystal Maiden with him.
Good trade. I mean, use Chrono to kill off the Void and the Juggernaut, but I mean, they lose the clockwork yet again, being the sacrificial lamb yet again in this game.
Well, Muzzy in a little bit of trouble, throws down the coil. Dust has actually been blown out. The frostbite coming out from Fury, and Muzzy paying for his sins eventually. I mean, you get away with it once. I mean, okay, fine. Getting away with it twice, unforgivable. And XD learn from their mistakes. Bring the dust to the party, and Muzzy goes down for it.
Well, even if he goes, if the Crystal Maiden gets that root off in time, it doesn't matter if he goes to walks. I mean, that root's going to reveal him invis anyway, so...
Well, I mean, can they kill him in the route? That's the question.
Can they kill him in the route? That is the question. It is a full level route, so it is going. Well, the hero duration is now 3 seconds on that full level, so it is enough time with the amount of burst damage that they have to kill someone.
Absolutely.
Everything. Yeah. But even the Puck CM can easily pick off a hero on their own. It's so much damage output at the moment, especially with the Veil of Discord and the Agnum Scepter now onto this Puck. So
hunting we will go. That's the motto for XD at the moment. Hunting we will go. They'll try and find a clock. They don't. Clock throws out a random flare, identifying that there's the side of XD behind him.
There's no one for me to die for. I'm not dying on my own here. But he has been saving people in this game quite often.
The relocates in the mid lane comes in. They want to find the kill on Wazoo. The tornado comes out from Muzzy. Can they find it? They're going to try and bring down Wazoo. They do eventually. TKC picking up a kill there. Sunstrike coming out, not going to catch anyone. The relocates takes out his teammates, and the hook shot missing out. Fury throws down the frostbite down on Lead. Can they actually find the kill here? They've still got a lot of XD players here in the vicinity, and he goes down as well. and pretty much, yeah, I mean, 2 down for the side of VNR. XD really showing dominance, sitting at 13-25 at the 30-minute mark. Things are absolutely ridiculous.
They just have so much mana to work with. I mean, not only do they have the CM aura, but they've got the Wisp to keep regenerating their mana and their HP as well. It's just like, you know, fountain away from fountain, this team. And the relocates have been on point.
So my question is the Wisp back?
The Wisp has always been back. I think Wisp has always been strong. Yes, it was stronger when your tether did stun people instead of slow, because you could cancel TPs and such and so on and so forth. But I think Wisp has always been a really strong hero. It's just a lot of people don't play the hero often and can't play the hero properly. So you don't see him that much in the South African scene, and also not so much in the international scene. You've got very few players that can actually play a very good Wisp. I mean, I remember watching one of the TIs where Dendy took Wisp mid and absolutely wrecked in the game. He got hard, Dagon, it was absolutely ridiculous.
I think you could put Dendy on a chicken and it's still dominating.
Yeah, but it was really funny to see, because no one was expecting him to take the IO mid, and he did. But yeah, it's just a hero we don't see often because a lot of people can't effectively play him properly. But it's still, for me, it's always been a strong hero. Yes, it was nerfed a little bit, but I mean, it's not that bad. And the slow is still good. It's not as good as a stun, obviously, that can cancel TPs. Because I mean, sometimes you don't, with a hero like Bristleback, you can't necessarily cancel out a TP, so relocate could get wasted in that way. That's why you normally see combos with Tiny or Sven or, you know, IO combos like that where you can actually cancel TPs. But it seems to be working out nicely for them. And of course, you can always relocate with a puck and cancel TPs with a Dream Coil. So for me, like, it's still, I love this. I love Wisp. I love seeing him on the map.
Oh, well, Muzzy, he's got some pheromones floating around him.
Ooh,
as
Fury.
XD are attracted to him. He gets taken down really easy with a 4-man gang coming out from XD.
It's confirmed Fury doing his Glimmer Cape challenge. The quest challenge. But
oh, guys.
I know I'm talking about this Wisp a lot, but also another thing that Wisp does well is stack camps with the spirits. He can stack 3 to 4 camps effectively at the same time now with the minute spawning again.
Well,
So
I mean, that is something as well. The jungle has received a nerf and a buff at the same token. So I mean, the old kind of Dota is kind of back. The Wisp's back. I mean, stacking jungle could be back. We haven't seen it happen too much. We've seen a couple of ancient stacks being stacked. But I mean, look at XD. They're pushing higher ground already.
yeah.
And I mean, VNR committed to take down the tier 2, put them out of a little bit of position here. The rocket comes out, holds down Hunter for the moment. Panda waiting for that perfect chrono. Can he actually catch the Crystal Maiden at least +2?
I think at this point, you can't just wait for the perfect chrono, especially when you're defending high ground. You want to pick off the carries, you want to pick off... But the problem is that, you know, we've got 4-staff Glimmer Cape on the CM, so she can effectively save and 4-staff someone out if they get into trouble. She can also, but obviously not when they're in chrono, but also the supports are all the way at the back, so there's no easy pickoffs for this team. I mean, maybe smoke and wrap around when they try push. Maybe you can catch them out that way.
I mean, maybe do the loop. They're pushing.
Do the surprise. Hey guys, we're here. We're not on our barracks.
So what Succubus is talking about, the enemy team's pushing in this way. What the side of VNR essentially does is they loop around this way, smoked up, come from the back, and surprise, boom, boom, try and take down the side of XD. Maybe opening up a little bit of a gap, maybe too risky, I suppose. I mean, the game is now 33 minutes in. Rosh 1 is down. Waiting for Rosh 2 to come back up. It is up. XD doesn't actually know it's up. VNR actually does know it's up with that Sunstrike coming out from Muzzy. So they may think that Rosh may be underway.
And unfortunately, I mean, they didn't find anyone here in the smoke, but it's also viably said that they do have buybacks on the 2 cores here for the side of VNR when they don't have any buybacks for the side of XD. So if they can catch this team out, no.
Well, Omnislash finds out Wazoo, takes him down really easily.
That hurts, yeah.
Yeah. But the hookshot comes in from Leeds. He's going to be able to catch that Hunter, tries to manta out, going to dodge the Sunstrike, going to eat through the cogs, going to walk his way out of there. Easy Glimmer, easy blink, and Hunter gets out of there, taking off the kill from Wazoo.
It's still dangerous to rush, though, with Chrono and, of course, you know, Hookshot being up in 40 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. Did you see that last devastating rush they had with the bubble in the pit?
No, but...
Like, I wouldn't even rush now.
That went sideways. That went absolutely sideways. But again, Fury Rockley's positioning, absolutely on point. There's no way they get Chronoed.
Well, I mean, they could get Chrono, but they may not be able to kill the hero they jump on. So they've got the aggressive blink coming out here from TKC, trying to slow things down, silencing out Panda. They know they can only jump into the pit if Panda gets a good chrono. Leet in a little bit of trouble. He's going to go down pretty much free of charge. Panda trying to find that engage. Cotter drops the call down. Rush very low HP. And Jappa, Hunter, they get out. Aegis is on the deck. And been picked up by the Shadow Shaman from nowhere. And now the bubble comes out, catching out too. Aegis now being popped out here from the Shadow Shaman. So Aegis is now off the playing field. And they're trying to chase him down. Jappa, Hunter, they're going to bring down Wazuda. They do. And Muzzy kind of caught on the wrong side of the river here. XD haven't lost a single player yet. And they're looking for the kill on Muzzy. And yeah, Void just got out of there.
You can just say TKC guard. I mean, he silenced that Void at the most opportune time. Gyro ulti was down, the two important heroes were down. It was almost the last tick of rush, and then TKC comes in, boom, silence you, Void. You cannot chrono. We can maybe get a replay of that, because that was...
Oh, that was absolutely
But maybe not now, since high ground is going to be pushed. But, I mean, TKC just basically changing the pace of that team fight there. I mean, my hat goes off to him, hands down.
Absolutely. Well, they're pushing up here for the racks. They've got Jappa, they've got Hunter. There comes the Sunstrike, easy ball, four-staffed out. We've got the clock trying to find the pick-off. The Frostbite comes on, going to keep the root out. And poor Elite paying with his life, he goes down. TKC trying to clear out the creeps in the mid lane. Wazoo trying to make a player, trying to find TKZ. Just can't hold him down. Like, I mean, pucks are so difficult to hold down and control. As soon as you get that Jules, as soon as you get that blink, so hard. But EMP gonna land on, no, Jappa actually gets four-staffed out of it, but he gets shackled out. TKC, the coil does come down, gonna hold it to the two players here. For VNR in place, the call down gonna be used out. Not gonna catch, just catches Hunter on the tip. And the homing missile isn't gonna be good enough for a little bit of follow-up. And it's gonna be easily taken down here from Rockley and Hunter.
Oh no! Oh, wait, you're lucky. It's not like it's going to do a whole bunch of damage to
Jappa said, I'm going to face you, boy. I'm going to take it to the face.
I'm going to take it to the face. And he just wants the gold. He's greedy. See him now being very cheeky, trying to find Muzzy. Fury, I don't think you can take on a solo Invoker by yourself. It's not happening. Oh no, Muzzy's setting up for something big here.
There he comes, blinks in, tornado, Sunstrike, meteor, and easy glimmer cape out. Do you have dust, Mr. Wazoo? You don't.
If he gets out of this.
Cold snap, is it available? It is. Instant sheep, and the lightning coming out. Just doing enough damage for Muzzy to actually pick up the kill. Cog is in the meantime trying to get some work done here. TKC in a little bit of trouble, but he pops down the Yules. TKC in the area. Do they want to continue on this? After very low HP. Aggressive jump forward. They're going to bring down the clock eventually. No, is it going to be enough? There's a homing missile onto Jappa. Oh, wow. Even the coil being used, was he going to be able to TP out? Nothing else they can do about it. Sunstrike not going to be good enough to actually bring down TKC.
So in the end, XD lose two supports for position 4 and a position 3. So not a good trade in the end there. And Lock committed for it as well.
Hunter aggressively jumping forward, clearing out the racks. Easy spin, easy takedown. And now Jappa, can he actually be held out? Wazoo find the grips. And not under the force of the snakes, but cooldown is going to be used out. They are fighting him out on the back. Got to take a huge amount of damage.
It's 12 stacks of cool spray on these guys. They need to get the hell out. I mean,
how did Muzzy even blink out of that blade mail, the Blade Fury? That was absolutely ridiculous. Relocate being used, getting his Hunter teammate out of there, and TKC just clearing out the homing missile, dodges the tornado, and easy peasy, lemon squeezy, says XDZ.
That's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the Bristleback got about 7 to 8 charges onto that poor Shadow Shaman, and he just dropped instantly from the cool sprays. I mean, his job was to just stand there and disable that Bristleback. The rest of them needed to get the hell out of dodge, because, I mean, Kotta, as well as Muzzy, having about 12 to 13 stacks of cool spray on them makes them extremely squishy.
It just explodes, and the amount of damage that he takes eventually just starts extruding. like, I mean, I can't even find the right word. I mean, he starts like just absolutely popping out those calls.
I mean, he's got that 10% life still now at level 20. So, Bristleback, Very, very strong hero at the moment. I would probably go for the 30 health regen. Okay, he's going for his heart, but plus 25 quill stack damage is also pretty legit. I think it's very situational, but Fury here in a lot of trouble. Glimmer Cape up. When guys, where's the dust? Where's the sentries?
Oh, they dropped the sentry. The hookshot finds out Fury. Not going to happen. The Omni Slash dodging around. Eventually finds Muzzy. Muzzy in a huge amount of trouble now with very low HP. Hunter's trying to look for him. He's going to be able to blink out. Cotta, the next person to be under attack, drops call down. He does actually hit the deck. The relocate comes in a little bit too late. Could actually be a little bit of a problem here. And now we lose Leet and XD. Haven't lost the player yet. Only 2 alive here for the side of VNR. Does VNR have enough in the tank to defend this?
Well,
only buyback available on Cotta.
Yeah, they do need the 2 supports though. They need the wards to be able to try do something. But then again, wards are such on a low level. Hunter's going to be able to get rid of that.
Ooh, that's Chrono almost catching 3, but eventually only catching the 1. They're going to lose Jugga eventually. And Jappa, now he's the one trying to take the front. He's going to be charged down here. Panda can't get out of it. He goes down. Fury taking a huge amount of right-click damage here from Muzzy, but Cotta gets the kill. And Rocket homing missile out onto Jappa. Muzzy once more. He's trying to chase up. TKC, can he actually help out here? Well, the aggressive blink forward.
Honestly though, stop focusing the bristle. Go for his IO. Look at that.
Oh wow, Muzzy
I mean,
killed himself.
they keep focusing the most tankiest hero in the team fight, and they're just getting nowhere. All the other heroes are. Ooh,
the glyph.
flak cannon.
The clutch glyph coming out here from VNR, keeping it alive. TKC trying to knock it down. Wazoo gets the shackles off. Rock Lee in the background, keeping TKC alive. I don't think they're done. Actually, they are. They're going to relocate out. Do you think he can actually get that instant TP relocate perfect?
I think he could. I mean, he might be lucky and actually get there in time. He might get there. There we go. He's going to relocate with the puck. So there's no way they go on him now. But I mean, if you think about it, these fights, they are focusing the bristle back. They are focused. Okay, Hunter, you can go down with the Chrono like they did, but stop focusing the bristle back. You're not going to get anywhere. Go for his supports.
Oh, here comes a little bit of action, and they're going to try and find the kill here. They do take down the Radiant. They bring down Leet. The Rocket down onto Jappa. Rock Lee getting the tether off, going to keep his teammate alive. Homing missile. They keep throwing everything at Jappa. I mean, this Bristleback has played his role perfectly. You are going to be the rabbit in the hat. You are going to be the one that is going to distract everything, while TKC from the backline does all the work. Gets stunned up here, Jappa. Panda going to try and go hand-to-hand combat here with him. Not going to work out.
It's not happening.
Has to actually jump out. The homing missile again being used out onto Jappa. Wazoo gets the sheep off. There comes the rocket barrage. Wazoo waits for the net. He gets the net off. Gets forced out. The coil comes down. The bubble on 2. TKC on the wrong side there. The root comes out. Roots out. Panda. Panda can't do anything. Cooldown being used out. Debates a lot of that damage. And leaps that off. Wazoo taking huge right click here from Hunter. We lose Wazoo. The Sunstrike coming down. Not connecting anything. Omni Slash trying to get some work done. And he does eventually bring down the clockwork.
But again...
And XD survive through it, and with like hardly any damage to them. Look at this.
But the thing is that again, they attack the bristleback. They Chrono, and what does Panda go for first? The bristleback, not for the IO that's in the Chrono with him. He goes for the bristle. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you obey the laws of Sun Tzu, I don't know if you know who Sun Tzu is.
The God of War.
The God of War. If you obey him, avoid what is strong, attack what is weak. Honestly, like that is a philosophy. No, but it really is that way. You can't keep focusing the bristleback and think that you're going to win the team fight and the rest of the heroes just get left alone. It's been an issue in the last like 6 or 7 fights here.
Look, I mean, there was almost a point of light for the side of VNR. They touched the 0 line, started dipping down to the bottom, and things from there just started getting worse and worse and worse for them. I mean, looking at the scoreboard really quickly, I mean, Muzzy getting 11 for 6. I mean, TKC 15 for 3. I mean, the mid lane's doing really, really well. Yeah. But I mean, the other lane's doing really well for the side of XD. So, yeah, I mean, XD did really well. It seems like the prediction so far from the panel has been really on point. And it's been absolutely fantastic. The goal per minute from the side of XD through the roof. I mean, even Rock Lee on the Wisp.
I must say,
GG boots.
My hat goes off to TKC here. Definitely man of the match for me. He made some brilliant plays, rotated around the map like an absolute genius. And I mean, he got some key silences off there. Really, really good silences off, especially the one in the second rush where Chrono, I mean, they were
that was,
perfectly situated
unbelievable.
to actually set up like a really big team fight, and that one little silence on the void there changed it for them. And I mean, it could have been VNR's comeback fight, and just because of that one little maneuver, goodbye, thank you
And
very
you think-
much.
And you think even with VNR picking up the Aegis, that they could actually swing it around. The Aegis got picked up by the Shadow Shaman, not even one of the cores, and
They
things
still made
just
it
couldn't
work.
actually bring it
They
back.
still made it work. And then actually, it sometimes is nice because then there's extra disable, there's extra shackles. But the thing is, he doesn't survive long enough to even cast 1 or 2 spells. He can't viably stand there and shackle someone because he's just going to die.
Absolutely.
But I mean, for me, the biggest mistake was going for the Bristle. I mean, you Chrono, Io, and Bristle. Who you gonna try kill first? You go for the Io because you can actually viably get the kill on him. You're not gonna get the kill on the Bristle. It's not happening.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the game 1 has been taken down. VNR versus XD. XD take a convincing victory with a 43-18 kill on a 43-minute game. We are going to. Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really exciting game, and I mean, what can we expect? And hopefully game 2 is going to be really good. So if we can hand it over to the boys at the panel, are they going to be able to tell us what's going to be in store for game number 2?
Welcome back, guys. And that was a pretty interesting game. I think we had some, some flair from VNR at some stages. But in the end, it did seem it was XD that I'm cringing saying. Look how smug he looked.
But I told you so. Yeah, at the beginning it was pretty back and forth, balanced, slow starts. But I think once TKC hit that start button, everything just went towards XD's side.
Dude, that kid, 17 years old, he was involved in 38 out of the 43 kills. That means only 5 kills out of the 43 he was not involved in. I mean, come on. That's just insane. He controls the game, and then he allows people like Hunter to actually come back towards the later stage of the game. Sacking Hunter a little bit towards the early stage, and then securing Hunter for late game. The 2 supports, I just have to say, I mean, I don't know how many times they want to keep on running into cogs over and over. It's like the cogs get dropped. They want to get that side. They don't care that the cogs are there. They just keep on bouncing back and forth. I don't know if they understand how
Well, Ritz is a coach,
the
so I could understand.
mechanics actually work.
Tries,
I'm
yeah.
actually not with the team right now, but I wanted to say, you guys know
bash
what
on
cogs
them
are.
as soon as he gets back to the support players. But speaking about cogs, I felt like Lee didn't pull up that game. I think there was 16 deaths and 2 kills. I think both kills on the IO. As an offlaner, you expected to push for much more, for much better stats.
Look, I think as far as League goes, there was one moment for me that just, I guess sort of best describes how his match was he was actually chasing quite deep, I think, after the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
And
That specific one, Reddit actually came to me halfway. So you see that juke from the Crystal Maiden, yeah, where Clockwork was trying to chase all the way across the map and then getting ganked from behind by the puck. Not one of the nicest feelings about that.
Yeah, so it's definitely a little bit of a disappointing affair for him.
Yeah.
But there were definitely opportunities. I think we saw a very nice Chronosphere into Meteor combination coming out.
Yes.
You must have been a little bit scared there. Right?
No, I mean, to be honest, if you actually stand inside of the booth and you hear how the guys are talking, I haven't heard another team that actually communicates as well as my team does. It's constant. There's never any white noise, but it's the right kind of communication. And the one thing that they kept on saying over and over is Chrono, Invoker. If Invoker's down, push. We can do whatever we want. If Void is down, push. We can do whatever we want. They're both up. No. And that is literally what everyone was scared about that, because the amount of damage, and because our entire lineup revolves around moving in together and literally death bowling with a Wisp. I think I should actually buy them a Wisp Arcana. What do you guys think?
Well,
That would be nice.
But anyway,
yeah, that was a really good Wisp to support the Bristleback as well. It just came out strongly when it was online, just try to push through, as you said, creating the space for the Juggernaut Hunter to move on to become the what he's supposed to do. Yeah. Meanwhile, as you were mentioning, the Chronosphere into the Invoker stats was perfect. I think that was the outshiners in VNR has to be that combo.
They executed it well when they could.
Yeah.
When we gave them that opportunity, XE always tried to get one of the 2 pickoffs or force out one of the 2. But VNR was scary when they had that combo up. I was like sitting there.
Yeah, with
biting my
the Shadow
nose.
Shaman there as well. It's very good disables from Wazoo, but it's just the output not enough. Also because you keep mentioning it's right though. That's TKC did pull up his sleeves for the puck.
Looking at the rush, sorry, I want to mention this because you guys did, is when or the casters did, when VNR got that rush. Well, I think they got both of the rushes. It was literally just let them have the rush because they all run in. They focus to try and steal the Aegis while the Bristlebacks just there pressing W. Giving them the rush, knowing we'll kill the entire team anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big thing where I think their more senior players from VNR have to make that call to say it's not worth it. Because we will die. We will get the Aegis, but we will die. And I think that's what VNR, when they have to talk together now, is just to try and figure that out. Is just because something's handed over on a silver platter doesn't mean you should take it.
Well, talking about things handed over, Bristleback and IO, they were in fact somewhat handed over. I don't really feel like there was a huge amount of, I wouldn't necessarily respect, but it felt like VNR didn't really pick against it. Do you think that's fair, friends?
It's fair to say. I think Bristleback was strong to begin with. That IO for me in that game is more a luxury than a necessity. Bristleback could have full-on soloed maybe 3 of VNR's players without the help of the IO, but it was great to have that. They picked it early even. Surprisingly, they didn't counter it properly. I think it was more VNR picking the heroes that they are more comfortable with, like Muzzy's Invoker and Kotter's Gyrocopter. But in the end, it's all down to how they played. I think if the offlaner pulled his sleeves more, they could have gotten a better outcome. But that's a big difference. As you said, 43 kills to 18. It's for the first game.
It didn't really start that way. I mean, it looked actually. I think it was much closer than
it
absolutely steamrolled out
So
of control.
don't you see the complete shift in regards with 4 months ago how XE used to play? XE was about mid-game or like early game, steamroll, rush at them and try and kill everyone. Now it's more about secure. And this is, in my opinion, not just XE, but any Masters team is what secures them in a top 3 spot eventually is you don't always have to play aggressive. Secure your first 15 to 20 minutes. Make sure your gold graph, the kills could be even. But just keep on getting the gold flowing in. Get the gold flowing in. And as soon as you do that, then you explode into the mid-game scene and then you hit late game and then you win. It's just composure.
So, on that note, we need to have a winner for this entire series. Obviously, XD now ahead. But VNR will not take this line down. Where do they go to from here?
It's hard to say. It's I'm sure that they aren't as confident as they are in the first game before the game started. It started off very stable, as you said. It was slow. It was like 1-for-1 kill. Muzzy trading off TKC bottom lane. I think Kotze got a couple of kills there as well. But if they started off as well as they did from mid to the late game, they could have given XD a very hard time. But because that they played the teamwork from XD, it worked out so well that it felt like Bristleback and IO were one hero. You know what I mean? So from then, I think that VNR has to adapt to that as well.
In my opinion, I think they should give Kota a different hero. Gyrocopter's nice, but okay, Ursa was banned out. Give him the likes of Ursa. Give him the likes of a Slark. Give him the likes, and hopefully they aren't listening to this because they're playing against my team. But give him a hero that can be in and out the whole time. Not a hero to stand and fight because that's where XD in this game, wanted to be. Get him one of those heroes to go in and out, and just keep on chipping away. And Kota's very good at that because that is how you play international pubs on a 200 ping. You get a hero like that you could constantly just chip away at, and keep on hitting him out. And I think if they can get Kota one of those heroes that can be safe by himself and that can join a fight whenever he needs to, VNR stands a big chance of actually taking the second game.
Well, I think I tend to agree with you about Kotter not really playing. But for me, it's more so. I mean, maybe this is what you're getting at. To me, Kotter's always been a flashy player. Gyrocopter, it's not that it's not a hero that can do very well, but he's always been the guy to me that plays like Timbersaws and Pudges and Tinkers, that sort of thing. So in this position, it maybe isn't quite playing to his strength, but the reality is that not all carries come in that sort of vanilla, we hit hard kind of form. And some of them actually do give you a lot of opportunity to get in and out. And maybe looking at something unusual for him and just allowing it to be a comfort pick for him, even if it may not necessarily be a hero that we consider strong in the current meta, may just bode for the team, in a more effective way. But hey, I'm not the analyst. Ren's, anywhere else do you think that VNR can sort of change things up?
No, you got to have it spot on. I think if Kotze got a more flashy hero, just give him more space to create space for, let's say, their carry. But this is not the situation. He's the carry for VNR, and if he's starting to fall off the graph, there's no one else to cushion it. Okay, there is Muzzy, but for example, last game he was playing Invoker. You can only get that far, right? You don't have a DPS like the gyrocopter not pulling out his weights, and that's a big problem. So I think just try to get more composed for the second game. Just to try to work together more, and let's say not to overextend and do little mistakes like the one with the Crystal Maiden from the Clockwork.
And don't go a pos for Void. That's just way too greedy.
Yeah,
I quite like the Void,
I do,
though.
but not with their lineup. Their lineup's already greedy. They have a Clockwork. I told you guys from the beginning I didn't
Can't
like
we just
that
have
pick.
Void back and be happy with it?
Void is okay, but with a Clockwork, with a Gyrocopter, with the Invoker, and a Faceless Void, that's a bit rough. So I would probably say maybe run dual lanes, have that Void. That is perfectly fine. I like Void, but not in that lineup. It's just too greedy. You fall behind on one lane, you'll fall behind on all three.
But okay, so maybe we can have like old Void back. You remember like one position of Void? Just give
I
me
loved
Void in
it,
my
dude.
life.
Void can work. Void can. Mask of Madness Void, but then you actually need to run him with something. So, hear me out. A pos 1 Void with a pos Force Fen to buff up the armor for the Mask of Madness on the Void.
It's so crazy. It just
Please don't ever do that.
Maybe we can win some, I don't know, somebody who would we like to see drop game, like the WG, right? Because, we love them, right? Don't get us wrong, but it would make things exciting to see them drop the matchup.
Can't we ask WRG if the casters, or if the panelists, can draft one of their games?
We should just allow Jackie to do that. Reigns over here would literally just pick Dagon heroes.
Yeah.
He will be there. We'll be behind shouting, "No, pick this," and he'll just be picking Nature's Prophet.
I'll do the clicking in for the keyboard. Yeah.
I think that would be
just
amazing.
feed it over my headphones. No problem.
How many Dagon heroes are there in the game? Anyways, I'm very concerned because he'll find them. He'll make Dagon heroes. Right, but enough of us. Let's go ahead and
Plus
take
250 damage take.
let's get serious. And we're going to go into the draft here. Of course, XD once again playing up against Veneration. XD currently one ahead. And, the Eye and the Warlock get banned out. So a little bit of a respect ban already coming out from Veneration. Let's not do that again, they say.
Yeah, I agree 100%, especially after that game. XD won convincingly. But it did leave the likes of the Legion Commander out. So going for that offlane Legion Commander, hey, if XD has first pick, pick it up.
Yeah, banning out the Ursa again, where you mentioned Veneration not having that for Kotze. But yeah, in the end, getting that first pick on the Legion Commander is definitely one of the advantages. We saw this in the last series as well, APG. It was Ian that picked up this hero, but am I correct?
Yeah.
It was, right?
Yes.
Yeah, picking up this hero, and then just trying to roll with that because it's pretty standard in this meta. But Veneration pulling out the Tinker,
please.
so
Muzzy Tinker, Muzzy Invoker, Muzzy Tinker, two staple heroes for him.
is it? Could we see a Kotze Tinker?
Because
it's
that's
on the
what
line.
I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Because don't get me wrong, right? Muzzy's a strong player, right? But this is the kind of Tinker introduces a bit of crazy to a game, right? He really does. And Kotze is the single craziest South African Dota player that exists.
No, yes, but no, it won't be a Cotter.
XD guy says no. XD coach says no.
I can't see Cotter playing Tinker because then he has to go mid and Muzzy has to go safe lane. It's
You know
two
why you
different
can't
roles.
see Kotze playing Tinker?
Because XD might lose then.
No, because Tinker's laser causes blind.
I'm done,
Listen.
guys. Bye.
Oh gosh.
That's even worse than my jokes with Scorpio earlier.
I don't know about that, but it was pretty bad. was pretty
But
bad.
this is pretty bad.
Crystal Maiden being picked up now, though,
Nice.
for
Thanks, Reds.
Fury once
Yeah.
again. Fury playing like Crystal Maiden, he positioned himself very well during the previous game. And up against a Tinker, Crystal Maiden, if you can get a blink up, you can possibly catch him out. But that Tinker pick is problematic with the Shadow Shaman. The push is real.
Yeah. Also with Wazoo on this hero, he's clearly just played this hero what 80% of the time. He's just really good at it. And then just with the Tinker as well, we still have to decide we still have to see who's going to play on the Tinker. But otherwise, I'm excited to see Fury on the Crystal Maiden again. He was doing really well at it, getting the Glimmer Cape really quickly. And then also, he just knows where to go. Yeah, it does, of course.
He seemed quite like an invasive Crystal Maiden, actually. It's been a lot of time just sort of, I don't know, alone in his opponent's jungle.
Dude, it was 4 minutes in and he was farming in the opponent's on the off-lane's jungle.
Yeah.
At their shrine. Like, everyone was saying, why are you there? And he's like, because you don't give me any farm.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Back to your cage 5 position. That's where the ward spawned. Right, but the thing is obviously pretty interesting. I do want to point out as well that this is one of those in principle things that are really irritating to deal with. If you're trying to deal with a Tinker sort of laying down march of the machines, obviously we talk about like your high ground defense is really difficult, but also with Shadow Shaman, if you drop Serpent Wards and put the march over it, is really irritating to deal with as well. So a pretty easy way to fight into it. We're going to see the Tide Hunter picked up here. Maybe just worth mentioning Troll as well. Storm Spirit being banned out in the last phase there.
Yeah.
Troll being banned out a lot of time indicates a Phoenix. Either a Phoenix pickup or you're scared. Like if you're going to pick up the Phoenix, then you don't.
Are you trying to tell us that you already know the draft and that there's?
No, actually I don't. I thought Veneration was going to insta pick the Phoenix right now because I know they've been running it.
So it's rigged if the Phoenix comes out now for the reserve time even. Yeah, but jokes aside, it's Phoenix could work. Tidehunter is much better than the Clockwork in this draft so far for Veneration esports. I think Leeds can just be more aggressive with this, mainly because he's also more tanky. But yeah, otherwise, reserve time is being used here for XD. Trying to think, maybe you guys want to pick up a support first and then see where to go from there. Or just go full on aggressive like last game.
I just want to point out again though that Sven is getting no love.
In my opinion, Sven is probably one of the best carriers right now in the game.
But no love.
He's going to pick Sven. Okay.
Ta-ta-ta!
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, I feel like Cotter moved over to XD for this game.
No,
playing the Pudge.
I'm not really surprised there. It's a good pickup. The Pudge hook into the Legion Commander duel, getting that safe engage off. Instead of being aggressive to engage, you can still get those engages off while on the defense. We've played Pudge up quite a bit over the past while, so I'm not surprised that it's gone through, but being picked up here, we didn't mention the Tinker laser blinding the Legion Commander during a duel as well can have a big impact against the side of XD.
That's very true. Also, you have a huge amount of disable here, so he definitely has to get up a BKB as quickly as possible.
Yeah. But it's just, I think Slaughter is also a very good pickup here. I don't know where he's going to go with that though. Maybe
I
play
think that's a 4 position.
Plus 4.
Yeah, looks like that.
Oh.
So it's also, I feel like it's like a copy of last game where instead of a Juggernaut, you have a Spectre to farm up for 20, 30 minutes to get online with. But also with the Pudge being there, as you said, just grabbing the heroes. Hopefully not the Tidehunter. It's a bit harder to kill. So getting
or the
Tinker,
Slaughter. You don't want to pull the Slaughter in and he crushes you.
Get the crush in,
No.
So easier targets are the first 2 picks for Veneration. But so far so good for both teams. I think they have their draft sorted, so they just need, I think, another support for XD and also for VNR.
No, we need a mid for XD.
Right, yeah. Obviously, not a mid Pudge.
And then a carry for VNR. So 2 cores.
So Sven is still available here, and it's not an amazing pickup, but it is a very strong hero, and it does, in fact, get the amplified damage from Slaughter anyways. So
Sven is not a bad pickup here for the side of VNR.
My biggest problem is that Legion Commander is the kind of hero that loves Blade Mail, and it can literally just find your Sven at that point where he God Strength, pop his Blade Mail, and then or her Blade Mail, and then just absolutely eat a Sven.
But I mean, standard VNR with that lineup, we're most likely looking at a Lifestealer, one of those, a strength carry. But Lifestealer is good, has a Vessel with a Tidehunter blink, with a Slaughter blink, with a Tinker blink. So VNR Well, banning out the puck, very, very, very good ban there. But
That's wise. It's going to pick up
There's
an
the live
Invoker,
stealer.
aren't you? Invoker on XD.
no.
I don't think Invoker will work in this draft. Yep, okay.
Ho, ho, ha, ha.
yeah.
I did not really see that. That is
Either
very
Sniper
greedy.
or Ember Spirit. It was going to be one of those two.
But that is very greedy.
Yeah, it's okay.
That is very greedy.
It's okay. And I know I'm saying that, and I was giving VNR flag for being greedy with their previous draft.
I mean, Spectre, Sniper, and Legion Commander. How are you defending them?
So, Spectre can be wherever she wants to be. The other four can move together.
the
you have your
patch is
Legion
literally
Commander.
about reduced finances in the game.
Yes, but it's about more aggression.
All right.
Now you have a Crystal Maiden with lockdown. You have the Pudge to either disengage or counter engage. You have the Legion Commander and a Sniper. You know how much damage those two with shrapnel do. You can put a lot of pressure. You will have vision due to the Sniper being there the whole time, Crystal Maiden. And then as soon as you need to engage, Spectre just clicks R, jumps in, and gets an easy kill.
It sounds like this is something that you guys have worked on. So let's go with that. But how do you feel, Rens?
It's a bit greedy. Well, but
There
this
you
is nice.
I do.
Finally, we see a Sven. Finally.
Yeah.
Our first game of the... And it's cut as Sven.
It'll be interesting.
VNR's draft is very dangerous.
No, it's a very potent draft, XD might have a pretty tough early game, but when it works, when Sniper picks up items, when Legion picks up items, it could work as a whole, just to give Spectre the space.
Calling it here, I honestly don't know who won during the draft. I like our draft a lot more, but the lockdown coming from VNR, if XD isn't careful early game, or literally early game, first 15 to 20 minutes, they can lose the game during that time period.
Yeah, I have to go Veneration. I called it 2-1 to XD, so I can't not go for this. But they look really strong, Veneration.
I think, admittedly, if I were to be playing and I had to pick a side that I would want to be on, I'd just based on the draft, I would pick Veneration right now.
So 2 Veneration, 1 XD.
Basically, we just need Veneration.
I really don't want Rids to be right about this.
Hey, I was right about the APG Energy game.
I know, but it would really suck if you were right about this one in particular.
Do you want to change your mind, Mr. Helbert?
I don't know, because then I might have to be wrong with Rids too, and I just... You know I love you, so don't stress. But okay, so I think we're almost ready to rumble. Obviously the casters are itching to go, but I do have a question for you. Do you think that this is a type of game where one side is likely to just steamroll the other based on these selections? I mean, obviously a lot of finance is required here, or do you think this is a case where it's going to be, like potentially quite an even matchup? Quick answer, because I know the casters are waiting.
If Veneration steamrolls, it's going to be a pre-30-minute game. Otherwise, it's going to be around 40 to 50 minutes.
Fair.
Cool, Rain's nodding his head, so I guess that's it. Guys, that's it for us for now. We'll send this back over to Jubba and Succubus. Take it away, lady and lad.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world. We're back for game number 2 of this XD versus Veneration game. It is going to be exciting. XD have taken game 1. VNR need to pull something out of the hat to take it to a best of 3 series.
All I can say is that they are brave picking a sniper into that lineup. They're very, very brave indeed. And of course, we have spoken about the maybe seeing Spectre in these games, since he has been nerfed quite a bit. His ulti is now a full minute longer at level 1 on Haunt, so it doesn't let him escalate as quickly as he used to. So we thought, okay, we're not going to really see Spectre this time, but lo and behold, we do. But we finally get the Sven.
Well, there's a lot of heroes here that we haven't seen for a while. The Sven, the Spec, the Pudge. I mean, I want to see hooks. I want to see hooks for breakfast, for lunch, and for supper.
Dinner.
I mean, that's what I want to see. But I mean, the Sniper and TKC, I mean, can he excel?
That's the problem. I mean, you have a lot of catch for the Sniper. I definitely agree with Holbert here. I do favor the draft of VNR more. I mean, you have a lot of catch for him. And you inevitably get Blink on Wazoo, you're going to get Blink on Carter, you're going to get Blink on Muzzy. And, I mean, Panda's going to go for that early mech and then obviously get a Blink after that. It's just so much catch for the Sniper and so much disable and lockdown. It's going to be very hard to fight into this. And then you're going to have to deal with Muzzy split pushing and, I mean, Crystal Maiden's just food for a Tinker. And it's just, I don't know, this is risky. And it's, like Devin said, it's a very greedy draft. I mean, They need a lot of farm on all of these heroes, and they need to get to a certain point before they can viably fight.
Well, it's going to make it super interesting to see how the laning phase goes. I feel that maybe if XD can get some really good farm out onto the spec, onto Hunter, it can go really well. But I mean, you've still got Muzzy on the Tinker. His lasers are going to be able to have that blind. Legion's going to do nothing. I know the panel's mentioned this, but I mean, at this point in time, I feel it can go either way. I mean, we've seen an amazing draft earlier today coming out from Mythic where their draft looked amazing.
Yes.
But they couldn't get to level 6 to actually get online.
Well, I think in that circumstance, WRG did actually outdraft and outplay them. Because, I mean, they said, okay, well, you want to fight us 5-5? We're just going to fight you in a completely different way. We're going to split push you and we're going to pick you off one by one. And we're going to starve you out of your map. And for me, they just got outdrafted. They did have an amazing lineup, but it just wouldn't work against that type of play style. But Nakata taking a bit of tower aggro here, trying to go on Hunter, going to use the stun.
All right, well, he's going to try and put some damage on you. Tower immediately aggroes onto him, throws out the dagger.
In the meantime, though, we do have 1337 shackling up Old Man Rockley.
Or is it going to be enough? He's actually upgraded right. He's not going to actually suicide himself. So having the confidence to know, right, well, okay, I'm perfectly safe. Nothing's going to happen. And he walks out of it.
DNR being super, super aggressive here.
Well, I mean...
That's exactly what they need to be doing.
Absolutely. I mean, against this kind of lineup, they've gone very, very greedy. If their heroes can't get online, I mean, you can't get a farmed spec if you keep putting pressure on it. I mean, you've got Leet sitting here in the back lines waiting for their perfect opportunity. Fury's going to freeze him out. Exactly what's going on here. They have a Stormhammer coming out from Sven. There comes the Slytherin Crush. Wazoo gets first blood. Boom. That's how it's done.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
And Rockley nowhere to be found. Doesn't have level 2 yet, so the hook not even there to be used as a defensive hook. And first blood already in favor of VNR, but instant TP back, throws out the dagger. Okay, just going to slow down Cotter for the moment.
And I mean, Slardar is such a good rotation, well, Roman rotation, and it does actually do a lot of work, especially now with the corrosive haze, with the Sven and the rot. But poor 137 getting rotted down here, getting rooted up as well. Rockley is actually going to pick up this kill here. I think Wazoo might actually get the return kill. Can Rockley deny himself?
Oh, he actually going to fight through it. He solves up, and he did that. Oh, the instant undeny. He's going to actually run around the trees trying to deny himself. He throws out the hook, doesn't actually land, and denies himself eventually.
He could have potentially got a return kill on Wazoo. Fury, unfortunately, not having enough mana to root him against. I think Wazoo would have actually just gotten out, even if he did get hooked. But yeah, I mean, nice deny, man. Get the kill on the Shadow Shaman and deny yourself. Make the Slaughter go on a wild goose chase, leaving Cotter and Hunter just to battle it out. To melee versus melee lane.
Oh, it's, I mean, try versus try. I mean, bot lane, we haven't taken a peek there yet. I know Panda had to actually return back to base. Jappa doing a huge amount of damage with these overwhelming odds. He just tanks so much. I mean, he takes so much damage.
Yeah.
And but Panda, he's a tanky little boy. He's actually put 2 points into Anchor Smash, 2 points into Kraken Shell. So, I mean, he's going to really be hard to take down. But Jappa is doing a decent job.
He's technically hard to take down, but I mean, Panda, I mean, most Tide Hunters do well versus melee lanes. And I mean, as long as he keeps Anchor Smashing this Legion Commander, she's going to not do that much damage to him. I mean, of course, she's got the amazing nuke of the overwhelming odds, so I mean, that's still going to go through no matter what. But, I mean, as opposed to right-click damage, Panda just needs to get the Anchor Smash off. And unfortunately, I mean, Jappa's going to have to get close to the creep wave, and unfortunately very close to the Tide Hunter to be able to do anything here.
Oh, but here comes a little bit of a tussle top. A 2-man crush gets the shackle out into Rock Lee. They're going to focus down the pudge. Rock Lee, he's going to try and deny himself. Is he going to get it off? Oh my gosh, don't even tell me so. And he does. Not being able to pick up the kill. Quite a bit expended to actually bring him down. And they get the deny off. Rock Lee somehow smells out a deny.
Does smell out a deny indeed, but then getting it off this time. But I mean, this tri-lane is very, very scary. I mean, once these supports go missing, the rotating Slardar and of course the rotating Shaman, which they do decide to smoke up, they need to warn them because this is a potential gank on TKC, and TKC as a sniper is very, very, very vulnerable to ganks here, and especially against this lineup. So I think he hasn't actually realized that something's amiss, and he's going to take a fall here, most certainly.
Well, the rotation comes in from Fury. Is it going to be enough? Sniper goes down. Wazoo taking a huge amount of damage. He's going to be able to survive. but Leet pays for his sins as TKC and Fury share the kill on the Shadow Shaman. So, I mean, Shrapnel, such a hurtful ability. I mean, you drop it down and it just hurts no matter what you do. But Rock Lee finds the hook out onto Wazoo in the wrong area at the wrong time, going for that bounty run, and Rock Lee was there to just take advantage.
Nom 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 nom. Definitely. But going back to the shrapnel, I mean, it's absolutely. I mean, Sniper's talent tree is focused around shrapnel. First, you got the 20 shrapnel DPS, then the cooldown reduction, and of course the extra shrapnel charges. It is so nice during team fights. It really is. And I mean, it does so much damage as well. So, I mean, not maxing shrapnel, I'm sorry, it's just you can't do it. It's just too good. It really is just too good. But unfortunately, Sniper is just so susceptible to ganks, and he needs things like Hurricane Pike, Force Staff at least, just get out. And I mean, against the stunning and every single hero on this team, except of course for the Tinker, who just does that burst damage. And as I say that, sorry, Rock Lee and 1337 are at it again.
Well, the rod's going off. Leed's taking a huge amount of damage. Goes down. There comes Carter to save the day. But Fury in the backlines gets the frostbite off. Wazoo trying to see if he can do anything here. Fury is actually deciding to pull back. No, Hunter. He's changed targets. They're going to use the sprint. Can Wazoo get out of there? They're going to use the dagger. Fury trying to see if he can get close enough to actually do anything here. Doesn't have enough mana.
And Koto waiting for him patiently at the shrine.
Come, but I'm going to pick up the bounty for your shenanigans. He's going to probably clear out this camp really quickly. I mean, even getting such a good engagement there. I mean, we saw Fury on the CM that played he played really well in the previous game. I mean, that Void had nothing he couldn't do anything inside that bubble. And then all of a sudden, it was really Fury's game. Playing CM this time around feels like it's going a little bit towards VNI in the top lane.
I mean, someone goes down here, and that will be the Tidehunter with the help from Rockley.
That was a really quick kill. Must have been hooked from the bushes.
Hooked from the bushes, and then level 3 overwhelming odds. I mean, Tidehunters, he must have been at low HP already for that to happen.
You're gonna constantly be low level, low HP against the Legion Commander. He throws down that overwhelming odds, constantly taking damage. And I mean, it's not worth it to salve up when you're already half HP.
Yeah.
Perfect hook for the Pudge. Rots it off, slows him down, and then another overwhelming odds coming out from the Legion.
Unfortunately, no vision for Pudges on the side of XD. There is currently, I mean, on the side of VNR, they don't really have vision for this Pudge rotation. So, I mean, it's easy hooks for him at the moment.
I mean, this is where Pudges thrive, is they like teams that are a little bit undisciplined, not throwing down the wards, those Pudge wards that are so easy to get those ganks off on the side. And here it comes. I mean, we've got Fury getting the root off. The hook comes in from Rock Lee, going to slow him down. Leet in a huge amount of trouble. And another easy kill. So, I mean, these are all being played perfectly. Rock Lee pitching up exactly at the right time.
Rockley making some excellent rotations on this map, and this could actually be the decider. I mean, this Pudge is doing absolutely brilliant. I mean, I wouldn't quite put him into Filthy Frank standards of Pudge. I mean, that guy is an absolute beast on this hero. We've seen that before. Of course, Flank's another classic Pudge player, but yeah, he's up there with them. He's doing really, really well, and his rotations have been spot on so far, and even gotten a few denies off. So, yeah, he's exceeding my expectations. He really is.
Well, I mean, to land a hook with a frostbited out here.
I mean, that's easy setup, but he's landed some hooks on his own as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No credit taken away from him. I mean, being at the right place at the right time
is the best thing you can do.
Absolutely. So
if he does this on Muzzy now,
Muzzy, he doesn't have the dismember just yet, but he's got level 2 in the right. Hunter, he uses the haunt and the assassinate, trying to come in. Not going to work out. Wazoo getting a 2-man crush. Throws down the assassinate. Wazoo in a bit of trouble. Trying to get right-click down here, but Hunter's not going to work out. And he does actually walk away with his life. Doesn't have enough for disruption to actually chase it down.
Wazoo getting away with 20 HP.
Wow, that was absolutely amazing. Can we get a replay on that amazing hook? Take a look at this hook. Throws it out onto Muzzy. Slows him down. Instant haunt coming in from Hunter. Gets the kill. Wazoo getting almost a 2-man kill, trying to return it, and it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen. The damage output is just too great, and they're pretty tanky heroes here. But we do see another rotation here onto TKC.
Leafs trying to make something happen. They turn their attentions here to Muzzy now. Hunter, he's still in the vicinity. Going to right-click him down. Muzzy goes down as well. Going to turn their attentions to Leet. Assassinate is there. And not even needed. Fury.
Carry CM.
It's very viable. Guys, it's viable. I've tested it out. No, okay, I'm joking. It's not really viable, but a man can dream with plus 60 damage at level 10.
You can dream, yes. But magic resistance definitely the way to go this game. There's just a lot of it.
Don't break my dreams, man.
Don't break your dreams. Nah, but also easy towers here for them as well. I mean, getting the pickoffs. But yeah, this is no longer safe for Muzzy to just, pretty much free farm and do what he wants. Now he's gonna have to get with his team. He's not gonna be able to AFK farm. But the problem is now he's gone for the magic damage nuke, so he hasn't got March the Machines yet. So they can't really defend the towers. They need the Tidehunter Ravage, which is now up. But he's actually gonna maybe take a fall here if he's not careful.
And the Rock Lee hunted aside.
They did hook him, but I think Kraken Shell OP, so not being able to get him this day. Of course, those infused raindrops do help quite a bit as well. But yeah, I think we might see the first Ravage of the game very, very soon. But Fury gonna walk right into the path of Panda here.
Oh, he actually gets the Frostbite off, throws down the freezing field. Panda not actually wanting to throw out the Ravage. Here comes Carter to the rescue. There comes out the Ravage. They do delete Hunter. Panda on the back lines trying to look for more. A Ravage on one wasn't good enough, but they're going to find another. Fury goes down. Muzzy rocks up to the party, throws out the rockets, and Rock Lee's going to walk out of there. So will TKZ. And I mean, wow, that was beautiful rotations coming in from VNR, exploiting the fact that Fury spotted out the Tidehunter, tried to maybe draw out the Ravage for the freezing field, and then it kind of left the Ravage is down. So now let's just go crazy. Panda actually having the patience and the willpower to actually not blow it.
We see the Blink Mask of Madness Sven yet again. I mean, that's one of the oldest builds we have. But we actually wanted to speak about this Mask of Madness in the last game. We just kind of got interrupted by so many people dying left, right, and center. But yeah, I mean, it's brilliant now. It gives you an extra 20 damage thanks to the quarterstaff. It's now disassembled, so you can build it into a later... hold on. Before we even do this, there is a smoke up here. Should be some... nice action, double damage on TKC as well.
Oh, well, Jappa tries to spot out Kota. They find out Wazoo. He goes down. Kota gets jeweled up, and that is going to be a dual victory there for Mr. Jappa on the Legion.
I mean, this is an easy tower here for them. They can't contest it now. Ravage is down. Wards is up, but you don't really want to feed wards right now. Maybe just the other option is to just go and take a different tower, and that's exactly what Panda is going to try to do. But unfortunately, it doesn't do enough damage to actually viably take a tower, and there's going to be a TP in from the Pudge, and he needs to get the hell out of dodge.
Well, he's Panda trying to see what he can do top. Rock Lee going to chase him down with it a little bit of slow. Here comes the rotation from the sniper. Trying to go throw down the damage. Wazoo, he's in the vicinity, gets the stun off. Going to do enough damage here to Rock Lee. The assassinate coming out, but the Kraken Shell is too strong. And our Tidehunter surviving on 40 HP.
Yeah.
That is 220 runs knots.
No, I mean, he needed to get out a little bit sooner, I feel. But, I mean, luckily his Kraken Shell saved his life there. But Sniper going down here, getting dived by the supports of VNR. Rockley is probably next, but not enough damage left after taking out the Sniper. Not enough mana either.
Well, easy jewel here on Muzzy in the mid lane. And again, Jap is stacking up those jewel counts, sitting on plus 20 already.
Yeah.
And it looks like things are calming down for the moment. So let's go back to our Mask of Madness.
As we say that, then someone else dies.
I know, but I mean, what you're trying to get to is the Mask of Madness recipe has changed.
Yes,
it's
obviously.
now
It's a quarterstaff, which it's not disassemblable, so you can build it into Satanic later. You can build it into an Echo Saver, an Orchid, a Bloodthorn, anything like that. And also, I mean, it's not just a better item because it's a little bit more expensive, yes, but it gives you an extra 20 damage, which it didn't do before. It gives you an additional 10 attack speed passively. The Berserk active speed, so when you activate the Mask of Madness, it isn't as high as it was before. I think they reduced it by I can't even remember the exact number, but the active is reduced a bit, but it gives you a passive 10 attack speed, which is absolutely great. But it's so good for early game, and the fact that you can disassemble into something later, and it also allows Sven to have that early game lifesteal, which means he can take on stacks a lot sooner.
Well, I mean, that Mask of Madness is going to really be one of those game changers.
Yeah.
I mean, we've also seen a huge buff coming out to the Heaven's Halberd.
Oh, yes. And we haven't seen it yet.
And we haven't seen it. So does this maybe bring out the option that maybe Pudge actually starts picking up the Halberd? Is it one of those items that a Pudge could pick up.
Look, against the Sven, definitely.
Maybe Legion. Can the Legion also maybe pick it up? I mean,
I
who picks it up on the side of XD?
I would think if they do, I think the Pudge is definitely the one. But it looks like he is going to go for that Rod of Atos, having the double bracer in his stash, well, in his inventory at the moment, having the Staff of Wizardry and as well as the recipe. So it's definitely going for that Rod of Atos. But also the extra strength in the beginning is absolutely brilliant for him. Gives you really good stats. But now Muzzy getting gone on again, getting targeted here.
Oh, well, Panda coming into the rescue. He wants to save his teammates and gets himself out of there. You can hear the TPs in the background. For the side of XD, they back off, but here comes out the Jewel. They're going to actually find the kill onto poor Mr. Leet.
He just wants to ward, man. He just wants to ward.
Let the man ward.
Let the man ward. Come on.
Comes in with a massive stun, trying to find Fury, gets frostbited out. Panda throws down the Ravage. Is enough of this shenanigans. Gets the anchor smash. Wazoo getting in there, stunning out Rock Lee. Is it going to be enough? And the buff coming out from Legion, keeping Rock Lee alive. Yeah. Unbelievable play coming out from the Legion. The assassinate coming in from TKC, killing down Koda. And Panda, he's now the next on the list. Very low HP, throwing out the anchor smash, trying to reduce the damage. But Mr. Jappa actually picking up the kills with the overwhelming odds. That was an absolutely crazy fight. Let's take a look at that again. So we see Panda going in there, getting the Ravage or frostbited out Sven, and now we've got Pudge. Look how Pudge survives here. Look at what Jappa did. Actually healed the Pudge. Couldn't bring him down.
Could not bring him down.
Wazoo was like saying, come on, I can make this happen.
And coupled with this member HP gain as well, you just can't kill him. But what I did love the most is the Kotta dodge hook there. He's like, oh, sidestep. No, you're not going to hook me this time. Saw that happen. But yeah, a very, very brilliant fight for the side of XD once again.
Well, we're sitting at the 17-minute mark. Let's take a look at the net worth. When we're 17 minutes in, it's absolutely crazy over here. So let's take a quick look at that.
It's actually not as bad as I thought it would be.
I mean, okay, Kotta is the only one that's really competing against the top 3 cores here for the side of XD.
Well, Spectre's not that far behind. I mean, he's like 300 gold behind. So honestly, it's actually not that much difference in the way of cores. What is surprising though, and what is devastating at the moment, is that Tinker is extremely far behind. Tinker's at 4,500 net worth, which you don't expect to see at 17 minutes.
No, that is something you definitely don't see, and especially on a Muzzy Tinker.
Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty much renowned for his Tinker. But
when a game goes bad, he generally picks Tinker and wins the lane and the game. But I mean, he's had a very bad lane. His tower got taken early. He's been caught out of position quite a few times, and he's finding it hard to find any space on this map for himself.
Well, looking in the top lane, the TP comes in from Muzzy. The shackle is good, and Hunter is going to go down. It costs a 4-man rotation with a smoke gank, but XD not going to go out with a fight. Looks like they're trying to get themselves into position here. And Jappa walking up the high ground. Wazoo wards it out. Know exactly what the rotations are coming out from XD.
And I mean, I'm surprised to see that there's very little stacks on the map, especially with the lineups that they have. I mean, you would expect to see more stacking going on, especially since the creeps spawn every minute. Ancient stacks, that type of thing. I mean, how are we not setting this up anymore? You've got a Sven on the map, the guy that can actually take on 4 to 5 stacks of Ancients at level 10 with a little bit of lifesteal. And now he's got extra damage and attack speed to his name. But here we go.
Well, Kotta wants a piece of the action. God's strength is up. They've already lost the Shadow Shaman. Didn't have a good showing in the first part of the game, in the first game. Second game, not so well. The hook comes out, just missing out Kotta. The horn from the Spectre causing a problem. Panda getting in there, throws out a 5-man Ravage. They need to find something off the back of this. Rock Lee going to limp out of there.
It was a very defensive Ravage. It's kind of like, I need to get the hell out. We all need to get out before we all die. But this is probably going to be a rush call now. I mean, it's pretty safe to take a rush.
Well, look
Fury,
at the HPs.
They're going to shrine up and take a rush. I'm telling you. This has to happen now. I mean, they've got the advantage.
Well, I want to jump back to one of your comments. I mean, this is the Sven patch. I mean, we were talking about the jungle has been buffed and nerfed at the same time.
You get 20% less, but there's more gold on the map.
Yes. So, I mean, I think maybe that's what teams need to look at doing, is you're going to pick up a very good jungler.
Yeah.
Especially at this part of the game. I mean, Kotta on the Sven can clear camps super quick. And the fact that there's no camps that are like stacked
Yeah, I mean,
is
yeah.
really, really hurting him.
And he even max cleave and
Oh, the hook from nowhere. Rock Lee finds Panda.
Damn.
But he can't get the dismember off Panda really quickly off the balance. That would have been...
Show.
Oh, wow. Wow, I can't believe we're actually watching the part where like Rockley gets a blind hook. I know it wasn't blind. I think there was actually
the right place at the right time. Yeah, they have vision on the little cliff there by the shrine. They've actually got double.
Let's take a look at that again because that was really close to a creep.
They've got double
watch
vision.
the hook come in there. That he moved forward so that the creep actually wasn't blocking the hook anymore.
Yeah. It's awesome. No, they've got double vision. They've got double wards. It looks like a pair of eyes, but it just timed out now, so no more double vision. But yeah, at the right place at the right time there. Cotter looks like he wants to go in there.
Yeah.
He's hungry for some kills.
He wants Fury, and that is it. That's who he's going to get. Muzzy actually picking up the kill with the rocket. Cotter looking for more. He has been silenced out because of the mute function on the Mask of Madness. Blinks forward, trying to find TKZ. Now uses the stun, finds out TKZ, cleans up the Legion commander. And now Rockley is the next, but they can't actually close the gap. And
Cotter doing Cotter things.
And it's glad to see it. We want to see this.
I've been waiting for the Cotter snowball. I really have. I have been waiting for this because Cotter's known to go absolutely wild on heroes like Sven, Timbersaw, Luna. You know, he's really good at finding the gaps and getting those kills and bringing the game back. So, I mean, he's on one of his, signature heroes. So I'm expecting to see something great out of this guy.
I just spotted something.
Yeah.
I haven't taken a look at it, so we're going to look at it together.
Okay.
Let's both click on Crystal Maiden.
Yes.
Please tell me what she's leveled up in her talent tree. Plus 60 damage, that's right.
Oh, boom.
Carry CM, here we go.
Carry CM, here we go. Look, it is risky. I mean, the plus 15% magical resistance is really nice. It also stacks up with your Glimmer Cape. So, I mean, for me, it is very situational. I prefer normally going for the magic resistance, especially against so much stun and nuke damage from here. But, I mean, she wants to carry. Leave her alone, man.
but I suppose, what's the real magic damage coming out from the...
I
mean, you got the Nether Strike from the Shadow Shaman. You've got the magic from the Tinker.
Yeah, the Tinker is the big one. The Tinker is a really big one. There's also the stuns, the gushes. It's just there's a lot of magic damage on the side.
Do you want to commit a laser to a CM, or to rather blinding out, say, the Legion Commander or the Spectre?
No, I think the spam of the rockets is more the thing. But she has got the Glimmer Cape, well, almost got the Glimmer Cape, so she can kind of evade that thing. But honestly, if you're this far behind on a Tinker, a CM is just food for you. So, I mean, you just can feed off the CM. You can get that pick off really easily. So, for me, like, I don't know, magic resistance this game is pretty much important. But I feel like Fury's like, okay, we're so far ahead, it doesn't really matter. But anything could happen. I mean, they've got the heroes. I mean, we heard what the panel said. We heard, well, my opinion on it as well. I mean, Vienna have the heroes to come back hard. So you can't just dismiss and get stupid items and stupid skill talents because you're winning the game right now. It doesn't work that way. They're not that far behind.
Well, Fury is going to get spotted out again. Get taken down. Muzzy makes easy work there. Wazoo getting spotted out. Going to get jeweled up. Ravage just a little bit late here. The wards do come down. They try to find more in the back lines, though. Leeds taking a little bit of damage here from Hunter. Decides to turn it around. Cotter's arrived. Going to right-click down Hunter. Instantly one's up. TKC gets the double kill, eventually cleans out the Shadow Shaman. Hunter going down to counter the hook, gets pulled in. Cotter, the Sven is in trouble. TKC fighting really close by.
Oh, the blade mill.
And now the Rod of Atos, it looked like a Rod of Atos was used there. We'll have a look there soon. Jappa bringing down Panda. And TKZ surviving very close HP.
Cotter attacking Jappa with Blade Mill was a big mistake. He's really low.
Let's have a relook at what happened there, because, I mean, everything was all over the place. We got TKC on the sideline surviving. We had the Pudge going down almost immediately.
Definitely a Rod of Atos use. Definitely a Rod of Atos use. Yeah, but Legion... that hook, though, that hook. How he found that hook in the middle of everyone, the creeps, the heroes. It was very, very good hook there. Amazing by Rockley.
I mean, and the stacks on the Legion are really starting to build up. 62 on the Legion. And
she hasn't even fed a duel yet, so she hasn't given anyone extra damage. So which is a really good thing. You don't want to give Sven any more damage than he already has.
I mean, and the Rod of Atos is now actually sitting on the page.
Yeah.
Generally, we actually see, look, the build of the Rod of Atos has actually changed. It's now 2 braces and the Staff of Wizardry. So now it's changed up a bit, made him a little bit more tanky, but generally we see Pudges going for maybe the Ether Lens, you know, it gives him a little bit more distance. I know it's received a little bit of a nerf.
No, not really. To intelligence heroes and heroes that need mana regeneration, Ether Lens is good. It's much better. It doesn't give you the health regen anymore, but it uses a Void Stone instead of the Ring of Regen.
Okay, so it's not the HP gain, it's the mana gain.
Yeah. So in his circumstance, because Rod of Atos is better for strength heroes and than intelligence heroes now, Ether Lens is going to be great for him because he's going to get more mana regen, which is what he wants as well. But also Rod of Atos is going to set up an easier hook for him. He doesn't have to rely on the CM actually being there for him to hook people. It also helps, you know, kite some of the people before they have BKB. Like, you're kind of stuck there. You can't blink out of it. You can't do much. So for me, like, yeah, but I mean, the range of Ether Lens on hook, it's too good not to get. You know what I mean?
So do you think that's going to be Rockley's next item on the page?
It might be, or he could go for the Blink Dagger. Also, Blade Mail might be a really good idea for him, since, I mean, the Sven is right-clicking like an absolute truck, but here we go for a duel.
Duel jumped onto Wazoo. Are they going to be able to finish it out? They do. Yeah. So they do get the win, even though the Storm Hammer was trying to be used out to stop that. Kata, he's going to go down next. Just gets fired out there by Rockley and Hunter, and also bites the dust as well. I mean, that it looked like they were in a good position to actually take the fight, but then all of a sudden, XD out of nowhere was actually in the vicinity. Now, looking in the bot lane, Leet finds out Jappa did actually drop the sentry. Easy Rod of Atos. Rockley hooks it out. And I mean, I suppose this is the answer to the previous Yule's hook.
Yeah, you can't do it anymore. So, I mean, it's definitely good. And it's, like I said before, Rod of Atos is much better for strength heroes now, since it requires 2 braces instead of the Staff of Wizardries. So it's definitely a viable item for him. But honestly, I still think Ether Lens is great for him, but I feel like because, okay, Legion's got a Blade Mail, right? If he gets a Blade Mail as well, if you have Sven in guard mode, ooh, defensive Ravage being used yet again, but I mean, TKC just...
Well, he caught a huge amount, Wazoo trying to jump in there. Couldn't make anything happen. Eventually, they do actually pick up the kill onto Fury. Mazi, he's going to get assassinated. Try to heal up. Not going to be good enough, and Hunter going to be able to walk away.
That sniper in the back line is just doing so much damage. I mean, Tidines are dropped pretty low, but oh, big crush coming out from Wazoo here.
Well, Kota follows up. He does get rotted out. Not going to be able to move there in the sidelines. Rockley gets the dismember off. They're going to find TKZ, but now Rockley actually brings Kota closer to him.
Oh, the jukes!
Maybe that was a little bit of an error. Kota blinks forward. Kota blinks forward.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Oh, wow.
Let's watch the replay. That was actually pretty funny.
I mean, okay, he gets pulled in, tries to run around the trees, then Kota, then blinks on the other side as Rockley jumps back.
Oh, the fog just played in his favor there. Rockley, you are lucky, my friend, but really well played.
Kota's like, I don't know where he went. Oaks, I don't know where he went.
I give up. Let's just go farm.
Well, yeah.
That was funny.
I'm tired of it. I'm going to jump into the Ancients, try and clear those. And I mean, while this was all happening, Hunter got his Radiance up. He's building in towards that Manta, starting to be that big spec that we all dread and hate.
Yeah.
The question is, as soon as that happens, I mean, you're going to have that evasion on Hunter.
Yeah.
What does Finn have to actually counter that? I don't see any Solar Crests up yet. No Bloodthorns. I mean,
for me, he doesn't really need to hit the Spectre to kill the Spectre because he's got Cleave. So you don't need to hit the Spectre to focus him. You can hit someone next to him, and the Spectre's still going to take the same amount of damage. It's the same concept versus PA, anything like that. You don't necessarily need an MKB on this Sven to take on the Spectre. You literally just hit his teammates around him. So for me, it's really not a thing. He doesn't have to go for that MKB for the evasion. So it's, yeah, I don't know. For me, it's not really a thing. Oh, are we baiting a duel here?
Oh, the big bait.
Actually happened. That actually happened.
Yeah, the big bait.
That just happened.
No,
oh, wow.
The big bait coming out.
Luckily.
And Rockley saying, listen, I've still got my smoke up. Oaks, you just did everything to an illusion.
Well, luckily, Duel is luckily a very short cooldown. It's on a 50-second cooldown, so you can just reset and try it again. And thank goodness Fury and Rockley also didn't fall for the bait and use their spells. So, I mean, they're still smoked up. They can still make something happen, but it's going to run out very soon, and yeah, nothing's going to come out of this.
Well, Rockley looks like he's building into that Blade Mail.
Yeah.
I do like it. I mean, you've got a Sven. He can't really stop hitting you, because if he wants to hit or change targets, he's still going to be doing damage to himself.
Yeah, he's going to be facing a Legion Commander Blade Mail and as well as a Pudge Blade Mail, possibly even a Spectre Blade Mail. He's going for the Manta, but I feel like Blade Mail and Spectre is still very viable. I mean, you need to go for need to go for, like, normally people go for the Blade Mail before they even get the Radiance on a lot of Spectres. So we'll have to see what happens there, but it looks like Rosh is going to be the call for Cotta and the rest of his team here. While Zoo actually stuck in the wards there.
Oh no, Cotta's actually going to pop BKB for this time. Hunter trying to get into the pit. Cotta does actually get the Aegis. They expended the wards. They've used everything now. Cotta jumping forward aggressively, trying to find more. Fury backing off.
They need more vision on this map.
I think VNR found what they needed. They need to get out of there, but the Jewel comes in. Stormhammer being used out. Fury jumping in there, but Muzzy makes easy work of him there, dropping the laser in his face. Jappa gets the clean kill there on Panda. The hook from nowhere. Rocky Lee already dropping the Aegis to the deck. And Jappa does go down eventually.
Yeah.
Can they actually follow up here to bring down TKC and Rock Lee only losing Panda? Did we actually have a buyback there?
XD making
Oh no, it was the Aegis.
XD making a huge mistake there for two reasons. One, you have an Aegis on Sven. Yes, his BKB is down, but you don't want to take that fight. And then you take the entire fight under double or triple March in the Machines. Like, how much damage are you willing to take there? That's just such a bad fight to take. You never take a fight under March of the Machines. It's probably even worse than fighting under Monkey King LT and staying there.
Can we get a replay of the last parts? And we'll see. They've got the Cotta's actually fighting up the mid lane. They're going to try and jump into the Rosh pit over here at the moment. This is where everything started going bad here for the side of XD. They had a good start. This time they committed a lot to it.
Yeah.
I mean, in game one, they actually lost the Rosh. They lost the Aegis to XD. This time round, they're not taking any chances.
But it's
Panda waiting outside the pit. Rockley missing his hook. The assassinate coming in. Not doing enough to actually bring down Wazoo.
It's the high ground fight that comes after this it's just such a mistake from XD. They gave too much advantage away here. Look at all those March of the Machines fighting right underneath it.
Well, I mean, they had the Blade Mail active, so Muzzy's still taking a huge amount of damage. Didn't do enough to actually bring him down. Panda goes down to the overwhelming odds, and then Hunter eventually goes down in the sideline. So, I mean, a messy fight coming out
Very
from XD.
messy.
They lost the Aegis. I mean, I think at that point you just back off and say, right, okay, we've lost that engagement. Let's just get away.
Yeah, definitely just get away, but never fight under March. Like,
No.
never fight.
That's like a no-no.
It's also it's like fighting under Death Prophet
but watch
LT or
ya.
something like that.
Oh, watch here.
Ooh,
The two
Hunter.
Glimmer Capes coming out. Fury leads. They've both actually been glimmered out. They're trying to actually find their target. The Horn comes out. They do actually spot it out. We do have Jappa on the Legion. Has actually invised up. Can actually find more. Jumps down. Finds Muzzy. And Muzzy goes down, being the big target here. Leeds, he's got the assassinate coming out. An easy kill for Hunter. Does have the dreads just burning through him. And he just can't stay alive long enough. And that's going to hurt him. That's really, really going to hurt Leeds. I mean, he's a soft hero.
Yeah.
Rads it just kills you, man. It just hurts.
It also feels like, for me, that Vienna are also giving away advantage that they have. I mean, losing those two heroes, being way out of position where, XD have all their heroes in position. It's just, you can't fight 2v5. It's not going to happen. I mean, Tinker might be able to get up, but your Shadow Shaman's most definitely going to die. It's just for me, like, it's just both these teams.
I think it was just really unfortunate, though, because it looked like
I don't think so.
They wanted to actually make a play.
Yeah, but if you're that far ahead in the enemy side of the map, with no vision, they've got no wards there whatsoever. They've got now on the side lanes, but it's just, for me, they're just out of position making mistakes, and both teams are doing this, actually. Like, it's just, they both, the thing is that the side of XD are gaining more from this because they've got the Spectre, they've got the Sniper, they've got the Legion. It's very greedy draft, but greedy drafts late game tend to work out.
Well, I mean, you know what's super scary is a Sven. When you have a Sven on your team, you can be playing from the back the whole game. As soon as you pick up this little bugger here,
the crit,
the crit. Let's call it the deadless.
The deadless. Yeah, but also
not even the dadeless, the deadless, because whatever he touches, whatever he crits, really takes a lot of punishment. And I mean, as soon as he gets set up, that's going to be big. But all of a sudden, they find out the side of XD, and VNR a lot quicker on the fingers. Pick up an easy, quick kill, killing out Jappa and Fury. Rockley trying to TP's out. Slither Crush not available, and look at Cotta just clearing those waves.
For me though, with Vienna's draft and the advantage they gained back after losing so hard in the early game, they could have raxed about 10 minutes ago if they just kept the snowball up.
Yeah, absolutely.
They could have actually been sitting a lot more prettier with this draft that they have, and they just haven't accomplished that yet.
Well, I mean, this is an opportunity here for them to break high ground. They've got buyback on the Legion, so at least try and force it out. They're going to drop the snakes. The glyph is going to be used out. They're going to probably wait for a little bit more of engagement here from VNR before XD gets that buyback on the Legion. TKC hitting from right in the back lines. Drops the shrapnel. Not going to be too concerned about it at the moment. And they're trying to get this damage done to this tier 3. They're going to use the Rod of Atos. They find Wazoo's going to be good enough. They throw out the hammer, but Wazoo goes down. They're going to get the frost battle from Takata. He goes down as well. And the freezing field from Fury doing its work. And they're going to bring down Muzzy as well. I mean, VNR just like handing kills over. Legion comes.
Oh, the hook!
The invis hook from nowhere. Leet getting caught out. Unbelievable from Rock Lee. I mean, was that ward placed before?
That was placed just after the hook. So it was literally a blind hook. Okay, maybe he's TPing out there.
Can we get a replay on that, please?
I'm pretty sure that the ward landed there afterwards.
Right, we're going to try and see if we can get a replay for you on that one. But I mean, I'm absolutely sure that he was glimmer caped out, didn't try and like dodge the hook, and he just got hooked from nowhere.
Well, he was TPing out. He was trying to TP out. So I feel like they saw where he was going and then just threw a random hook to see. But I do believe the Sentry Ward did go down after the fact because they hooked him. They knew they hooked him. They just couldn't see him. So Sentry Ward placed by Fury and easy pick off. Triple kill goes to this guy. But huge Slither and Crush coming out again. I must say Wazoo's been on point with that.
Well, he caught out too. They're going to clear down the mid-tier 3. They're going to maybe do some damage here to this mid lane of Rax. Big actioning happening at the moment. Does VNR have enough to actually stop this? They're going to clear the Rax. And I think it's time for the side of XD to back out. They do a much better play. They take what they can. Sven's getting respawned. So is Muzzy.
And they got the bigger prize.
Let's take a look at the replay quickly on that Glimmer Caped Shadow Shaman. Absolutely blind hook. Rock Lee finds it. Drops the ward. Unbelievable. I don't know how he spotted out. Rock Lee with a triple
It's
kill.
a blind hook. It's a blind hook. Just like easy predictions. Okay, he's going to try to get out of here as soon as possible. Let me just throw out a blind hook. Maybe he's TPing there.
Maybe.
But I must say, I mean, they come up with a nice big prize. They're taking the melee racks instead of the ranged racks. Definitely a bigger prize there. And now going for the tier 2 here. But also what's available to them is the shrines, which they've taken already. They've taken the one shrine there. But this could be potentially a huge engagement.
Smoked up, but they have actually been scanned. Wazoo still actually finds the Slither and Crush. Rock Lee doing the defensive hook, but Japa getting that jewel off. Leet going down, and the big Storm Hammer coming in here. Can they do enough to bring down Japa? They do. Rock Lee, he's going to go down. Wazoo trying to stay alive. He is Cotter going toe-to-toe against Hunter. Can't stand toe-to-toe against the Spec. And Hunter, with barely a scratch, he doesn't go down. I mean, let's have a look at that again. That was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, they get the jewel off. They lose the Shadow Shaman. Legion then eventually turns back, tries to dodge out the Ravage. Sven goes in again. Okay, makes easy work there of the Legion commander. Brings down Rockley in the sidelines. Fury just does Fury things with the ulti. And then he can't go toe-to-toe against the Spectre.
But it's the sniper. He's just sitting in the back doing whatever he wants. I mean, he also got attacked. He also attacked the Pudge while the Blade Mail's popped. So Carter losing almost half his HP just to Blade Mail. And then TKC literally just standing in the back of the fight going boop, boop,
guys,
boop, boop.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me, guys. Just like focus on Hunter. Focus on Hunter.
Like and they are completely forgetting about the sniper. I mean, they can't get to him.
they actually and honestly can't, because Wazoo's having unbelievably amazing crushes.
Yeah.
He's getting off really good crushes. He can't find the sniper though. He just can't get to the back lines, get that pick off on TKZ, and they just can't find him. So he sits in the back lines, pretty comfortable. And then you've got amazing play from Fury where you've pretty much got the sniper sitting on the other side of the freezing field. If they want to get to the sniper, they have to run through the CM's ulti. And you kind of don't want to do that. So, I mean, XD taking really good fights, and then when it turns out into big action-packed, a big action scene like that, they just make the best of that situation.
But I mean, this is what Sniper does. He gets to a certain point and you almost cannot get to him. And high ground is going to be extremely difficult if the Sniper's alive.
We saw it previously. I mean, VNR looked really good going uphill, looked really good at taking down that mid lane of Rax. Then all of a sudden, they turn it around, take down the enemy's melee Rax, and it's gone.
It's gone.
So, I mean, things have slowed down for a second. Let's take a quick look at the graphs. I'm really interested to see.
Now look at that swing.
I mean, that looks like Mount Everest in the bottom of the ocean. I mean,
Yeah.
at this point over here, we started seeing a peak here coming for VNR. Hold that thought, we did lose Muzzy. Do they actually find Jeppa as well? Okay, he's actually going to invis himself up. And in top lane, we've got Fury, Rockley, and Hunter busy sitting in the vicinity. So having a look at the graphs really quickly again. I mean, over here, VNR looked really good. XD almost took a great fight. Lost it again a little bit to VNR. Took another great fight, and now things are looking really good for XD.
Yeah.
Quick XP looking in
Oh, the
favor.
hook!
But Wazoo getting caught in a bit of trouble. Here comes out the horn. Freezing fields. The Frostbite could actually bring down Wazoo. And he does go down. TP back in from Muzzy. Going to throw down those March of Machines really quickly. He actually went down. That was actually a buyback.
Yep.
Muzzy actually he actually died. So now the buyback now on cooldown. Guys, don't forget cooldown has actually been
Yeah, it's been increased.
yeah. So from 7 minutes now to 8 minutes.
It's huge.
It's a big difference.
It's really huge. I mean, 8 minutes with no buyback is, it's really not great, and especially on a hero like Tinker that you rely on so much right now to defend. I mean, you need him to spam that March of the Machines down, make it harder for them to take the high ground. And I mean, they haven't been able to initiate with the Tidehunter either. They've thrown almost every single Ravage has been defensive. It's been really hard for them.
Well, I mean, easy Aegis this time around. No pit fights and nothing crazy. They throw out a huge amount of rockets, throw down the laser. They do get the call off, the jewel off onto Muzzy. He goes down, so he's down for 8 minutes, or until he respawns 92 seconds. And Leet, he's in a huge amount of trouble. Yeah, does have the earn up, and TKC, easy kill for him. Keep running, boys, because I can shoot for days.
And this should be easy racks. I mean, Tinker is down for 80 seconds, no buyback. This should be this racks over here. This little easy range racks is going to go down in like 4 or 5 hits, and then we're going to have possibly the bottom or the top go down. Depends where they decide to go. And it looks like Legion's going to go just straight for this top racks here.
Look how easy that top tower melts. I mean,
152.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Okay, Panda drops the hammer, throws down the Ravage. Cotter jumps in, trying to make easy work here of TKZ. They can't find him. The Hurricane Pike doing too much work. Cotter goes down, gets the bar back into the game. Wazoo trying to find TKC, but Rockley with the defensive hook from nowhere, saving out his partner. He eventually still does go down, but expended a lot to actually bring that down. And now XD is now pushing into the top lane of Rax. Wazoo trying to jump in there. Cotter, he's going to get this amendment. Can they bring him down? They do. Easy peasy. It is to the point where
I think it's over for VNR.
And they do. Muzzy taps out. The boys from VNR tap out. And I mean, an unbelievable series coming out here from the lads. I mean, we expected, VNR to have like a really impactful game, and it was just so difficult for them to get ahead.
I honestly thought this would be the first 3-game series of the day.
Myself as well.
But I mean, VNR, they had the draft to capitalize on it, especially when they started gaining some advantage back, but just a few out of positions, not lacking of vision there, getting caught out, not taking the advantage when they had the advantage. It was just, for me, like that's what lost them the game. They really, really did lose the game there. I mean, but the Rockley hooks, man. Jeez, that guy. 12, 5, and 18. He was involved in almost everything.
Is this a thing now? A Rod of Atos?
Oh yes.
Rod of Atos into hook. I mean, if you can't set up a good hook, let me use Rod of Atos. Make my life easier.
Delete Dota. if you can't hook with Rod of Atos, delete Dota.
Yeah. I mean, unbelievable plays there from Rockley. Even not even amazing plays, just like amazing use and exploitation of item usage. I mean, then we look at TKC sitting 13 and 5, 23 assists. Hunter 13 and 5 with 27 assists. Yeah. I mean, that gold acceleration. And I mean, Spec actually did receive a nerf as well. Earlier it was like 180 seconds.
Well, it's a full minutes on level 1 Haunt. So he's not going to be as much involved as he used to be. It's going to be harder for him to escalate. But I mean, Rockley Fury, they rotated like absolute beasts. And I mean, Jeppa getting those extremely good deals off. TKC giving space to the Spectre, giving space to the... I mean, Spectre was more involved in fights than TKC was, but once TKC got online, he got his items, he got his levels, he just stood at the back and went and fought, and delivered a massive amount of damage from the back, not
Yeah.
even losing HP in fights.
Well, we thank you guys for joining us. You joined Jabba and Succubus in this best of 3. XD did take the series over to the panel to break it down for us.
Welcome back, everyone. Unfortunately, I have some very unfortunate news to deliver to everyone. It gives me no pride in speaking about this. Reddit was right.
As usual.
Yeah, so, okay. We'll have to spend an entire panel now, Reigns, talking about how correct Reddit was.
Reddit is and not Halbert. Yeah,
I feel
Reddit's
like
definitely-
you were kind of in this one with me.
I am. I admit it. Okay. Reddit's
Don't leave
In the
me-
ditch together.
Reddit's too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So somehow,
Reddit's 2, Halbert and Jackie 0.
somehow, a lineup with 3 late game characters of that greed has managed to
Yeah.
make it through. But okay, you called you seem confident that your boys could pull it off, and they did. So congratulations, I guess, is in order to XD,
you.
and more importantly, for you for being right.
The big thing was, it's not just about the greed there, it's about how you use it. I mean, you could sort of see with the draft from Veneration that they were going to go aggressive. And I think the decision was just made to sack Hunter for the early game, give Joppa a solo lane up against the Tide, and Joppa just completely dominated. He carried that entire, well, Joppa and TKC, I'm not even going to mention TKC, what a player. But Joppa just carried that entire early game. And at the end, he was sitting on 170 stolen dual damage. He would jump in, duel, and just completely masticate them.
yeah, especially with the Pudge also just hooking the opponent, especially the Slaughter, right? They stun the Pudge, but still, the duel comes in right afterwards, and it worked out great. I think the team combo started well in the beginning, and then from then, it just, just everything just worked out just fine. But if you guys were behind, let's say, a few kills, I think that would have started with some problems.
Definitely.
But because, early 10, 15 minutes, you saw what it was like 10-3 or something. So the score difference also mattered a lot, and then that just helps the late game heroes, as Devin mentioned, to work out properly. And then you guys, deserved it. 2-0.
TKC, I think, once again, sitting on, 36 out of the 48 kills or something roughly around there, but still sitting with 90% kill participation. And we're watching the game, and I'm showing you, look at TKC's positioning. Now we have a Pudge that you have to try and go on. We have a Spectre that you have to try and kill. We have a Joppa, I'm calling him a Joppa, on that Legion Commander that you have to try and take down. And then you have in the backlines a Sniper busy attacking you. Who do you prioritize there?
I don't know, because never has that problem ever been posed before in the history of Dota 2, where you have 3 super late, Legion Commanders are already super late, but Sniper and Spectre are 2 of the super late game carries. So
And Legion Commander controlling the
yeah,
mid game and controlling the fights. Dude, his what's his second ability that makes you that heals you, makes you attack faster, etc. It's not overpowered.
Don't help him.
One.
Let him
anyway.
let him work his way through it. He has to be wrong now.
At level 25, it was on a 5-second cooldown, and I think that duration is 4 seconds or 5 seconds. He literally was in the booth. He was look at this, guys, and he just double taps it, and then he attacks. As soon as it's done, he double taps and he just attacks. That's the constant power that a Legion does have at that level 25 mark if you have a couple of kills and duels under the belt. And he had a couple. More than a couple.
Great. Well,
Also, respect to some of VNR plays. I think when you and I were watching the Sven, I was waiting for the teammates to, you were telling me this as well. It's, just waiting for that blink, and there's the stun as well. Just getting that timing right to play with the team guys, team players. Yeah.
I think just I can't remember what minute that was, but just to expand on that a little bit, it really is the small things that sometimes make such a big difference.
Yeah.
There was one of those cases where he had I think it was a sniper he was following at the time, and he could have killed him pretty much whenever he wanted to. And
28 minutes, it was just before that 30-minute mark, yeah.
And he sort of baited in the Legion Commander to come help him out. I was like, cool, now I have what I really want. And he picks up the double kills, or at least sets up the double kills.
Yeah.
Also. So VNR definitely showed a lot of promise. I don't feel like this was a side that arrived and then just got just rocked and then ended up in the low bracket. I do actually, and this hurts to say, really, this is... Can you just hold my hand in this one?
Maybe after the stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but XD, aka Brent's team just actually played very, very well, and they
They
deserved
did.
this one.
Yeah.
You know, it was extremely close. When VNR was pushing up that middle lane, the game could have gone either way. That hook that the Pudge got afterwards, I mean, amazing, when they were actually, chasing. And that just set up the steamroll again. Because they literally put a hole to it just before that, where they caught a couple of people off guard. And if XE wasn't careful there, if they just would have gone back to doing the exact same thing, instead of regrouping and saying, we can't do that, we have to do something different, VNR was on the verge of actually taking that game away from XD on the back of Kota. And we don't, to be honest, Muzzy actually played a good tinker there as well.
Yeah.
The blinding lights that were like, constantly going off between all the players, reducing their damage, and we brought that up during the draft. The blinding lights onto the Legion Commander during the duels. It's a big thing until it gets debuffed. And with the Sven, it was actually a very tight game, and it could have gone either way. Unfortunately, for VNR, it went our way.
Rains, anybody else you think that needs a bit of a mention on this past matchup?
Yeah, I just want to compliment on XD as well. They did really well to get that 2-0. See, once again, you win again. It's a 2-0-2-1 prediction. And yeah, you mentioned to us earlier that you guys have the possibility or probability to beat XD. It might be a very close match.
XTC, yeah.
Sorry, XTC, my mistake there. Yeah, but to get to top 3, you definitely have to beat the likes of a top team like that. But yeah, it's good to see some confidence in there.
It is. If you actually sit inside the booths and hear how the guys are talking, I brought this up in game 1, but it's just good to hear the guys, even under pressure, how they communicate. And that's the biggest thing that anyone can take back from attending an event like this if they've never attended a LAN at this scale. It's to know how to communicate with the team and not bring out your own frustrations. Because as soon as you start, you're frustrated, you've just died. The game's extremely tight. And if you bring that frustration and you bring that over your voice as well, it's a lot easier for a few people to bring one person down than it is for one person to bring 4 people up onto a ledge. And that's the same with your emotions as well. So as soon as you have that negativity or that frustration and you bring that through, all of a sudden the rest of the team starts bringing that in, and that's where it tilt happens. So luckily my team didn't do that.
In the most poetic manner, just describe how a tilt occurs. I mean,
definition of tilt.
No, but it is
like, you know what we need now? We need to literally sort of cut that up, right? Just
book of
put that
riddance.
onto YouTube. Be like, this is the scientific equation of how tilt occurs.
Yeah.
It was so I had no idea where you're going with this, and all of a sudden that's how tilt happens.
Yeah. No, but it makes sense, and that's the whole mentality behind it, and that's why some teams that have been attending LANs for a long time tend to do a lot better on LAN than other teams do online.
Yep.
And I'm very happy to see these youngsters, 17-year-old, 19-year-olds, 21 and a 24-year-old, actually keeping that composure, because that's the most important thing.
And I think it also must be a little bit redeeming for yourself, the fact that I believe that you were speculated to be either last or second last in this tournament.
I don't know. I saw a couple of posts saying we're 7th, and we had a nice little chuckle about it.
Yeah, because
so it's good. It's good to be the underdog.
Yeah, it's actually shouldn't be possible for you to be 7th now, right? Because the 2 people will be knocked out in the next round. So
yeah,
before
Vienna and Mythic has to fight it out. No,
because there's now 3 sides knocked down. VNR, Mythic, and
APG.
And APG, yeah.
Yeah.
So
2 people will be knocked out. That's why I told the guys, don't keep a pocket strat like there. Play everything you have to play. Make sure you get the wins, and don't come 7th or 8th. Prove everyone wrong. We did. The next goal is 5th and 6th to get past that. We either have to beat XTC or move to the lower bracket, which is not going to be an easy one.
Right. So XTC, the word has been said. The 2 teams we have not yet seen, XTC and Pulse Gaming. Now, XTC for me, they're an interesting one, right? Because before this event, I did not hear a lot of chatter about them. And they were a side that people were like, yeah, they're okay. not a bad side, right? And now there's a lot of people saying that this is a side that might be the second best side in this tournament. They're getting a lot of love, and
Definitely.
and I do think that with the introduction of Adeslam's, however we are going to pronounce his name this time around.
yeah. Right, it rhymes. Adeslam and Adestam. Adestam wouldn't have rhymed with Adeslam.
Ah, there you go.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Well, all the same, with his introduction to the team, it just seems that it was one of those sort of pieces to a puzzle that actually made the puzzle better.
I agree.
Because it wasn't just that he was introduced as a single component that was playing well, but it feels like the rest of the team as well have actually upped their game at the same time.
Yeah.
And I heard this recently. I can't remember who it was spoken about. I think it was something. Anyways, irrelevant. It was a case where they said that this team is better than the sum of its parts, right? And they have some pretty strong players, but I think they are actually they're performing better than I think we would have expected had we had this conversation, let's say at the Masters final last year,
even a couple months ago.
So really they are a team to watch, and I think that they are going to be pretty. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a final that does include XTC in it, but Pulse is another side that's pretty interesting, right? Because the look, right? Pulse is pretty interesting as well. I don't want to burn through all this because we're obviously going to come back to it, right?
Yes.
But Pulse is also a side that is composed of a huge number of like old, tried and tested players, including the likes of Doppler, Wazmac.
And it's LAN.
And it's LAN. So I don't think that this is a case where you can go into this matchup and think that XTC just walk over this one. I think that XTC are certainly favorites, but Pulse are going to be and I say this with all the respect in the world for Mythic. This is not the same sort of WG versus Mythic kind of monster. This is an experienced side that is not performing as well as they'd like to, up against a younger side that is perhaps overperforming. But anyways, that was my little monologue for the end of this. I think it's about time that we give everyone a little bit of a break. We'll be back soon.
I want to go to my team now.
Go and celebrate, friend. And for the rest of you, join us again soon for XTC versus Pulse.
Cheers.
All right, welcome back, guys. It's almost time for XTC versus Pulse. We do have a new friend on the panel in the form of... we have multiple friends now on the panel, and we also have Jabba. Jabba, welcome. Good to have you with us. How have you been enjoying the event so far?
Oh, it's been absolutely crazy. I mean, we started really early this morning. We started off with the WRG Mythic game early this morning, like 9 o'clock we kicked off. And it's been action-packed ever since then, and things have just been absolutely going at a ball's pace to this time now. I mean, I'm sitting on the panel. Before I was behind the computer, you guys didn't get to see me that much, but I'm here now with you guys. And yeah, eventually we'll get to the good stuff.
Sorry. Okay, something has occurred. There's right. Anyway, composure. So something has occurred. See if you notice. Anyways, moving right along.
Can't tell. Keep going.
Rains. So it's. I mean, may as well have a little bit of a recap on everything that's been going on today. What's your favorite part of the day been so far?
The voices in my head. I'm sorry.
What's your favorite part of the day?
Favorite part. Biggest surprise was Ian versus APG. But yeah, it's. I think the 90-minute GG was also the shortest one. I mean, we expected maybe Mythic to be beaten by WRG, but that didn't happen. But in the end, having APG lose to Ian in 90 minutes, bigger surprise for me.
Yeah.
I mean, Mythic was able to just hold back WRG just enough. Ended both games 25 minutes in, and then you take a surprise. I mean, we were discussing it that maybe it was going to be the closest game of the day, the Ian APG game. And before you know it, Ian was already pulling out the victory already.
Yeah, no, so that 2-0 was a very big shock, I think, to APG themselves. So let's just not cancel that. And also VNR, I think I saw that on camera.
Okay, right. Very well.
It's a bit obvious there. But also VNR losing 2-0 to XD. Meanwhile, I think the skill levels are very similar. But XD pulling it out with confidence, and it looks like they're a very strong team. Since now they can't be at least top.
Sorry, I just appreciate that you literally had Jabba flying across the screen for a moment.
I just saw that.
I'm no Ricky Maru. I'm no Ricky Maru. That is for sure. I mean, he's even taken a bow for that.
Yeah. So I think that was me. I knocked the table over. But yeah, XD showed a lot of confidence, energy showing already. I mean, we haven't seen XTC play, but energy. I think they're a grand finalist. Potentially.
No, absolutely. I mean, I was already back in the day watching Ian from the beginning of the year. They were looking really weak. Now, to this part of the year, looking much different, looking much stronger as well.
Yeah, well, on that note, though, we do have some other interesting content that we can deliver for you guys. And this time it comes in the form of an interview with one of the Pulse players, I believe it's Defi. So, let's go ahead and see what he had to say.
My name is Richard, surname Ware. I play for Pulse Gaming Masters. I've been there for like a month now since I took over the role of Rage Boss, and I play the offlane. My in-game name is Defi, and I came up with it when my first team, like 2-3 years ago, I was feeding the enemy too much kills. So I decided to name myself Deathy. I would say Dendi from Natives Vincere. He actually made me want to play Dota because a friend linked me his channel and I just started watching him play on Twitch and everything. And he inspired me to go also professionally, seeing how he plays and everything. I feel that gaming in South Africa in general is going at a steady pace, I would say. I mean, compared to last year, looking at a hefty amount of million rand tournaments this year. And I think it's just going to go higher and higher and eventually into international scene, where international players would come to South Africa to play here. I would say Nyx Assassin. That hero is just way too good for me. I've been playing it forever. I enjoy it off lane. It also wreaks havoc in the off lane, and it's really hard to kill. Just really love that hero. I'm most afraid of in other teams. I would say our first game is XTC, but as a player, I'd say Adestam. If he doesn't get shut down, he's a really hard player to actually take on in the late game. In other teams, I would say XD Gaming. Preferably all of the players should be afraid of me in general and us, because even though we really struggle against them, I'd say if we burst them this weekend, we'd take them on big time.
Great. I think he failed the trick question.
Well,
Nyx is not a champion at all, friends.
I don't think we have any champions in Dota, actually.
Yeah, no, maybe Roshan.
We do have some champions, actually. We have White Rabbit Gaming. That's technically a champion.
So who's your favorite champion?
Maybe Lux from League. Maybe that's a champion.
What is that?
Is it a champion? Is it like an
no, that's a.
You mean that soap, right? Lux?
Yeah.
Okay. Usually the champion.
Perhaps it is a champion soap.
Champion soap, yeah, indeed.
Lux. Any particular favorite Lux sort of?
We're going to get muted, boys.
We're being threatened. Right, okay, so.
I just want to say a word there. It's quite a story if this pans out, but Deathy said XD should be afraid of Pulse. Now, if Pulse beats XTC, they play in the winners brackets against XD, and then in the best of 3 as well. So if they do beat XTC, they can get into the next round confidently against a team like XD.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely.
Can I jump in there actually?
Yeah, sure.
Because I think there's something in particular that needs to be quite scared of Pulse. Nyx Assassin, because he's getting ported apparently, guys.
Oh yeah. First ban.
Literally just ported into League of Legends.
Ported. Yeah. No, but Deathy's been around for a long time. I remember him in some pub matches, and it's a really good player. I think he's also in a really good stack. That's why I lose all the time, but definitely.
And probably because you buy Dagon on. Yeah.
Situational.
Situational Dagons.
All situations.
All situations, I do like that.
Yeah, must.
Well, okay, so jokes aside though, I spoke about this before the break. I was talking about Pulse. They are, in my opinion, they are full of some pretty scary faces there, and I think that they're a team that, if they can come together, they could become something pretty impressive. What do you guys think is missing at the moment that's stopping Pulse from being a truly top team in the Masters?
I don't think there's... Well, I think they must just play it away, hey? Against XTC, just show their strength. No, we haven't seen them play in the LAN before. Maybe they just work out because, as you mentioned, they have veterans in there, Wasmek and Doppler, right? They're still the rest of the team, obviously, part of to what counts at their Masters team. But I'll wait to be surprised, let's just say, against XTC.
Well, look, at this point in time, from the patch that's just been, how Dota's just been updated, it kind of resets all the teams back to basically skill levels. I mean, get to the point where you're not picking up these strats that you would normally look at. A lot of the draft has changed, and a lot of the heroes are starting to be picked up and banned out. We've seen Coddles being banned out and ridiculous things being banned out. So, I mean, using the skills and the veteran experience that you have as a team of Pulse, maybe they just have enough to go the distance today against XTC. Yes, they've got to be careful of XTC. They're looking really strong after the new pickup of Adestam on the team.
Yeah.
Leaving the APG lineup. And he is a really scary core to actually go up against. If they give Adestam space to actually farm, he will become really, really scary.
Yeah.
They've got to shut him down, I think, really in the early game.
And then not just him, there's still DotA and Die, and there's other guys just you still have to try and close off. But yeah, I'm going to assume that Adestam is going to just keep carrying the teams. I think he's going to be very, I don't know, he's going to take it really easily. Maybe the first game of Pulse, I'm just predicting, because XTC is a very strong team. They showed it in the 2 legs so far for the Digital Gaming League of what's going to be VS Gaming now. But yeah, promises. I think XTC can really do it.
So, focusing a little bit more on like perhaps head-to-head matchups between the actual players, are there any guys here that you think might, be like an interest to watch? Maybe like the 2 offlaners, or something to that effect.
Maybe the race between the 2 carriers.
I think a lot of it has really come down to the mid. From what I've seen, is the mids that really do well in the beginning kind of start scaling in their team to the mid game, and then eventually, well, we haven't seen late game, but it really gets their team to the mid game really well. I mean, in the games that I've casted, is this deny mechanic is actually allowing your mid players to excel ahead a little bit quicker, and those heroes, those mid laners that actually can get ahead, start actually bringing their team along, like put the whole team on their back and actually get them to the finish line. So I feel mid lane is under a lot of contention, but then at the same time is, can your cores actually get the farm if their mid is actually creating the space for them, or getting the farm and the experience that they need.
Great. And I think we've asked this question before, Job, but you haven't actually been in the panel with us.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit
I
about...
feel under pressure.
Oh,
you should be, because if you say techies...
All right, I'm ready.
If you say techies...
Level 25 plus 250 damage, yes please.
Every panelist has said that when the game sits here. They did mention the techies and the damage.
I mean, I feel like we shouldn't have techies.
No, he is a legitimate hero.
Bring techies, please.
Yes.
Whoever
Bring back
you
in
are.
the CM.
Yeah.
No.
Play it next game. Not gonna happen.
Do you realize what you're actually asking for? Do you realize
To
what
make
techies
Dota
does?
great again.
No. What techies does in competitive play is draw games out for hours.
Oh, imagine the costs that we would have.
Yes.
And boom, and he's dead.
The costs we will have are, and they're considering high ground again, but they're not sure where that techies one is. They're just gonna go and back off the jungle and start farming again.
Well, I mean, I love me a little bit of techies.
What's the Crystal Maiden that's brought Manta to try assist in the push, just like sending her illusions forward. We're gonna get this, guys. Okay, but all right. So yeah, Jabba was gonna hope we see a techies. I guess that's pretty. He's a techies master. What 5k MMR on techies, 3k MMR on everything else, right?
Yeah, 2.5 actually. Be fair.
Okay.
Be fair.
Half, yeah, sure.
Well, let's talk about some guys with higher MMR than ourselves. In fact, let's hear what they had to say themselves. So let's toss it over to an interview with the boys from XTC.
My name is Dennis, DotA and Die. Play for XTC, I'm the captain. What it means to captain this team is a lot. Worked really hard to get into Masters, worked our way from the bottom, and now we're top 3 on the log, so it feels great. How XTC is going to fit into the scene over the next 2 years, really good. I think we're a very strong side. We only have a bright future ahead of us. I think we may have some inconsistencies, but we're one of the stronger teams in terms of talent. We've got very impressive players, so I think we're very optimistic about the future. It's a tough question, especially for a captain to answer. You can't say no, we don't have what it takes. I think we definitely have the potential to do it, but unlocking the potential is in question. We've only been together for a few months, and this is the first time we've actually all gotten together and met one another. So we're a relatively new side, but obviously that's no excuse. I think top 2 is very realistic, and I think we do expect it. But first place, we'll just hope for the best, go in with as much confidence as we can. Definitely Deppy, Aiden. He's got the highest MMR in our team, probably third highest in South Africa as well. He's very competitive, hates losing, so he'll do whatever it takes to win. Probably Energy. We faced them in League 1 and that went well. We beat them consistently, but as League 2 came, I don't know, they got on form and they started playing far better. They looked like a different team. We still think we can definitely take them. I think it's 50-50, but they are very impressive. Who are we going to dominate? Definitely Pulse and whoever comes up next.
That is a weird way to start.
That's a weird way to start the battle.
They're just going to assume it's us.
I don't think we were that good at. I don't think Jabba was very good at removing cows. I think we were given away.
I'm no thief.
Yeah,
you know? I was trying
You're
to
not
be.
thief. Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm stealing something.
Literally just,
like,
hey guys.
That's why you kind of saw my face entering into the.
Yeah.
I think they knew Jabba. I think they knew. Right. Okay. So let's go back on track here. Dota and Die is actually quite an interesting character. I'm just curious. I met him for the first time in Bloemfontein, actually.
You did, yeah.
Was that the first time you met him as well?
Yes, he played in the Bloemfontein League, you know, the Coffee Gaming League. But yeah, he also won that as well. Yeah, but that's when I first met him. It's like when I think it's probably his first tournament. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, I remember that because I knew of his existence, but I'd never really seen him as, you know, like a true threat in the sort of competitive side of things.
Yeah.
And I remember that tournament. And if I'm not mistaken, it was a fairly small tournament. There was mostly like local teams and that sort of thing. But there was a particular side that I believe was actually flown down and ended up. Was that his side?
No, it was someone else. I can't remember which side it is as well.
Yeah. I think this makes more sense. Fits the narrative. Is that they actually beat that team that was flown down.
Yeah.
And ended up winning. And in a very big way, it was on Dota and Die's shoulders.
Yeah.
So it's quite interesting to see him now.
How he has improved and gotten to where he is, which is like what we mutually agreed to is XTC being the second best team right now in South Africa. Yeah.
Jabba, I mean, you've been casting a lot of Masters this year. What is your overall impression of Dota and Die been?
Well, he's been a really solid player in the laning phase. Just he's one of those heroes that can just make things happen throughout the game constantly, and you always see him trying to make these plays happen and engage in certain team fights, making those big plays. So he's been really, really impressive constantly in the Masters at least.
Well, it was said some interesting words. So interestingly, most of the interest, in fact, was that he mentioned that Pulse were the team that they were going to dominate, and well, we get to see right now.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that they almost picked Pulse, right? It might be a case of they have a bit of respect for them, and they want to give them a hiding, or something happened behind the scenes. But it's just interesting that they actually picked Pulse.
Yeah. So as their first game as well. So obviously you'd want to win this one in order to not get knocked down to the lowest brackets, and I think both teams are thinking the same. So yeah, pick your first opponents, right, and then move on from there.
Oh, it's a good way to go about it, and do the interviews. Do another interview tomorrow, and they pick whoever's next on the line.
Because if you pick someone like, for example, WRG, and then it'll be awkward if you don't meet them at all.
and possible, right? Because I would assume, just what I imagine the scenes are, they have to go through Energy as well to get to the upper bracket, so the upper bracket finals.
Yeah.
And then there's a good chance of, if they were to lose Energy, end up facing against Energy
whoever,
again in the
loses
bracket,
drops as well.
Yeah. So I think, Is there any other sort of like players in the XT lineup do you think we are not giving enough sort of mention to just yet?
I think they are what they are. They're very good for both legs. They mentioned that on the first leg, they beat Energy convincingly as well. On the second, I think they're taking a photo. And then where Energy came, the second leg, it was, I think it was also 2-0. They lost 2-0 or something. It was 1-1. I can't really remember properly. But in the end, I think they're still a pretty strong team in the end. Depi moved to the mid where Dota and Die originally was. So he moved to the off lane. The support store, the Blue Cat used to play for them. He was really good. I think one of the best supports I've seen in South Africa. But I think due to some issues on their side, they have Scarnet, who's equally good. So nothing's changed the structure of XDC.
Great. Well, we are about to jump in the draft as well, so we'll have a good opportunity to see how this all plays out in just a second. Techies, please not techies. Let's just go with that.
Unfortunately, it's not in captain's draft. We're not going to see it happen, but...
Oh, there is sweet mercy here tonight, at the very least.
No, my heart's broken.
Yeah, well...
My heart is broken.
We'll see.
Men can dream.
Great. Yeah, and interesting, we finally got to see the Sven, by the way. I think it's also worth mentioning. How did we feel about it in the end?
I really like the Sven. What I didn't like is how the supports were rotating without actually stacking jungle and actually abusing the jungle for the Sven, not stacking ancients, not stacking in the camps. So when Sven was finished in the laning phase, he didn't have an opportunity to ulti up, clear the creep waves and get that big gold boost, and he was pretty much doing it all alone. And I feel if the supports did a little bit more, could have actually been a bit of a backbreaker for XD.
It's a very fair point. I think that's something that I think that we're probably going to see a lot more of as well as the tournament goes through. Because to me, the Sven actually looked like it was a bit scary, but just wasn't quite scary enough, I guess. But anyways, onto this current draft we have. So Legion Commander Bandai as well as the IO, and in response we have the Treant Protector as well as the Warlock, with Darkseer being picked up by Pulse, and of course the Shadow Fiend and Clockwork picked up by XD Gaming. Okay, I gotta go. You guys, this is your draft, right? And I will step back mostly, but Shadow Fiend and Clockwork are actually really an interesting combination.
Very interesting interaction between the two.
Yeah, this combination actually goes back, once again, I'm going to name drop good old Dota 1 again, but effectively, and I love this, and people have probably heard me speak about this quite a bit, is that you initiate with a Clockwork, the other alternative is Center War Runner, right? And you get your Shadow Fiend right inside those cogs, and you blow somebody up. And effectively, your opponents have two options: let them die or try and help. And it's forcing the fights perfectly when you do them. And it doesn't happen all the time. You'll notice these guys aren't going to sort of almost like look for that exact moment. But when it does happen, that's like an opportunity to win a game right there. But that is also scary.
Absolutely.
We discussed this Darkseer Axe combination before. And yeah, you guys
maybe
take it away.
Maybe a Dazzle comes up here for the side of Pulse. But just jumping back to your comment with the Shadow Fiend and Clockwork, not only with that amazing blink or invis into the cogs, but I don't know if you know, but if you create the cogs, and Shadow Fiend actually right clicks the cogs, it actually counts as a deny.
Yes.
And it actually starts stacking up his Necromastery for free.
Yeah, that is actually, in fact, there's a particular way you need to do it. You have a support that has to hit the cogs for you because it takes multiple hits to bring them down. So you actually like line it up for the SF. Yeah. But it is actually quite impressive. It would be interesting to see if they actually go with that. I'm not sure if that way. I don't think it's abuse. I don't think it counts as abuse. So I think you are technically able to do it.
Well, I mean, honestly, okay. Well, the Shadow Fiend I was expecting to see a lot earlier during the day. I mean, he's also received a little bit of a buff in terms of his Shadow Razors, and now also with the new deny mechanic. I've been speaking about it all day. How it's just changed. How it's changing the whole laning phase. I mean, Shadow Fiend is going to really accelerate, especially a natural denier of your mid lane.
Yeah, he's also, I think, the first time picked up in this tournament, right? Yeah, I think they had a ban or two, but going back a little bit as well, Sven getting the ban, Legion Commander as well, very popular today, the Warlock, and also the Treant, who's never been played. And then when I think the enemy thinks, they're going to play the Treant, for example, it's going to be first or second ban. But it's Oracle, quite a surprise. It's been quiet for the past few months, and I can't recall if this patch has revived the Oracle or not, but yeah, I haven't seen him since like last year, November, December.
I think what they've done is they've changed Fortunes into a root now.
Okay.
I think that's probably the biggest change on the Oracle currently, but still doesn't have the greatest stats. Maybe the thinking behind the Oracle is for the Battle Hunger or maybe the Iron Shell to kind of maybe debuff anyone that may be caught with it. Maybe that's the thinking behind XTC's idea.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see a lot of Oracles, so it is quite interesting to see it. But I think one thing we often sort of overlook is the just like massive, like potent burst power an Oracle actually has. So
Purifying Flames is ridiculous.
it can really hurt somebody.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, quite effective against the Darkseer because you have a root. So you can actually stop surge units from getting away. It's obviously it's a wind up, so it's not great, but it's also a case of that you can interrupt the run if you just give it like a couple of seconds, or you can make the spell completely ineffective until the duration is over. So it's quite a nice, interesting pickup here.
Yeah, it's to set up the Clockwork's ulti also, if they wanted to.
Oh yes,
makes it really easy, right?
I feel like if your Clockwork's missing ultis, you need.
Let me help you.
Well, I mean, the Pudge needed a lot of Aetos in the previous game. It was
still helps himself though.
There's a significant difference in speed though.
yeah, fair enough.
And once again, the Shadow Shaman coming out.
Yeah, that's the third game in a row now with VNR having to pick at both games. It's a very strong support. I don't think that it should be position 5, whereas VNR played it as the solo support. But I really think that they should play this hero more aggressively because of the huge early game advantage. But it's a very open draft right now. The Axe and the Darkseer being chosen, as you said, good combo. But where are they going to go?
Well, look, the Shadow Shaman in the previous BO3 that we saw didn't actually perform really well.
Yeah.
Pulse Gaming picks it up now this time, and what you mentioned about being aggressive with the Shadow Shaman is so necessary. Getting that blink, jumping in, but you need a team that follows up behind you. You need like the Stampede, almost like a Scent pickup here as well. That would just like send your team in once the Shadow Shaman gets that shackles off, and then just kind of decimate that one hero, and then look for more. If you play it passively, I find you kind of get punished.
Guys, I feel like I'm seeing everything clear now.
Why might that be, Rain? Anything change?
Sorry, it's just I just wanted to tell you how I feel. No, but yeah, this is, as you said, just to support my statement that Shadow Shaman also, they have the Axe to initiate with. So not necessarily that Shadow Shaman has to be aggressive alone. They have the Darkseer with the Iron Shell. He can easily vacuum enemies into position for the Axe to call. And then eventually the Shadow Shaman can just do what he wants. You know, just trap one person, one hero, and then try to, focus on the other. But
you don't think they're going Huskar here, do you?
We're on Pulse?
Yeah, because I don't feel like this is really being addressed just yet.
No, not too much. Going back to the Shadow Shaman quickly before the draft continues is, instead of picking up the Shadow Shaman, I mean, looking at a different support maybe, picking up maybe the Dazzle to combo up with the Axe. I mean, you get that heal bomb off, you got the Grave. If it actually becomes a farming game for the Dazzle and manages to pick up his Ags, that's an AoE Grave ability for his team.
Yeah. Effectively, that would work really well against an offlaner like Clockwork. We'll be able to push him way back into maybe the tier 2 tower while you be more aggressive and maybe have the Axe and a Dazzle to take over, to extend over. But they do have other heroes that maybe they have an Oracle to support the Clockwork with. And, we don't really know what Pulse is lining up right now. I mean, they have very lane flexible heroes, and so far they have one support, so they can still pick another support up and see what the carry is going to be. And meanwhile, think, hey, maybe Axe is viable to play a mid. Well, my words eaten, there's the Templar Assassin.
They literally waited just for that pick.
Just for me.
Just like, as soon as you said a point, and now.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, TA has actually gotten a lot of love of late as well. I don't remember what they did with their patch.
Yeah. Not too sure about what's changed for the Templar Assassin, but he has been pretty popular. We've seen a few bans. We haven't seen play. I think Shadowfiend as well, first time with quite a few bans, but yeah, I can't recall what was the update for Templar Assassin.
And was she just ignored? I can't get the feeling she was just ignored.
Maybe she's just cool.
Yeah, I don't think it's much change, and she was doing well in the previous patch, so it makes sense that she's still kind of viable. And also, since she is quite good against the SF in the middle lane.
Yeah, and that's great as well. This bringing out the standards, having the jungling Axe, solo support, Shadow Shaman, and then the Juggernaut to carry as well. This is not too bad.
So 4-position Darkseer or 4-position Axe?
I think it's the 4. Oh, good question. The Axe would be really good because he's playing against the Clockwork. Meanwhile, if Axe takes the jungle, he'd be farming up and having the Darkseer move over to the offlane to try get the Iron Shells off. That's a very good question.
At a damn vengeful spirit.
Are you sure it's not an oracle at a step? At this point in time, who knows? But
Oracle, which is...
yeah, the Aston's Vengeful Spirit is what we hoped for.
I think
earlier.
he's the only core that's actually successfully run Vengeful Spirit as a core.
Right. Well, anyways, we're almost about ready to hand over to our casters. Gentlemen, there's one last thing we need to do here, and that is make some predictions on this entire series. I think is actually fair. Giving you a bit of a leeway, letting you reach this point, but what's going to be Jubba?
Well, I really like the draft from Pulse. Surprisingly, the Shadow Shaman ties up really nice with the Jugger. Scared of XTC because I've seen what the players are capable of. Just purely on draft, I'd have to back Pulse, but I know the strength of XTC. So I don't know how to answer that really.
Pick one, we're running out of time.
Okay, XTC.
Jubba commit.
XTC.
2-1, 2-0, what's going to be?
I think it's going to be a 2-1. 2-1 to XTC.
You know the only reason I've been losing all these bets is because I'm second. I get to choose second because I want to make it exciting also.
I think you should just, instead of make yourself look bad, you should just pick the...
Sure, 2-0 to XTC.
Right, I think I'm going to follow you on that one. 2-0 to XTC as well, but to take us through all the action, I think it's about time that we start tossing it over to our casters. That's going to be Ridditz and Scarpy. Ridditz and Scarpy, take it away, lads.
Well, thank you, everyone. I mean, for once, the casters, or the panelists, sorry, actually got it right. It is going to be, I think, 2-0 for XTC. I think they overheard us talking earlier, except for Jubba.
Yeah, no, there's no way that Halberd thought of that one by himself.
No, I mean,
not a chance.
Clearly not. They're already 2-0 down. We're 2-0 up. So clearly they're like overheard, or they asked production to actually feed them the answers that we were talking about. I think that's more likely.
There we go. Now you've discovered the flaws.
Well, guys, on that note, I'm Reddit. Joining me is Scarpy. This is, of course, XTC versus Pulse. XTC rated in the top 3 at this point during the Masters. Pulse, lots of people put them around that 5th, 6th mark, but considering they're going up against XTC now, it's going to be a difficult road for them.
Yeah, I can only agree with you. I think a side like Pulse, they've got a lot of great players, in fact, and it's just they haven't really been performing at their best. They definitely have that potential, but unfortunately they've taken a stumble here and there, and maybe this is a good time for them to pull it together. I mean, they got a best of 3 to work with here. They're at a LAN event. A lot of these guys are very experienced, probably one of the more experienced teams here. So
they have big names. They have Smacker. I mean, I don't know what the keys are here. I don't actually want to screw anything up on this PC, but there you go. Have a look at that. Doppler, Aghanim, Smacker, Deathy, Fady. These are names that have been around the scene for years.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, you also have Deppy, Adastam, Dota, and I, the same coming in for XTC, but it just, I don't know. Looking at these players' names, you should feel that they would be also around that top 3 mark.
Yeah, they've been playing Dota for a decent amount of time, a competitive Dota for long. On the same page, I mean, their opposing side, Ecstasy, are on great form, and we can't neglect the Stam. He is probably the more daunting individual to go up against here for Ecstasy.
But they picked him up with Vengeful Spirit, so it's also not his standard carry. But Venge is strong in his or her own right in regards with having that utility for that mid-game phase.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw a carry Venge earlier today, and it was pretty damn strong. On the same page, I mean, Deppy's going to be playing SF, first SF we're seeing today, I believe. And
I believe you're right.
And I think Deppy is still probably a force to be reckoned with. I mean, everyone can say Adastam is insane, but Deppy on the same page is a concern for many people. So we'll keep an eye on both of those matchups. I mean, Smacker, he's going up against him in the mid lane. So
this is actually going to be a very interesting matchup. I mean, the big thing when it comes to denying creeps right now, and that's why, I mean, I've always been a fan of Shadowfiend.
Yep.
The problem now is with Templar Assassin being able to get XP from the denies. If TA gets the first couple or the first wave worth of denies and lost it, and basically denies out the Shadowfiend, we might be seeing a level 5 versus level 5 TA versus a level 2 or a level 3 Shadow Fiend, and then it's going to be very problematic.
Yeah, absolutely. It could swing both ways though. TA does pretty well in the opening. The opening, yeah, there we go. The opening and laning stage. So I think Depi might be under a little bit of pressure. I would like to see what kind of rotations are going to come in to potentially help him out. Because often, what you do see in previous patch to this, at least one support sits in the mid lane just to secure the last hits there.
SA Dota2 pause mandatory. Is that like a joke? I think it is.
I think it's true.
Well,
Must
it is
be true.
SA. It is SA. You know, an SA pause, which
Yeah.
seems like it has to be mandatory. You know,
Yeah.
it just happens every single time. Well, let's have a quick look here. Deathy on this offlane. I was actually thinking that Pulse were probably going to try and go with an aggro try.
Yep.
Putting Deathy or the Darkseer on the safe lane, running a full-on aggro with the Axe +2, Axe Shadow Shaman +1 itself. But they've actually decided to play a pos 4 Axe. So going into the jungle, of course, every minute he can stack up, but he's going to struggle to get to that level 2 because I think it will take around 3 camps now.
Yeah, that's one of the things we're going to see how this nerf actually plays out. Fatty, he's going to have his work set out for him. He's going to have to
Did you just call him Fatty?
Yeah, I did. he's going to...
You're looking at me when he said that, so yeah.
No offense, but yeah, if he's got to be very efficient. He needs to make sure he makes his movements correctly. He needs to potentially be close to a kill or two just to get those levels. Otherwise, it could pay off. We'll see. I mean, this is pretty much the telling time.
Why is... Or does he start off with 12 necromancer stacks?
Oh, the cogs, my friend. He denied all the cogs. Forgot to point that out. He was denying cogs to get the souls.
Oh, that is actually insane. I did not think of that.
Yep, disgusting strategy. I've seen it be used quite often, and
I'm like looking there. I'm like, how can he be sitting on so many freaking denies?
Yep, it's obscene. Actually, it's really obscene. But we can already see TA has, I suppose, a little edge, but his wave got cleared out. But Smacker is going to actually go deep to try and get whatever denies he can. But yeah, this is dangerous waters for him.
Oh, bottom lane though, we might see the first blood coming through here on the Darkseer. He gets stunned, he gets chained up, he's so close. One more right click needed, is it gonna be there? No, 30 HP. Instant salve up, nearly getting the first blood on towards the bottom lane. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Deathy is, we heard in the interview earlier, he's the biggest problematic player for him is Adestam, and he's got a match up against him here. So every time he's going to get away with something like that, he's going to feel pretty good about himself. And I suppose good for him for managing to survive that. And he's forced back into the jungle, though. This is pretty a tough situation, and I suppose that's the greed of having an axe in the jungle. But top lane?
Yeah, top lane, we might actually... Is this going to be our first blood? I don't think they actually have enough just for the 2 heroes there.
Yeah.
But middle lane, this is what I really want to talk about. 13 and 20 up for Depi.
Yeah, he didn't get XP for the denials of the cogs, which is something we should
yeah,
consider.
but it's that damage output, and now being able to actually go toe-to-toe up against Smacker and sort of control this lane.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting, actually. It's one of those strategies that people say might be a bit broken or something of that sort, but we don't see it all that often. But yeah, it seems like Adestam is not afraid to pull this one out of the hat.
Yep, Fady is actually doing okay here towards the jungle itself. Sitting on level 3 as well, so gonna start increasing his farm bit by bit, actually ferrying out a full healing salve. So still no first blood coming out between any of these two teams, both of them taking it slow, taking it even. And Darkseer has also sort of moved into the jungle, so the side of Paul's being very greedy, having the axe and the Darkseer there.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very passive due to the fact that there's a jungler and Darkseer has been forced out of lane. I don't imagine much more is going to come of this laning stage unless they do get a kill on Scarnet. But Scarnet, he actually does get shackled up here, but that's it.
Aghanim like pokes his head in there and he's like, no, not needed. But looking at the denies right now, it's, oh wait, no, Scarnet's there. Are they going to wrap around? No, nothing. Doom Bunny, I do like this. He's busy wrapping around. He wants to try and leech as much experience as possible. He knows that the Darkseer is somewhere around here. Unfortunately, just the timing a little bit off.
Yeah, would have been nice if he actually just maybe blocked the camp. He might actually reconsider that as he walks back in that direction.
With the sentry.
Yeah, and that will mean either you're going to force out a lot of money from the Darkseer or one of the supports. In fact, he's going to just block it with his body, it seems. Yeah, there we go. He's just going to stand here until the 4 minutes up. So he's going to hinder the Darkseer.
Like
but
maybe sentry up there and then block this one with your body, then you block up both?
I think he wants to potentially deward mid if they're going to discover a ward there. That could potentially be a thought process for him.
Definitely might think that there's a sentry up there now because he's going to come to the lane and actually notice no one is there. And Scarnet's actually also not doing too badly up on this lane. He's sitting on 10 for 10.
Yeah, actually a good point. That actually might have been the biggest bait of the day. That Doom Bunny was standing there. He's going to see, oh, the big camp's blocked. I'm going to get a sentry ward, try and deward it, and nothing's going to be there.
Yep.
So
let's have a look if a sentry ward's going to be ferried out to him. He's sitting on level 3, so he's been on level 3 now for, I think, over a minute. He hasn't been able to get much now, only with that one camp. Looking at this lane, can they actually kill him with only these two? Dota and Dies there.
Scarnet's found in the jungle.
This is going to be a big stack. If he can actually... Oh, wait, is this going to be the first blood? Where is it actually going to come from? Fady will die. First blood going the way of Scarnet. Meanwhile, the Darkseer is getting a triple stack here with all of the Iron Shells, and... No, Adestam actually wants to move in. This might be 2 kills here for the side of... No, it doesn't actually latch. Well, it does latch, but it's not enough damage.
Yeah.
So only the 1 kill, but putting the side of XTC just at around 1,000 net worth ahead.
Yeah, Deathy will be happy with that. He gets a little bit of extra gold. Experience is a bit tough to get, as he has been jungling, and jungling obviously having that nerf. It's definitely showing itself here for him. I suppose more than the Axe. The Axe is actually not doing too bad. He's hit level 5. He's trying to get those tranquils up. But we can definitely see a sort of reduction in the pace that you usually see from an Axe in these sort of situations.
Well, if the Axe can get a couple of stacks off, which he actually has one over here, and I think he might just go for another triple stack, or no, he's actually just going to straight up farm this.
Yeah, the tomato hits hard, so he'll rather just not have to deal with taking too much damage, I suppose. Does have the Tranks though. Oh no, he doesn't have Tranks. So he'll have Tranks now. So he'll be okay. In fact, he'll be fine.
Moving out 3 seconds, unfortunately, too late for the camp to spawn again. So 1-1. Well, not 1-1. 1-0 up for XTC. Do we see this game going passive like this for a long time, or do you just think it's up until XTC gets a couple of core items and then they're going to try and start steamrolling, or vice versa for the side of Pulse?
I think Scarnet, once he does get level 6, is going to be...
Smacker's busy diving up here. They are trying to turn around and go at the kill on the clock. Clock, of course, does have his cogs up. If he needs to use it, he's going to try and just move a little bit away. 1 hit needed, unfortunately, not Scarnet. The play is coming through from him. He is still alive. 2 heroes getting stopped up here by Dota and I. They're still busy chasing up Scarnet. Scarnet's, unfortunately, he is not down just yet. Now they have to be careful because Aghanim, well, he pops up his healing ward, but he is in a lot of trouble himself. Are we going to see any aggressive TPs? There you go. Shadow Fiend coming in. Are we going to see anything coming through? He unfortunately does not get the kill. Now Fady's going to sacrifice himself, and it's only going to be the one that could have gone very, very, very bad for the side of Pulse. They managed to get out with only a single death.
Absolutely brutal, actually. That was a lot of rotations, and it worked out so poorly for them as there was a kill on to Depi. And Scarnet just, he's got his dancing shoes on, man. He's just running through the trees there.
We can actually have a look at the replay there quickly. Yep. Coming through, I mean, you can see how he TPs in and then gets the 1 wave off, but unfortunately Fady, well, fortunate for Fady and the rest of the team, he just goes in there, gets the call to stop that second Shadow Raise. I mean, if that hit, that could have possibly been a triple kill.
Yeah, I think that first raise meant no one was going to go back to help out that Axe.
Yay, Scarnet finally is going to actually... Oh, no, yeah, there you go. Doppler's just like, screw this, guys. Getting the first kill on the board for the side of Pulse. And Scarnet's been causing a lot of problem for Pulse.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been doing a good job. He's hit level 6 now, so after he comes back alive, I expect him to actually look into different lanes, and Pulse is going to be unsure at this time as to where he is. They should be aware that he is level 6, so maybe a bit of a concern here for them.
But I mean, looking around the 8-minute mark, have a look at the net worth. Leading the charts here is Depi, of course. No surprise there with the Shadow Fiend. Sitting around 3,900. Then 3,500 up on Adestam, playing exceptionally well as well. And we might actually see him getting a kill here. Darkseer is going to be stunned up, and he does have a surge, which he uses, but nope, Dota and I gets the kill. So 3,600 up for Adestam. Then 3,100 on Aghanim, and then Smacker. Well, Smacker's being gazed upon, just as I'm going through that. Only sitting on 2,700, so 1,300 below his counterpart, but they might actually be able to get a kill. Fady wants to go for more. They actually do manage to go. Oh, there's the swap. Very well played onto the Axe. Axe, the Requiem of Souls, going through, getting a lot of damage. They still need one more right click needed, but no! Depi, Depi actually didn't get the kill. There was a combined kill. Nearly managing to get out of that. Defi, does he actually have another surge to help out Smacker? He's drawing them away. Very well played there. Unfortunately, Smacker is going to drop as well. So he tried to pull them away from. Smacker over there, just to save his life. But unfortunately, no.
Yeah, we're going to get ourselves a replay of that, and there we go. Really good hook shot. Set it up very nicely for the SF to get the double raise. The sheep came through, but I mean, it just wasn't enough.
If there was a blink up on the Axe there, though, I think that the entire fight would have gone completely differently. The Requiem hitting towards the edge, and that surge, dude, it was so close. And I think one of the creeps probably got that last hit.
Yeah, Yuri the creep just beat the last little bit of sense out of that Axe there. So, I mean, it's not looking good for Pulse right now. I think that start for Depi was just too good. He's just in a very comfortable position, and they haven't been able to shut it down.
4,600 net worth versus 3,000. I mean, yeah. Smacker has to pull something out of the bag here to try and compete up against that. I think he only has his boots up right now. Of course, he does have a full ring of Aquila as well as Bottle. But that's still 1,700 gold behind. And if you have a look at the Shadow Fiend, that 1,700 gold, that's the Ogre Club and the Magic Wand.
Yeah, I think Aghanim is going to have to play a very essential role in finding a lot more farm there. See a rotation, yeah, there
Dota and Die, he actually gets shackled up. Aghanim getting the spin off. But yeah, there's no hope for Dota and Die there. It doesn't matter what he did. He had level 6 up, but still, I don't think it was worth it.
It's still a big rotation. It's your safe laner had to move all the way down to this bottom lane just to get a kill onto Oracle. So it wasn't actually a very, very good fight for Pulse by any means.
If Pulse can capitalize on this to get the tower, but it might not be that way. Darkseer, unfortunately, he surges himself up, but the Razor's coming through here. Depi just completely dominating. One more raise needed. Aghanim might actually drop from this. There you go, the stun. And XTC, wasn't it just like 1 minute ago that I was saying nothing is happening?
Yeah, and then a double damage got picked up by Depi, and they're going to take towers here. This is brittle.
Well, let's actually have a look and see exactly how that worked out. And this was purely, there you go. Adestam gets that swap, and that's the power of a Venge carry. And they managed to get the kill, managed to get the pop, double damage, the first raise hit, and unfortunately, Pulse, what can Pulse do right now? Because they went for a very greedy lineup to have that Pulse for Axe, and he doesn't have his Blink Dagger up yet. It's 12 minutes in.
Yeah, they need to make sure they don't lose too much objectives before this Axe gets his Blink Dagger up. I think they're going to be very reliant on him being successful. But not only that, the Axe also needs a Blade Mail. He needs something of that sort to really make the bigger impact. But he's farming pretty slow. I mean, the nerf to the jungle definitely showing itself here. You usually expect about a 9 to 10 minutes blink on an Axe, and it's already 12 minutes. Yes, he died once, but other than that, he's been largely just farming in the jungle. He made one rotation towards mid. So it's really tough.
Darkseer has Arcane Boots up. Nowhere near mech just yet. But we might see some kind of rotation here. Adestam might be in a lot of trouble. He actually gets sheeped up, rammed up right now. And Aghanim, he's going in for the kill up on the Venge. The Venge turns around and gets the swap. And Venge is still alive. He swaps himself out to safety. Doom Bunny comes in with the ultimate, but it's not even needed. Aghanim, he's being chased down right now. Can they actually catch him out? They don't need to. Another rotation coming through from Pulse that just did not pan out.
That was sick. That was actually really beautiful from Adestam. That swap, I was actually sure he was dead. He disappeared on my screen. I thought, oh, SF has a Blink Dagger, but what do you know? What a great swap.
Yeah, I mean, if we... not quite sure. I think let me just quickly have a look there. Yeah, looking towards the top lane. They're actually pushing out towards the tier 1 tower. Just busy looking. Where's everyone? Oh, they're top. Yeah. XTC, they're just going to move forward and take towers, take objectives. I don't know how Adestam got out of that one alive. I really don't.
I have no words to add on to that. But at least they're making a bit of a trade here, Pulse. Maybe just some chip damage onto the tier 1 tower. I don't think they're really going to trade the tower here. If they do, that'll be okay for them. Blink Dagger is up on the axe shortly. He's actually sitting here waiting for it.
Doppler's actually dropped down his Serpent Ward, so I think they might just sack this completely. But Skarner's come in. He does have a hook shot. There you go, hook shot going straight in. He wants to get this kill and actually get out. He'll be able to pop him. And we're wondering if it's going to be a Rocket Flare Clockwork. It's not only level 2 up in Rocket Flare, but still enough damage output. 10 and 2, 2,500 net worth in favor of XTC. But take the net worth advantage that Deppy has away.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's even. So don't look against that 10-2 score and say, oh no, this game's over.
Yeah.
Because if you take out the likes of the Shadow Feed, all of a sudden you are actually a little bit ahead.
Yeah, essentially, Pulse is here with 4 cores, right? Because Axe has been jungling, so he is going to have a decent net worth. In fact, their 4th position is going to be Deathy on
and
that.
there's a blink up.
Yeah,
there's a blink
exactly,
on
and a smoke. So this is their moment to shine, and if they can catch Deppy, that will be big.
Look at this positioning, though, from Adestam. Just standing over here towards the creeps, making sure that he's sort of around there. But let's have a look here. This is what we wanted. Deppy, he gets jumped upon. Now they're just going in to blow him up. I think they will be able to get the kill. The dunk is there.
Oh,
well,
Adam.
we actually see more supports coming in. Adestam coming through. Are they going to be able to do anything? There's the blink forward. Another call up onto the Vengeful Spirit. The support TPs are just taking so long, but the Darkshare wall is there. Adestam swaps himself out to safety once again. Unfortunately, it's not really going to do much. The Darkshare is dead. Will they actually counter-engage on top of this? Those TPs just came through extremely delayed, but they managed to get the kill, and Adestam still lived. I don't know, alive? I literally wanted to say he's still alive, and he still lived. How the hell is he still alive?
I don't know what to do with my hands right now. That was incredible. He's managed to swap himself out twice now in a situation that you thought that there's just no chance for him. And man, this is looking... I mean, one of the things is the net worth, yes, is staying close, but they're just finding these constant kills and getting this high amount of XP, and the 2 cores are just pretty far ahead. And yes, they got the SF down, but he's going to quickly get his souls back now, and I don't think he's going to be too hindered. The one thing that is interesting for me is he's going straight for a Silver's Edge on the Shadow Fiend, which, yeah, it's good.
Okay.
I mean, it's good up against Axe. You can make sure he doesn't get any counter helixes off. And Juggernaut crits.
I just think it's just more aggression, to be honest. You have less of a cooldown up on your inverse. You can play a lot more aggressively. You do a lot more damage. I like it.
Yeah.
Once you're this far ahead, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, 1-0 and 5 on the Vengeful Spirit, which it shouldn't be that way. It's just luck. But people might say it's...
No.
All right.
Let's have a quick look at that replay. While the guys are busy rushing, just look there. They're literally jumping him. The TP is taking extremely long to actually go down. Fady gets a good call off there. The stun is there, but that Clockwork Cogs literally pushed everyone away and gave Adestam the time to just swap himself out. That was just amazing play from the side of XTC.
Yeah.
To be honest, and it wasn't just Adestam there, it was the Clockwork Cogs that actually gave him that 1 second needed.
The best part of that escape, he didn't sacrifice a teammate. He in fact just threw the Darkseer into his own death there. And like I was saying, some people might say it's luck, but I mean, a very...
hook shot. Narrowly missing Smacker, busy TPing out instantly. I think Doppler might be the sacrificial lamb, or they back out. So just a little bit of damage, chip damage onto the tier 3 tower. Tier 2 tower, sorry.
Well, I don't want to end by saying it was lucky for Adestam. I wanted to say the more you practice, the luckier you get.
Ah,
yeah,
Mr. Gary Player.
Yeah, there we go, some Gary Player comments. But he's just been playing so well, in fact, with those sort of movements, and the laning stages has just gone too well for XTC at this stage. But again, we have now the Blink Dagger up on the Axe, so they're going to play a little bit more hesitant in pushing into towers, and their positioning is going to be vital.
I mean, the big thing that we have to start focusing on now as well is the Juggernaut. Juggernaut slowly but surely catching up in regards with net worth up against Adestam. He will have his Manta style up very soon. And what impact does that Manta style actually have in this game? But before we actually go on that, there's a swap. Blink forward instantly coming through, but Doppler being blown up, Smacker being blown up. There wasn't even time to hype anything there. It was just poof.
Yeah. and your SF is hitting for about 200 damage plus the minus armor that comes out from your Venge. I mean, Venge went for the build with only 1 point in magic missile, which is just amplifying his team's damage output here. So 2 down, the Axe doesn't want to really go into this one. Look at how well they position themselves to make sure that someone's either going to take the tower or turn this fight around very quickly.
Yep. Scarnet as well, standing all the way back in case he needs to counter-initiate or anyone tries to wrap around. But they're just keeping back, managed to get the tier 2 tower, and this is extremely structured play coming through from XTC. Very structured, very composed. They take an objective, they fall back, they push out the lanes, get farm, take another objective. The guys are looking strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And by all rights, they want to be prepared for WRG, so they're not going to do anything radical. They want to keep a cool mind going on forward, because these are the guys that can really compete for that number 1 spot, if any. And everyone's saying, oh, it's a one-man horse race really for first place and second place. So energy is probably going to be their number 1 goal, and then they can see if they can slay the giants. So there's a lot in it really with them playing the structured game, as you say. They're taking their time. They're not doing anything ridiculous, even though they have a pretty decent lead at this stage.
That's it. 4,500 net worth lead up for XTC. Once again, if you take away Deppy's net worth advantage, that sort of falls away again.
Yeah, for sure. But again, we're looking at 4 cores on the side of Pulse. So if they can really get those going, that's great. Then they have a chance. But how much time are they going to have? They've lost almost all their exterior towers. They got 1 tier 2 standing. They need to make something out of this.
This
very
blade
quickly.
mill that's going to be coming up on Fady. How important is this? Oh, Fady, is he actually going to get the call off? He does. He goes on to the Vengeful Spirit. Let's see if Adestam actually can survive this yet again. It seems like he is going to be able to. He turns around. He wants to go toe-to-toe up against the Temporal Assassin. Temporal Assassin drops. They want to turn around. Clockwork is in a lot of trouble right now. Fady, he actually blinks himself away, so it's only a 1-for-0. Once again, Adestam lives here, boys. Aghanim, he's spinning for his life. Doppler's in a lot of trouble. Doppler drops. Doppler is down. That's 2 heroes down for the side of Pulse. And guess what? Adestam's alive.
Yeah, again, good rotations from Deppy there. And Deppy's been a...
Can you die?
That's the question. Do you bleed, my friend? But I mean, it's been really. I've been watching Deppy now. His razors have been like sniper shots here. There's no way you're escaping this. If you low, he's gonna destroy you.
On point.
Yeah.
I mean, getting those razors off, and it's not like we're saying he is hitting them, moving, hitting, moving, hitting, moving. I mean, seriously, Deppy is playing out of his mind today. I'm not taking anything away from any other players. Adestam hasn't died yet. Deppy has. So I think Adestam has that to his name. But Deppy's just been playing insane. But there you go. Oh, Clockwork. Wow, Clockwork goes in extremely deep up into the docks here. Are we going to see any kind of swap out coming through? Scarnet gets trapped in the cog right now. There's the wall. There's no wall. There was a vacuum. But unfortunately, he vacuumed him out of the ward trap.
Yeah, he actually destroyed the ward, so it was fine.
Okay.
So he managed to escape himself. It was a really good ward placement, though, from Doppler, if we can add on to that. But yeah, they've lost a tier 3 tower now, and their shrines are under siege. So this net worth margin is growing and growing and growing. And these 4 cores not really paying off at this stage yet.
Okay, so 15-3, 7,000 net worth in favor of XTC. Let's have a look at Pulse. Smacker, he has his Blink Dagger up. He nearly has his Deso.
Yep.
Is that a big deal here?
I think it is, because when the axe does catch someone, they're going to be able to blow out and blow him up and disengage very quickly, and that's a pretty big pro for them.
Do you think they can kill Adestam with a Deso?
No, I think they're going to look to at least kill the Oracle or potentially the CM very quickly, and then maybe force them onto the back foot and try and farm whatever they can in that period of time.
Scarnet is hunting. Blind hook, Scarnet. Come on, do it. Do it for your country. Do it for your motherland.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get much. They're going to definitely play it safe now, Pulse. They need to find farm. They, like we say, they don't really have much core items besides maybe the Juggernaut has his Manta and the Axe with the Blink. But they need that Deso up on Smacker. And Other than that, they need probably Guardian Greaves. Looks like actually Blink for the Darkseer, so he's going to look to maybe play more of a defensive role in vacuuming and creating space for his team. So that's
I like this. And I actually don't think it's more of a defensive role. I think this is to be more aggressive. I think this is to actually jump XTC before they can start the engagement. Because that's one of the biggest problems right now is XTC is taking the engagements however they want. They are taking the fights the way they want to. They're taking the map the way they want to. But with a Blink Dagger up, if they actually have some vision, I actually think they can possibly force it onto XTC and catch them off guard.
Yeah, that's a fair statement. I think maybe they realize they're in a pretty dire situation and they want to just jump on them, get them first, get some sort of advantage in a team fight. So I think actually you have a very fair point there. But Fatty, at the same time, he's finally got that blade mail up. So that's going to be a big impact, especially in bringing down Adestam before he can swap himself out of some miracle situation again.
Well, if Deppy, the thing is Deppy's been getting so many double damage runes. But the next double damage rune Deppy gets might actually cost him his own life.
Yeah. Again, I think Deppy's in a position where he's not too phased. He can very easily... Oh. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just having a look at this ward and then instead de-ward.
Yeah. Oh, cheeky.
So unfair. Don't you just hate it if you play support and you're like, I'm going to ward up here because we need vision. You place down the ward, you walk away, and someone's just like, thank you.
Yeah, that's the... As a support player, I can confirm that...
I'm going to masticate that word.
But 5-man smoke now. They're going to see if they can catch something here and maybe end this game.
Yeah, they actually do manage to catch out Deathy. Deathy, he does, of course, have a mechanism if he wants to use it, but it's not even needed. Scarnet, he does have a hook shot to try and counter-initiate, but it seems like the team from Pauls is actually moving towards the bottom lane. They want to try and counter-initiate, counter-engage, counter-tower, counter anything at this point.
Yeah, if they can make any sort of trade, it'll be good for them, no matter what. Even if they trade a kill for a kill, tower for a tower, anything is going to be a pro. But they can't afford to lose much more on the high ground. They've already lost the tier 3 tower, they've lost their shrines, that's done. Any sort of trade is going to be fine, but they need to try and start getting ahead after that. I know they're still looking for potentially some more core items. They have the Deso now up on the Templar, but he will want a BKB too. They want to get BKBs potentially. Okay, actually going for the 4-staff on the axe. I was maybe considering the BKB, but seems like he's going in that direction.
Doom Bunny has his Blink Dagger up on the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, that's...
And just as soon as you got that up, Rosh was up. I was just about to say, do you think that they're going to wait for the next Rosh before they do anything, XCC? And they might actually do that. With a Blink Dagger up on Crystal Maiden, it's going to be very difficult for the side of Pulse to actually try and do any kind of engagement because Crystal Maiden is going to stay way back. And if Pulse moves into here, she's just going to blink in behind and ulti.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing, you're pointing out how rich these supports are. Doppler is so poor. He is really, really having a tough time because he's been left in that solo supports situation, which I know everyone despises if you get caught in that sort of scenario. But Roshan, like you say, they're going to take that one for themselves. And I don't think there's going to be any contest here. And
no, Pulse can't because if they lose that fight right there, well, actually they want to go for this and it's just a little bit too late. Oh, the hook shot narrowly missing, but smoke gets popped. Sentry dropped as well.
Yeah.
And I think this is the call for XTC to push probably top.
Yeah, that was a true blind hook. If that actually caught the axe while he was smoked, there would have been a couple of question marks in the mind of Fatty there. But yeah,
back ban incoming.
Back ban, yeah. But yeah, that would have been a no scope of the year. But they're going to go for the high ground. They should at least get a lane of racks, if not two. There just needs to be some sort of miracle defense here. They need a call into vacuum wall. They need sort of ecstasy to position themselves so that they can get these sort of scenarios. So it's a tough ask here for Pulse to defend this.
Does Pulse have the high ground defense?
They have decent high ground defense with Axe Call. Decent amount of damage that comes out from Smacker.
Going toe-to-toe up against Deppy, doing a lot of damage, but Deppy busy healing up. Of course, the Desolator is up, so that's probably why he did so much damage coming through. But let's see who is going to get the jump. Of course, Deppy, well, the call not going to be there. Deppy does have the Aegis of the Immortals, so they can't really blow everything on him. But there's the sheep in. Now we're going to see some kind of engagement coming through. There's a spin coming through from Aghanim. Aghanim is taking a lot of damage himself. Deppy is going to be in a lot of trouble. But Doom Buddy getting the Glimmer Cape, getting everything off there. That's 2 heroes down. There's a big back wall coming through. The dunk unfortunately misses. Smacker wants to go toe-to-toe with him right now. Smacker might be in a bit of trouble if he can't actually get away from this. He gets pushed away there by Scarnet, but it's Adestam. Adestam wants to go for more. Smacker is down, and that was Deppy just going ham at that point. He, of course, there's a buyback, a big jump in from Fady. There is no dunks from him because he actually missed the previous dunks, unfortunately. Otherwise, he would have been able to get a couple of the... Well, there's another stun onto Juggernaut. The Juggernaut actually dies here. This might be GG coming through here. So they're turning around. Deppy wants to go in for more. Deppy does not get the kill just in. Oh. There you go, getting the long range off. And now it's going to be Temporal Assassin as well. Couple of diebacks coming through from the side of Pulse and XTC. Adestam still has not died.
Yeah, that's GG well played actually has been called, so fair enough, fair enough.
I can't see that.
Yeah.
GG well played. I mean, 23 and 5. Big net worth change.
Yeah, a pretty big net worth lead there, to be fair. Or at least big margin lead. I think Pulse, they went very, very greedy with an Axe jungle, and they sort of kind of get punished now. And this is one of the things, going greedy against a lineup like Ecstasy, like we said, they're in good form. They're going to punish you, and they're going to punish you hard. And that's exactly what they did. So Pulse do have a couple of things to look back on here. Maybe they learn a couple of things and to come back into game number 2. It's looking tough, but they can do it. They do have the skill.
Well, looking at the only person that has not or that did not die there in that entire game was, of course, Adestam. Amazing play coming through from him. Deppy just dominated from the get-go, beginning to end. Look at the amount of damage dealt, 16,000, more than anyone else in the game. The next closest was Skynet, actually, funnily enough. Skynet sitting on 10,000.
Yeah, it's actually quite incredible. I think Deppy's raises were just... It makes me sweat a little bit here when I see those raises. Those were, I don't think he missed a single raise, unless I missed it.
Does it make you moist?
Very moist. So,
Okay.
But I mean, there's definitely a couple of things that Pulse need to address going into this next draft. Greed is just probably not the way to go. The jungle wasn't efficient enough.
I like this. I wanted them to go aggro. I wanted them to go aggro with that axe.
Yep.
To put the pressure on Adestam, to make sure that the supports from XTC can't move.
Yep.
But guys, on that note, game 2 will be coming up shortly. Pulse can take it. Pulse has the players to take this though.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess we're going to be going over to the panel and see what they have to say about it.
Hey guys, welcome back. They didn't sound very excited about coming back to the panel.
No,
I guess we're going back.
I wish we had like maybe 10 minutes more before.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot they needed to get through, and they were like sad that they had to come back to us.
Yeah.
They'll have another. They'll get another shot. They'll get another shot. So obviously, so far so good for the right hand side of the.
Hey, listen, I'm still in it. I said a 2-1.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
So I'm still in it.
Do you think that Pulse can beat XC back to back though?
Look, that game XCC completely excelled and really went ahead. It was really tough. I mean, you see an X on the other side of the team, and you generally know an X is going to do really well. He came online late. He only really had Tranquils and Blink. Didn't even go for a Vanguard first, so he wasn't really that tanky. And with the auras stacking up on the side of XTC, just made it so hard for them to get ahead. I mean, we even saw the Jugger trying to get the kill onto Adestam, onto the Venge, couldn't make it happen. And the amount of times they tried to shut down Adestam, couldn't make it happen.
Yeah. Should they have killed Adestam in that secret shop, I think it would have been different. I think they would have gained a lot of gold worth. I think he was on a mega kill already by then. So
0 deaths. So
yeah, so that could have given whoever that, maybe Smacker, to grab that. And I think their net worth would actually go back to it, because we saw how it was maybe an 8 kill difference, and then Devin mentioned that the gold graph was very even. It was right there in the middle where the time is, right? Yeah. So yeah, I think Pulse they started off okay in the beginning, but just wandered off, and it was a huge kill difference in the end. But it's still possible for the game 2 to happen.
Has that not been a bit of a trend? I mean, a throwback to, I believe it was the final matchup between Energy and APG. I believe that they kind of started out even, and then I lied. It was XD and VNR. They started out fairly even, and then all of a sudden it was just it just crashed, and they just all of a sudden you look, you're like, oh, I wonder what's for lunch, and you look up, and then it's just
just gone. Yeah, it's situations like that. Should VNR have won that rush fight, for example, they could have gotten into their favor, but as you said, you look away for a minute, you go back to it, a lot of things change from there, and that's what Paul said. Paul's Smacker didn't have a good start.
No, he struggled on the
played against Deppy, unfortunately.
He was under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think that CAs did struggle a bit, but if he did manage to, let's say, play more passively, stay alive for just until your offlaner or your supports can help you out, I think they can actually close down the Shadow Fiend, but Shadow Fiend got too strong.
No, absolutely. A Shadow Fiend from the front is he's a really soft hero. So teams are generally iffy if they want to actually pick up a Shadow Fiend. But I mean, he got the farm. He was dominating from the beginning. I mean, Deppy went 7 for 1 and completely dominated the early game. Even with the slight nerf to the Silver's Edge, still picking it up. Still showing the dominance of that break, or the potential of the break.
Yeah, pretty spot on.
It's actually, I was trying to tell somebody about this recently as well, is that just the fact that it's a item that you can use the components of to actually build in things like Skadi. I guess technically man style, but you wouldn't really do that. But it's still actually quite a nice item in that regard, because it's still becomes a component of something you want, and additionally, as you mentioned, break is sometimes very, very good. I want to move this along something pretty interesting though. So we have some stats. Big shout out to Sargon for the help with this one. And it's some stats on this particular event so far. And we are nearing the end of the first day, so there is some value in to start seeing some trends, although I'm sure it will change quite drastically. But the thing that I find very interesting is that Darkseer has received a lot of love. He's been picked and banned in 100% of all the games so far, inclusive of this one. And he's appeared in 3 of the matches, and he's lost all 3.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting that it's a very small sort of number of matches to really try to draw any real comparisons off, but he's getting a lot of value, and he's not actually coming to the party just yet. What are your thoughts on that, guys?
There are still, I think, a lot of surprises up the team's sleeves. Not necessarily that, like the Vengeful Spirit, for example. We saw it as a support, and you did tell me that Alistam is one of the few core players that can make use of it as a carry and still get away with the close situations, like how he swapped out that last second. And
probably the only hero you don't actually need a support saving him. Oracle was saving Deppy on the Shadow Fiend. Alistam was doing his own saving. All he needed was an ally close enough to swap himself out, or an enemy for that fact to get out of the cogs.
Yeah. But
going back to the Darkseer, I think teams were relying on a lot of the control and the wall to actually do more than what it actually did. The fact that it's been banned out is the Iron Shell. Really, I think it just slows down your core's farm, and fighting your or getting the last sets of your creeps under the tier 1 tower makes it really hard when the Iron Shell's pushing the wave constantly under your tower, reducing the farm. So I think teams that ban it out generally just want to make sure that their core gets a safer lane of farm, and teams that pick it up, that don't make it work, maybe the control isn't completely there.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, so a little bit of trivia for you guys. So I think if you don't get this right, there will be consequences.
Oh, why do I feel I'm going to fail this?
Watching you. There are 2 other heroes at the moment that have received a 100% pick and ban rate, and I'm curious if you gentlemen could name them for me. I feel like Jabba actually has
I'm going to go with Warlock.
And there's 2.
And then Treant.
Reigns?
I was thinking the same thing. So there are consequences.
Hang on, what's our reward?
He's going to say
what's our reward?
There are no rewards for getting Legion Commander and Warlock, right?
Was it Trient?
You said Trient.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick peek here.
Right.
I just noticed my hand. Trient
Yeah.
has a 33% pick and ban rate.
What happened, guys?
How did we fall so far?
It's been a long day. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. I could have won. I could have guessed Legion Commander, but Trent was in my mind, you know.
Right, so it's Jabba's fault, you say.
Yeah.
So what's happened is that you both fell together, but now you're basically just offloading Jabba.
Basically.
Like, why didn't you say Legion? I would have said Warlock, and together we would have both been right.
We could have, yeah.
Oh,
No, I had no excuse for that. I was thinking Trent as well.
So.
Yeah.
But Warlock?
But definitely Warlock.
Yeah, Warlock. So Warlock and Legion Commander have been picked up in every single one. Interesting enough as well, Sven has got quite a bit of love in the sense that it's got a 66% pick and ban rate, but it's only actually been picked up once. So
maybe underestimating the supports of the teams. I suppose the Sven, like we mentioned it earlier, is the Sven actually gets ahead when the jungle gets stacked, starts getting that extra gold boost when he jumps into the jungle, and maybe not really identifying with the supports of the teams if they're actually going to do that stacking. Because if you get that done for the Sven, he can really get out of control and snowball drastically.
So yeah, it's pretty interesting to see how this started to develop. I mean, I think I just want to say, like, it's really nice to actually have this in front of me, and of course, I will be using this throughout the event to basically give all of you a hard time.
Continually test us.
Yes.
I'm going to start taking notes now.
But I do think what's important this time is like an audience participation moment, right? Where I'd like everyone who's watching at home to let us know what you think Jabba and Rain should be punished with. Keep it clean, please, and we'll consider it. We'll consider it, but. Yeah, I mean, okay, so going into game 2, let's put down the stats for now. Obviously, Pulse, they're up against it right now. I think Pulse wouldn't play tonight. We do have one low bracket matchup this evening, which I believe is Mythic versus APG.
Yeah.
So they'll still make it here to tomorrow if they do go home. But if you don't want to wake up tomorrow and be in that position. So, Pulse, what's the first step to recovery?
Whoa.
I think it's really, I like their draft. I think maybe they just got to refocus, rethink about the way they go forward, and try and, it's difficult because, I mean, even if XCC get their draft that they want, Pulse to shut them down, it's going to take a lot of work from them. And they tried their best. I mean, the Shadow Shaman with the Jugger trying to bring down Alistam, they still couldn't even make it happen with one of the classic combos that you'd see.
Yeah, I think just have Doppler beat their mid.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you do that, you should win.
Right. I mean, that's simple, right?
Big hands, big feet for Smacker to actually perform.
I think that's something we should actually be keeping quite a bit of eye on as well. And I challenge all the casters and analysts alike is to actually just see which side comes out with more last hits and experience in the mid lane and which team ends up winning. I think you'll obviously find there's a pattern there, but if it's like 100%, then it's a pretty scary pattern where I would expect it should be more along the sort of 60 percentile kind of thing, because obviously mid is quite important, but it'll be interesting to gauge how important it is to our South African sides here in particular. Yeah, but I think our teams are almost ready to go, so you're almost free of us for one more time. I think that...
Cue the Top Gun music.
Yeah, I can hear the sounds of war. It's actually you can hear the players loading in and the mics, so it's quite funny. So guess what? There it is. Wonderful. Early warning system. So let's go ahead and get on with this. So Treant Protector and Legion Commander banned out. Looks like someone's trying to do you guys a favor.
Look, it's
it's a little bit late.
Yeah,
so
it's not 33% anymore.
I knew it was coming, guys.
Yeah. No, it was really popular. Okay.
I mean, with the one pick and ban. Now leapfrogging to 2.
Okay, Dogs, it's up there. IOs or Warlocks in the draft now.
Warlock is in the draft, so I almost feel like this is what it is now, right? And there we go. So
there's no.
All right, I mean, guys, our job has just become so much easier.
Do you want to try this, like statistically? I actually want to talk about Nyx as well. Something interesting that I was chatting to somebody about outside. Lich is also quite an interesting one. But okay, so I was going to see if we could just like read the stats, but it's already sort of way off with the Lich and the Nyx assassin being picked up. However, interestingly enough, I was talking to some guys who were suggesting that Nyx is actually one of the really good heroes of this patch, right? And interestingly enough, it doesn't seem to be getting a huge amount of love from our side at the moment. And let me see if I can find it. In fact, I do. What great eyes I have. So it has a 33% pick and ban rate.
Cool.
So it's been noticed, but not really
Not
getting
really,
a huge
yeah.
amount of love. So interesting to see it actually being picked up here. But yeah, Lich also coming out. This seems to be like an old South African favorite, right?
This reminds me a lot of Dota 1 days, how we spoke about it between games as well. Lich definitely one of the more picked as well as the next assassin. And, you know, this kind of shows the essence of Pulse. You know, they've been playing Dota for quite a long time. They've been known for long as well. But I think right now they're just picking heroes they're good at. But XTC showed no hesitation to pick up the Warlock as their first pick.
Doesn't Lich effectively get like a shadow buff in this patch? I mean, because you're denying the creeps before they even reach the wave.
You get the sacrifice. So I've actually got a question, which I'm not actually very clear on. So, Reigns, I've got a question for you. Now, with this whole extra deny XP gain, does the sacrifice from Lich actually benefit yourself if you sacrifice the creep?
It's still a deny.
So does it count as extra XP?
Yeah.
So you get your normal XP
Could be
for...
wrong. That's a very good question, actually, but I believe so, because it is still a deny, and you're still going to get the creep.
It doesn't come up as a deny, though, eh? It doesn't count towards your tally.
Is it not anymore? It did.
It at the moment, I don't think it counts out towards your last hits deny.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure of that, but I do think it uses the same mechanic. So I do think that that's why I think that is effectively like a shadow buff to Lich. And what I'm really interested to see is that this is the kind of hero that I think can really irritate a mid laner, because if you're able to, if you're able to just make a couple of movements towards the mid lane very early on, you can just get somebody to level 3 before their opponent's at level 2, and that is a big difference, right? Because the sort of almost the old school rule of thumb, which is still often applicable, is that you have you have fatal spells at level 3, level 1 not so much. So I don't know. I'm quite keen on this Lich, because we've spoken a lot about it. Let's move this along. So. Reigns, why don't you take us through the bans and give us your thoughts on them?
Yeah, sure. So the Ursa, quite popular, if not 33 and 66, right? Because there's been this many games so far. But the Invoker has been played quite a bit as well. The Doxia, the Magnus, I think the games that he's been picked, they've won. And then the Slaughter, the IO as well, quite popular. So the bans from Pulse reflects on a lot of the heroes that's been picked already.
Oh yes, please.
And then
thank you.
Okay. Sorry,
nothing else matters in the world.
Yeah.
Nothing else matters. Look at that happy smile. Look how happy he is to be picked, guys.
Finally, I get to be picked. But yeah, these heroes remind me of Dota 1 a lot. It brings back memories.
Well, interestingly, I mean, there's actually quite a few heroes that are, I wouldn't say like only in Dota 2, right? But that I would almost say are like Dota 1 heroes in the sense that they're from like 5 points, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And these are, okay, Jakir is not one of them. I was going to say these are all sort of really old school Dota 1 heroes that picked up. But yeah, look at him. Look how happy he is. Look how happy he is.
He looks like a happy chappy, ready to give you a caustic finale.
Yeah. So they've got the. I think Pulse have got with the structure that's needed to push out what cores they need to finish off the draft with, and also Jakiro, the 2 supports, and also Lifestealer. So I don't know. They still have to pick an offlane and a mid. XTC Gaming.
What do you think XTC is going to pick up, mid? Obviously, we always talk about the Lifestealer carry or the vessel that the Lifestealer is going to move around in. XTC's got a couple of options at the moment. Still got Storm, Quap, Puck. What are we looking at?
The problem is those are all Intel heroes that are effectively weak against Nyx Assassin.
No, I'm saying for XTC to actually pick up. We're talking about Pulse at the moment because it's their pick. I'm already looking ahead to XTC. I mean,
you're talking about the who's going to be the carrier for the lights.
Yes.
So the general kind of heroes like Storm Spirit you mentioned, even the Queen of Pain, those guys or ladies often, they're generally Intel, right? And Nyx Assassin is really good against quite a few of those heroes. So, and effectively you often find that your carrier is likely going to be a mid, just by the nature of the heroes. So it's kind of awkward here for which carrier that XT go for, even if they bother to do so, because you could just look at using like a Speedy Nyx. But the one thing I think that would be quite interesting is to run thinking if you, because they don't have the offlane, right? And this is a little bit old school, but you could look at doing something like a Spirit Breaker, but I just don't see it working. Reigns?
Well, I can't see a Spirit Breaker in there. I mean, that just pushes back. It's like relying on Lifestealer to carry the supports of the team, but. Well, I guess if Warlock plays mid, it's a possibility. But so far, I think it's a right call to get the likes of a Storm Spirit. But I think if they had a Magnus, it would have been better. Now that it's banned by Pulse, a smart move from them. Yeah, the Troll as well, just to bring that out. So they banned the Magnus and bring out the Troll. It's not what we've seen this game, this tournament so far, but Troll itself is pretty potent.
Now, the Troll being picked up, I've seen one or two of the teams actually pick up the Troll.
Oh my word!
Okay,
I'm
now
loving this game so much.
Okay, but before we get to the Brewmaster, because there's also a massive change in the update that he's received. Just going back to the Troll, as soon as he activates his battle trance, all your allies are going to start right-clicking a lot quicker. Now, wouldn't you want to rather, as a team, couple that up with maybe already a quick right-clicker as opposed to going for a Sand King that generally has a slow attack speed, Next Assassin average attack speed? You know, would you not want to rather couple it up with something that's got a little bit of a quicker attack speed, and then Troll just like amplifies all of that?
I think they need to pick up like a hard hitter. Like something that's really going to smack things very hard, and then maybe like a natural crit. Maybe something like the Wraith King might work out here. Just anything that's.
What about a mid PA?
Mid PA could also work. It actually maybe makes a lot more sense now that I actually consider the draft. But there's one problem with all of that, Jabba. Ask me what that problem is. Yes, yeah, just ask me what that problem is.
What's the problem? Don't tell me the miss on Panda.
That's exactly what it is. Drunken haze.
What was that?
Because this is the Brewmaster show now. And by the way, you see, I was looking for a strength hero that you can consider using as a lifesteal carrier, and that is a lifesteal carrier. We just don't see him anymore because well, he's been out of the meta for so long. But he's actually a very powerful hero who is going to get a Blink Dagger.
Yeah. Ooh, still CA to come.
Okay.
So this is really
that's
interesting.
That's an offlane Panda.
Offlane Panda. I think that's what you wanted to see here.
I think Skynet's actually going to play.
I mean,
Skynet.
I actually had an opportunity yesterday to chat to the guys from XTC, and I said to him, listen, boys, is Brewmaster back? Skynet, I know you used to play quite a bit, and
out of the cards, right?
Maybe. He said maybe, and yeah, we have it.
Show it's the way it's important. Every game's important. You got to pick out your best, hey. Yeah, so I like this lineup from XTC, I won't lie. To support Standard and Sorted. Really strong as well. I mean, we can't... There was no hesitation for the Warlock pick. Jakiro's always been really good. And then you have your cores there. And also, let's just see what Pulse Gaming has to show us. They have the Troll Warlord. Now, that's XTC is playing the TA and not Pulse. I want to see what they want to pick up. Oh, okay.
That's pretty interesting. So Raze has been changed effectively, so Static Storm follows the person he's linked to.
Yeah.
Which is quite interesting because it does make him a lot more threatening as like trying to pick up a single hero, but Razor is like that hit or miss. He's either there, he's not, and I don't know about this one, guys.
It's a nice hero to play against TA. Especially
what about a Viper?
Quite annoying.
What about a Viper? I mean,
it's too late for Viper now.
I know, but
six pick.
Put Jabba in as reserve. I'll pick
that moment where like the ground opens up and just a new Pulse player just emerges, and it's let's go Donny. Why not? You know, Donny arrives and suddenly it becomes a little interesting. But guys, would you agree with that? I mean, is it just because it's late, or would you agree that this is probably one of the most exciting drafts that we've had so far?
It is
probably very different. Probably really different from what we've seen.
I agree.
Great.
Look, Lich with the Brewmaster ult. I don't know. That could actually be a little bit threatening.
Yeah. Well, on that note, guys, I think it's about time we throw it over to our faithful casters on the other side. Will, of course, be Scarpy and Ritz. Take it away, guys. Give us a good one.
Well, guys, welcome back. This is, of course, XTC versus Pulse. Quite an interesting draft we have here, Scarpy.
Yeah. We were discussing it along with our panelists. And it's interesting. I definitely feel like there is a bit of an edge once again for Ecstasy, and Pulse, they have their work set out for them for sure.
This last pick for Smacker, if they would have picked up the Queen of Pain, I think it would have rounded up their draft. The silence, getting that early Orchid up, getting the tick damage off. Sure, up against the Lifestealer, you can't really do much, but against everyone else, you can blow up two heroes very, very, very quickly. Yeah. I really think a Queen of Pain with the Orchid as well as a Veil would have been able to take care of the Warlock as well as the Jakiro. In most cases, in a team fight, your Warlock and your Jakiro will be in a very similar position.
Yeah.
And I don't like the Razor. I really don't. The Razor pick threw me off. The Queen of Pain would have been perfect. The extra attack speed coming through from the Troll, everything just, in my opinion, would have been a lot better.
This is one of the games where I can't wait to get to the end of the game and run over to the Pulse guys and ask them.
Why no Quap?
No, just just the reasoning for this pick, because it's interesting to me. I can't reason it, but I'm sure they have reasoning. Surely they've got pretty good minds when it comes to Dota. So I do think that they could potentially give me an answer as to what.
So with the Razor up against the Lifestealer dealer, you know, drain his damage, but then you have the TA. If you drain the TA going into meld, he still gets the meld strike off.
Yeah.
And he still gets that bonus damage off.
Yeah.
So yeah, sure. Like old school TI2, TI3, Razor was always picked to counter Lifestealer. I don't feel that countering the Lifestealer here is that important because you do have Aghanim. Depending on how you itemize Aghanim here up on the troll, I honestly think that they don't need a second counter to the Lifestealer if you itemize correctly.
Yeah, I can only agree with you there. I think the troll, he's gonna have an interesting time, and that should have been an obvious ward there for Depi to scout out. But Aghanim, he's in the mid lane, so the safe lane Razor, it's okay. He's gonna be able to zone out Skynet pretty decently, but Skynet's also gonna make his life a little bit of misery. With that constant drunken haze, just meaning no matter how much damage you steal from me, you're not going to be able to use it. So good luck to you, my friend.
Definitely. So looking at this mid matchup though, Aghanim versus Depi, who do you think has the advantage here?
In the mid lane, I feel this should largely go Depi's way. TA is just such a strong laner in general, very good at denying, and Devin pointed it out, or Halbert pointed it out in the on the couches there, that we should keep the casting couches. We should keep an eye on the last hits and see if there's a potential winner from the opening stages of the CS, and it's going to be something interesting. I'm going to definitely keep an eye on it. I think it was something
currently sitting 9-4 up for the TA versus 4-1 up on Aghanim. So Aghanim's struggling already, and the problem with a TA is if you snowball. You know, I'll put money on any game that a TA snowballs that the TA's team will win.
Yeah, I think TA once. Another thing is if they start stacking up the jungle for him, or if he stacks it for himself, that's just going to mean he's going to get this huge injection of money and just completely grow and grow and grow. So the laning stages, if they go too well for Depi here, there are potentially some problems.
I really like this set coming up from the Lifestealer, with a tail and everything covered in armor.
Yeah, the Immortal, yeah. It's really, really nice. Yeah, I can agree, for sure.
But so far, no first blood, 2 minutes in. I mean, we're expecting a lot of action, but I think it will be a little bit delayed, and then all of a sudden, all hell is going to break loose. Your prediction for this game, though, XTC versus Pulse, who do you think is going to win with this current draft?
Well, I'm definitely not going to go back on my word. I think XTC just have the draft that I can reason. Unfortunately, I can't really reason Pulses. That's why I can't wait until the end so I can get their reasoning from them. So with that in mind, I definitely feel like XTC's draft seems more understandable to me at least.
And it might just be something that we're missing, that the Pulse guys are saying, no, this is why we're doing it. I mean, that happens. But, okay, let's look at this. It's a dual lane towards the bottom lane. It is, of course, Doppler and Deathy. Quite an interesting one. The mixed assassin sometimes being run solo duel, but just trying to protect him a little bit and trying to put a little bit more harassment up onto the Lifestealer.
Yeah, it's sort of, they want to try and punish Adam. They want to make sure he doesn't get too much. They're going to deny creep with the Lich, of course, with the sacrifice. So according to my understanding, the sacrifice doesn't give the bonus XP from each sacrifice.
Is it?
So yeah, from my understanding. Again, that could be very wrong, as this patch is pretty new, so maybe I'll keep an eye on it, see if I can identify it, but it'll be a bit tough to say. But, I mean, they do want to punish Adestam in any way possible, but that's why they throw this dual lane together, so there's not too much absorption while the Jakiro stacks for the TA.
Yeah. Sand King sitting on that level 2 mark. He does, of course, have boots up already, with Caustic Finale as well as a Burrow Strike, so no Sandstorm Daru just yet. And everyone just playing a little bit more passive. Aghanim does not have the access, does not have access to the mid-run or the mid-shrine just yet, so he's trying to pull and delay as much as possible, but he has to be careful for the wraparound, and that's actually what's coming up here now. Dota and Die, he's here towards the middle lane. They are going to try and catch Aghanim, and I think this might just be the first blood.
Yeah, he
If they
definitely.
do get him, ooh, I think DotA2 will scout it out there. So Aghanim just going to chill up here towards the backside.
Yeah. So of course they switched up their roles. Aghanim in the mid lane, and they're having Smack on the Razor in the safe lane. And I am intrigued to see what the difference is going to be here for the two of them. How this game, the outcome is going to be. However, I mean, Depi is just absolutely crushing the lane so far. To be fair, the troll is sort of forced into the jungle situation. He didn't even get the stack off. Things are just not going well for Aghanim here.
Double the last hits up on the Temporal Assassin versus the Troll. So this TA, do we actually see any kind of further stack? So there's one stack up already on the Ancients here for the TA. Oh, wait, Aghanim might actually drop from this. Oh, unfortunately not. The misses coming through here from the Troll.
Yeah, that's just one of the strengths he has. Because of the small range Templar has, he shouldn't suffer a death, at least in a 1v1 situation. But if a rotation comes in, potentially he could die there. But his axes should keep him alive from the huge amount of damage that Depi could give him.
That double damage spam, or the double damage side blades up onto the Troll Warlord, just did so much damage.
Yeah, and Smacker is going to scout out these huge stacks, actually, as he rotates around onto the Jakiro here.
Is this going to be for the Temporal Assassin or for the Lifestealer, do you think?
It's surely for the TA. The TA can just do it so early that they can start stacking up again, and then the Lifestealer can go and
Is that actually her blink up just for those stacks?
Well, it depends. He might even just go for Deso. If he gets it up so quickly, Deso's not a bad option. A lot of people do consider that first. So, I mean, yes, it's going to mean item progression pretty quick. I don't think Blink or Deso exactly, because the camps did slightly get nerfed, but he'll be very close.
Well, let's have a look quickly at the net worth right now. Moving over 2,800 in favor up for Depi, of course, on the middle lane. And then 2,400, not actually that far behind for the Razor safe lane. And yeah, Smacker actually not doing too badly for himself. But he has a complete free farm lane now.
Yeah, that's one of the things. It's the Brew throwing out the Drunken Haze means he's going to be slowed with the unstable current. So being there is sort of a high risk for him because he's going to be slowed down. Potentially good rotation could be his demise. So him falling back into the jungle is fine. But Skynet,
we might actually see our first blood coming through towards the bottom lane. Deathy, I'm hyping it up just for a couple of right clicks. Absolutely nothing happened there.
Yeah, it seems to be very passive, the laning stages. And that always will favor the team who's doing better in the laning period.
Well, Smacker's busy farming up one of these stacks. With his ultimate coming through, of course, he does have a plasma field if he needs to use it. But he might be... Well, I think he's still okay, but the rotation... Do they actually... No, they don't scout smart. They don't see anything. And the rest of his team's actually going to come here. I like this from Pulse. It's denying so much gold to the side of XTC, but of course they are going to get scouted out. DotA and DI might be in a bit of trouble. Here comes the TP here in from the Warlock. Warlock doesn't have level 6, activating the shrine up, and they want to go for more. DotA and DI is still busy healing up. They're healing up and starting doing so much damage. Fady, will they actually be able to get the kill? There you go. Smacker getting the first blood, and he has stolen 112 damage. He wants to go for more. That's a double kill up for Smacker. More supports coming in for the side of XTC. Smacker does not have, he actually does have a TP if he wants to try and just force this TP out. Will he actually be able to get the TP off in time? No, Skynet gets the kill. But still, a 2-for-1 special, including a first blood.
Yeah, I think...
2-for-2 special.
2-for-2, yeah. That's the healing word, the shadow word, apologies, did catch a kill there. So Doom Bunny will be happy with that, even though he did take a tumble.
And once again, fighting on top of his shrine. Not always advisable, and if that shrine wasn't there, I think that fight would have just gone even more in favor of Pulse.
Yeah, very quick rotations from XTC. As soon as they spotted something, it was instantly a TP on that shrine, and they managed to at least hold on to that fight. That fight could have, like you say, could have definitely given a good advantage to Pulse. But a little bit of space bought here for the Troll to sort of get a bit of CS, considering how his laning stage has gone, but still dramatically behind that of Depi. So,
did they actually manage to clear out? I think they managed to clear out that entire camp.
Yeah.
Or was that the side of...
Yeah, Depi came and just mopped that up. Yeah. So he's finished his trades. He's looking to get that Desolator first item. So
full Ring of Aquila up on Depi as well. just helping boosting his armor. And towards the bottom lane, once again, Deathy sitting on level 6, so of course he does have that Vendetta if they want to try and move around and kill someone, but who do you kill with the Vendetta except for one of the supports?
Yeah, that's one of the things. It's probably going to have to be a support. Oh, mid lane.
Oh, Templar Assassin is being engaged upon here right now. He does not have a refraction charge or any refraction just yet, but there's an ice path catching two heroes. Deppy might actually survive from this. Oh, the plasma field coming in from Smacker, just barely missing up Deppy. And is this going to be a pusher for the middle tier 1, or are they just going to back off?
Yeah, I think they're going to back themselves off potentially. Although there's 2 points in Liquid Fire here, they could put a bit of pressure onto it. But these two supports are going to be happy with getting a little bit of farm and XP for themselves, seeing that they were highly contested. Shrine's going to be popped here for the side of Pulse, and they're going to also utilize this to be a smoke right underneath the ward.
Surprise.
Yeah, they
And I'm sorry, but if Adesam gets caught out here, oh, the stun misses. Deathy misses the stun. And that just means Adesam gets out of there scot-free. I was so surprised. Adesam was still farming here. He saw them smoke right underneath a ward, right where he was.
Yeah.
If that stun hit, he would have died.
That was odd from Adesam. He tried to clear the camp very quickly. I don't know unless he missed it entirely. But I suppose Deathy, unfortunately, missing that stun, probably not what they were hoping for. But
very uncharacteristic of Deathy.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, he gets away with murder, pretty much. He got all that farm, and he walks it off, and a big rotation. Smoke wasted. So, again, Pulse just having a small negative impact. But, I mean, the net worth shows no difference. Absolutely no difference at all.
Skynet might be, well, he actually wraps around going in onto Deathy right now. Deathy gets slowed up by Adesam. They want to try and counter. There's a turnaround at this point. There you go. The Brewmaster Primal Split is actually up. Who are they going to focus? Who are they going to turn around on? At this point, it's chaos. They actually don't know who to target, who to focus. And they might just want to turn around and go onto the Earth Spirit. The Earth Spirit is, of course, where you come back up on the Brewmaster. But no kills, no deaths. Like I said, very scrappy fight.
Yeah, very, very scrappy. Scarnet was sort of in a bit of a shambles there, unsure what to do. I mean, I suppose they forced out an ulti from the Brew. They'll be happy with that Pulse. They know that's down for a decent amount of time. They could potentially even go for a bit of a push here. Smacker's playing very aggressive here.
Well, let's have a look coming in right now. Adesam shows himself here towards the tree line of XTC's tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
Are we going to see any kind of further rotations? We do see a Nyx Assassin coming in with the Vendetta. But let's have a look here. Dota and I, he is being leached of all of his HP, not all of his HP, all of his damage right now. And that's a lot. 152 damage actually stolen. Smacker wants to go in for more. There's an ice pot that actually scouts, that actually catches them. Macropie coming down. The rock actually gets dropped straight onto the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin drops. Smacker's in a lot of trouble. He is going to be the second one to fall. And the ultimate coming to you from Doppler, unfortunately, is on a lot of creeps. Bouncing back and forth. Adesam might actually be in a lot of trouble. Tank does not bounce back to him.
Yeah, that was a bit close there for Adesam. But yeah, the 6 was picked up by the Warlock, and I don't think they scattered it out. They didn't check it. And he just dropped that on them as soon as they overextended. They got the Jakiro kill. It sort of like baited them under the tower, and Ecstasy just...
That was very well played, though.
Yeah.
I mean, let's quickly have a look at the replay, and then we can see the positioning of that entire fight. It was just insane. Yeah. So moving through there, getting that ice path off, actually getting the block, giving enough time. The Nyx Assassin, of course, gets scouted out because it is within the tree line. And then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. The rock was dropped, the Macropire, and it's just the Temporal Assassin there going ham, doing a lot of damage there.
Yeah, that Macropire was essential as it broke down the trees, so they had very good vision of everything that was going on. Smacker playing once again aggressive on Adesam, who's going to have 0 damage. He'll
136 damage stolen,
yeah,
which does help him, I think, push out this tower just a little bit. But, well, mid lane, we might actually see some kind of engagement coming through here. There's a stun up on the Troll Warlord. Troll Warlord taking quite a bit of damage. Of course, the Brewmaster is still chasing him, wanting to go for more. Another stun to follow up. Are they actually going to commit to this? No, they will decide to back off.
Yeah, and actually they'll find a kill onto Deppy instead. Fatty with a great rotation, and now actually Skynet, he's got no ulti. They're turning around on him. This is a huge problem. Is there a stun? Deathy, he will finally land it as well as a Burrow Strike and kill
And they got
secure.
the bottom tier 1 tower as well, so that's 2 heroes and a tower Well. Pulse has finally showed up.
Not too shabby there, Nige. That's looking a lot better. They've done they definitely had the conversation I was talking about. We need to make a change. This is clearly not working. They made a change. They've gone for something unorthodox, and it's paying off. I think Smacker is just thriving in this sort of aggressive role, sort of.
I still would have liked the Creed of Pain.
I can agree, but it's not the end of the world. I feel like the troll mid is still okay. He had a very hard time, but at the same time, Razor has farmed up an absolute storm. He's keeping up with that TA, considering TA has been farming stacks at the same time.
Well, they're unfortunately not stealing enough. The Static Link, I don't think, stole anything there. The big thing, though, is the Razor is being played as a zoning core.
Yeah.
And, we wanted to know why the Razor pick. And I'm still not convinced, but it seems to be working. It seems to be just zoning the heroes a little bit, actually forcing the side of XTC to play in a manner that they want to play.
Yeah, and Deathy, he'll find a kill into Doom Bunny there. That's quite nice. If he can shut down that Warlock, if he doesn't get farm, that's always quite a nice thing to have. So, and Deathy also getting close, in fact, having enough of that Hanamatis now, which is going to help him out a lot.
Temporal Assassin getting the Aegis. Adestab here on the bottom lane might be in a bit of trouble. Doppler is coming through. They do not have anything further to try and deal with this. Is there going to be a stun? Stun!
He's raged. There was no stun. So he'll be able to TP on out safely.
Well, stun and then just say, oh, he was raged. Okay, sorry, I tried.
Yeah, that was, I suppose, a bit of something. But they are going to put a bit of pressure here, so that's, in fact, a big success for them. The Tier 2 tower could be taking a bit of chip damage, and in fact, quite a decent amount of pressure over on to Ecstasy at the stage.
Yeah, well, Pulse looking pretty decent right now. The net worth is actually in favor of Pulse, but with like 500. But it's still in favor of Pulse.
Yeah, it's a pretty insignificant number, I feel.
Pulsating game.
But it's far better than the previous game. This is definitely going to be a decision with a couple of big fights. Roshan is going to be a highly contested. So we're all looking forward to those sort of situations.
Top lane, they're actually deciding to turn around and go in onto the Lifestealer. Lifestealer might be, they actually want to go in onto Aghanim. Aghanim might be in a lot of trouble right now. That's a kill going the way of Aghanim, of Adestam. Onto Aghanim now. Are we going to see any further kind of wraparounds? There you go. The blinks there forward. Unfortunately, onto Fady, but Fady just gets the stun off. There's the rock being dropped. They do manage to get the one. They blow him up. And I'm not quite sure if this rock drop is worth it.
Yeah, that's a big expense trying to save the life there of Skynet, and that's going to cost him a very big cooldown.
And they wanted to turn around. Adestat once again staying a little bit far off, but this is all that he has to do. Yeah, there's the ultimate flying through here from Doppler, and Adestat might just be in a lot of trouble right now, trying to go in onto him. The stun is there from Fady, the damage is there from Deathy, and they manage to get the kill. But towards the bottom lane, the Tier 3 towers have been actually taking a lot of damage right now. Razor, he's in a lot of trouble. Razor's going to die once again. Dota and Ty getting the insane ice balls coming through. I think he will pay with his life, unfortunately, but nope. Deathy missing his stun once again towards the back line. Aghanim coming in, getting a kill. Deppy wanting to go man mode up against Fady. Fady's still alive. They're trying to get the rages or the splash damage coming through from the side blades, but they do manage to pick him off. Are they going to be able to get this secondary kill? He gets stunned up instantly. That's it. He's down.
Yeah, there's a sense there.
He's down.
There's no way he survives that one. But he's not out of stand. Yeah. He's not getting out of that.
He's not out of stand. I actually wasn't even aware they were busy pushing like a Tier 3 tower, and a quarter of the damage has already been done on that tower.
Yep.
Sure, they managed to get a lot from that. I think it was like 3 kills in total. And 900 though in net worth in favor of XTC, even though Paul's got a couple of kills.
Yeah, it's a pretty big problem. They did take a Tier 2 tower, I believe, and then they still push into the Tier 3. And that's the Desolator up on the TA that just does so much damage to buildings, as well as having the extra attack speed from his level 10. He really does beat up buildings very, very quickly, as well as a Jakiro. A Jakiro very, very well known as a big tower pusher. So
having those two moving together is insane.
Yeah, Pulse need to be much more vigilant of these situations. Yes, you find a couple of good kills, but you can't afford to take too much more damage on the high ground like that.
Well, Templar Assassin plus 25 attack speed, plus 6 to all stats. Going more for the tanky frontliner instead of going, well, the evasion. Do you really need the evasion up against only one, well, two right clickers?
Well, Troll, if you can evade a bash, it could make a bit of a difference.
Yeah,
but I think
like the stats.
I think the stats is for sure better, especially now that strength has.
Oh, Brewmaster might actually run straight in onto Smacker. Smacker force-staffs himself. The blink is there forward, but unfortunately, everything was thrown, and well, the first kill is going to go the way of Pulse. They want to turn around, going in onto Doppler. Doppler's already thrown his ultimate at a stamp, doing a lot of damage at this point, stunning, or they're actually managed to stun up Smacker, but Smacker, well, he has 119 stolen damage. The rock gets dropped. Smacker's in a lot of trouble right now. They're turning around. He's actually still alive. He is still alive. I don't know how. I don't know where. Now they want to turn around onto Adestamp. Adestamp's taking a lot of damage himself, but Deppy is just there taking and doing all the damage that's needed. He has not been touched at this point. Nyx Assassin managing to get a stun for once, and 3 heroes down for the side of Pulse. A very, very, very scrappy fight. I actually can't wait for the replay, and it will be coming up soon because I want to actually see what exactly happened there.
Yeah, that was absolute shambles, in fact. They were all over the place. But Deppy sort of being that siege cannon, he just sits in the middle there just dealing crit after crit. And I think XTC did a great job of keeping him around in that area.
Let's have a quick look at that replay so that we can see to jump up onto Smacker right there, but Smacker manages to force-staff himself away. This was a perfect disengage, a perfect engagement. Right there, they had to sack the Lich. Lich already popped his everything. They had to back off. It would have been a worthy trade, but then they decided to stay there. They decided to fight, which is a good turn. But the problem is, if you have the Temporal Assassin that is doing all of the damage and you aren't focusing her down, you aren't doing anything to the TA, she is going to completely decimate, demolish, and destroy your team.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree with you there. And the TA is hitting ridiculously hard. They need to be very careful. But Vendetta, oh, Adestam's in trouble.
Can they actually get this kill? There you go. I don't care, Doppler. That ulti is worth it. It did not even hit onto Adestam, but it is worth it.
Yeah, there was no way that they were stopping that from happening. But finally getting a kill into Adestam. He's been looking problematic. He's started twice now, but I mean, he's got Hand of Midas. If you can keep him down for decent periods of time and control him a bit.
So only dying twice so far in 2 games, that is decent. And if I'm not mistaken, when Adestam was part of APG, didn't he have the highest KDA? Oh, on that note, quickly, Dota and die, buddy. It's not Dota and die, it is Dota just die. However, they want to turn around. They want to go in on to Deppy right now. Deppy was forced off the way. Agna wants to go in. He wants to turn around. But unfortunately, they're splitting the fights up. And if you split the fights up, that is actually what XTC wants. There's a full whiff up on the Sand King ultimate as well. I'm trying to zoom out to try and actually catch everything that's happening here. But this is in favor of XTC. They want to take these scrappy fights, and they want more. They want to go around and turn onto the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin does manage to get a good stun off, but no Spike Carapace up just yet. Oh, there you go. He hits the Spike Carapace. He's still alive. He is busy dodging. Oh, check that range. What the actual what happened there? You know, Smacker is stealing a lot of damage. He has actually stolen 133. He's turning around, going onto Skynet, but there, the rock is actually dropped. They want to turn around onto Aghanim. Aghanim gets forced off the way. Smacker might be in trouble right now. XTC, they are just pushing and unrelentless right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just keeping a lot of pressure there. Rock dropped, though. They didn't get anything out of it, but sort of showing a pretty decent stance. They might even just use this rock to farm up the jungle or something like that. But the biggest problem here is the Templar Assassin. We spoke about it early on, that once he starts to snowball out of control, it's going to be a difficult thing to deal with. Razor doesn't have that effect. Even though he was keeping up with the farm, he doesn't have the same effect that Deppy has with that instant amount of burst damage and the inability to take buildings.
And burst is the name of the game when you're playing up against something like a lifestealer that will just lifesteal his way back. Burst is, oh wait, there's a blink forward here by Skynet. Unfortunately, he has to run away. Smacker, he wants to turn around. They want to go in for more. There you go. Doppler gets a good ultimate coming through. But unfortunately, it flies to all the creeps. That is not what they wanted. The force off comes through from Smacker. He wants to turn around. Adestam is in a lot of trouble, but he's still actually going to make it out alive. Deppy is just controlling everyone up, blinking forward, doing all of the damage. Come on. Give Deppy the triple kill. Give him the ultra kill. give him the rampage and then give him the GG.
Yeah, what? Deppy is just standing in the middle of these team fights. If you don't want to kill me, it's fine. I'll kill all of you. And they chase after Adesam, and we know from experience now, Adesam is unkillable. Absolutely.
Why are you trying to kill the unkillable? The person that had the highest KDA, even like after games that he didn't play anymore when he left APG, the guy's positioning, and it's not luck. Anyone that says that is luck, it is skill. Adesam, I mean, come on.
Yeah. I can't agree with you more. It's like we were talking about earlier when the draft was on. We were saying, here's the beautiful mind of Dota. He's got the insight that we all wish we had, and he's just been playing out of his mind in the series at least. So there we go. Roshan, that's going to be Aegis up on the Templar Assassin, who's almost got a BKB, and I mean, for someone who's struggling to kill, once he has that BKB up. No. Problems.
This all started over here when Pulse managed to get a quick kill, but they could not capitalize on it. Then once again here, or actually it was roughly around here, but everything started splitting up. Then the next engagement was here, and Ecstasy is doing a phenomenal job to split the fights up, to not keep the fight together. It was very unlucky coming through from the Lich. The Lich ultimate bounces went straight to the creeps and to the Warlock Rock.
Yeah.
If that was thrown at the perfect time, the perfect moment, everyone was bunched up, it was just unlucky coming through from Doppler. But I have to say, XTC, they're splitting up the fight. They are causing the chaos, and it is Skynet also. He jumps in, he crushes, and then he runs away. He's like, I've done my job. Yeah. Because then some people chase him, other people don't know what to do, and it's just causing that chaos factor, which Paul doesn't know how to deal with right now.
Yeah, and he's going to get the Shivas up, so he's going to have more of an impact on these team fights as it progresses. So I think Skynet, I mean, he's had a tough time. He's 1-3, but he's had very big impacts on these team fights.
yes.
He's really throwing out the tornadoes on the right heroes. He's throwing the rock at the right people. He's just been doing a pretty good job. And here we go. High ground under siege.
Deppy pushing up. He actually blinks forward straight. He wants to go in for more, but the stun is actually onto Templar Assassin. He, of course, does have the Aegis of the Immortals. And can they burst him down? Using his BKB, quite surprising there, before the Aegis gets popped. And Smacker wants to come in. He wants to go in for more. They do manage to get the stun onto the Brewmaster. Brewmaster does have Primal Split if he has to get away. And they decide to just back off. They did get the tier 2 tower bottom, if I am not mistaken.
No, that bottom was already... Oh, you mean... Oh, yes, okay. That's quite nice.
The Dire got the tower there, and then they TP'd back. So, Pole's not literally learning from the mistakes. And I like seeing this. I like seeing this in a team that knows they're a little bit behind, even though the score is even. They know they're behind. And then they decide, listen, we've just tried twice. They have outmaneuvered us during a fight. Which is weird to say, because normally you try and outmaneuver a lifestealer, but okay. Let's try something different. They push out bottom. They allow the semi-push to come in top. They get the tower, then they back off. Very well played from Pulse.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, we look over at the side of Pulse, like you say, they've sort of consolidated that. They've made some errors, and they're fixing it. That's exactly what we want to see from a team of this caliber. But on the same page, you look over at Ecstasy, and I don't see them wanting to slow down. They still have the Aegis. I think they're just going to wait for BKBs to be back off cooldown, make sure everyone's ready for this. But, I mean, this is pretty much going to be a story of how well can you defend. You've got Lich ulti, you've got Epicenter, you've got Nyx. If the Nyx can get an Ags up potentially, that could be great for the high ground defense.
We haven't seen a big Epicenter yet.
Yeah. Actually, there was just one whiffed one, and that was just because there was just a crazy blink out from the Templar Assassin. With his refract up, he didn't take damage.
Smoke is up right now. It does get popped, and instantly Smacker backs out.
Oh. I actually thought there was someone invis there, so that was quite a decent amount expended. Net worth advantage reduced ever so slightly, but
by what's it, 50 or 75? Thank
yeah,
you.
50 plus the plus.
Oh
the
no,
plus.
Doppler! No, Doppler! Why are you there? What?
What?
Nighttime vision, boys. Nighttime vision wins games. I have absolutely no idea. He doesn't have a TP, so keep that in mind.
He looks like this is not where I parked my car. Or this is definitely not where I parked my car.
Passing his ultimate just to get the creep wave down. I do agree 100% with that. It's only an 80-second cooldown, so just making sure that they can delay the push because all they have to do now is, well, actually, there's one creep. There's one creep that they're trying to protect with their lives, but it's not going to work. Yeah, Spacker. Getting a big chunk of damage, and yeah, well, they might want to turn around and go in for more. Jakira taking a lot of damage, but the blink for it is shared by Deppy, turning around, going in onto that tier 3 tower. I like this. Deppy just deciding, screw everything, screw everyone. I'm turning around, I'm going for the racks, and he decides to turn around now, but the troll ultimate's coming through. The rock does get dropped onto 4 heroes. They're trying to do as much damage as possible. Aghanim does have a double damage rune. Can they actually do more? Can they do anything right now? The buyback is there from the Sand King. Sand King does have an epicenter. If he wants to come in, move forward and do it, use it. But XCC decides to back off. They managed to get a... Oh, wait, no. Aghanim might be in quite a bit of trouble. That was a fake back, everyone. That was a fake back. Aghanim popping up his BKB. They have to try and turn around. The epicenter was used, but unfortunately, it was not enough to actually kill anyone. They do manage to kill someone towards the backside or the backline, but Deppy, he's still moving forward. He wants to go in for more, and there you go. He just goes in for melt. He wants to go for anything extra. He has his refraction up, but it gets taken instantly down. Wow, so much happened there, but there's no more damage dealers up for the side of Pulse.
Yeah, they chased him out of the base, and then XCC said, well, hey guys, we can turn around. Yeah. And it was sort of like...
Why are we running?
It was like seeing a spider in the bathroom. Nope, 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 nope. And they're running back, and they just got caught out by surprise. And yeah, now we're going to lose the lane of racks. The buyback was forced as also. This is really looking a bit bleak now for
That's
Pulse.
the problem with the troll. It doesn't matter how much evasion you have, how much whatever you have. If that TA hits, the TA hits like a truck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big problem. And TA is, I mean, Deppy's just playing a great series. I think all round we can say XCC have been doing a great performance, but there has been definite individual performances coming out. And Deppy, I mean, performing very well with Adestam. And I mean, Doom Bunny's rock there was beautiful. That was a 4-man rock.
4 heroes. And a he literally cost everything. He hit everything. He hit his fatal bonds onto 4 heroes, dropped the rock. He has a solo crest. But look at the fantasy points quickly, just for interest sake. 16.6 up for the Jakiro, and then the next 2 are actually on the side of Pulse.
That's some interesting stuff.
That is some interesting stuff. We should actually probably...
Do we have player cards?
No, we don't. We might actually see an engagement coming through. Are they going to be able to kill the Nyx Assassin? There is no vision up. Nyx Assassin, well, he forces himself out, blinks away further. And he is... Okay, no. Brewmaster wants to chase. Is he going to... No.
Yeah, so I think there's a BKB up now for Smacker. This can make a little bit of a difference in these team fights if he can just run around freely and make sure he has his Eye of the Storm up.
But no buyback.
Yeah, more often than not, you do go for your BKB when instead of buyback because you would rather defend successfully with a BKB than buyback and then still die and then not have a BKB.
But if he gets caught out now, that could be game.
He needs to be careful, but he needs this BKB to make sure that they have a chance at defending the high ground successfully.
But what does the BKB actually stop them?
So I think, okay, the rock is, it's going to be these ice paths. These ice paths have been great, and then also the Brewmaster has been kiting him constantly with these brewlings, throwing him up in a tornado, and it's just an absolute nuisance. So I think it's essential for him to sort of say, okay, this Brewmaster is such a major issue, I need this BKB.
We see the entire side of Pulse wrapping around. They actually do scout out Doom Bunny right now. Doom Bunny, are they going to be able to get anything? There's the stun. The ultimate also flying through from Doppler to just make sure.
Yeah, just in case the stun wasn't on time, he was hoping to get the mini stun proc. But I think they would have actually landed late. But it doesn't matter. They secure a kill for themselves, maybe buying themselves a little bit extra time. That was rock off cooldown, so potentially now the side of XCC are going to say, okay, well, let's give it the good 30 seconds, potentially a minute, just to the walking distance before we even consider another high ground push. So buying a bit of extra time to pulse there.
21,000 net worth up on Deppy versus 15,000 up on Adestam, 13,000 up on Aghanim. 21,000.
Yeah, so he's going to get the Orchid and then into the Bloodthorn, which is, well, a big problem for the Troll. That's also now another good reason to have BKBs. Troll does have a BKB up, so if that BKB is down, he's dead. No. Absolutely.
He used it once in the previous fight, but that was extremely defensively. let's see what XCC decide to do. Are they just going to wait up for the next rush? Which is actually, by the way, surprise, surprise, coming up within the next couple of seconds.
Well, there he is.
Or within the next second.
Yeah, so there he is up. I think they could potentially be looking in this direction. I think there's surely going to be some sort of defense coming out from Pulse here. They do have the capability, they have the spells to do so, Epicenter as well as the Chain Frost in a confined space like this is a problem. However, Deppy can do this by himself and the rest of the team can pretty much just sit around him and defend him. So it seems like they've actually backed out. They haven't even scattered it out, so there's nothing they're going to do to stop this. Deppy's going to do this very quickly.
Yeah, this will of course go the way of Deppy himself, and they will push towards probably the middle lane racks. And get it, there's of course a cheese on the ground. Who picked up what? Deppy decided, no, I want the Aegis and the cheese. I am greedy, screw you. But then he's like, okay, I understand. Oh, no, was given to
Doom
Bunny.
Yeah. So the Warlock, they want to make sure he gets a rock down.
No. Who has it?
Doom Bunny, the Warlock has it.
No.
Oh, he ate it. What?
No, Dota and Die has it.
Dota and Die has it.
Yeah,
Okay.
they like split it up. But there's the Blink Forward going in onto Smacker right now. The edge of the Ice Path actually catches him out. Now there's the Macro Pie just laying down everything. The Shrine was actually popped. BKB is up on Smacker trying to steal as much damage as possible. 140, but once again the rock gets dropped onto two heroes. They're trying to turn around, going in onto Temporal Assassin. But the Ice Path once again just completely blocking them off. The ultimate's flying through from the Lich. The ultimate's trying to do as much as possible. Aghanim, he's going right click, left click, right click, left click, trying to do everything he can. But the Blink Forward, they are actually winning this fight at this point. 3 heroes down. I have no idea how they're winning this fight. What happened there? I actually want to see, but Deppy, wait, there is a Aegis of the Immortal up on him. Will they actually be able to catch him out? I know they want to. I know they're pushing. They're force-stopping. They're blinking. They're doing everything. But Deppy just going up towards the bottom side. So actually very well played there by Deppy to get out.
Yeah.
So there's actually going to be a very long replay that's going to be coming in here so that we can actually try and follow and see exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So the blink in there was the Lifestealer bomb actually coming out a little bit slow. Forced off, he does actually get caught out in the Ice Path and the Macro Pyre. They do manage to actually pop the Shrine up there. Everything's still looking okay here for the side of XCC. The rock gets dropped, everyone is slowed up. But this is sort of where everything starts happening. Nyx Assassin getting an insane stun off. And they just haven't been able to kill off Aghanim. And Aghanim is just chipping towards the backside, chipping up. Another stun is basically going to come through here. TA, for some reason, blinked away there. I think TA should have stood and fought. She did have the Aghanim Scepter, and as soon as she left, the side of Pulse just started pushing forward because there's no Deppy, there's no TA.
Yeah.
She still had half HP.
There were 2 instrumental players in that. I think Smacker, he was on the backlines there. We didn't see him in that replay, but he stole a lot of damage and he just got rid of the Jakiro. So Jakiro couldn't potentially get a second Ice Path down. But then other than that, in the main fight, Deathy did a great job at sort of slowing things down. He kept on throwing out, just constantly throwing out Impale, Mana Burn,
Aghanim, just as I said, you have he BKBs. He might actually be out of this.
Oh, he doesn't have a blink dagger though, and this...
well, Deathy might actually be there to try and help him out, just to lay down cover fire. He gets thrown up in the air. Let's see if Aghanim is actually going to be engaged upon. He gets thrown up in the air again, a little bit longer. There's the forced off. He actually gets silenced up. Are they going to be able to do anything? There's the epicenter coming through. Actually doing a lot of damage here for the side of Pulse. No one has dropped it. It was actually Aghanim. He dropped it. He's going to be coming in. A big buyback coming through from him. Brewmaster might be in a lot of trouble, being stunned up right now. Are they going to turn around? They jump in onto the Temporal Assassin. Temporal Assassin might be in a lot of trouble right now. She does have the Aegis of the Immortal. She does not get a counter kill, but here comes Adestam going right-clicking up against the Razor. Razor might actually drop from this, and Temporal Assassin just doing so much. All of a sudden, XTC, they're turning around. Deppy moves forward, gets another kill going up there. That is going to be a triple kill for Deppy. Can anyone stop this guy on a Temporal Assassin? Come on. Blinking forward once again. He just wants to go for more kills. Nearly gets another one.
Oh.
Ultra kill, he got it. They're going in for the Rampage. Come on, get this Rampage up for Deppy. Is he going to be able to get it? This will be the first Rampage of the tournament. Leave it for him. Leave it for him. No, Dota die. Why you do this? I'm done.
Kill secured. I'm sure they're having a discussion about this right now.
I'm over. Can I call GG?
Oh, man.
You destroyed my voice. You destroyed everything. Pulse, no, man.
Yeah.
XTC, I want to go and smack Dota and Die right now.
Yeah, but there we go, we have it. The GG does come out, and I mean, still a great performance from XTC. I wish I got to see. It would have been the first Rampage of the tournament, right?
It would have been the first Rampage of the tournament, and a much-deserved Rampage.
Yeah. And we have like the loudest shout cost it, and then it doesn't happen. So, I mean, still, again, Pulse looked a lot better in this game, but it wasn't enough. XTC definitely the dominant team here.
Yeah. There you go. It's Depi versus Aghanim. Just look at that, dude. I mean, oh, this guy played so well. And if you have a look at Adestam, how many times did he die this game? Twice. Still only the twice. 2 deaths in 2 games. I mean, this guy, can you even kill him? Can you touch him when you have a player like Depi that controls extremely well? That is his job. Not just to get the kills. If he doesn't get the kills, he at least gets the control off. Yeah. And if this game started going over towards the late game, towards like further on, Adestam would just come in and he would just start like going ham. That is his job. But how can you kill the lifestealer when you have Depi busy bashing your face in?
Yeah, that's the thing that they were playing around, right? They sort of baited out these big team fights. The Brewmaster would kite individuals around, and then Depi would just jump in there and just clean them up very quickly with the mold strikes, doing a tremendous amount of damage, and then followed up by sort of a great ice pass from Dota and Die. We can't actually neglect that. And on top of that, Doom Bunny had some rocks that fell out of the sky that were just quite precise.
I mean, you have to give props to Dota and Die. He played extremely well. He played phenomenally well, actually getting those ice paths off on the like last little ice block of that ice path. He would actually hit them.
Yeah.
As the heroes are running away on their little hill, it was very well played by XTC. But Pulse Gaming showed a couple of kinks in XTC's armor here. And the guys that are going to be going up against XTC, I think, really have to focus on this game and see, listen, Pulse could have actually taken this game if one fight.
Yeah, I can agree. And we brought it up. They have a lot of experience, and they obviously identified potential ways for them to maybe take a game off of XTC. Didn't pay off.